but they also have some crazy stuff that they can pull out. I mean, yesterday we saw CK with Fundamental Forging as his facet, allowing him to get Sticky and Desolator 35 minutes into the game, so you have insane amount of minus armor, and they're ready to close out the game. Like, this is something that I don't think many people would expect that this hero is going to get picked. They picked Dead Prophet, they picked Sniper, so they're very, very, in terms of heroes that they can play, Xiao 8 is going to be bringing that oomph to the draft.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite teams in Dota, in TI history, because for the entire year, they were kind of the, you know, cheesy, we are going to last pick XM Sniper mid or Viper, something goofy that just like dominates the lane. You know, they're a very cheesy team. Or Ame will be on Juggernaut when Juggernaut's like totally not in the meta and complete garbage, Spectre, things like that, where we laughed at Ame as like kind of forcing things. And now they are a team where you can give them completely normal heroes and they will dominate you in a team fight. This synergy between the players, something that they did just made everything click. Like, they have a fundamental understanding of Dota that looks better than every other team. And you have to be worried about their cheese picks because they have in the last 2 days shown they're still willing to pick it. They're still willing to whip out the sniper mid and dominate you.
I think the team fights are very, very important in a meta where it's a lot more, I don't want to say slow, but there's just a lot of
Solamente voy a cortar la primera parte del stream del oficial, que es donde presentan con un audio que tiene copyright, y ya. Después, por unas...
Anda todo muy buena madrugada. Primero la educación, a disfrutar de este último día del TI.
Hola. Voy a poner 1 hora y media más.
¡Chuazu! Soy inocente.
Because when we hear it, it means only one thing. Barclays Arena, get ready for our final day of the International.
Bueno, vamos a... Esto acá tiene copyright, vamos a meterlo por ahora. Así es, señores, último día. La Maiden rara, dices. Ah, es Jenkins, que está vestido de la princesa Peach. O sea, el pata... Su astucia, bueno...
Todos somos Extreme Gaming Mapete de ese meter.
Ojalá apenas, bro. Ojalá llegue Extreme Gaming a la final. Sus ganas de incomodar a la gente con sus trajes lo logró el día de la final. Es fregado, pero bueno, si Valve lo permite, supongo que seguirá ahí normal, ¿no? Sí, es un poco incómodo ver ahí a Jenkins vestido de princesa Peach. Justo en el día de la final. ¿A qué hora mandan al nuevo héroe? Dice Lenny. Después, supuestamente después del concurso de cosplay que va a haber más ratito. A eso de las 5 o 6 de la mañana. ¿Vas a transmitir hasta que acabe el evento hoy, Chuy? Sí, pero como digo, esta partida acaba. O sea, durante la partida de stream contra Parivision voy a jatear un rato. Unas 2 horas.
¿Quién es Jenkins?
O 1 hora al menos. Jenkins es el pata que está vestido de princesa Peach que vas a ver ahora. Bueno. Acabó, creo. Si esa música tiene copyright, así que mejor lo muteo. Mutear eso. Para dormir un rato, dice Lenny. Claro, yo también voy a dormir. Hora y media, por eso voy a poner de alarma máximo. No he jateado, estoy de largo. Quiero ver la gran final, eso sí. O sea, de entre la final ya baja y la gran final, quiero ver la gran final. No tengo ganas de ver la partida de stream contra Parivision. No sé si valieran mono. Ahí está. Él es Jenkins, el de acá. Él es Jenkins. No es una flaca, no. Es un hombre vestido de mujer. Está haciendo travestismo.
Buenos días, Chewbacca.
Ah, no voy a poder ir al aeropuerto.
Yesterday, and I'll say it again. No matter what happens, it is devastation of the highest degree that we are losing one of these teams today. You have XG.
Beatriz 13 pregunta si es saludito o estoy votado. Hola, Beatriz.
El volumen, no le tengas miedo a la excitación.
Chubaca, para el arcano al menos alcanzo 10 millones. Con respecto a lo de las recompensas, creo que van a necesitar al menos creo que unos 25.000 puntos. Al menos. Si en total tienes 25.000 puntos, vas a estar bien. Si no llegas a 25.000 puntos, estás fregado. Y yo no voy a llegar a 25.000, creo. Te paso. Está bien fregado el asunto. Me entro en el Dota para revisar cómo voy con lo del Fantasy. Voy a hacer una sola predicción, que es la de acá. Aún no quiero hacer eso, la verdad. Bueno. Así que en breve empieza, gente, la partida. No, Barregan, estás loco. No vas a llegar al top 100 ni al top 1500 con ese puntaje. El top 100 creo que va a llegar a 32.000 puntos. Sí, el juego de las caballas es chévere. Tanato, bienvenido al stream.
Jenkins es un jugador de WoW que hizo wipear una raid por distraído.
Jugador de WoW.
Yo solo sé de un 95 percentil. No subí más. Es más, casi caigo.
Tengo 12K y me sale percentil 98. O sea que eso es mentira.
Sí, es mentira.
To be honest, I feel like adrenaline powers you through at this point. Like these guys are in the lower bracket finals.
No, Ainier, ese es otro Jenkins. Ese es Little Jenkins.
If we're looking at this matchup, the team that we can say is like more dominant in terms of team fighting and raw skill is extreme. That's what it looks like this tournament. This is not how it's been all year, and P-Vision is more like they're going to cheese you on the map.
Last time they met,
A mi corazón. A mi corazón. Bueno, Stini tiene la tarea difícil de, por segunda vez, vencer a
Quiero y que estaba me quedaba despierto. Hace poco salí de la chamba, dormiré un poco.
Tiene que hacer el draft de su vida para llegar a la final. Y pues, vamos a ver. ¿Miro la partida
Amigo
o no miro la partida?
y no se duerme. Ya es la final XD.
No, déjame dormir. Déjame dormir. Silencio. Debo descansar. ¿Fantasy está bujo o no? Hola, don Nadie. Hasta Joseph.
I mean, it's also the fact that I feel like actually has to figure out the right hero to fight him in the lane, you know. I'm thinking about heroes like Bane.
No me hagas llamar a la oscuridad.
Playing creeps, and Bane is like the perfect hero for that.
Entonces, ¿tengo Battle.net?
Go to sleep. Good night.
Bueno, he instalado Battle.net en esta compu desde el año pasado.
Si son chinos, ya ganaron.
One of the few things that they could do against Nightclass.
Something for chasing him essentially, because like the way Bane wants
Dependo de que esta partida la abuse a mí, entonces denme su quimera.
Yo dependo de que JQ haga un gran puntaje, cosa que está yuca.
Dormir en la noche, el internacional solo hoy.
Sí, pero tengo sueño y quiero ver la gran final despierto. ¿Cuántas runas se ganó? 1300. Teamfight. Ya, Teamfight está bien. Lotus está más. Muy poco activado el Lotus y Watches. Stun también tiene poco. Parece que no sea un buen pick el de Shinkyu al final. Con X no me pudo haber reventado más, parece. Aunque no juega muchos héroes de stun. Qué fastidio.
Para que se vaya la luz y se roben la X.
Ya, voy a descansar mejor. Una horita y media, debo poner mi alarma y ya está. Qué chulo. Ya vengo, gente, ya. Ya vuelvo.
This is stuff that we've never seen before. This is stuff that even if you're, you know, the big brains of P-Vision, cooking up this like crazy.
Con un chute de adrenalina. ¿Estás listo, amigo? Chui XD.
You're gonna be worried about how deep this hero pool is. It feels like every game we see, Ame is just bringing something.
Descansa mi king.
And we can see a pretty good comparison here. There's actually only 3 heroes that overlap between the two of them here. Of course, something very unique for Satanic is that carry Tinker there.
Pero si recién prendiste stream, amigo Chuy. XD.
Overlap that we've seen out of any comparison so far.
And then also you see the difference. The difference there, you know, Army is like more like he has the more active role, whereas I think Satanic has the more greedy roles. You know, the greedier heroes.
Yeah.
I also want to point out, you know, we keep saying Ame is this uncrowned king, but it's like he's been here before. So even though we talk about P-Vision having a crowd buff, I think there's something in stability of having been at this stage before, having made it so far time and time again at multiple TIs.
Yeah, I mean, this is his 7th TI. Ame is just a legend for a good...
Mi timado me ha timado tanto. Soy inocente.
Him and X-Noah, by the way, and then LGD TI-10, it was him and Shinkyu also getting that 2nd place. A lot of achievements for Ame, getting so close so many times, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling this is his year.
Really, because you're all
I can feel it in my bones, yeah.
He just somehow makes it so far into the tournament every time.
The patch is also really favorable for his type of playstyle where the game is sort of slower, you get more time to farm, you get this helm and then you hit creeps and you know when to join the fight, you know, so I think this could be his year.
Well, I don't want to stall this out any longer. Our players are now ready. They're out on the stage in their booths, so let's get this lower bracket going.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 1.
Chuy, no hago mucha bulla, se despierta mi viejo y me pega por estar despierto a esta hora.
Going to the grand finals, a chance here for these two teams to make it there. Our game 1 draft on our screens now, and we do wonder who exactly is going to be targeted, who's going to be able to excel and show their strengths in this series.
Is this a prediction for the entire draft?
An Aegis, that's what they're going to draft first.
And an Aegis. Well, you have to take Roche at some point.
Oh, it's the opposite way.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be seeing a Witch Doctor. That was one of them, right?
Yeah.
All right, the crowd is happy. Slark is out.
I mean, also the Mars, right? Like, pretty interesting. Like, we saw a couple of really good performances from XXS on the Mars, and we highlighted that they are the team fight team. You know, Mars is the hero for that.
It's probably the perfect hero, I would say, for this team. Like, the way that it lets you split up fights is very important.
El nuevo héroe será la cabra de las recompensas y será soporte, acuérdense.
If you give us SF, we will win with SF, and then you will ban SF. So they still value it. We've not seen a huge amount of success from the hero, but I feel like when we have seen it, it's been picked in scenarios where they needed other stuff. They needed some spirit type hero, and then SF was picked as the answer there, and I don't think it's that. I think if you draft an entire draft around
Confirmo,
SF,
Verica.
it's very good, especially if you can also flex it into the carry position.
Yeah, we saw yesterday NGX having Medusa and Shadowfin. It didn't really work out for them, so I think Shadowfin definitely needs a specific setup. You can't have too greedy cores, because he also takes a good amount of farm. He also wants heroes to go in. He wants these
Un cuatero en memoria de los come cuates X.
We're talking about Shadowfin from the mid-roll, and XM did play it 3 times so far and did win every single game on it.
He's probably better slightly as a mid hero right now after the little nerfs that he had in the last patch, but we'll see. I think it's still open as a flex for them, and I think I'd like to also mention that the fact that whenever you're playing high-level Dota like this, it's very important to have control over the mid section of the map. Something like SF or Sniper, you know, you shove the wave out and you can pressure the tower. I think this
El tío de Ricky será support.
felt like it brought them success in previous series, especially.
Chuaca, si respondes en menos de 10, regalo 5 sub.
Talk a little bit about the Sniper, where you don't really want to open the draft with until you see your matchup.
Yeah,
I think SF has a little bit more leeway with that because you can move it to the carry.
Both of the teams are putting a lot of pressure, having I would say this is a flex pick for P-Vision.
I agree.
I think they're trying to bait this potential sniper that could come out, something that we've seen yesterday that they did against the same matchup, and I kind of feel it that this could be position 4 or position 5 Invoker that they want to run if it gets countered.
I was thinking the exact same thing, because I do think that Invoker, with the current way that you play him, getting the Dom, you're playing around Cold Snap, tons of summons, it's very good against SF, because SF mid wants to go Blink and Yasha and Kaya. He doesn't get the BKB until later on, so...
Confirmado, ya está durmiendo en su frazada, tigre.
Stuns. So because of that, maybe XG is thinking, okay, this is going to be an Invoker mid, but of course, there was a while there, 9 class was playing Invoker. In pro-level pubs before this tournament, Invoker was a 4 position, not a mid laner. People were playing
it's also the fact that you can easily get
Mi vida por la gorda.
as mid as Invoker support. You know, you have the Tornado and the Cold Step, like you guys mentioned. So I feel like we're probably gonna see maybe actually move away from that and move him to the carry, which is more safer right now.
Yeah.
Considering all the options they have. But the other option is also to go for like really strong
Por la gorda.
us, you need supports that can secure the runes and protect the SF in the mid lane. Those are the supports that I'm going to be definitely looking at.
Trabajo.
I do love the bans coming out from Extreme Gaming, by the way. I just want to take note that that was the exact same ban opening that Falcons did against them yesterday when they beat them in that game number 3. And then, of course, you continue it on. You want to take out more of 9-class hero pool, the Pudge, the Act, just everything that is too annoying.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of ET. ET on the main stage of TI, he does have 100% win rate over 6 games for a good reason. This is something that has been paired up with another team fighting offlaner, especially like these Marses that can keep them in place, so ET lands a really good stun on top of them. It's also a hero that amplifies your damage, so you have Invoker as well, could be insanely good.
It's also a block pick, right? Because XG really likes to play this hero.
And they've looked really good on it. Teamfight counter initiators is exactly how they like to play.
Yeah, on the other hand, I feel like these two heroes, the ET and Invoker, they're both kind of weak against something like Clockwork, you know. So I would like to see a Clockwork here, probably like dealing with both of these heroes from Paravision, and the Clockwork also serves as a bodyguard for the SF, you know, regardless of where the SF is going to lane, mid or carry.
Did you guys like the clock when it was seen yesterday on the side of P-Vision?
The Clockwork?
Yeah, because Winter was just talking about it.
Yeah,
and
I
potentially
think
be picked up, and
I think Clockwork through this whole tournament has looked like a very
Puro virgen en el tío ño.
People have gotten a lot better at utilizing the cog knockback. I think just in general, people have skilled up when it comes to Clock. It's probably just an underrated hero coming into this. Warlock SF lane seems a little weird, right?
Yeah, it's not the partner that you want to have.
Loctar Hogar.
He doesn't have a problem with the sustain, so most likely.
And also, and also SF doesn't like to push out the wave in the safe lane, right? Because Warlock, you're gonna use Fatal Bond, so I think the lane probably is not that great.
Right.
So, like probably it's gonna go mid, like what Lacoste mentioned here.
And the reason I bring up the Warlock is because Clockwork.
Mi vida por la gorda.
But they go for Nyx.
Wow, this is. I mean,
Frostmourne está hambrienta.
Very good combination because Warlock is a team fight hero, and Nyx kind of does the other thing, right? Because whenever you're playing into Warlock, you're trying to dodge, you're trying to avoid the rock, and Nyx hunts you down.
Nyx pretty much makes up for everything the Warlock lacks, and Warlock does the same thing for Nyx.
it's a very rare hero that we get to see. It's only been twice at this tournament that we've gotten to see it. 1 win, 1 loss for itself.
It's a big counter to Elder Titan. So it really makes it
Trabajar.
very difficult for Elder Titan to set up his storms. And obviously also really good against the Invoker here. But the downside of Nyx is he is very, very weak in the lane after they remove the one-shotting creeps, you know.
Yes.
Trabajo terminado.
El culpable sufrirá.
Wow.
Nos morimos de sed, ¿no?
Void Spirit here.
Well, we're going to get some epic team fights in this match, I can tell you that much.
I also want to see which one of these two heroes is going to be played as a position 4, either Void Spirit or Invoker.
Trabajo.
Position 5 Enigma from KJ, it did look insanely good because he was stacking 3 camps at the same time, making sure that enemies are not getting the stacks, and still being able to scale into the mid and late game with the itemization that he was going for.
You know, in the green room a while ago, somebody said 9 class is going to play Void Spirit today.
Soy un señor del terror, no un señor de la droga.
Somebody said that.
Somebody, I'm not going to reveal who it is.
No, that's right. You got to keep your sources.
Okay,
so you think it's more likely to be a Void Spirit that's going to support than an Invoker?
Because they've been really theory crafting about what melee heroes could replace the slug.
Okay, I understand.
It's one of the most difficult heroes to beat.
Calla Gil.
It's almost impossible to catch.
Trabajo.
What 9 class wants to do. Be very annoying. You have to astral step.
Bueno, señores, que acabe el draft. Dejo un videito, dejo el juego y vuelvo ya después de una partida. Creo que a las 5 debería estar acabando esto. Si no es 2-0, será 2-1. No sé qué pasará al final. Pero lo que sí sé es que va a haber Nyx Assassin de Shinkyu, que quisiera ver cómo lo hace. Chamar.
Un videíto y unas fotitos.
No, ¿qué hablas?
Duerme nomás.
¿Qué fotitos? No, videito nomás.
Amigo Chuy, por favor no te vayas, porque si tú te vas yo me ahorqueo. XD.
No, ¿qué habla?
No sume muchos puntos en mi fantasy.
No, validita, chamare.
Chuaca. Revisa mi fantasy, soy Grover.
No.
X.
Nah, no quiero Grover, no deseo. Chuy, dime qué gana X String Gaming. Mis predicciones lo sufrirán si no gana, dice Rafa. Ojalá, señor, ojalá. Chuy, la revancha, aquí lo tiene todo que darame. Sí, pues. ¿Quién es Grover? Es un usuario de Dota que
Va a soñar con Grover.
hace unos
El
días
amigo
atrás
Chuy X.
me decía como 5 veces, decía, cuando estaba revisando Fantasy, decía, Chuaca, revisa mi Fantasy, soy Grover. Chuaca, revisa mi Fantasy, soy Grover.
Y eso que Extreme Gaming hizo dos partidas de 1 hora.
Reviso el chat donde puso su
Egil,
Fantasy,
déjalo
puso como
dormir a mi
5
vaca.
posts, puso. Y todo el chat dijo, Chuaca, soy Grover. Chuaca, soy Grover.
No te va, Tachuazón. Si te vas, le tendré que dar cable pelao a mi mujer y es yo modo ti.
Pero ¿por qué lo dices con la voz de Dina? Lo hace más perturbador.
I mean, the issue with the voice spirit is like he seems like a very different replacement for the slug and monkey, right?
Oye, ese no aguanta feliz porque tiene al Voice Spirit, pero bueno. Las
Tipo de vaca descansa, papi.
va a tenerlo para Vision. String Gaming va a elegir a quién. El carry va a ser para Shadowfin de Ami o el medio. Está valiendo carries el equipo para Vision. Bueno, yo creo que debería ser last pick de medio, ¿no? Después iré Canal Kyoto FX. No, sale Phantom Lancer para Ame. Picks extraños, bueno, no tan comunes. En este caso un PL. Problema es que el PL se va a enfrentar a un Elder Titan. No sé qué tan fácil será eso. Ahora Parivision puede elegir su hard carry. ¿Quién será? No van a ir a medio con Invoker. Y 9 class jugará Voice Spirit 4. O Invoker será 9 posición 4 a manos de 9 class. Está la foto de acá de fanáticos de China, esperando que a mí gane su TI. Todo este lado apoyando a Destiny Gaming. Lifestealer aparece como respuesta al PL, pero Phantom Lancer contra Lifestealer gana el Phantom Lancer.
¿Cómo se le hace counter a un Phantom Lancer?
Finalmente no va a ser no one medio.
Si anuncian nuevo héroe en plena
va a ser
partida,
9 class,
se podría, lo podrían escoger en la
Invoker
siguiente.
medio, gente. A manos de No One. DM va a jugar Enigma Off. Elder Titan
Chuaca,
posición 5.
revisa mi fantasy. Sé yo si soy Grover.
No eres Grover. Ya vieron, mientras ya tenemos el draft, gente.
Amigo Chuy, al final tengo a Extreme y Falcons. En mi fantasy XD, los que se me echaran.
Ojalá, pero nadie, ojalá pase eso.
Hoy gana XG. ¿Qué dices?
A ver este video. A ver.
Tarde.
Dabu.
Aquí tú hablas español. ¿De dónde eres?
Zozo.
Háblame español.
Quedaron mix y play durante el pi, confirmen.
Si no hablas español, te vas. Así que hablas español o te vas. ¿Me estás entendiendo? Y no estoy jugando contigo.
Escobu.
Si no hablas español, en la próxima palabra te largas. ¿Me entendiste?
Como digáis, jefe.
Qué bueno. Hablemos español. Buenas tardes.
Dabu.
Ay, me dio mucha risa. Dabu.
Bajo terminado.
kills in the first 10 minutes, and that's kind of benefit
Como.
both of the teams. I also feel that Jinkyu will need to do a lot of work because he's pretty much the only stun. He's going to be setting things up. Sure, you have Warlock ulti, you have Dawnbreaker ulti, but he needs to be the one
Everything's
in the
follow
front line.
him.
Pretty much
Yeah.
everything is a follow-up.
All right. I like where you guys are putting this. It feels like there's going to be so much on the line about these lanes, exactly how this game is going to go out. But I want to get some words of confidence from one of our team's coaches, and that's Estinian Slacks.
Absolutely, words of confidence coming from this man.
Chewy, abre apuestas Miera.
In this tournament. Just as the first one. You feeling confident now?
Yes, it's impossible not to feel with this energy from the crowd, South Americans, Brazilians, CIS, everyone cheering for us. Thanks, guys.
Impossible.
Chuy, si tengo 70k en el fantasy, aún tengo esperanzas.
Ban the monkey or playing against Paravision, easy win. Do you agree with that?
This TI team is stars aligned. I thought Nigma would win, and then they lose. And then I have no option of hero. They ban full hero pool. Then I look, everything purple, and it's Void Spirit.
Y meteré todas mis llamas a que gana Extreme, decime. Ojalá no me decepcionen mis chinitos lindos.
You came dressed for it.
Chewy, ve a dormir y dejamos viendo hentai.
Dabu. Vamos a ver la partida de hentai.
Chuy, pendejito, ya se hace el dominio.
Phantom Lancer. What the hell is this? I would never ask that.
Nabu, Scobu, Scooby-Doo.
Have any idea what they're planning with that? Are you ready for it?
¿Estás listo para lo que jueguen ellos?
We tried 2 times ourselves.
En términos de nuestros tempos, si perdemos, bueno.
Maybe they make it work.
Quizás ellos lo hacen peor.
Quiero apostar mis Waka Coins.
Ojalá que funcione lo nuestro. Bueno, vamos a ver.
Does not think it's going to work. All right.
Ojalá que funcione.
I know I'm not supposed to ask a father about his children. Who's his
¿Quieren apostar Waka Coins? Les doy 5 minutitos.
Come on, you got to make one choice. Who's going to be your MVP on this game?
¿Quién será tu MVP en esta partida? Dice.
9 class.
9 class!
9 class, dice,
All
ok.
right. We'll see it. Will he be the 9 class that we've seen so many times before, or that position 7 centaur? We'll find out very shortly. Thank you so much, my friend. It was a pleasure to see you, and we'll get about his children. Who's his favorite child? But out of the team here, come on.
Waka, como te apuesto, 100 luquitas confirma.
To get you a first win.
9 class.
9 class!
No, puse 15 minutos. Pucha madre, no importa. Pondré que gana
Todo a papi ame y no a Ninka Chap.
¿Quién gana?
Se puso emocionante porque hay un Lancer, y espero saque el cetro lo más antes que esta.
Muy bien, señores. Ya, bueno, ¿me voy a jatear o no? ¿Qué hago? ¿Me voy a jatear o no me voy a jatear? Ya no quiero jatear, ¿qué hago? No quiero dormir. Bueno, gente, vamos a ver la partida. Dabu. Voy a tener que jugar con los orcos cuando empiece la partida de Warcraft 3. Primero empezamos con el tutorial, que es la campaña de Durotar.
Soso.
Con Tral, y después jugaremos la campaña de los humanos con Arthas. Arthas Menethil, el príncipe de no sé qué mundo, pero bueno. Pero ese será fin de mes. No One se enfrenta
Bajo.
a XM, que es ese Shadowfin.
Ahora Frostmour.
Ok, hago modo pantalla, ¿verdad? Debo cambiar esto, perdonen por esto. O torneo. Disculpen ahí. Perdonen que esté tapando ahí la apuesta. Perdonen. Los golems del Warlock atrapesan BKB. ¿Te refieres al stun? Sí. El stun sí traspasa inmunidad a la magia. Pero la inmolación de daño mágico, pues no creo, pues. O sea, hay una reducción de daño mágico, ¿no? Al momento de lanzarlo, claro, el stun sí aturde. El stun sí aturde, no te preocupes. O sea, el enigma está contrarrestado por el golem de Warlock, de todas maneras, señor. Lo que va a hacer Xnova es comprarse puro rango de casteo. Quizás hasta una daga, pero no lo veo tan común en Warlock. Pero sí una lente etérea va a ser necesario en Warlock. A ver, Phantom Lancer Hard Carry. Acá es donde yo podría ponerme a revisar en modo perspectiva de jugador. ¿Qué miércoles? ¿Cómo se juega? Un PL. Si hay algún First Blood voy a cambiar de cama, de sujeto ya, nada más, así sencillo. Por ahora vamos a ir con el Phantom Lancer. Quiero aprender un poco a carrear. ¿Qué va a sacarse? Power Threads, ok. En la parte de arriba, Ducali sin problemas. Le pone Open Woods XXS, el Sunstrike impacta. También hizo Assassin Shinkyu. A punto de caer la granada sangre, lo va a matar y ahí está. Bien jugado por Ducalis. Se lleva el First Blood del equipo de Parivision. XXS muy golpeado. Ya revive Nix. Se asoma a Ducalis. Sunstrike que está, bueno, en recarga. Y a nivel 2. Bueno, invoca otra habilidad. No one. Se acerca Shinkyu. Oye, tengo sueño, pero esta partida, gente, esta partida y esa. Y me quedo jato, bien jateado. Me pierdo la presentación y estamos finos. Y me dicen, ¿qué acá? Anunciaron un nuevo héroe. Uy, Sunstrike. Vaya, Sunstrike esta vez. Shinkyu que apoyaba a XXS. Mientras todo esto sucede, Shadowfin en la parte de medio, presionando la línea. Lo tiene siempre bajo torre, No One. No One que va unos 19 lagizos de negaciones, no le va tan mal. Por otra parte, el Phantom Lancer de Ame. Farmeando ando. Tiene mucha armadura lo bueno del PL. Puede intercambiar golpes sin problemas. Fatal Boss contra el, bueno, no impactó contra el Enigma. Se enfoca en farmear nomás. Y también lo hace muy bien DM. Shinkyu por su parte. ¿Quién tendrá el auto curativo? ¿Lo tiene Shinkyu o lo tiene Ame de abajo? Y acá arriba lo tiene Ducalis. Ducalis consiguió el auto curativo del minuto 3. ¡Hala! 104 daño extra. Va a desguardear Ducalis. Nix que se acerca para evitar que estaquee. Y Ducalis necesita, bueno, ahí le cortó el árbol, es obvio que no va a lograr. Hasta le corta, le bloquea el campamento. Uy, ay, ay. Viene ahora la presión contra XXS. Ducalis que cae su courier a manos de Shinkyu. De Nix Assassin, que está cerca. Los flamers de BB se fueron al aeropuerto, dice Valeritrat. Power 3 para Phantom Lancer. Nos trae otra vez. Y acá activaba Spike Carapace. Uy, ay, ay, le hizo muchísimo daño. Se salva las justas. Downbreaker. Caracho. Estás diciendo, ¿qué está apuntando la cámara? Ahí está la Nix. Digo, al Downbreaker que se va a la base. Ok. De otra parte, Shadowfin lanza 3 races. Impel muy bueno de Shinkyu. Y finalmente XM consigue ese kill contra Elder Titan. 9 class que empieza a rotar. Nivel 2 está nada más 9 class que ha hecho. Stacks. Lo único que se me ocurre, ¿no? Sí, pues, ha stackeado. Y No One va a comprar ya Yermo del Dominador. Si te quedas dormido, ¿quién hará las apuestas de los Wakako? Y dice Valeritra, pues nadie. Es obvio, nadie hará. No One se va a la jungla. Mientras que 9 class se queda en la parte de medio para conseguir algo de experiencia. Por otra parte vemos a Exnova, nivel 3, viendo cómo estaquea a Shinkyu. Nivel minuto 7 ya va a ser de partida. PL, ¿cómo le va? Vamos a poner valor neto. Uy, arriba y pelean. El problema es que viene en teleport, viene Xnova, va a poner Fatal Bones. Fatal Bones. No pone Fatal Bones Xnova. Viene XM. Pelea el santuario de experiencia. El equipo de Stream Gaming. Ducalis cae. Sigue peleando Satanic. Satanic que no tiene maná, pero tiene el autocurativo. Va a venir Pele. ¿Quién más vendrá? Shinkyu va a cargar ya el Impale. En problemas. Uy, Fez a tiempo. Consigue el santuario de experiencia acá. Se va a caer Shinkyu, bien jugado. Y también XM, bien hecho por parte del equipo de Parivision. Si bien no ganan el santuario de experiencia, pues les va muy bien en esta pelea. Ahora el Pele va a sacarse Diffusal Blade, va con tele por la parte de medio. No, bueno, no tiene maná. Le pega, se manda, sigue pegando y farmeando. Me evita que los Kriegs presionen la línea de medio, mientras que abajo DM empieza a presionar también. Es que se ausenta ese Phantom Lancer. Fortificación de Stream Gaming. También va a sacarse ya el modo del dominador DM. Bueno, torre, ya va a caer ya. Wow, muy rápido. Chao, torre. Listo. 9 class contra Shinkyu en la parte de medio. Warlock nivel 4. Acá vemos XM farmeando jungla. Con el ítem neutral. Uno de velocidad de ataque. Uno de regeneración de mana. Consigue Dowbreaker. Dowbreaker que ya va a llegar a nivel 6. Le falta poco. Life Stealer que no le dio mal en la línea. Ya está con casi 3000 de oro para comprar la sagrada reliquia. Va a comprarse su Radiance en esta partida. Y Pele se acerca más y más a la Diffusal Blade. Invoker ya tiene dominador, va a sacarse tambores. El Titan a un nivel 4. Por ahora todo está yendo según el libreto, ¿no? Se arman, consiguen los ítems, pelean, consiguen objetivos, rushan Tormentor, presionan y así van ganando ventaja en la partida. Abajo Warlock a punto de caer. El DM, lo consigue DM, bien hecho por DM. Y manda solamente su rana con sus enigmitas y listo. Ni siquiera tiene que usar Black Hole, no es necesario. En la parte de medio, problemas Nix Assassin. Va a caer Shinkyu. Es demasiado daño. Para combatir el látigo sepa el enigma. El látigo es daño extra hacia los héroes. Runa de Haze que activa No One. Fatal Bones castigando a DM. Booker, la parte de medio, en problemas. Shadowfin en la curación, se cura XM. En problemas, ahora que nadie se salva. El equipo de Sunstrike le dará. Falla, No One. XM por su parte se salva, no le impacta el Sunstrike. Stream Gaming que ahorita mismo yo siento que está siendo muy presionado y acorralado en las líneas. XM que va a sacarse Yasha y Kaya. Phantom Lancer que ya está cerca de la Diffusal Blade. Ya vimos que tenía Dowbreaker su ultimate. Ya se unió a la pelea. Warlock ya va a llegar al ultimate también. Life Stealer ya debería comprarse la sagrada reliquia. Todavía no lo hace. Para que impulse más su farmeo. Vemos a DM farmeando abajo. Diffusal Blade para Phantom Lancer. Ya puede pelear con este ítem, pero no contra tantos enemigos. 9 class tiene ultimate, así que puede escaparse con el paso astral. El Titan nivel 6 también. Kali se va a acercar contra Ame. No se mueve y listo. Esquiva ahí el pisotón del Titan. Saben que esta partida es prácticamente automáticamente derrota de Parivision si se va a juego largo, ¿no? Phantom Lancer es un héroe de los más rotos de juego cuando llega a juego largo. Buenas noches, MSS. O sea, Stream lo único que tiene que hacer es aguantar. Parivision tiene que presionar rápido. Lifestealer necesita su Radiance, quizás una... ¿qué más podría sacar? Después de Radiance, ¿qué sacaría el Lifestealer? Mordillan y ya pelear. 2 ítems y ya. Pero si va a buscar 3, 4 ítems, no sé qué tan bien le saldrá. Nix Assassin tiene Scuddle, creo. Scuddle. Sí. Se lleva a Lifestealer. No, los lotos. Ya pe, Chinkyu. Los lotos, pe papá. Estás hueveando. Satania va a comprarse su Radiance. Después de eso Mordillan y Sanganyasha. No, mata hasta el después de este Mordillan. Si sus copias te dejan vacío de maná de un segundo. Dice qué cosa, qué pasó. Ah, sí, exactamente, Valerie Traga. Sí, con la Diffusal Blade, Phantom Lancer te deja sin maná. Es cierto, las copias con el original te sacan la mela en el maná. Te dejan seco. Ahora va a ir por mata hasta el Ame. DM va a ir por Pipa. Tiene mucho aguante por el momento. Te juntan los bichos de Enigma con los de No One. Y son un montón de bichitos de Enigma. ¿Esta partida 9 clases de verdad funcionará con Voice Spirit? Esa es mi gran pregunta. ¿Va a comprarse EUL y set y fragmento de Gani? No va a comprarse esta vez su Dominator que tanto le gusta. Minuto 14 va a pelear a Runa. Arruga porque utiliza el scan y revela al equipo de Stream Gaming. No desea 9 class. Humo de engaño de Parivision que se acaba. Bueno, en la parte de arriba ya presiona la torre y va a caer la torre a manos de Satanic. Satanic que tiene Radiance, puede presionar. Stream Gaming que creo que va a esperar que ya me consiga al menos 2 ítems más para pelear. Con Diffusal no es suficiente, va a comprar tu Manta Style y luego debería sacarse Tarrasque o Basher, no creo. Butterfly sería una buena idea, pero no tendría tanto aguante lo malo el PL. Skadi, ¿no? Sería lo mejor. Ojo de Skadi. Si después de la Manta Style sería bueno un ojo de Skadi. Todos mis checkers con stream dice el MSS. El PL debe sacar Cetro luego. Y luego MKB. Sacar Cetro. Cetro de Gunning es bastante fuerte. Para mi gusto es más o menos. ¿Qué más dice por acá? Ok. Ya está. Ya leí lo que quería leer. Listo. 7 el marcador, gente. Todos a 7. Sí, yo siento que... Uy, Shinkyu corre por su vida. ¡Ah! No le cayó el remanente etéreo. Se salva. Se salva. Shinkyu con la vendetta. Adiós, señores. Cuídense bien. Por Blind Dagger, Shinkyu. Ya tenemos Yashi, Kaya en Shadowfin. Y como digo, esta partida es así. Va a durar mucho tiempo. ¿Qué fue? ¿Por qué la cámara de Shadowfin no se ve? Hasta acá. Ah, no sé. Había minimizado. ¿Qué fue? Sí, señor. Vuelve a la línea XM. Dos a 7 el marcador, 5000 de valor neto para Parivision. Tanta ventaja sacado gracias a los dominadores, ¿será? Y va a sacarse el cetro de Gunning, no One, que tiene la faceta de agente de Galaron. Que va a aprovecharlo con el Black Hole de Enigma. También tiene su Dominator de Enigma. Punta arriba el equipo de Parivision. Mientras que Stream Gaming retrocede de la parte superior. Según usa... Uy, activa humo de engaño Parivision. Esta es su visión. Ven en el medio que aparece PL. Abajo está Dawnbreaker, que no tiene tanto maná. Y ellos siguen con la presión. Bueno, con el humo de engaño. Va Warlock. Problemas. Exnova. Probablemente caiga. Así es. Cae Exnova. Sigue acá la iniciación contra Nix. Pero se pone vendetta y se esconde. Ya tiene fragmento de Ganin este... Ah, no tiene fragmento de Ganin. Tiene la faceta que crea 3 remanentes etéreos. Cuando activa Assimilate. No, Dissimilate, perdón. Dissimilate. La Stealer va a Roshan junto al equipo de Parivision, mientras que Stream Gaming creo que se huele que están en Roshan, por eso me presiona la parte de medio. Viene un Warlock que tiene 2 smokes. No va. Probablemente lo active. Roshan recién está a la mitad. Pueden llegar a... Pero... Sí, se manda Nix. O sea, ahí está. Ya se fue dañado por el Radiant. Sabe que está dentro. Así es. Sabe. Spike Carapaz. El problema es Shinkyu lo intentó, pero no lo dejan. Bien jugado por Parivision. Ahora viene el Pele que solo manda una copia. Y tenemos la Stealer que consigue la égida. Y va a usar Infest en un Lobo Alpha. No. Se cura nada más. Listo. A ver. Se cura. Y ya está. Se cura todo la Stealer. Valor neto va primero, Satanic. Cetro de Ganin para Dawnbreaker. Ahora tiene... Y no aplica evasión, ¿no? Como antes. Lo que hace es que el efecto del ultimate se pega a Dawnbreaker 3 segundos. Incrementa la curación por pulso. Y la canalización se reduce en el aire. Avanza por abajo Parivision. Stealer presiona con todo abajo. Satanic ya va a sacarse su sangre en Yasha. No va a ir por Manta Style esta vez. Phantom Lancer le tiene Manta Style. Y Lindagger en Shadowfin, que va a ir ahora por Black Bar. Le guardea 9 class. Está viendo XM. XXS ya vio una sombra ahí. Problemas. Todo el rato la amarra. Buena cadena de stuns de 9 class. Escapará XXS. No, el tornado llega. Y va a caer. Bien jugada por parte del equipo de Parivision. Aprovecha la ventaja. Y lo que digo se hace real. Stream Gaming juega las partidas para late. Sin embargo, Parivision juega las partidas para que acabe rápido esto de acá. Máximo 40 minutos ellos tienen de tiempo. No creo que demoren tanto. Booker tiene cetro de Ganin. Enigma ya tiene pipa. Va a sacarse ahora DKB y Blind Dagger, supongo. Pero mientras esto pasa... Uy, cataclismo. Revela la ubicación del equipo de Stream Gaming. Bien hecho por Parivision. Bien hecho por No One, que está presionando abajo. Qué fastidioso. La torre de abajo va a caer poco a poco. No hay nadie defendiendo abajo. Ok. Tormentor que ya aparece. Como de engaño del equipo de Stream Gaming. Se huelen que van a ir a Tormentor Parivision, que recontra obvio es. Y Stream Gaming está separado, ¿no? Por atrás va Boy Spirit de 9 class. Que como que... Uy, ya Ame se encuentra con Ducalis. Ame. Vamos a ver si se escapa. El ultimate de Shadowfin. Se manda Ame. El Real está siendo atrapado. Va a caer Ame. Viene la curación de Dawnbreaker. Se cura Ame. Se salva Ame. No, el Black Hole. Satanic se lo lleva. Black Hole que cae. Se desactivó el Black Hole. Cae Enigma. Y también cae la Stealer, pero tiene égida. Revive la Stealer. Son 2 de Stream Gaming que siguen vivos. Se va a escapar Nyx. Se va a escapar Warlock. Gran pelea para Parivision. Gema que consigue Snova y cae Ducalis por el Tormentor. Y el fragmento de Ganin es para él. Ahora el Echo Stone carga más rápido y puede utilizar el espíritu para aparecer allí cuando se active el Echo Stone. Sangan Yasha para la Stealer. Pele que, como menciono, no aguanta mucho y va a sacarse el cetro de Ganin. El cetro lo que hace es incrementar la máxima distancia para perseguir. Creo que no lo pone en recarga después de eso. Incrementa el rango. Cada vez que Phantom Lancer recibe el rush hacia los enemigos, crea una ilusión cada vez que avanza cierta cantidad de espacio. Cada 600 unidades. Bueno, eso es lo que va a sacar el PL de Ame. Medio chubby. Cambiar la cámara mejor. Sí, se ve medio feo, ¿no? Tienes razón. Vamos a poner acá. Se ve muy feito. Sí intentó. A ver, Satani mientras tanto presiona la parte de Todd. Vision está con el tiempo en contra. Pero consigue ventaja cada vez más. Así que ese minuto 40 que llegue, probablemente lleguen con 30.000 de valor neto a su favor. Shinkyu por su parte no ha podido brillar en esta partida. Va a 0-4-3. Vision lo ha estado anticipando todo el tiempo. Enigma que también va a sacar su hora BKB. Shinkyu que revisa por ahí, no encuentra nada. Lifestealer que no tiene égida, pero pucha, tiene ahí comodidad, tiene gema. No puede gankearlo el Nyx Assassin. Y el santuario de abajo no hay nada. Shinkyu pues está haciendo scouting, pero no encuentra nada. 9 class por su parte, haciendo buena chamba con su Boy Spirit que ya tiene fragmento de Gunning. Va a presionar la parte de arriba para Vision, parece, sí, va a entrar. La torre siendo destruida muy rápido. Martillo. Y no hay defensa de String Gaming, lamentablemente. Viene Shinkyu, linkea. Impale, limpia un poco. Vision retrocede. No one con 9 class. Apuntan abajo. Al verdadero Pele, pues no era ese. Era otro que está peleando con 9 class. Se queda sin maná. Ame que está haciendo el baiteo con la copia. Ala of papus. Bien hecho por Ame. Un poco tonteando a Vision. Aparecía Satani después de un rato. Ahora va a sacar cetro de Gunning Boy Spirit para tener 2 cargas de Resonant Pulse. Ah. Satanic tiene gema. Ya lo he visto al Nyx Assassin de Shinkyu. Ya lo vio ya. Eso es lo bueno de Satanic, que le hayan dado la gema para que tenga ese cuidado con el Radiance. De no aturdirse con Spy Carapace. Se va el equipo de String Gaming. Nyx que ya tiene Blink. Shadowfin que va a sacarse BKB ahora después de la Blind Dagger. Le falta poco. Nuwan va a sacarse BKB también, tiene Travel. Cetro de Gunning en Phantom Lancer. 5.000 de valor neto diferencia le lleva Satanic al PL. Minuto 25, gente. ¿Será visión contra Falcons? Probablemente, señor. PL va a caer. No, PL va a caer, digo, PL está farmeando jungla. Cataclismo otra vez para dar visión al equipo de Vision. ¡Ah! 3-13, coraza de asalto en Satanic. Su madre está muy armado ese Lifestealer. Quedan 15 minutos para acabar la partida de parte de Vision. Como estoy quedando jato, tengo que aguantar. El Pele que saque su Basher es lo más cercano a su BKB. Va a sacarse... No, va a ir por Orchid. Va a ir por Orchid, dame. ...26 minutos de partida. Visión abajo y nada más. El problema de este juego es que String Gaming no propone, pero se entiende porque están dependiendo que el PL se arme un poco más y con ello propongan peleas, ¿no? Mientras tanto, DM ya se va acercando a la Black King Bar. Invoker va a sacarse Refresher, después la BKB, supongo. Lifestealer va a ir por cetro de Gunning. Elder Titan tiene Ghost Sector, otra vez Cataclismo. Se devuelve con Spy Carapace Shinkyu. Roshan, número 2, que ya revivió. Y String Gaming, ¿se volverá que están en Roshan? Ya, ahora sí pues. Roshan acaba de rugir, ha avisado, ha anunciado que están allí. Modo de engaño de stream. PL que está presionando la parte de arriba. Creo que ya Paravision se lo va a oler apenas vea el PL. Lawbreaker tiene su cetro de Gunning hace un rato. El Shadow Race. Se revela el humo. Se mandaba a Nyx sin problemas Nyx. Va a caer Shinkyu. Dormido el live. El Shadowfin tiene BKB. Pero va a caer. Ultimate viene ahí Lawbreaker. Le cancela el último Enigma y va a caer de M. Lo intentó y cae. Roshan todavía sigue vivo y va a caer y se lo lleva Satanic. Satanic está en problemas. Viene PL. Satanic se va a enfrentar acá a Ame. Satanic tiene el Alacrity. BKB de parte de XXS. Corre. XXS se esconde. Teleport. BKB todavía activado y chao. Y ahora Satanic se queda sin mana contra las copias de PL. Aguanta mucho este Lifestealer. Tiene égida ya. No le salió tan mal el Paravision. Hubiera sido peor que pierdan esa égida y el Roshan. Solo cae Nyx de string. Y pues Lawbreaker, bueno, hizo la chamba. Le canceló el teleport. Bueno, el teleport no, el último da Enigma. Sí, por eso no va a ser... Ami no tiene que ir al Stealer. Tiene que ir a otro. ¿Se va a morir Satanic? Lo ralentiza. Todavía no. Sabe Ame que todavía no puede. 9 class llegó. Todavía le faltan más ítems para poder eliminarlo. Espérate, si le quita todo el mana y le pone Blockthorn, ahí sí no aguanta nada. Le saca la mure. Imagínate, le pone el Blockthorn. Ah, no misea nunca. Los golpes y los colmos son golpes con daño mágico extra. Ah, la mela. Va a comprar en la tienda secreta Ame. Orchid listo. No va a sacar Monkey Kimbar. Va a sacar Blockthorn. Y después de eso podría sacar a Skadi. O Basher, una de las dos. Satani por su parte va a ir por BKB, ¿sabe? Aunque igual, ya lo hemos dicho, si se queda sin maná no puede hacer nada. El maná va a ser su enemigo en esta partida de Lifestealer. XM en problemas, BKB viene ahora. BKB también de parte de No One. Tiene gema, No One sabe que Shinkyu está pegado. Shinkyu que pues sigue con la vendetta. Y se retira Steamwalker en la parte de arriba. Ducalis aturdiendo las copias de PL. Con Diffusal mejorada se podría... Más rápido quita el manano. Warlock en problemas. O sí, déjame revisar. Ah, la Ducalis con 9 class. Acaban con este Warlock. Le guardé de inmediato Ducalis. A ver, déjame revisar. Diffusal Blade. 40 mana por golpe. Y... aquí el Disperser. Es igual, 40 mana por golpe, lo mismo. No quita más mana. Ya la misma cosa. Solamente la estadística del Eagleson que le da más agilidad, ¿no? Sería lo valioso. A ver, Lifestealer se manda contra la tier 3. Humo de engaño de parte de Paravision. Lawbreaker que no se puede mostrar. Solamente va a entrar con un ultimate para frenar al Enigma. Pele que manda las copias para destruir la banderola de Roshan. Carapas, aturdió el Lifestealer. 9 class molestando acá al Shadowfin. Shadow Race, segundo Shadow Race. Satani se lleva las barracas, hace el trabajo el equipo de Paravision. Silenciado, 9 class va a caer, tiene Eul. No, Lifestealer le pone Infest encima, está el Eul en recarga. Por eso no se salvó. Solo. Tuvo que activar el ultimate Satanic. Que va a comprar ahora. Bueno, ya compró la BKB, lo tiene en la mochila. Acaba la égida y lo va a poner allí. DM va a sacar ahora BKB. Presiona la parte de medio el equipo de Paravision. Se acerca. Bueno, tanto cerca del Blockthorn. Blindagre en Enigma. Presiona la parte de medio Paravision con todo. Ame silenciando a Lifestealer, que ya se le va a acabar la égida. Le quedan solamente 30 segundos. Yo no sé qué tan bueno sea que Satanic se mantenga aquí. Mira el PL, se manda con todo. Ya cayó. Satanic con el Alacrity destruye muy rápido las barracas. Bueno, la torre tiene 3. Las barracas también. Ahora sí desiste Parivision de presionar la parte de medio. Centro de Gunning en 9 class. Ahora tiene Resonant Pulse 2 cargas y puede silenciar 2 segundos. Cada impacto del Resonant Pulse a los enemigos silencia 2 segundos. Shadowfiend con Centro de Gunning, Cataclismo otra vez, revela la ubicación del equipo de Stream Gaming. Y Tormento número 2 que va a ser para Parivision. Así es. No one consigue el fragmento de Gunning. Ahora cuando Sunstrike ocasiona daño a un héroe enemigo, invoca un hombre flama. Deme. Ya tiene la daga. Supongo que va a sacarse Refresher o Octarine Core. $4.15 el encuentro, 22.000 de valor neto para Parivision. A la miércoles, tanta ventaja de valor neto, demasiada diferencia. Es por el Life Stealer de Satanic, ha farmeado demasiado. ¿Pero qué ha farmeado héroes? Torres. Mucha plata ha hecho en esta partida Satanic. Ame ya completó Bloodsport y ahora va a ir por fragmento de Gunning para que su ultimate se active y le crea una. Y se vuelve invisible y crea una copia. Shivas Garen Invoker. Lo bueno del PL es que cualquier daño adicional se vuelve daño base y eso ayuda a las ilusiones. Así es, señor, así es. Ese es su innato del PL. Aquí dicen por acá. Ahí está el Bedoya, el chico Dota. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? Está nadie por ahí también. La runa escudo agarrará a la Stealer, supongo, para presionar medio. Sí. Lotus para el Titan. Modo de engaño en el equipo de Stream Gaming, consiguen el santuario de experiencia. Modo de engaño también para Parivision, que está abajo. Shinkyu en problemas, viene Satanic, pero ahí está el Scudder que le permite escaparse a tiempo con Vendetta. Se encuentra No One. Dispararás y viene el combo. ¿Pero qué pasó? ¿Por qué el Fear no se activó? ¿No impactó el Fear a tiempo? Bueno, sigue la pelea de Cataclismo. Pele se escapa, viendo Breaker, se enfrenta a Satanic. BKB de quién? De M, creo. A veces escapa con el Invi de su Justapox. Le compró el fragmento de Gunning a tiempo. Y pues... sí, no activó BKB de M. Guarda todavía ese Black Hole. Golem no ha sido utilizado. Warlock lo ha guardado celosamente. Y tiene Janos Midas completado Warlock para llegar a juego largo. ¿Que llegará a juego largo esto? Ya estamos llegando al minuto 40. Está aguantando el equipo de Stream Gaming. Aguanta Stream Shinkyu que quería impalar acá a Satanic. En problema Shinkyu. Muy golpeado por el Chaos Meteor. Spike Carapace. Problema Ducalis. Defiende acá la torre tier 3 abajo, pero iba a caer. Satanic se manda, no hay Basher. Listo, cae la torre tier 3 abajo. A punto de ganarlo Parivision. Presiona a Parivision arriba. Ame que está encerrado en la base también. No one. ¿Qué va a sacarse No one ahora? Orbe de refresher. Tercer Roshan, que va a llevarse el equipo de Parivision sin problemas. Mayoli ya compró Satanic, ha vendido la Mordillan. Ocurre de que XXS se cae a manos de 9 class. Y Roshan siendo eliminado muy rápido. Pero Satanic también no aguanta mucho. Bien, el equipo de Stream Gaming se acerca poco a poco. Roshan finalmente no agarra nada. Nix, ¿por qué no agarra nada? Bueno, este es el Sentry de Parivision también. Muy arriesgado hubiera sido. No se arriesgó Shinkyu. No tiene BKB también para meterse. Le niega la runa arcana Ame. Y es más ventaja para Parivision para acabar la partida. Eondis comprado por No One. Tiene queso también allí. En esa actualización, ese martillo que tiene Life ya no afecta las ilusiones, dice. Creo que no. Shinkyu en problemas. Va a caer Shinkyu. Unstoppable para Satanic. Problemas también Ame. BKB de DM, pero viene Dawnbreaker, le cancela el enigma. Bien hecho por parte de esta Dawnbreaker. Escapa también Ame. XM es el próximo. Cae también. Double kill de Satanic. Va a caer 9 class a manos de Shinkyu. No van persiguiendo acá a Invoker. Cae también dieback de este Nyx Assassin. Pueden comprarse todavía el equipo de Parivision, pero no quiere comprarse. Avanza Satanic. Basher para Phantom Lancer. Va por las barracas de abajo Satanic. De una vez por todas. Ame. Problemas Ame. Problemas Ame. Manta Style. Doppelganger. Estás invisible. Sunstrike. Impacta Ame. Y ya va a haber Mega Clip para Parivision. Excelente. Ah, no, falta todavía, perdón. En la parte de medio. Mira cómo pega ese Life Stealer. Es horrible. Se manda Ame contra Invoker. Viene Dawnbreaker. Impacta. Mega Chris, ahora sí. El Pele que no hace nada esta partida, lamentablemente. Life Stealer que ha hecho su chamba. Y está contrarrestado. O sea, el Elder Titan se pega al Phantom Lancer y ya está. No tiene nada de armadura. Se vuelve cero su armadura. GG. Daga de fuerza ya para el Life Stealer. O sea, lo veo complicado un comeback. Parivision ha jugado muy limpia y ordenadamente. Satanic se manda. Tiene eje a 2 minutos todos todavía. Ya vieron a X-Nova, lo inicia en X-Nova. Tiene buyback. Cayó al toque. Satanic se lo lleva. Class reclama esa gema que estaba en el piso. Se manda con todo. Life Stealer aturdido, pero de inmediato Rage. Mal ultimate de XM. Falla la iniciación contra este Life Stealer. Que pues sigue vivo. Y ya va a caer también la Torre Tier 4 en la parte de medio. Listo. No importa Satanic. Q en problemas. Ame se manda contra Invoker. Va a caer Ame. Es mucho daño. Cayó Ame. Ya está. Se acabó la partida. No hay nada que hacer. Satanic ha hecho la chamba bien. Lats juega muy bueno y con cataclismo de golem. Satanic se manda. Va por el doble kill. Satanic pues se reconcentra. Vuelve a la pelea con el ancestro que ya va a caer. Bien jugado por parte del equipo de Parivision.
this time, trying to play this farm game for the Phantom Lancer, but he never could get online. He never could even come close to that net worth of Satanic, who he just accelerated so massively. And you have to look at this top lane, right? You have to look at 10x success in GQ.
Just because of how much we've come to expect, how much we've seen from that top lane of XG in so many of the series of this TI. They weren't able to perform here with these heroes. Maybe sort of the Nyx Assassin, something a little too risky. We just don't see it a lot, and maybe for good reason. A tough game one here for XG as P-Vision dominating and get the victory.
Expectations are high, but the pressure is even higher, and we had P-Vision stepping up to the plate here. It felt like just a significant outdraft. The way that they were able to play everything and ensure that there was never a team fight that was enabled from Extreme Gaming. In fact, there wasn't really any team fight at all at cost.
Yeah, pretty much never happened. I think this top lane that they
Buenos
played,
días, Chuy.
Dawnbreaker getting completely shut down, pretty much set the tempo of the game. We said that Nyx Assassin is going to need to be the playmaker for the team, needs to be needs to be scouting things out, trying to set things up for the Dawnbreaker, who was really playing from behind throughout the whole game. Not an easy game for him by any means. And also mid lane, like, I think no one did a very good job, and then you had the Enigma in the bottom lane who was kind of farming, and I really love the timings coming out from P-Vision in this game, understanding their own timings, going for this double dominator, drums from the Invoker, plus you have Forge Spirits, and you also have Pipe and Enigma. Very difficult fights to take for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the replays here of just how unstoppable P-Vision were. We got to give credit where credit is due. Satanic just having a fantastic one, and this Void Spirit on a position 4, was it going to work out? Well, yeah, we got our answer.
Yeah, this
La
was
próxima
very
saquen
good.
un
I'm
silencer.
definitely a believer in the build. I think I've seen him do this in pro level pubs in the past few months. It's not something that's completely new for him. It's just that I think they didn't feel like they had it completely figured out, and for this tournament, obviously it's the international. This is where he had to figure out how to play this hero, and I think 9+ did an excellent job. He went for the facet where you get the extra remnants when you press W. That's not a very common thing that you see for Void Spirits. It's almost always the other facet where you get the pure damage shield, but what he was doing in the game was the normal stuff. He was running around, getting watchers, being annoying, setting things up with wards, de-warding vision. So they've definitely found something here. I'm not sure how much you can blame on the draft here, because I feel like this was just a battle of styles, and P-Vision, their style just seems to be better when both of these teams are, because I actually think Extreme played quite well. Maybe
I mean, you don't want to blame the draft for everything, but at the same time, it was really difficult for the Nyx and Dawn to play their lane against the Lifestealer, right? If you go back there, in the last phase, they opted to remove the Faceless Void and Anti-Mage, but at the same time, you also have to be thinking, you have Dawn and you have Nyx. You know, those heroes have a common enemy, which is Lifestealer. They don't do anything to Lifestealer. And what happened in the game was the Lifestealer kind of balled out of control, and he went to the enemy side Ancients to farm. You know, that's how strong he got in the early game, and that was a huge problem for Extreme.
It is very difficult to, you know, theory craft what you're supposed to do in that lane, because, you know, the obvious choice is you're playing Dawn Nyx. Just cut the wave. Just do lane shenanigans, and sure, the carry's going to free farm, but you're going to 50-50 the lane. At least the Dawn's going to get something. This is Satanic we're talking about.
Y vida por las gordas.
Want to give this carry player, out of all the carry players,
Qué rico mi chibolo.
I don't think so. This is the worst guy to do.
Le meteré terror cuando lo vea.
It was a really tough one for XSS and Xinkyu as well. We weren't really sure where it was going to go. It went a little bit worse than we were expecting, but someone that can help us break it down is, of course, Purge.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to look at that laning stage because the net worth difference at the 10-minute mark was so completely different that we need to really look at how different this is. Lifestealer's innate. He's getting 2% heal based on the max HP. So every single time that he attacks the Dawnbreaker, he's giving himself 20 health, which is a nice advantage. And something crucial that happens here in a lot of cases is a little bit earlier. When Dawn does use a skill to get a last hit like he does here, what she does is AoE damage, and that means that your creeps are going to end up pushing towards the enemy base. And on the other side, the P-Vision side, they didn't have AoEs on their side. So what ends up happening is Satanic gets to control this large ball of creeps over here, and as a result, they also get to benefit from using the Elder Titan Astral Spirit. So even when they're trying to get last hits, Ducalis can be up here in front of XXS's faces just denying things. And then that ball just kind of sits there consistently. Even the time that they do try to kill Ducalis and they used all their spells on him, there just isn't enough oomph. And using open wounds here is going to result in both of them healing every time they hit that target. So they just don't get nearly as much response hits as possible. Again, a huge ball up of creeps here that ends up happening. They're just going to use open wounds and run down XXS. They almost kill him here. He ends up running all the way back to Fountain, which is tough. And he comes back to lane, and watch how little effort they have to put into this harass. Satanic walks forward, open wounds, and he goes back to last hitting. And now Ducalis, when he hits him, is healing for 32 HP. That means any damage that Jin-Q does to him while he's doing this doesn't matter. He took 0 damage doing that harass and sends Dawn back to base for a second time before the 6-minute mark. So XXS finally has had enough. He starts jungling, and this unfortunately ends up the big wisdom fight. He's level 3 here. Satanic is level 5 with a huge amount of last hits and denies. He's gotten 44 last hits, 24 denies at this point in the game. So he's got extra HP. He's got as many items as he can possibly want, and he's life-stealing from every single attack. So obviously a great outplay here when he ends up going to the neutral camp. This was fantastic, but just a showing of how weak the laning stage was for them. Got Dawnbreaker stupidly behind. Take a look at this net worth difference here. He's sitting at 1,800 gold, very similar to the supports. And then up at the top, we've got Lifesteal at 3,900. So they lose a hero's advantage, and Satanic gets super far ahead, which completely changes the game.
Thank you, Purge. We knew it was a tough one for them, but seeing it broken down that way, all of the details as to how it happened and the end result there, at the very first Wisdom Shrine, that's where we see their offlaner, and that's a tough one because they're the ones that are trying to buy time, right? These 4 other heroes are trying to buy time for this Phantom Lancer to get online, to be able to actually participate in the game and feel like a hero.
Yeah, P-Vision has such a great understanding of what needs to be done in the game. In this one, they figured out who needs to be shut down. It's this Nyx Assassin, it's this Dawnbreaker. These are kind of the playmakers because Shadow Fiend, he needs a setup PL, he needs a little bit more time, he needs other lanes to go well. And I think at one point somebody said, just play for the late game. You saw Warlock trying to go for Hand of Midas, try to go for Refresher, play for that high ground, but it never really came down to that. You could still feel that in most of these fights, they were lacking something. They were definitely lacking the damage. And carry-to-carry matchup, I think it's also not that easy, especially if you leave Lifestealer, who's playing so far ahead of him, having that extra bit of an item, maybe even item and a half. Even though Ame was getting good amount of farm, he still can't punch back because of what he's playing into. He's playing into this like Void Spirit, who caught him multiple times as well. But you're playing into Black Hole. It's really not an easy matchup for him by any means. Maybe not until he gets 5th, 6th item, but it never came down to that.
Yeah, I think something else that really didn't help them here is we talked about that snowball, but what kept the snowball going is, of course, the vision that came out, right? To not give Extreme Gaming any part of the map, to make them feel like at any point they were susceptible to a gank, to 2 or 3 people rotating on top of them.
Yeah, to me, the MVP of this game was 9 class because, of course, the advantage was created using that laning stage in Satanic, but 9 class, he kept the advantage going. You can see that he's putting down these deep wards and setting up kills in position for Void Spirit, and a very smart strategic move. If you're playing to anyone else, you are going to get Dawnbreaker ulted on, so you have to play to kill the Dawnbreaker. So there's this level of understanding that comes from knowing what the enemy team is going to do. And X-Nova, what he's doing is also very smart. He has to get the gem to counter the gem that Satanic had, and had the courier with him so that could pick it up. But 9 class, realizing that X-Nova is making this intelligent support play to come back into the game, he sees him on a ward. And X-Nova is so good at the game. Like, these are both such high caliber teams. X-Nova doesn't even try to deward the ward that he sees with the gem. He realizes, uh-oh, they're coming. Like, he respects P-Vision enough that he knows they're going to immediately respond, which they did, but it was still too slow. He could not get out quick enough, and he ends up losing the gem. And to me, that's when the game instantly ended. You are not going to win the Vision game against P-Vision without a gem when they have a gem. And if you don't win the Vision game against this team, you are not beating them. That is how they dominate. That's how they've dominated all years, this map control.
Yeah, it also feels bad to see your position 5 essentially have to just continuously sweep the map to make way for your cores, but of course that is the role of a support there, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really tough game, you know. I felt like he did as much as he could on the position 5, but at the end of the day, you're just a Warlock, right? We saw him still having his Black Grima at, what, 20 plus minutes.
Yeah.
He didn't get to use it, or he just didn't find any fights that he needed to use it, you know. So I felt like he did everything he could. It just came down to the fact that they were not really set up for success with the heroes that they have here.
Yeah, and in this fight, I wanted to highlight the way that they are team fighting on side of P-Vision. You can see the pipe pretty much hitting every single hero. So for the next 8 seconds, they're going to be more than fine. Even though Dawnbreaker comes in onto Ame, he still caught him off with that Remnant. I think he did a very good job throughout the whole game, figuring out which PL is going to be real, and at the end, they're just going to be able to clean up. Shadowfin, again, he can't really go in because he needs a setup. He needs somebody to stun them to be able to land his raises, somebody to soak up the damage for him, but the overwhelming damage with these two Helm of the Dominators, with the pipe, with the drums, they have all the attack speed, and after that, they're going to be taking the Tormentor. I really like how P-Vision's moving across the map, because you always have 9 class on one side of the map being very annoying, collecting these Lotuses, and the rest of the team, they're getting the farm, they're getting all the objectives, going for Roshans as well. A couple of times they try to go for Roshan. Jinkyu, you know, he was relatively sneaky, try to sneak in, maybe steal the Aegis, get the last hit on Roche. It never really happened, and I think the big issue in this one was this Phantom Lancer. I think Castini talked about it, that, you know, they've been losing a lot with this hero, so at least we know that P-Vision's also not going to be picking Phantom Lancer at all.
Yeah, I want to take a very quick moment because we got something special. We got to have a little bit of a listen into P-Vision, and that comes during that game.
Try to stay alive on just.
I'll be fine, all good.
Yeah.
8 seconds and strike, 5 seconds.
You have stun.
Go drop Alan. Sunstrike 1 second, I maybe kill him.
Yeah. Nice play.
Amazing,
amazing.
right now,
I like it that it was really clean comms, and I just like how they were able to turn that. That 7 minutes really was the start of everything that went right for P-Vision. This Extreme Gaming lineup, I'm not really sure how you're going to reset to this one, Winter. You're going to have to, but how exactly do you take an approach for a game?
Oh, simple. Rule number 1, don't pick PL, you know. I think they kind of needed a more flexible carry hero. I think the PL maybe could have worked if everything didn't start so bad. But at the same time, your picks need to be determined by some uncertain factors, right? You need to have a backup plan. What if the lanes don't go well, you know? So then you need to have those type of heroes to, you know, come and join the fights. And also the fact that I think the Shadowfin with PL duo didn't really feel like it was going to be working very well in the game, even if the laning phase maybe went a little bit better, because they both need a lot of farm to
one of them
to function, you know.
The active Enigma Galaxy.
And you have an off-lane Dawn, you know. The Dawn is going to be taking so much as well.
I was going to say a lot of that comes from the off-lane problem. You have a Nyx Assassin, which is supposed to set everything up in the game because your mid is not a puck, it's an SF. So if the Nyx is completely behind because of the laning stage, then who's setting things up? You just wait and go to late game. I don't think that's going to work against a team as high caliber as P-Vision. Not at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, they needed something like maybe like some Ursa or some Sven or anything along the lines where it's not as greedy as PL. You know, even the AM might actually be better because AM feel like he can actually do something. You know, but PL just he's just like waiting for his item timing. He needs 4 items.
Yeah.
And before the 4 items, you're not going to see him show up anywhere, you know. Even at the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine there, some of the carriers will be keen to joining that fight, you know, because you know your offlaner is getting shut down so hard. So if you don't help him, there won't be a game, right? But he couldn't help because he was PL.
Yeah, you're like, if I join right now, then I'm kind of just going to keep adding to the problem there. But we've talked about this Void Spirit a lot, and we've talked about 9 class a lot as our players are returning to the stage, returning to the booths, and getting ready for game number 2. In that game 1 draft, there were a lot of bans targeted towards the wave position 4, and whilst we know Nyx is something that you don't want to leave in the pool if you're picking up Dawnbreaker, I do wonder what is left there. What do you take out? What do you pick up for yourself? Where is the wave support's going to go for these two teams in the future of this series?
They targeted him heavily. 4 out of 5 bans were towards 9 class, and he still found a new hero, and he played it really well. And this time around, he was buying, let's call them normal items. He was going for the Yule Scepter, he got that Shard, he got that Aghanim Scepter, but he was still doing his own type of a gameplay, being super annoying, being hard to catch, providing vision for his team as well. And I think this also comes down to the matchup, because the last time these two teams met, they only managed to get 3 kills on side of Extreme Gaming. In this game, they got only 6 kills, so I want to see Extreme Gaming play a slightly different type of a Dota. I want them to play aggressive, even though when we talk about like these more aggressive teams, Extreme Gaming is definitely not up there. But if we go back to Road to TI playoffs, they had some really strong performances in the laning stage, and I do think that they need to speed it up a bit.
I agree. The more we talk about it, the more I am thinking that the draft needs to change pretty dramatically here. I think that one of the reasons that this game is a perfect example of why we're not seeing Dawnbreaker picked in this tournament at all at this point, because you have to do so much to cover it. Because in the second phase of picks, you have so much to counter.
The thing is, you can't just say it's just the Dawn. The reason they struggle in the game is just because they didn't pick. They picked the Dawn and then they didn't get to give Dawn the game, you know. But at the same time, I feel like there's too many combination of things, right? You could also say that the way they started the draft, right, with the SF, the way they built the draft, if they already wanted to build the draft in this manner, the SF, and then they wanted the Dawn, then why are they picking the PL right at the end, right? They needed to enable everything.
It felt like a mix of like two ideas.
And also, I felt like the feeling of the draft going is, I think Shell 8 is reacting a lot towards what P-Vision is doing.
Yeah.
I think in certain games, maybe it's fine, but I felt like in this game in particular, when you're already open with the SF, I don't think you should be reacting so much. You have to build the draft to enable the SF or the Dawn, you know. If you react, because they were picking the PR because it was, I think, a reaction towards the Enigma. They wanted a good lane setup for the carry. But when they did that, it kind of ruined the whole synergy of the draft.
Yeah. And the Dawn as well. Like, I think Dawn is an Enigma answer. Like, you're playing against DM. You need to address Enigma at some point in the draft. Like, I think this is just a respect to the player, which should be there, right? But when it's so much respect that you are basically gimping your draft, then I think that's where you have issue.
They need to focus on themselves. I don't think like they should be worried too much about, okay, do we need to change our draft? Do we need to worry about what they have in the next game? Instead, they should be focusing on, okay, what didn't we get right in the first game? We need to fix ourselves first. You know, if we worry about the opponents too much, then we forget who we are.
There is one big problem. 9 class is in their back of their heads because this guy, you know that he's going to be playing like this, and I don't think many other 4s that we've seen play like this. Maybe they're trying to replicate, but they are not being as annoying. And knowing how Zhao 8 historically drafts after they lose game 1, I would expect that they're going to be picking 5 completely different heroes in this one.
Also, I wouldn't say back of their heads, I would say fully in their heads. It feels like he does dominate a lot of what people are thinking about with this team, and then that's what is the perfect setup for them to be able to get this last pick lifestealer, this last pick gotcha. What are you looking at, Jenkins?
Pick Weaver. It's a good hero.
I was going to say, do you feel it?
Carry.
It's playable, it's active.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Weaver's better than PL.
Skeeter will pick Weaver. You'll see that later.
There's a chance we might be seeing it today. In fact, we might even be seeing it in our next game, which is ready.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2.
Our game 2, this could be it, sending P-Vision up to the grand finals and Extreme Gaming home. Otherwise, we'll be seeing a game at number 3. A lot relies on this draft. Where are the bands going to be changing up, or is it really going to be predominantly in those picks for themselves?
I'm super glad that it's actually going to be the same side, same pick order. So we're going to see whether, what other changes are going to go here. You know?
But that also means both teams are somewhat getting their comfort.
Actually, second pick this time. They were first pick the last game, but they are on the same side. They're also on the Radiant side. So they have, I think the bands are quite similar.
They're effectively the same.
Yeah.
I also think that P-Vision did a very good job understanding the way that Extreme Gaming is playing with these heavy teamfight from the offlane, these blink initiators, the shaker that can be flexed from the mid lane to the offlane if necessary. Mars, XXS had insanely good performances so far on his Mars and removing those heroes immediately, and now P-Vision, they're going to take the Beastmaster for themselves. This is something that DM even played before the Helmet the Dominator was such a popular item. It was always good on Beastmaster, so he's definitely back in the meta, and this is also something that they can flex to the mid lane as well if it's not a good matchup. For example, if they go for the Gyrocopter, they could potentially put this Beastmaster on the mid lane and pick a different offlaner.
Does leave Invoker still in the pool. We have seen that hero get punished in the mid lane. You know, Broodmother is an option, Sniper is an option.
I mean, it's kind of tricky if you don't know your matchup for sure, especially for Sniper. I think Invoker, maybe you have a little bit more leeway, but for Sniper, it's probably hard at this junction. I mean, you have to, I feel like, pick either a support here or a flexible core, which you can swap the roles around, you know. Which I don't know if there's any ideal heroes here because mostly are banned. So they go for the support, which is, I think, their next best option here with the Snapfire. You kind of block it away from P-Vision as well, because you have this Beast plus Snapfire combo, and I do feel like Snapfire is one of the best position 5/4 heroes.
Her and Hoodwink, most definitely. It gives you the team fight, it gives you the damage, it gives you the easy 1-2 pairing with any kind of a stunner from the offlane that they could pick, and I think this time around they're going to be swapping things around.
I mean, the thing with Snapfire is I do think the hero needs a right partner, because in their previous series, was it Silencer? They picked the Snap with a Silencer one game, and it actually went really, really bad for XG, and I would like to see more of like a Snap with like at least a Bane.
Yeah, they had like a mid-Earthshaker that game too, I think, and he was struggling to get the blink. Like something that's...
Yeah, because he lost his lane against a Pop.
Yeah, something at least that's very active on the mid lane to play with Snap always feels very good. Or a support, like Clockwork feels like one of the best heroes.
Yeah. I think Clock and Bane are the top 2 heroes to pair with Snapfire right now, and we're going to see whether they're going to be able to get their hands on those heroes. Whereas for P-Vision, they've removed the Undying, one of the, I think, better heroes against Beastmaster in the team fight. With the Tombstone, you can kind of control the team fights on your side to do with the Beastmaster. And Snap is also a really good counter towards the Tombstone, but their opponents actually already have it, so probably a good idea to remove the Undying.
Imagine P-Vision whips out a Nyx Assassin just to
show them.
Because it does counter Snap. You cannot ever ult. You will always have the Nyx running in.
Well, you can if you get a BKB.
Yeah,
or you can if you kill the Nyx Assassin first.
Good luck with that, too.
A lot of tough requirements to be met there. The other band they're going to go for, of course, is this Pacquiao. Just trying to set themselves up for the best mid lane potential.
I mean, other than the Nyx, I think the Silencer is probably your second biggest enemy as Snapfire, because it'll be hard for you to get your ulti off. I mean, you can buy a Grease, but then you also have to like wait for the ulti to be used before you can use your ulti, so it's very annoying.
Yeah, there's one more extra hero from position 5 that we didn't mention. I think Disruptor could work out really well for them. Like I also like the Snapfire plus the Disruptor combination, because it does give you enough team fight. It gives you a way of also...
I think the main thing is catch though, because Snapfire
BKB
is
versus
not...
goal is better, but we've seen some performances from Disruptor, because the games are relatively long still, that you are getting that Aghanim Scepter, you're still having that influence, relatively strong laner as well, and the Glimpse, it's the best catch tool in the game.
With the Puck ban, do you think this is just an XM specialty they don't want to let through into the second phase, or is there some Quap Storm type hero coming here?
Maybe, I think Quap Storm type of hero is possible. I mean, we do know that XM doesn't have a very wide hero pool compared to No One, so maybe they are trying to figure out what is his go-to right now, and they're going to try to set up something that makes it really hard for XM to pick his hero, you know. And this hero is also quite frequently banned in the first phase, and we also mentioned that P-Vision has a very clear game plan in their initial bans. They removed the Mars, Earthshaker, ET, all the team fighting heroes. 2 of them are offlane heroes. I think Centaur is kind of like a viable replacement for that, and he also sets up for Snapfire in the team fight, and it's really good with Snapfire in the lane.
We get to see it again. To be fair, could still be carried. Satanic has played...
They have a 100% win rate on this hero, right?
They do. 4 games, it's been played as a position 4, 100% win rate.
9 classes.
There were a couple of games when he was playing that Alchemist that he wasn't really doing that much, like the rest of the team.
Yeah. Maybe not in fighting, but what he was given the rest of his team was pretty impactful.
Say, this man is ruining pubs everywhere, picking definitely.
He's either griefing the game or he's carrying the game. There's no in between.
Como siempre jateando, despierta Chewy, Arajo,
when I say
Erdan.
of course it doesn't reflect in all the stats when you look at it, but there is still a lot of impact in having that support.
Alright, there we go.
I thought maybe they were setting up for this, because you pick the Centaur to block the Centaur counter to the Sniper coming out on the other side. And I do think that one of the better answers to Oracle is just Sniper. Like, you save somebody and he can peep the Oracle in the back line. He can just change targets to somebody else. Oracle's not really going to jump you. There's no real jump heroes on P-Vision.
I mean, they need like the Quap, I think, right now. And the fact that there's an Oracle in the game as well. I think Oracle is really good against the Snap. you block out some of the magic damage. But the other thing that's really good about having Oracle is the rune control. You know, you get to see the runes, you get to know where the rune is spawning.
Yeah, you want to have that mid laner.
And we know that in this matchup, there's a lot of emphasis placed between the 3 against 3 when they are fighting for runes.
Surely it's Storm, right? You're talking best rune user in the game and hero that's good against sniper.
But the thing with Storm is in the lane matchup, it's not as good as the Corp. Corp beats sniper, or at least pressures the sniper.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I do just think that the way with static slide facet now, Storm doesn't really lose any mid lane. Like, I know this is a pretty commonly held opinion that it's not as bad in the early game.
And have in mind that they just picked Oracle into Centaur as well, and look at the amount of saves that they do have for this sniper. You have Snapfire with the cookie, potentially a 4-step, you have Stampede as well, Nightmare, so there's going to be a lot to protect this sniper, and right now I'm not seeing the jump, and the reason why they picked up Bane is because of these...
Ya sabemos qué significa un alche en el tipas.
Like maybe a hero like Corp, you know, like they need someone to get near the sniper, and Corp loves Oracle, he loves the save.
Deje su like, youtubiano. Deje su like, por favor. Soy inocente.
The higher win rate support duos that you can run together. Bane loves to run in and set up, and Snap loves to have a hero that's doing that across the map.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Oracle can kind of deal with both of them, you know, the save with the ulti and then the Fate's Edict against the Snapfire. But here, I feel like we are going to see the mid hero, and I don't think it's going to be the Beastmaster here. They're going to decide what they're going to do with the Beast here. So it's going to be the Storm. They feel like the lane's going to be okay with the static slide, and as long as you're controlling runes with the Oracle, then you're going to be able to become an answer eventually against the sniper.
And I think it's much more okay picking Storm into Bane, who has excellent lockdown for you when you first start with the Oracle pick. Very similar to like Silencer Storm combo you see a lot of teams run. It covers for it. So.
I mean, there's going to be wards around the rivers. I think it's going to be so crucial. So one thing you need to do as the team that's facing the Oracle, you need to follow the Oracle, because he's going to tell you where the rune is going to spawn.
Yes, yeah.
And maybe there's going to be some mind games where you try to trick them to go to the wrong side.
Yeah. We've never seen that happen before.
I think it might happen.
I would like to see it.
So basically what you do is you don't show the core hero, the Storm hides out of vision, and then the Oracle intentionally shows up vision.
Both the supports. You gotta send both the supports.
And it could be something that decides the early game, you know, because when you get the runes on Storm, you're gonna be able to kill the sniper.
Yeah, pretty much any rune.
Is that better than just trying to have the better vision game?
I mean, that's why I'm saying you're gonna need, no matter what, you're gonna need to place wards on both sides, and you have to be creative, because teams are getting really, really good at placing the sentries to cover all the areas. So you probably have to place it a little bit further up, but still give you enough vision to see the rune.
And something we talked about, that Extreme Gaming will probably just get 5 different heroes, because they felt that the game #1 draft didn't really work out for them. And this draft checks a lot of the boxes. You have good scaling, you have good laning stage, you have nice pairing with the Snapfire. 2 supports can actually get out on the map and go for the solo kills as well. Like with the 1 grip with the Snapfire kisses, you could definitely...
Se va a la misma M si se sacan silencer.
So what are the carries made? AM. AM is back. He is also one of the better heroes at finding the sniper. I mean, I do think that right now XG needs something, maybe a CK again. They need someone that can fight at the runes, because the runes is going to be extremely crucial to determining how well XG can move into the mid game with the sniper.
You know, if Ame were willing to whip out a Meepo, this would be an insane Meepo game. I don't know if he will do it.
There's still a Sven. There's still a Sven, right? Sven is still in the game.
Sven is still in the
I think Sven, CK are both really, really good options to enable the sniper here.
And a little bit more in Ame's traditional hero pool.
Yeah, 100%. I think the AM is also a block pick.
Yeah. What about some good old Faceless Void as a counter to Anti-Mage? Even though they do have saves, we saw Faceless Voids not caring too much about what they want to get, but it's another old school classic as well.
It's an AM counter. I mean, they are valuing the carry-to-carry matchup more than, like, I feel like picking the best hero to enable the sniper here. I mean, I understand why they did it, but I'm not sure I feel like this is going to give them the easiest path to creating a game tree here.
I think it's a pretty good pick. It's safer than a lot of the ones that we were mentioning. I mean, you get the Beast Auras whenever you use Terrorblade's Q. So that's a pretty big deal. It means DM now has to consider, like, does he go for an Axe build
right?
instead?
Yeah.
Satanic, you're going to get an illusion of him, mana burn himself. A lot of the times, TB can end up solo killing an anti-mage because he mana burns himself. so much, but it is a sniper
Terror,
blade lineup.
pero
That
si
is
no lo
gonna
van a
be
dejar
very
pegar con ese Oracle y Beastmaster.
Snapfire performances that he did have so far at TI have been amazing. Like, this guy is all over the place, not dying, I would say, in thinking 1 or 2 games
He
as well.
needs to secure the center lane
She
because
definitely, and it's a strong lane. Like, also you're playing into anti-mage where he doesn't like the lane.
Yeah,
center.
that's
Center
true.
doesn't use much mana. You can also try to go for double edge and try to surprise him with the kill as well, with the 1 stomp into Snapfire. With you're playing into Lil Shredder. Sure, you're playing with Oracle, so there's gonna be some of the healing coming out, but this is not an easy lane for Satanic.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the key thing again is going to be this off lane, you know, XingQ and XXS, if they can actually create enough pressure, because the main space makers is going to be the Centaur. If he actually gets a good lane, he'll be able to stabilize the game, even though the Sniper and Terrorblade is so greedy.
I will say, on a individual level, you always have to respect the XM Sniper. He seems to be one of the few players that can make it work, where he's actually making space in the early game. He's actually having the impact that like a Spirit-type hero would, just because he's so good at this hero.
Do you know who they're all chanting for, by the way, this crowd?
XM.
XG.
They're actually cheering for Extreme. I mean, yes, Extreme Gaming, you are right about that. But also their
Lam
coach,
se los va a comer
who
si
is
lo
now
dejan
on
free.
stage to give us some words about the draft in the game.
Absolutely, my friends. I am here with Xiaowei. Mr. Director, Badong, Xiaobao. In a beautiful masterpiece, there is always adversity before the good guys end up winning. These guys have been your villains for this tournament. Tell me, how do you feel about this draft? How did this draft get you guys into the victorious climax here coming up in your store?
报道每个伟大的作品前期的时候，主角都会遇到很多阻碍。
Ya anuncia algo el pelao, una arcana o futuro evento.
游戏的转折点，你觉得这一个 BP 能够将你们带去这个转折点，并且击败你们的宿敌 ，PV 什么？
我觉得肯定可以，相信 M1。
Of course it will. Believe in AME.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, they do have a lot of comfort heroes from this team. You guys, of course, must have been prepared. Going into this draft, how confident are you in your draft against heroes like 9 Classes Alchemist that has yet to lose a game?
对面选了其实很多舒适的英雄，我们知道你肯定也是做过功课的。你对自己的阵容有多大的信心去击败对面的阵容呢？因为9 Class 它的炼金到目前为止还是没有输过的。
我们对他研究也比较深，然后我们这个阵容是我们自己想要的，所以我们打好自己的就行了。
We studied him quite a lot, and this draft is what we want. So as long as we play according to our plan, we'll be fine.
All right, really quick, the crowd has been here for you this entire event, and they want to know, from the words of the director, will we be going to a game 3?
我们会不会有第3把？
肯定会。
Let's go! All right, see you there.
Indeed, can't wait to see it. Let's see what we get, ladies and gentlemen. This game 2 between Extreme and P-Vision. It was a very tough game 1 for them, folks, but it definitely does feel that this game 2, with the draft that they have, they've got some of the classics coming out.
Yeah, much better in terms of early game. Late game also is strong, but yeah, this top lane in particular is the one we have to probably talk about. XingQ and XXS playing an actual lane, right? The last one, the game, especially in that lane, was pretty much over in like the first 5 minutes, gotta be honest with you, because just he had no game whatsoever, and they've been the playmakers, they've been the space makers for the team. So let's see how they're gonna be able to do in that much better matchup in terms of that one. And XM, he's playing a classic, right? The only one who can play it, the sniper, as we've seen so far this tournament. Busted it out yesterday for the first time throughout the tournament out of anybody, and it looked good.
It looked so good, yeah.
Yeah, no one, of course, he is going to snap pick that Storm. In terms of the laning phase, I've seen the Storms do better than they used to versus the Sniper, but it's more about the catches in the mid game, right? Being able to close the gap on that Sniper.
Of course, that last pick coming in from Extreme, getting Arme the Terrorblade this time round. Of course, as the panel talked about, you do have that matchup that's going to benefit you with the illusions coming out against the anti-mage. Yep. Obviously, there are other things in the match that will definitely threaten the Terrorblade, but I do feel that that's not really going to be the end of the world for Extreme, because they have the XM Sniper as well, right? We've seen this before. Even if Arme is on a carry that does get punished, XM normally able to pull through from the mid lane when he's on the sniper as that backup carry, and sometimes even the primary carry if he gets a hot start in the mid.
And I think also, in particular, with Ame playing Terrorblade, PL we've talked about a lot, how it can be a very difficult hero to work for most players. They've been wanting to. TB, it does have also a pretty low win rate. I think it was 25% or so.
25%, yeah.
But it is a much stronger hero overall in terms of most games. So love to see what he can do there with it, as he also has given a very good lane in particular. The TB versus a Beastmaster, a classic counter pick, and he's got a very strong laner this time. An aggressive one, too, with X-Nova playing the Bane. You know, X-Nova in that last game playing the Warlock. It's a very difficult hero to pressure an off lane. It just kind of guarantees you farm. So let's see if there's going to be a difference this time.
For sure, and it definitely, yeah, on a Bane, we've seen it from so many of these supports. A hero that you can absolutely pop off and just have incredible sort of impact with those sort of saves. And coming in with these grips in the fight, forcing sort of P-Vision to focus their attention on dropping some of their bigger lockdowns onto a support.
Yeah, I think the saves in particular is something that's been insane for me this tournament, where a hero's chain lockdown, but he gets the BKB off because he gets a little sleep interaction. So definitely going to have to keep eyes on that, as there's quite a bit of those big stuns. X-Nova, Night Class is going to chase him out. He's got Blood Grenade and a Boar behind him.
Chase this down, yeah. This might just be the first blood. Couple more punches. Oh, here we go. And one more.
He's fast.
He's surely going to have it. Another concoction comes in. That'll do it. First blood for 9 class.
Pretty big deal. An Alchemist getting first blood on a Bane. Usually not something that you'd expect a Bane at one of the stronger laners, but able to find that opportunity on the sideline. Great play there from 9 class.
So looking at this top lane as well, so you mentioned obviously this time compared to game 1, you expect a much more sort of solid showing in the laning stage from XXS and Xingqiu. Is that just in terms of them not really dying in this lane, or can they actually find opportunities to pressure and get kills as these two heroes?
Probably not, because the Centaur always has the mana burn, but this is a lane where you're going to farm. Yeah. Centaur does excellent versus AM. You have, what, at least a 10 or 8 base damage advantage early on in the lane. And yeah, you're just going to be able to sustain, because your mana, it doesn't really matter. You play around Retaliate. And Xingqiu, he's playing Snapfire. You know, he's not playing Nyx Assassin, which doesn't really contribute much in a lane whatsoever. And we've seen him do work on this Snapfire throughout this tournament. His best hero so far, it feels.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously from P-Vision's side of things, they do have excellent save in the forms of the Oracle. But on Extreme side, they've got a multitude of different ways to bail one another outright, whether it's the Nightmare, later down the line the potential Aghanims on the Snapfire, and of course just having the Centaur with the Stampede. Yeah. There's so many ways that they can ensure that even if P-Vision do get the jump on someone like XM on the Sniper, they can still get him out of there.
Yeah, repositioning tools are massive, right? Like even Cookie, a little Cookie I've seen so many times throughout this tournament, just save a core and maybe change the tides of the fight. So.
It kind of gives just that little bit of distance that might just allow the Sniper to turn and get those extra few hits in before he goes down himself.
And it heals. As we've seen, everyone is buying the Shard, or almost buying the Shard immediately when they can on that Snapfire. So it's 200 healing. That's a lot in the early game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Extreme have been able to deal themselves a much better hand this time round in game 2.
Yeah, XM. He is starting to poke the tower. It's already beginning again.
Xingqiu trying to mess around with no one, but they're ready to deal with him as the supports both turn up and make sure that Xingqiu is not going to be able to mess with no one at all here in this situation. We'll be able to run away and survive though, so end of the day it's a fair bit of space being made there by Xingqiu, the fact that both supports were forced to come over and push him back. So he'll take that.
It's a very clever move. They see that their lanes are kind of all already self-sustained in terms of the cores. TB can be left alone. Sniper can sort of be left alone too, so they can look to play wherever they want on the supports right now. Catapult will die in the mid lane, so a bit less pressure as we see 9 class does get that acid spray down for it, but already down to about half HP. We saw XM do the same thing yesterday when he just whittled the tower down.
It's not going to be easy to sort of push the Sniper off the tower of the heroes.
9 class.
To consider in the mid though, get the chase on to X-Nova. See X-Nova get the backup of Xingqiu though, so again, XG able to get away from these attempts.
P-Vision just really trying to protect that jungle for no one so he can get the 6. He's now got it online, so it does have that zip to be able to protect himself top.
Taking out the mana from XXS, but having the damage to kill the Centaur, unlikely at the moment between these two.
No, it would take too long. Satanic doesn't want to miss any extra last hits. Dominator almost finished up on the anti-mage. So his lane is still very good, but XXS is getting a lane. Look at this rotation. Ame, top, making the move. Trying to get a wraparound on Satanic.
Yeah, able to bully him back. See how much he wants to stick up. I mean, do you imagine he will just sort of stick up here, Ame, and try and get some damage onto the tower with this Metamorphosis?
Yeah, he wants to get this tower. I think he wants to take out the whole thing. So let's see if there's going to be a rotation from P-Vision, or if they're going to look to pressure on the flip side from DM.
And these towers are going down early in the mid. I mean, they tried for a deny, but not going to happen. XM gets the last touch on that. So 7 minutes in, XM Sniper taking out the mid tier 1 away from no one.
I really like this move from Ame. He was getting full free farm bottom, but he's like, we're playing versus anti-mage.
Yeah, this is pretty big.
Yeah, they have difficulties defending towers if you play with any AM lineup, so this is a really cool move.
I mean, we saw what last game, P-Vision playing relatively fast and how they were taking these towers out. I mean, this game, XG's just said, hey, we could do that too, and we could do it even faster.
Yeah, they're looking to play that tempo game a lot more this time around. We have a game on our hands, Owen. Last one, it was already feeling pretty out of control. This one, XG's got game plans. They send XXS bottom, he stops the push. They get the 2 towers.
Let's see where they go next. We'll see. A little smoke coming out from 9 class and DM, maybe trying to get a catch with the Primal Raw.
Power rune, they know where it is.
I mean, XM's positioning as well. Make sure that he's not caught on the bottom side.
I mean, P-Vision, they're always going to know where the rune is. They've got that
still
oracle.
Find him. XM playing cautious. He's going to step up now, though. TPs are coming in. DM is going to go with the Raw, but the backup has arrived. No one committing in with all the mana. The burst, it's enough to bring XM down. They get the kill.
That did a lot more than expected, I believe.
And no one trying to push his limits as well. He's still got enough mana to play on. They will lose 9 class in return, but P-Vision getting what they came for, able to take out XM underneath his own tower.
He still has the regen running. Jinkyu might get caught.
Continue to dive. X-Nova is there at the side. A Nightmare to slow this down. No one won't quite go for the tier 2 dive for now. Just keeps both supports low. Is able to push them back.
A lot of pressure from that regen rune. The good old prognosticate. They can always pretty much guarantee that no one's going to get that rune unless XG just shows up with the numbers on that setup.
And a fantastic hero to have that sort of rune control on as the Storm.
One of the best, in fact. Gets a galvanized stack, of course, there as we saw, bringing down XM. And Satanic is going to get to hit these creeps. It does this. I feel like this is going to be a pretty slow one, Owen. We are very likely to get to these 40+ stages with an AM versus Terrorblade lineup.
And I feel that's going to be a bit risky for P-Vision, if anything, because I feel like XG, when they have like the XM Sniper, the Ame Terrorblade, this lineup is so prepared to play the later team fights.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a very, very exciting game that we have kicking in here in terms of early and even potential late game. I think that XG is going to want to set the tempo, though, with their early moves around these 2 supports and around XM Sniper.
So if they're going to be ready to go up to the high ground. It's a little bit spooky what's to steal the tier 1 here, so they'll just focus the objective first.
That's a big deal. They're taking out all the towers.
Super early.
Yeah.
10 minutes in, all 3 tier 1s are going to be taken here by XG.
So many games I've seen that P-Vision is able to just come out of lanes, get these dominators, and just control the lanes, pretty much positioning through the next 10+ minutes. This is not going to be one of those games, as we're seeing XG with very good responses so far. Another power rune, of course, for no one. He's got the haste rune. X-Nova trying to find the level 6. Trying to find the level 5. He's getting gone on.
Gonna go for the dive. TP coming in. Not enough burst to kill X-Nova off, and now no one's got to back away. Has got the haste, but can't dance around too close to the tower anymore.
Top, Satanic, working on Ame.
All right. See if they can get him out of this one. Stampede comes into play. That's going to be enough to allow Ame to step to the side and get off an easy Sunder. Says thanks for the HP there, no one, as he's just straight back up to full.
No one tried to dodge it there with the ball lightning, but Ame very well prepared, had that Lotus. He actually has both of the Lotuses. They've given it to the Terrorblade to make sure that he doesn't get mana burned.
Satanic still sticking around. How's the backup of Ducalis? Ducalis, of course, yet to hit the level 6 though. Ame with X-Nova by his side. Ready to start pulling Satanic away here with the Metamorphosis.
They're both just playing versus each other with the Dominator. Ame's trying to kill it, but Satanic with the micro gets it away. Bottom, DM starting to get some pressure here. XXS trying to hold it.
I should be able to do a pretty good job.
Ooh, takes the board.
The tower. They've got the kisses coming in, slowing DM down, allowing him to close in to get into the double edge of the stomp, but Ducalis is in with the save. DM is going to be fine for now.
Great positioning. Good move there from Ducalis. Clever play from XXS, taking the board with the Dominator, trying to use that slow versus DM, but that is going to be kisses used and not netting a kill. This Oracle pick, we saw it the other day too, or yesterday, how strong it could be versus Snapfire. And potentially always just saving with that Fate's Edict alone.
It's definitely got to be a bit of a concern, though, from P-Vision, the fact that XM is getting so much space. You know, we've seen so many of these games where he's at the top and he doesn't let it slip away from him in the mid. Nice little bit of a freebie there for the two of them, Xnova and XM, taking out 9 class.
The fact that Ame is getting slowed down a little bit here, but yeah, XM,
he's getting so much.
Look how aggressive he's posturing as well. He's got the 2 supports behind him. As long as he knows where the storm is, in most situations, he can survive. And he's not that squishy, right? That's what we've seen from XM time and time again. He builds a bit tanky because he's got this Dragon Lance, he's got all these small stat items.
Yeah, it's not easy to go on him, especially when he has the supports in position as he has done. I mean, you know, one of the reasons why XG are so good with the XM Sniper is just because how well as a team, they know how to play around him.
Yeah, it does feel like they always do have these like double saving supports in particular to protect some of these riskier picks. Level 6 has been hit, so Xnova does have that finished on the Bane. The grip is at the ready, but Oracle as well. Ducalis has the counter with the False Promise. And I should have pointed this out way sooner, so sorry about that. But 9 class, an interesting facet choice. I think most of the times we've seen the seed money be the choice. He sometimes passes off a bottle level 1. He's gone for Mixologist, so it's going to be interesting what he's going to be looking to do, either with the Berserk Potion or what it could be. It's 2-2, very slow paced.
Yeah, XG will continue to, of course, keep a presence on this bottom lane. They don't want to allow DM to find any sort of opportunity to take early tier 1s away from them.
This is his home. The Crimson Guard is soon finished up. It's going to block a lot of the early damage, and P-Vision definitely does have perhaps some damage issues early on, but they are looking to just farm. Storm and AM. As we said, this game very potential to go to quite late stages.
And they're all pretty much hitting their timings.
They are.
You know, from the lowest net worth core to the top, it's less than 1k gold between them. They'll get the jump with a cookie. The XM is here ready to offer up the damage. They get the Hoostorm connection on towards no one. A heavy bit of burst damage, but plenty of mana still at the ready to get out. I'm just going to make the quick move up towards the top. I mean, Satanic and Ducalis are looking to maybe try and make something happen against Ame.
Tough to go for it. Satanic has to be careful.
So much damage here from the Metamorphosized Illusions.
And Ame is just always holding a Healing Lotus, so he has the chance to be able to pop that Lotus and Sunder if anything does go wrong.
And he's got backup.
He does.
We can see the movements from the rest of Extreme, meaning that they have this presence of Jin-Q and Xnova very close by. And a Stampede at the ready to press.
They're smoked up again. As you said, they have the Fiend's Grip ready, they have the Kisses. Ults are ready to go if they catch a target.
Doesn't expect this mid maybe with the amount of focus that was being put on the top lane. Might feel a little too safe here. Kisses coming in. They've got the grip at the ready as well. No one wills it forward to be able to stop the grip and make sure the DM is able to walk away.
Too tanky. He's got the helm finished up already, so a 2,000 HP Beastmaster, even with Kisses. Not able to get that finish up as no one comes in, gets a kill. Another Galvanized stack. Even though it's a very slow-paced game, he is up to 5.
Ends up being, just a little bit too ambitious of a play there from XG.
Really wanting to try to make some type of move to slow down the farm of this Beastmaster, but an immediate answer. And that's 2 ultis used. Does P-Vision want to take advantage of that, or are they just going to sit back and farm? It feels like it's just going to be a sit back and farm.
I think as long as Satanic is sort of getting space, they'll be happy. And still on track to hit a very respectable timing here on the Battle Fury.
Bottom, P-Vision wanting to maybe slowly whittle down this tower, but I immediately saw XG. They're pinging it, so they do want to defend this, but it is low.
Let's have a look. I mean, XXS doesn't have a TP at the moment, so he's just going to have to walk down here. Won't be able to get her in time, so finally DM is able to claim that bottom tier 1.
And immediately I see the line, the circle drawn, right, from Ducalis. He's like, we now have access to this bottom side of the map to potentially farm or pressure.
See what they can do down here. 2 of them still hanging around, but yeah, as we've seen, it takes a lot to kill DM.
It does.
Even if they get that opening stun onto it.
I mean, the 2 offlaners are going the exact same build, Owen. Well, besides not upgrading the Dominator to the Overlord on the Centaur, but going for that Crimson Guard afterwards, so gonna mitigate a ton of damage in this early game.
Xnova.
Vision
ready to
setting
go
up.
And the rest of the boys down here.
I mean, Ame's been up here for a long time.
They really want to try and get him. See if they can. Concoction at the ready. It's good lockdown. Satanic ready to bring in the damage. Can he get anything off? He gets the Thunder's there. just in time. Those final moments, able to get it out as the lockdown comes to an end.
Gets the heal. He's been carrying it the whole time, that healing Lotus. The first time he gets the Sunder off because of it, the second time also.
They're so close, they just needed that little bit more. I mean, was there any way they could have better kind of layered the stuns? I don't think so, right? They did it as best they could, but it wasn't enough to stop him from getting the save off.
Oh, 30 HP, he gets it. Ame doing the math.
I mean, he's loving life on this top corner of the map. He's been pretty much for the last
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Literally 10 minutes. Satanic.
Now stepping up.
Got to sleep.
Got Ducalis behind him.
Very difficult to punish this anti-mage. Does feel like both teams pretty content though.
It's a close
both are
start.
farming. They're both very happy.
Such a close start this time around. I think this is what you sort of wanted to see here between these two teams, rather than a very one-sided affair.
Maybe more kills in particular for us, but that's okay.
I'm sure they'll come. You know, the later stages of this game are going to be insane. I can already feel it. Let's start just the build-up here for now between XG and P-Vision.
It is pretty crazy how we don't have the craziest amount of team fight in particular. Some games, right, like that last one, we have Solar Guardian, Black Hole, etc. This one, pretty limited team fight spells in particular. It's a lot of single target that's going to be coming out in this game.
I like sort of the balance, though, of like the cores in terms of like the priority and importance of them, right? Both have this kind of traditional hard carry, the Terrorblade, the Anti-Mage, but at the same time, both mid, Sniper, and of course the Storm Spirit, no one. These two mids can absolutely scale and carry themselves on their own back, so.
It does feel like a very balanced situation that is coming in here.
See, they'll back off for now, P-Vision.
9 class, how's he doing? He's got the blink finished up. Shard almost done as well. Then we'll probably see those Aghanims if he wants to go that route. There's also potential for Lotus Orb. It's a fantastic Lotus game, as we've seen in multiple different situations. Versus either the Bane, versus the TB Sunder. Definitely have a huge effect there. Tormentor contest is going to be an interesting one, because as we've seen in almost every single game, most teams immediately at that 20-minute mark, they start to prepare for it. So let's see if we are going to have that contest and who's going to be more prepared for it. As you said, Ame's been up here for 12 minutes now and has been yet to be pushed out.
Now we're going to see both him and Satanic be so close on farm in this game. And we can see already, you know, just a few hundred gold between the two of them, the Terrorblade and the Anti-Mage.
This will be an interesting pickup if Ame does commit for it. If he does go down the route of this butterfly,
I like it.
He'll be really strong in terms of the group up when his team goes for it. How do they focus fire him?
And it's just so annoying for these two heroes, right? Anti-Mage does not want to be buying an MKB, let alone at all really normally, and definitely not anytime soon. And the same for the Storm Run. You don't want to be buying any sort of True Strike on the Storm, so that evasion is going to do massive things.
He goes Witchblade at least, right? So at least you do have a bit of that True Strike.
Sure.
Yeah, some of it, but...
Power Rune. There's the jump, XXS gets the opening hoof stomp. Contra prone down onto him, they'll lay down the kisses, try to push back P-Vision.
They do not want to go on the tanky hero. XXS trying to chase, he's got another blink up.
I mean, Ame's looking to see if he can kind of get the wraparound on this one, jump forward. Whoop. The concoction at the ready, 9 class, able to put a stop to any hoof stomp opportunities that XXS was trying to find, but the pressure there onto the tier 2, XM and Ame ready to push on.
They're looking at the objectives.
Yeah, and again, just sort of matching what we saw in terms of timings from P-Vision in that game 1. XG playing so much faster this time round, and it's giving them such a higher chance of having success in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Ame getting some good timings here, but they're going to sack the Tormentor.
They'll take the trade, yeah, P-Vision. And XXS is making his way over, but they won't be able to get her in time to stop this. So. Sharp for Ducalis.
Very heads-up play there from P-Vision.
See if they still manage to try and find a fight out of this XG. They're making their way over under the cover of smoke.
They might have to sacrifice 9 class.
X-Nova, watch it from the high ground. Ducalis, he's going to be focused first.
They got
shot down. See what they can look for more. But the quarter spell's there. He gets the pick up for the high ground. The assassinate's in. Jump ball with the cookie. The concoction will hold back Q. But Satanic will fall as the lockdown enough for XM to take him out. And now maybe be able to turn for more as the chase continues over towards 9 class. That blink up though.
Should
be fun there. They're going to try and continue to chase. X-Nova's able to get the range for the sleep. So the chase will be a success as 9 class killed off as well.
What a play. Great wraparound, understanding. We're not going to make it in time for Tormentor, but we can absolutely take the fight. I think the Shrapnel actually woke up the AM, allowed him to get the counterspell off with Zafine's grip, but either way, they have the chain stun afterwards to lock him down and bring him down. XG, very prepared this game. Butterfly is getting closer and closer for Ame.
So early on this Terrorblade.
How do you fight versus a Butterfly Terrorblade if they're set up as a unit in particular, right? Catching him alone, absolutely. You can perhaps do that, but when he's grouped with a Butterfly, it's going to be very problematic.
It's going to be a super tough kill.
Blocks so much of their damage, right? It's a lot of physical from P-Vision this time around. It's going to be very interesting to see what they want to do here. As a lot of gold saved up. X-Nova wondering what build he wants to go for. Is it going to be something like a Blink on the Bane, perhaps, that he wants to go
Tu
for?
vaca despierta, la puta su miau está haciendo, bol.
And Ame knowing that he could just continue to live his life up in this top corner. Nobody's able to do anything about him.
It is pretty wild that he's been there for 14 plus minutes without being able to get pushed out.
And P-Vision just not being given any sort of opportunity to really approach any further tier 1s. You know, the tier 1 in the mid lane have also just barely taken any sort of damage from any sort of pressure. P-Vision, they can't really push on outside of DM. They're going to try and bring the action in around the mid now as they get the jump in onto Jin-Q. We'll find him.
Maybe can get some decent damage onto this tower here too with the Reign of Destiny, as we see no one just getting healed up.
X-Nova and XXS ready to turn up though for the defense.
Okay, the choice is going to be a Glimmer for X-Nova. He's going to be bringing it out soon. XXS, every time a tower push comes out, the Centaur gets parked in front of it. P-Vision wanting to look to strike elsewhere.
It's going to be difficult to find XM Sniper though. Typically a sort of step ahead of any sort of sweep of the map that enemies try for against him. It's very hard to find.
And very defensive build that he's gone for, too. As we said, he likes to build a bit tankier on his sniper. Lincoln's is going to be the next choice to prevent either a roar or any of these single target abilities as we see P-Vision have.
They still, of course, have a lot of gap closure.
They do.
2 cores,
they absolutely
both having ways to jump straight on top of the sniper in these team fights.
I mean, this game is, you know, it's low kill count, but it's as tense as ever. Both are getting exactly what they want out of the map here. And that Butterfly, it's finished. Let's see what XG wants to do and how they want to force. Are they going to perhaps wait for Roche to shift toward the top side before they look for a potential go on it? Because they can bring that Roche down very quick. 9 Class is looking for a potential setup here.
It's going to try. Satanic's in as well, but XX is in with the stop. Bottom was 9 Class, and they've got the Stampede as well. So 9 Class, he's got to run. The Metamorphosis comes out as 9 Class trying to set something up there with Satanic. Even if XXS wasn't there, I don't know what these two have been able to deal with Ame at this point. This Terrorblade's massive.
Unlikely versus that Butterfly. The build is working for XG right now, and XXS, he is everywhere. It feels like you look away for a second, and then boom, the Centaur is just there to protect. And there's that Lotus Orb finished up for him.
I mean, they might as well see what happens when they push the high ground. They've hit the timing here with this Butterfly pickup.
They've got a Crimson to slow things down.
No one. Able to clear out the wave. We'll slow down the push for now.
These are heads-up moves. Nullifier for DM. Very early pickup that he's got this finished. Can't get rid of these Glimmers in particular, but as you said, Lotus, Lincolns, they've got ways to protect each other. And Roche, it is shifting now. It is on that top side.
Just going for the straight-up damage as well, Ame. He's got the Chrysalis on the way out, going for that full Daedalus. I mean, if he gets that, these fights are going to be so difficult for Satanic, right? Even though he's very close in farm, it does feel like if he makes a blink in, and somehow, you know, some way they're able to keep this Terrorblade protected, and you're seeing the damage from the two of them. They're going to try and go on XXS. They've got the roll, but the kisses are coming in, and XXS, he's so tanky. They barely get him down to half HP. The grip's there, controlling Satanic. See if he can get out towards the end of it. No, who's done the cookie? But there's the save to Carlos. Comes in, bails Satanic out. But P-Vision, they've got to run, because Ame's turned up to the fight. Ducalis cannot escape. P-Vision, they do manage to eventually bring XXS down, but it takes so much.
Look how much damage he absorbed. You can just look at the fight recap. That's pretty much all Centaur taking that damage from the entirety of P-Vision. That's exactly what you want from your Centaur.
And now they could just move into the Roche XG. They didn't get the core kills, but they got enough out of P-Vision in terms of ultimates and attempts to fight that they can walk into the pit very freely. and secure themselves this Aegis.
I mean, Ame able to just walk in and join, do Roche even without meta. So they're going to have meta to potentially push toward high ground, Owen. P-Vision, what's the approach going to be?
It's going to be tough. I mean, we're seeing already that it's just so difficult for Satanic to blink in and get involved in the fights. Because if Ame and XM are not controlled, this anti-mage will get destroyed.
Absolutely. They have way too much damage for him. And it's difficult for them to reach these backlines, even if they do have these, you know, these jumpers, as we've been saying, to get to it. XXS has just been the body that they need. Satanic is going to be going for his butterfly of his own, so he is going to look to match that aggression that's coming from Ame, but Ame does have that advantage of net worth at the moment.
And just overall damage output when he has the Metamorphosis ready.
Oh, yeah.
CP Vision, we'll see what the call is going to be here for the next 4 minutes.
Probably just try to stall things out so they can't reach the base, right? Get your own push, cut the waves as much as possible. That Daedalus soon on the horizon.
Yeah, we'll easily be able to have it picked up and still have a kind of 2+ minutes to play for.
Satanic.
Trying to go on XXS, but
He'll burn all the mana. That is very annoying. But he does have the stick. He does always have Lotuses to be able to pump himself back up.
Sweeping over towards Ame. But again, it feels like, how do you even go on this Terrorblade right now? You have to have all 5, right?
You do. And he has to be out of position. If he's with the team, it feels like it's very difficult to kill him.
I mean, stepping pretty far forward, but of course has this Aegis. He feels that relaxed right now.
He's pretty far up.
They're going to try and start something. See what they can do. Easy man to dodge there.
Even as the Lincoln's just in case. XM is right behind him.
That's the full Daedalus. So 28 minutes in, Butterfly Daedalus, level 20 Terrorblade. That sounds pretty terrifying.
It does. Ame is posturing so aggressively this game. Grouped up, looking for the potential push. We see DM, he is doing the cutting. So he is sending the Ancient Ice Shaman on that far left side with his Boars as well to just slow things down.
As the completed Miona for XM. Everything coming together. They do need to say, have the Butterfly done on Satanic, but it's still so difficult for him to fight back against these two.
I feel like they're going to push. They're going to look for Arax here with this Aegis.
See what P-Vision can do. Have they got what it takes at the moment to be able to defend against this level of push?
It's just so much physical damage.
It really is. Yeah, he spends a few seconds on the front and he gets half his HP taken away in an instant.
Even with the butterfly, they're going right through it. Crimson Guard again, but the towers are getting whittled down. No one will cut the wave, so that is the last creep wave. So they're gonna have to back up and reset.
Yeah, very close to having the Shiva's Guard done as well, no one, so.
They're looking to just continue, right? They need more time to be able to deal with this Terrorblade and Sniper. But is time really gonna benefit them that much with the way that XG's been able to play so far? DM.
And they'll be able to deal with this hit. Bringing XM over as well.
Kill it.
Oh, yep. XM. He'll have it.
Yes. Smoke up, P-Vision. They're getting outside.
They're going to get the jump on Ame. He's going to be gone the once.
Can they do it again? They've got a roar.
Backup's on the way for Ame. They can get the opening stampedes there. Lincoln's ready to keep it protected. He's able to walk it off.
Far too difficult for them to get the setup. XM just covering him every time with the Lincolns. Too hard for DM to get the roar, even with the nullifier to break. Here comes the push again. 30 seconds on meta. No Aegis.
And we'll see if XG still feels strong without it.
Feels like they do. Base ward taken out. Ducalis did find it. Here comes that push. Tower's low.
And they've got it. Tier 3 to 4. Do they want to keep going here, XG? XM. Push in the start. Answers there for Satanic. Shiva's Guard now done on no one.
Satanic is having to stay here in the base, though, which means he's not getting that extra farm. He's having to be here for the defense.
There's the smoke. They're going to try and get the surprise jump. See if they can get the wraparound, potentially. So they're coming in from the side here. Good angle from P-Vision. XG prepared for this one. No one ready to try and scout up the backlines. He's in. Makes the jump, but now he jumps out. Tries to bait out spells and items here for XG. But XXS, he's in with the jump. He gets the 3-man hoop stop. A beautiful follow-up there from XXS. allows them to take down 9 class immediately as XG are ready to step up to the barracks.
They're ready for every move, Owen. Immediately backing themselves up, gathering as a unit so P-Vision can't find a target.
Still trying to bait out some of these stuns and spells, but Dakar gets shot down by XM. The barracks are gone.
The strategy is working, Owen. XG, they're looking to get a 2-racks advantage.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. They're sticking around for a second set at the least. I mean, no one again trying to turn their attention away from the objectives, but these racks, they fall so fast here to the damage of Ame and XM.
Ame is playing his heart out this game. Beautiful build, beautiful rotation, surviving the ganks. An 8K lead with massive structural damage.
P-Vision, what's the plan going to be? Satanic, he's even though he's kind of close on the net worth, you're really just feeling how difficult of a matchup it is for him to play into as this anti-mage. Dealing with both a sniper and a Terrorblade that are ahead of you in farm, it seems almost impossible for the AM.
It really feels like they just don't have the damage to go through what XG has by any means. XXS with this build of this Crimson, it blocks everything that P-Vision wants to do to walk into him. Aghanims is done, so that's the first one here for 9 class. It's gonna give it a no one, I imagine.
Yep, no one's got it ready to go.
Yep.
So if they had that setup, maybe some sort of multi-man vortex into like a concoction.
They're gonna need a big multi-hero stun in order to have a chance in that next push, because it's gonna come very soon. The auras are all there. Yep. Aghanim's now also finished up for XXS, so another save.
So many saves. Yep. So many ways to keep XM or Ame safe if they get jumped.
And this might be one of the better card games, too. You have 2 of the best heroes, it feels like, to utilize in their range. They can actually just wallop heroes from a distance.
And XM's pretty much got his Monkey King bar done.
Oh boy, yeah, this feels harder and harder for Satanic.
He's got
the Basher, but look at his HP pool, too, right? Satanic is not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with these heroes.
XG. They could definitely just sort of deal with the lanes, wait out for the next Roshan. Should be coming up pretty shortly.
Next items, like you said, MKB's done for XM, and I believe a Lincoln's about to be done for Ame. How do you get through these?
P-Vision definitely do what they can to try and set the map up themselves so they can have a say on the Roshan, at least give themselves an opportunity maybe to see if no one can get a steal off. It's the Storm Spirit.
No one.
I just can't get anywhere close.
It is really just such insane damage that XG does have. And immediately they're not splitting up either is the thing. Immediately they're all together as 5. The lanes are in a good position for them as well with the TB sending the illusions. So they're ready for the fight.
Now Lincoln's on Ame. Ready with the smoke, XG. They know that P-Vision's going to be out on the map a little bit.
Roche, how long it's going to be? It's a quick spawn.
I mean, they're showing here on the top lane.
XXS,
he's having a 2-man comes to Dusty, got the room in the sun, please, DM is gone! No one has to zip away! Carlos will turn up here ready to help out, but they have to continue to back off. Tier 2 is not a safe space right now.
DM spent his gold. He bought the Vlad, so he's dead for 60 seconds.
And pushing forward at the timing with the Wisdom coming up, so another one of those to be taken by Extreme.
And we see XG, if they catch a hero, the hero is dead. On P-Vision, if they catch a hero, the hero does not really take much damage whatsoever. It doesn't matter who it is.
They're ready to try and tickle at the base again. They don't even need the Aegis, they put that strong. Satanic is looking for an angle at the back lines, but XXS finds them, he's able to jump onto the 2 of them! Perfectly ready, Satanic will make the jump over over the car! XXS with the save, Satanic shot down by XM, it is over! GG is called! Extreme, they may have had a rough game 1, but this game 2, Fox, they're looking better than ever! They push us to a game 3 here in the lower bracket!
That was a very strategical approach to this game. Honestly, this move from Ame, dictating the pace of the game pretty early. 7 minutes, rotating top, taking the tower, stayed there for what? It felt like what? 14 minutes that he's farming in that top lane. XXS defending every single tower. P-Vision, it felt like they were like, okay, yes, we're getting what we want out of the map, but XG was just getting so much more, pressuring, controlling, containing, and just honestly crushing this game completely.
Yeah, just an excellent adaptation coming into this game 2 after what happened in game 1. Right?
Yeah.
Taking all 3 tier 1s, 10 minutes in, securing this top part of the map where Ame just lived his best life for like nearly 15 minutes plus as a Terrorblade.
And I love that he built this aggressive, right? He doesn't go for this
butterfly
BKB, Scotty, nothing. He just goes for the butterfly, looks to close the game out as fast as possible.
Well, what a game. What a performance there from Extreme. Cannot wait to see what happens as we are indeed, ladies and gentlemen, getting a Game 3 coming up as the series now stands 1-1 between Extreme and P-Vision.
The fact that we're getting a Game 3 demonstrates just how close this top 3 is. At any point, we could be seeing P-Vision in that grand finals. But for right now, Extreme Gaming, they're making that comeback. They're saying, we want this, we're hungry for it. And comfort picks just for everyone. Amazing and significantly better laning phase as well, I'd say, for this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is I love that no matter who makes it into the grand finals, you know that it is so close. All three of these teams can beat each other. This was not close. Like, in a way, I feel like
it was close in terms of net worth, but it wasn't really close in terms of the pacing of the game.
The momentum. Since the laning stage, Extreme, they had it figured out. They picked late game heroes like Sniper, Terrorblade, but they didn't play for the late game. They were very active in the early game.
I mean, they totally abused the fact that the anti-mage needed a long time, or he could not enter the fight at all because of this Terrorblade blade. Like, the reflection just made it so that he has to be so careful, and every time he comes to the fight, he couldn't really do anything.
I think it was pretty similar to what happened in game number 1, like this carry-to-carry matchup where you are staying an item ahead, maybe even an item and a half in this one. It is very difficult for Satanic to play the game. He doesn't have a clear target that he can jump because of all the save with the Nightmare that's going to ruin him. Then you have Snapfire as well, you have Stampede, you have all these defensive items, you have Crimson Guard on the Centaur. Very, very difficult fights in terms of how they want to play it out, because they have protection for their Sniper who's peeking from the distance, and you also do have this ability to stay ahead in terms of itemization. You see that he's going for the butterfly, and then you have two cores that kind of like to build it, the butterfly. Like, at one point, Sniper, he didn't have Serrated Shift, he's building it to Mjolnir naturally, plus he builds into MKB, so that butterfly is not really doing that much.
I mean, it's not just the build, right? I felt like the TB also kind of enabled XXS on the Centaur to get a decent game, and he was able to do a lot in the fight. We saw a lot of multi-hero storms, the card eventually, like, he wasn't enabled in the first game, and this game I felt like it was night and day.
Yeah, he was just there to provide his team with anything they needed. That card at the end was always such a pleasure to see picked up in a game, but just so much fun. The flip side, though, for P-Vision, 9 class not really having that impact on an ALC we've seen previously. We're like, yes, it was winning, but was he winning the game with it? And I think this is kind of answered our question about it now.
Yeah, this was very rough for P-Vision. Perhaps it's the combination of the Anti-Mage and the Alchemist that is the main issue, but really, Extreme, they understood the assignment. They saw that there was this greedy duo coming out of P-Vision, and they understood that even though they have Sniper and Terrorblade, they needed to push. They needed to be active. They needed to win the lanes, and they did.
Yeah, they really did. Extreme Gaming, it's hard to pick a standout player from that, right? You look at the end, everyone had a phenomenal performance. Ame on the Terrorblade night and day compared to game 1.
Yeah, he was so aggressive. Like, the way he moved across the map, these, like, understanding that Anti-Mage, he can't really do much. He's going to get his mana burn. He wants to pressure him out. He moves to the top lane. You have Centaur with the Dominator creep as well, so that's going to be extra bit of a damage. This is something that Anti-Mage historically didn't like to play into, getting himself kicked out of the lane, and then he needs to go to jungle. This is a hero that doesn't have any good, like, ways of farming. Now with the Helm of the Dominator, it does help him a little bit, but it's still not good enough because they are having so much. The map is getting much smaller, and this time around, they didn't have the playmaker. Sure, you have this position for Alchemist, who's trying to get the Aghanim Scepter playing in the outer ring, trying to get the extra bit of a farm. It came in very late, that Aghanim Scepter that he did give to Storm Spirit. You couldn't really feel the influence of it.
Yeah, it was at the timing where they had a Centaur cart to save whoever gets caught. And this is why I think that the MVP could have gone to any of Extreme's cores, because Ame pressured the early game, XXS hit the multi-hero stomps. We have to mention XM Sniper. I feel like this has been a tournament of elephants in the room, and this is the one for me when it comes to this team. They do not lose with Correo. They are the best sniper team on the planet, and I expect to see a ban in the next game.
Yeah, I don't think you can let that one through at all. You can't rest on your laurels thinking that you know how to deal with a sniper when it's specifically an XM sniper here. We're saying the cores are up for grabs. Anyone could have been that standout player, but something that I think was also really key in changing how that offlane played was Jinkyu, right? He got on a hero that was significantly more impactful. Playing that snap, just having more stability, that's where I think we saw the lane go much better.
You can actually do stuff with the hero. You can actually be the one who's putting the pressure. You can make the moves across the map compared to Next Assassin, who was so under-leveled in the previous one. I think there's a comparison between what he was playing in game number 1 and what 9class was playing in game number 2, where he wasn't really unable to do much on the map. Like you feel like you're position 4 with the setup, with the draft that you have, like it feels like you need to do much, but you can't because of the situation you're in, because of the hero that you're playing. And this time around, you can be paired up with the Centaur, you can be paired up with just the Shrapnel with the Snapfire Kisses could land you a kill.
I like that they chose to basically say, okay, we lost the offlane really badly in the previous game. Well, let's just dodge it entirely. We will run the Centaur on the offlane, we will cut creeps, we will bring it to camps, get Giga farmed, he gets an early Helm of Dominator, and this is where we see the rotation from Ame. On level 6 on Terrorblade, he was farming just fine in his lane, by the way. Look at his denies, 18 denies. But he realized that he's got to be the one to push towers, he's got to be the one to pressure. If they combine the Centaur power spike here with Ame's Metamorphosis, they can easily take the tower and close down the map on a team that absolutely needs the map to farm.
I mean, it's also the fact that the Beastmaster just got level 6, so he realizes if he stays in the lane, one row and either the Storm or +1, he could die, you know. So that move itself solves another problem. So it literally gave their opponents nowhere to maneuver around the map.
Yeah, and it ties into what you guys were saying. Kick that anti-mage out of that top lane as early as you can. Force him to be a little bit uncomfortable. And then we see that TB wanted to stay up there, Ame wanted to stay there. They try and make a move onto him, but it was not successful.
And the fact that he had the presence of mind to always keep a Lotus because he knows that the AM is going to try to kill him, so he could run out of mana, so he couldn't cast his Sunder. And every time he got ganked, this is one of those that he managed to turn around, but he had a Lotus every single time to survive.
Because it gives you like exactly enough mana to press the Sunder, and that's all he needs.
And you're also getting less damage from Mana Void.
Yeah.
We see it progress a little bit further, and we're wondering how late game is this going to go? Where are we going to see the carries end up for themselves? But a specific item that was picked up by Ame, Lacoste, you're like, this is it. This is where we're just going to start seeing the game kind of close out and go in the favor extreme game.
Yeah, this is way too early. This is 24 minutes we're talking about, where he has Falcon Blade, he has Manta Style, and does go for a very aggressive item, understanding that he can just build that item. It gives him damage, it gives him survivability against Anti-Mage, because Anti-Mage is not a hero that's going to be building into MKB by any time soon. This might be his 6th item, but we're talking about, 45-minute game potentially. And what happens after they get a pick off, they try to go on the enemy tier 3 tower as soon as they got that butterfly. Then they decide to take another fight, understanding that their timing right now is super strong. They can take the fight, and TB, he doesn't need to be caring too much about it. He's going to be joining the fight slightly later, and you can see that Ducalis is holding that for a really long time, that ulti, but as soon as Ame joins, this fight is pretty much over. He was missing. Vision thought maybe they could take a fight, but he comes in and they clean up and they take Roche after that. So there's a lot of the whole sequence of the events that does happen where they just cannot punch back.
I mean, it's not just the anti-mage right with the butterfly. I feel like you're also making it very difficult for Storm. Storm actually does a lot of right clicks in the team fight, and if he's missing, it means that he's losing a lot of his damage potential in the team fights. That's why the butterfly timing was so strong.
Before we continue talking about this game, there is one more person I want to listen from, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, this is the probably 4th time that we've seen Alchemist support so far from P-Vision in this tournament. We saw that a bunch in the Road to the International, and it looked pretty subpar. And I have to say, this is probably the best early game that 9class had out of all of those games. So I was more impressed with this play in this game. And that's because he did some pretty decent trading. He got this first blood on X Nova. But let's talk about the negatives of Alch support. Number 1, it takes you forever to charge up your stun. And at really high level play, the windows that you have to get kills to defend your allies are really small sometimes. They can be split seconds. So having to plan ahead 5 seconds ahead of time to throw your stun is very difficult. And having to be in melee range to even throw your stun is very difficult. So in a lot of these cases, he's in the right place at the right time. He's helping to almost get kills on heroes. But consistently what's happening is he's falling just a little bit short. And that's because the hero has kind of weak base stats, and your contribution to the fights just aren't that much. In this case, really good bait by him to run in. He charges up his stun, and he throws it at the same, like halfway early. He did like a half charge. But this is like his contribution. It's acid spray, and it's like 150 physical damage. And that doesn't get better as the game goes on because people get more and more armor naturally. So his contribution in these circumstances isn't that great. And even with his ultimate, which gives him a lot of regen, the problem is he doesn't have any items to make his survivability higher. So any regen you buy or get from his ultimate is just not that good. So it's difficult for him to utilize his benefits. It's pretty easy for his opponents to kill him. He doesn't actually farm that fast because he doesn't actually get a chance to buy items that help him farm faster. So he doesn't really get to benefit from his innate. Across the board, just underwhelming, unfortunately. And that's just the reality of ALK support.
Thank you, Purge. We've seen it win before. This time around, it was not successful for P-Vision. And yeah, as we saw later in the game, just nothing really on the table to offer. And I think that's also one of the biggest differences. Coming into this series, we said P-Vision, it's going to be a big focus. What supports can they get for themselves? And it's not just 9 class, but to Carlos as well. I thought the Oracle would have offered something in way of team fight. I thought there would have been the ability to delay the team fights, give them a little bit of something extra in the tank. But with that 2 support duo, there really actually wasn't anything on offer.
I think it's all of the other heroes paired with Alchemist. Like,
don't you feel it's also what the supports are buying? You want to give him supports that buy Helm. Like, don't you feel like that's when they are most comfortable?
I'm not a disbeliever in the ALK support. I was personally watching all of his replays during the road to international because I love to absolutely grief my pubs. So I was like, oh, maybe I can do this. And I watched, and I can tell you, it's not something that you could do in pubs, and it's something you have to be very careful doing in competitive. What I watched was there was always some core that was sacrificing farm to 9 class at a different point in the game. One point it would be Satanic, one point it would be no one, and it would rotate. You need all of your cores to be doing well and be able to pressure in order to do that. And I think with like an anti-mage, that's not likely. Like, unless the anti-mage is somehow winning the lane so handedly he can create pressure, but you need pressure from all of your cores.
So it seems like you have like a jungling hero, but he's way more greedier than like some Veno jungler. At least the Veno comes out of the jungle.
It's very similar to the Veno jungle, I would say. It's that level of greed.
I also think Venom might have, although this conversation isn't really about him, but ways to jungle a little bit better, to kill those camps a bit more efficiently.
Yeah, he comes online much faster as well if we're talking about the jungle Venom meta, because you come in, you come with the Orchid, you come with, you know, Spirit Vessel, you come with mech, like drums, whatever, but Alchemist, he's just buying components. Like, you're not actually getting the value out of the items that you're buying. It's just you're getting some stats, but other than that, it's really not great. But also to point out that Oracle, like, he did a very good job because they played around the runes every single time. They brought the numbers, but Extreme Gaming, you could see them move around and bringing in numbers, even though you have a sniper on your team who doesn't use the runes, but they are bringing 3-4 heroes with every single rune just to make sure that Storm's not getting it.
Yeah, that's another big impact, is how can you dissuade the usage of something that's so important to a hero, such as their innate. And I do think that if any team is going to be able to bounce back in this one, obviously we've already seen Extreme Gaming do it, but Astini, he's very good at that with P-Vision, right? He's a coach that we've always had such high energy from, but I also would love to see what he thought about this draft, how he's going to approach it again when they get back into those booths for Game 3.
I'm going to just say it. I feel like, historically speaking, Storm Anti-Mage has not worked. This is something that
¿Dónde estás maldito o estás cobrando sabor durmiendo?
After and saying, oh yeah, we picked Storm Anti-Mage. Like, the timing just doesn't work.
Well, the timing is perfect for these players to return back to the stage. Get back into it, because our lower bracket is down to a game number 3. It is all on this game as to if you make it to the grand finals of TI 2025 or if your journey ends here. There's a lot on the lines for how they've spent the last few minutes discussing how they want to come into this. A fresh slate is what both teams are really going to need, and you're going to take your lessons from it on both sides, from a Game 1 and a Game 2 perspective.
Yeah, for sure. Something that did happen in this game number 2 was that they never killed the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Like, during this whole TI, this is the first time that P-Vision didn't manage to kill a tier 1 tower. They always, even in the losing games, they still kill tier 1 towers, but this also tells you the story about the game. I think it comes down to Sniper being able to defend the tower as well. They brought in numbers 10 minutes in. They try to go for the play, try to go for
Me quedo solo por mi héroe nuevo. Si no te agarro a tabazos, te escupo yo, brother.
But Beastmaster also got shut down. Like, even though they didn't didn't necessarily kill him. They did manage to push him out of the lane multiple times. You saw Snapfire coming to the lane, forcing Oracle to TP, use Edict to try to save him. They don't get the kill, but they also get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I like actually that you brought that up. Like, when they opened their draft with Beastmaster, I also felt like he kind of didn't really get enabled as the same as the Centaur. And Beastmaster is also, like, as nature, a very greedy hero. You want your carry gating over to you. So when you have not just the Storm anti-mage problem, but you have the anti-mage with the Beastmaster.
Amigo Don Nadie, anunciaron algo.
Beastmaster, I think in most cases you want heroes that can abuse the fact that you can stick together early, take towers, you know, with the auras. Like heroes like Gyro, for example, Luna, for example, you know, that can come online earlier. With the anti-mage, it kind of feels like maybe you don't really have a lot of like overlapping timings in the early game, so you don't interact with each other a lot in the, or at all, you know, in the early game. So that could have been the main problem why the early game was so difficult for the Elk and Oracle to be useful.
You know, maybe the idea is that with a Helm Dom, anti-mage can maybe function like that, even though it's not traditionally a hero that can rotate to something like a Beastmaster.
Aún no, mi estimado Danubio. Quizá antes de la final. Están finos los dotitas.
And he creates this presence where you can no longer enter into that area without just dying. And it's this map control hero. So any carry that rotates to that is cool. He doesn't rotate to them to get kills. So maybe that's the issue. And you have to try these things in a game in order to figure out that, okay, because the Dom thing is completely new. Nobody was going Dom on anti-mage.
And also because I think in the recent series that we have in the main event, there's
Soy inocente.
a change in the way the middle lane is built, where we are picking more heroes that can defend and play around the mid tower instead of those rotating heroes, right? Yeah. So with the Beastmaster, it's like you're waiting for your mid laner to rotate. But the Storm, in theory, he could rotate, but he couldn't leave because the Sniper was keeping him there. So it doesn't really unleash the Beastmaster skill.
I think the Sniper has to go. Not necessarily in the first phase, but I think in the second phase you might need to remove it. This was the big part of the problem that they did face in this second game, and it's XM Sniper we're talking about. Like he's gonna find a way how to make this hero work.
It would be audacious to leave it, and it would be on purpose because they think they can beat it with something.
Well, we're soon to find out because I have fantastic news for everyone. We do have a game number 3.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 3.
A lower bracket game 3. You could not ask for anything more. These two teams are so evenly skilled. It's going to come down a lot to draft what they think they're going to need. Extreme Gaming loved what the Centaur did for them in game number 1. They're going to pick it up for themselves. And of course, P-Vision not changing on that. They think the Beast was still a fantastic opener for them.
And I also like the change that they made here. Actually, last game, they first picked the Snapfire. This time, they feel like because the Centaur was such a crucial role in the last game, and they feel like they wouldn't be able to get the Centaur in the next phase, so they're changing their pick order up. They're picking the Centaur first. I think the Centaur is not replaceable, but the Snap is actually replaceable.
Snap could be Hoodwink, or
that could be Hoodwink or something.
Dark Willow.
Yeah. Maybe even a Rubik, you know, I think a Rubik Centaur link could also.
Yeah, that's not bad, especially if there's good steals. But yeah, we can see Sniper banned out. They actually will first phase ban it.
Yeah, so what are the other mid heroes?
Esta es la final o semifinal.
Right now with the Sniper and SF being removed. It's kind of like the Invoker. Invoker is still remaining here. Maybe that is something that both teams could actually go to. Because I think there's a lot of emphasis between strategizing around the mid area. You need to be able to defend and hold that area so you actually have full control of the map. And obviously also the runes, right? You control the tower, you're going to get the runes.
I think Extreme would be pretty happy to get an XM Puck. So I would imagine them picking Puck and then plus something that can cover for Puck.
Oh, they want to speed things up.
Like Puck Bane.
This is going to be very tempo. A lot of tempo coming up from P-Vision. You have Chen, something that Falcons did run a couple of times. You have Beastmaster with the Helm of the Dominator as well, but this Beastmaster is still a flex pick. They could put it in the mid lane, so they want to see 2 heroes that Extreme Gaming is going to pick, and then they're going to decide where Beastmaster is going to go.
Centaur is pretty happy playing against Chen creeps, though. Natural Crimson Builder.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, you don't really care about the creeps as much.
We only seen exclusively Mana Burn up until yesterday when we saw KJ played with the yellow tomato creep.
So I imagine if Puck is coming out here, it's because they have to
Hoy que fue con ese Chen.
like giga hard countered mid.
When you say hard countered mid, what does that look like?
Yeah, there's the DKs, Tinies of the world that are pretty good against Puck. See, I mean, the biggest answer is, you know, something like a Huskar. The question is, does no one want to whip it out here in the lower bracket finals? It's a bit rough.
It's a good Void Spirit game. They don't have that much control other than Puck. It's a good matchup for him. You're also going to be finding the backlines. Both of these supports from Extreme Gaming, they want to really keep the distance. You want to see Warlock in the backlines, waiting until he can drop the rock, Snapfire with the kisses. Right now, they don't have any jump, and they need to find a way how to find these supports.
I mean, the other thing you have to consider is if you pick your mid hero here, and the enemy bans out 2 carry heroes, do you have a replacement for that carry hero? So you are definitely considering whether you should pick the carry hero if there are no optimal replacements for that right now.
How does Beast do against Puck mid? Because you could also Beast mid and then run like some Night Stalker off lane to try to hard counter the Puck. 'Cause I don't feel like Warlock pressures something like a Night Stalker at all.
Yeah, no. You push the lane out with Fatal Bond.
Chain Carrier, Helno, Dominator, full pictures.
That could work in theory. But I think their concern right now here is less of the mid matchup. It's more about the carry. You know, can they actually get, because both teams are going to last pick their carries, right? So what if they pick one hero and they ban 2 and you don't have the option?
So what are you looking for? Something like Ursa, something along those lines. Temporal Assassin to be able
to with the
deal
silence on the
damage.
chart.
Yeah, that's very good against pretty much all
and
three.
Also the lane matchup against the Centaur. This is an extremely good lane matchup. Centaur struggles in this lane, and usually you have to buy a couple of rings to be able to stay in the lane. But even then, the lane is still very difficult.
Yeah, I think you just don't lane. I think XG's actually okay with this. Like, they're going to do what they did last game, which is literally cut the wave and drag to camps. And so now my question is, what can XG pick on last pick that will like completely hard counter a TA so Alme could rotate through the portal with a free farm Centaur who's cutting wave and take the tower?
It's a good PL game, huh? Again?
I was thinking PL. I mean, Gyrocopter is also...
Gyro is fine. Gyro is nice. And you have the standard Gyro plus Warlock lane, which is very, very good. I mean, anything that can gate, gank, and pressure the TA would be the most optimal right now. They've already taken out the TB. The TB is also a really good carry-to-carry matchup against the TA. And I feel like it seems like Extreme Gaming also really favors the carry-to-carry matchup. They want to have a matchup where Army is very, very comfortable, and you've already heard it from the interview. Army is going to carry us, you know. They are putting all their eggs in the Army basket.
Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Troll as well. I think you're going to be laning against the Beastmaster. They don't have explosive damage to kill you immediately.
Yeah, that actually could really work well with the lineup. Troll, Warlock lane, and you have the Troll with the Centaur and the card later, which works really well.
Yeah, we're definitely all fans of the late game that Centaur can come out. Extreme Gaming, so many options open now that they feel a little bit more stable in that offlane for themselves. I think that really opens up for Arme.
It's not an easy decision here for PVGen because they have to decide what are the heroes that they need to ban. And on top of that, because they couldn't ban everything, so they have to pick something that is going to be able to cover for the third best hero as well, you know. And they also have to make sure that the hero works with their lineup. So a lot to consider here in this 23rd pick here for PVGen.
Yeah, I mean, they have a ban before that as well, and so you have to hedge your bets. Where exactly does Extreme Gaming want to go? Where are they thinking some of their strengths could be? It's so one of the first heroes you guys mentioned would be great for Extreme Gaming, and their last pick, Bristleback.
Off lane Bristleback, most likely with the foot wing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that does limit the carries that XG can pick. Now, a hero like Chaos Knight, which can go for the break facet, the 1/3 of the time break facet seems better, but no, they go for Medusa.
Not the most traditional gate ganking hero. You're probably not going to expect the Medusa to move around, but it is indeed overall a pretty good game for it.
This is not the lane that you want to be playing. Medusa plus Warlock, you're not getting the real
but at the
value
same
out of the
time,
lane, but they want to
Medusa
have
would lane well
pick.
into the beast, you know. Like the beast doesn't like to play into the Medusa's lane. I mean, I do feel like you can't use the
I mean, what about Bristle, though? Because Bristle's just giving Medusa free stick charges, right?
Yes.
So either way, yeah, very good lane for Medusa. I think maybe that's the idea.
Okay, so even if the Medusa can't rotate out, help those other lanes, is there a lot that can be put into her lane? Do we feel that this is something that is going to ramp up for Extreme Gaming? We'll see them succeed?
They have other 3-4 heroes that can actually play Dota. I don't think it's going to be as slow because you do have Snapfire, you have Centaur one more time, and you also have XM on his signature puck. So he's going to be having a time where he can dictate the tempo, go around the map and try to make stuff happen.
And so final thoughts very quickly from you, Jenkins and Winter as well. Our game number 3.
I think it's an excellent draft for Extreme. It's a little slow, but I think with the signatures they have, they're fine with it being a little slow.
I mean, I think it's a little too slow for my liking. So I'm going to go with P-Vision side.
Okay, well that is lucky because we do have Astini, the coach of P-Vision, standing on stage for some final words before game 3.
Absolutely. Here once more with Astini from P-Vision. So good to see you yet again. Sir, high stress moment here, I know, so we will get you to your team as soon as we can, but you win this, it's grand final time. Big moment for you. Any words that you shared with the team before going into this game?
Let's just pick a chain so we don't need to smoke because they shout when we smoke and enemy knows. So let's just run it then without pressing smokes.
All right.
Our fans also shout when they smoke then.
Okay, well, fair enough for you, sir. All right, fantastic. Well, as we get into the game here, we've seen some pretty interesting picks, especially those last picks. I know you were probably hoping for another PO last pick from them. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out. But the carry seemed to be extremely important in this series. Would you say that the carry is the most important role that you've seen so far when facing this team?
Everyone is important. It's a team game. If you think like this, you're going to lose.
Fantastic. And last question, of course, those surprise last picks. We do see the Dusa. No chance to pick the Animage on this one against it. How do you think you're going to be faring against this Dusa?
We pre-picked to it because Chen has mana burn creep, so we were expecting, it's expected.
Okay, all right. You almost gave me away some there. You never tell me anything. It was for the mana burn creep. They got it. Write that one down, pubbers. All right, my man. I'm going to give you the mic on this one. Last time, potentially, that you could be holding the mic on this stage. Probably not, though. So please, have your moment. Say something to the fans and have your word. Please, I'm giving it to you. This is full trust. Go for it.
It's a pleasure to be here, to hear the fans cheering. No matter for us, for Extreme, it's amazing to be here. The atmosphere, it's fucking TI, boys. It's amazing. Thank you, everyone that is part of this community. Thanks, let's go. Bora caralho.
And I'm sure we'll be seeing this man in the grand finals. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have brought so far, and we'll continue to bring as we go. That's my boy! It's game 3.
There we go. I mean, Astini, absolutely correct there. The atmosphere has been phenomenal this year here in Hamburg. Thanks to you guys all here in the Barclays Arena. And let's get into the action. It's game 3 time, Fog. Extreme versus P-Vision. We're going to find out who's going to make it up to the grand finals later today to face Team Falcons. What do you make of the drafts? Because first thing I see XG getting that super strong duo straight through out of the gate. Yep. The Snapfire and that Centaur combo.
Let's see if there is going to be that answer. Let's see whose strategy comes in superior this time around. Because this Medusa last pick, there's a lot of big benefits that it does have this game. They mentioned it on the panel about how versus that Bristle, right? He'll be able to just get those stick charges, constantly have mana in the lane. But my big thing that I want to point out is it's Medusa playing versus a minus armor strategy. And Medusa loves that because of the way the interaction works with the mana shield, since you don't have to worry as much.
I mean, and how much of a strength do you think that is, as Astini sort of talks about having the Chen, having this, sort of potential ways to have something that might cause issues for the Medusa?
Not sure. Honestly, I feel like the Deuce is going to be pretty okay unless somehow just gets completely surrounded from some types of summons with the Beastmaster rotation too, because Bristle just feeds you sticks. You're always going to have stick charges. Yes, Warlock's heal isn't going to be as effective, but you definitely can do quite a bit down here in terms of protecting Ame. We'll see how much that mana burn is effective, though, since they killed it immediately. Dies almost at an instant. And yeah, like you said, the top lane, right? It's XXS playing the Centaur. He was absolutely ridiculous last game.
Oh, he was.
A perfect game from him. And Jinkyu, he's playing his classic. And another small thing to touch on as well. I mean, small, but 9 Class is playing a more normal style hero. He's playing a ranged hero. So, gonna see what he's gonna be able to do with this.
Absolutely. Still obviously a very strong hero. We've seen a lot of hoodwink come through and some people popping off on this hero. Yeah, eyes on 9 class to see what he's able to pull off this game. And with this sort of lane setup, you know, when we talk about obviously the strengths for the XG getting this classic combo that they'll go for if they can get. Yeah, how hard of a lane is it going to be for Satanic, or should it be fairly safe up here?
It's been a traditional counterpick, the TA versus the Centaur, since it's very low armor on Centaur. Once you get the meld points, it can really start to add up, but this lane is just strong, right? That's the thing about this Snapfire and Centaur. Even if they're versus some type of quote-unquote counters, they can absolutely trade. And you'll see him adapt his build slightly on XXS. He buys an early ring of protection this game to counteract some of that physical, and then he's still just going to go the Dominator build, which is very good versus the minus armor.
And looking at the mid, you know, I thought we have seen some games where, you know, a puck gets through and not a lot of lockdown is drafted against that. Is this one of those as well where you're kind of like, this puck could be a bit slippery, or do you see P-Vision having those opportunities to trip XM up in the mid game?
Could absolutely be slippery, but I think, like Astini was saying, their draft this time around is more about just like grouping up and pushing rather than catching the puck in particular, but they will have tools anyway, right? The TA traps is probably going to be the best tools that silence to be able to lock down the puck once that shard does come out from the TA. But I think it's more about them they're looking to group up and barrel down those lanes very early on P-Vision and set that tempo this time around. I mean, Ame's mana is getting burned. So far, Ducalis is being pretty effective with those, but he does have mangoes to work with, so he is still getting his own out of the lane.
Yeah, not quite able to sort of stop Ame from getting the CS down here, getting pretty much the same as Satanic's finding on that top lane as the Templar Assassin.
And XXS, he's got the helm finished up, so it does feel like he's going to be pretty free up here in terms of getting the last hits versus the Hoodwink and the TA.
Yeah, at the moment, pretty much that mid lane where we're seeing the biggest difference right now. Of course, some of those denies being the bores of no one, but even outside of that, very much having the advantage against XM's puck on these first few waves mid.
Yeah, a bit more than half a level advantage at the moment for no one. Having a fantastic start to it. And checking the runes constantly, right? That's going to be the hard thing for the puck to get the fill up when you're playing versus Beastmaster. Sends a board to one side, can go check the rune at the other one. He'll deny the top rune. And even Ducalis was actually making the move over to protect the rune as well, as we saw there with the Chen. Since his only real job is just to send this creep to mana burn the Medusa to make sure the DM can have a nice and solid lane.
Yeah, for sure I will, because for the most part, DM, he's not going to die against these two heroes, right? So another one of these offlaner heroes that's very, very safe to sort of be left on its own.
Most times versus the Warlock, right, it's not really ever a hero that likes to get, or wants, or can get kills inside the laning phase. It's very unlikely in these terms of play.
And of course, even on the top lane, honestly, I mean, there's sort of freedom for, as we've seen already, 9 class to head away, get some stacks going, because Satanic, as the TA, with the refraction potential, you're not really going to kill this TA unless you're bringing in a +1 or making some sort of move through the twin gate.
Yeah, unless he makes a big mistake and steps up too far forward, but Satanic rarely does that, and Hoodwink is a very effective double stacker.
Yeah, we're seeing it here. A lot of stacks already being built up just 5 minutes in.
Xingqiu is doing similar, as we do see. It's not the same, you know, he doesn't have 3 stacks on each, but the double stacks are prepared, and now the lane's starting to be broken. 5 minutes in, Xingqiu looking to put a bit more pressure onto no one.
And who would you imagine these stacks are going to be for? Is it for the TA, the Beast, or the Bristle?
Which ones? The ones in the
P-Vision stacks in the safe lane, in their own jungle.
Satanic.
Just
they're usually just about enabling Satanic, yeah. Farms them super fast as well. But maybe if no one sees an opportunity, like if he's just going to get his bottle filled up, maybe he will clear 1 or 2. Either one of them is probably fine. Bottom DM is starting to cut the creep wave, since there's no way for them to really stop him. 1K lead at the moment for the side of P-Vision, just off of these lanes. Power Rune, 10 seconds. Both supports looking to rotate on the side of P-Vision. And it does look Satanic. Satanic's just going to go work on the stacks now.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much, as you said, with the supports coming in for XM to have a chance of looking towards that.
XM.
The amplified damage rune will go the way of no one.
And Ducalis is starting to get some good damage onto him.
Quite a bit there.
DM is here.
And XM could still be in trouble with the orb he uses. He's able to jump down to the low ground with the waning rift. Another set of the axes, though. Oh, it's close. But XM will survive.
Oh, holy, 10 HP. Almost gets brought down there from the amp damage coming in from the Beast. Waning rift, perfectly placed from him as well. A lot of attention on these lanes from the side of P-Vision.
That's top. Satanic. Top of the network. getting the most out of this laning stage. All 3 cores in a fantastic spot on P-Vision.
XXS Dominator's about to be finished, so that pressure in the top lane is going to start to ramp up a little more here. But Satanic, he can just clear out the wave very quickly, go to the jungle, get that effective farm. And no one, he actually stole some of the stack as we saw there. So with the axes, he was able to prevent them from clearing their own stacks. And Ducalis.
Axum has to go immediately for the TP out, whereas Ducalis would have been able to body block his escape there with the summons.
Yeah, so nice move. I mean, XXS goes back to his creeps, and he's like, hey, there's no stack here anymore. GQ, you lied to me. As it was taken away from the Beastmaster. 2K lead, just off of lanes. So the positioning of the lanes has been very smart with them having the Chen bottom so far.
And look at this movement. We're going to get P-Vision coming in with a pretty early play down towards the bottom. The 2 of them heading over to try and see if they can catch Arme.
Right, this is really cool. With Satanic coming in.
Arme has got the 21 charges. We'll be able to pop them. Has a Mango as well. We'll see if that's enough though to save him though, because Satanic's in on top of him. Arme trying to run away, but now he's out of options. No more mana to play with. They kill off the 2 of them and can get the pressure onto the tower.
Oh, and the timing. Look at XXS. He was 7 XP from hitting 6 for Stampede. If he had it, maybe they could have bailed and gotten out of there, but a perfect move from P-Vision to take advantage of no Stampede.
They're playing fast here, P-Vision.
Really
they're trying to get back to sort of the level that they were performing at in terms of speed in game 1.
They truly are looking to set that tempo this game, and it is a very, very strong tempo draft that they do have. All heroes very good at taking objectives early on, good at taking the Roche.
I mean, this is the thing, right? They're good at taking objectives, and they're also good at defending objectives, right? If you're Extreme and you're now sort of saying, well, we want to try and push back, get some tier 1s in our favor, suddenly this Bristle's turning up, or you've got the Beast or the Hopeling spamming out the waves. It's not easy this game for Extreme to get anywhere close to the tempo that they were playing in game 2.
No, absolutely not. They do have a lot more team fight, I would say, this time around on the side of XG than we saw from either side last game, but if you fall behind too far in the lane, sometimes team fight can be problematic.
Because this indeed is quite an early gold lead coming into the 3 to 4K, just 9 minutes in. They're getting a lot out of the map here, P-Vision.
Can we get the stack counter? It's going to have to come up pretty soon. They've gotten, I believe, over 10 stacks already.
I mean, yeah, 9 Class has done so much here.
Yeah.
As you say, playing something a bit different to what he normally does, but showing that he can get some easy stacks going here for the team.
Mid lane, XM hangs on to the haste rune. That was a roar used. Yeah, the efficiency game from P-Vision with these lanes looking hot so far.
XXS. I mean, what sort of direction do you think he wants to be going this game with this build? He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Is he considering rushing the auras again, or did you want to get the blink early this time?
Yeah, there are those stacks. So 8-2 right now. I'm thinking he might still do the Crimson if they do see people just start barreling down and running down the lanes, but he queues up the Lotus for now. So
okay.
Wanting to reflect the roar.
Okay.
Interesting one.
They're getting a little earlier than we normally see.
Top.
I'm going to go in with the Dream Coil. I mean, should be a pretty dead 9 class here. As I'll get the Bushwhack off, but won't be able to survive. This X-Nova turns up, secures the kill.
Trap will slow down the push though, taking out some of the creeps. They will put down the sentry to stop that deep push.
XM trying to deal with the mid. But, again, having a complete mana pool being drained here by the pressure of Ducalis.
Yeah, he's actually being very annoying on this Chen so far.
Yeah, he's drained a lot of mana this game.
He sure has. So for Ame, it's going to be back to the jungle. Slow the pace down for him. P-Vision, they're looking to defend their towers. They want to play this early game. A lot of heroes top though for XG. Stampede's at the ready. They have Golem if he does pop the Grimoire. Kiss is still not at the ready though.
Satanic feeling confident.
Without Kiss, is pretty unlikely that they can bring him down just yet. So for Xingqiu, a bit under-leveled this time around.
Now, mate, on the bottom side of things, we'll still have to do a bit of catching up. You know, it's about 2K coming up between the carries right now. Just 11 minutes in, quite the difference. So they're going to need a fair bit of time, XG, to regain a hold on this game.
Yeah, Ame's looking for some late game, some pretty late game on this Dusa in particular. Even going for the Dorman Correo, as we saw there with the Mystical. Stacks will be worked on, and he does buy the plate mail. So XXS has shown the build that he wants to go for this time around.
And I imagine we'll see sort of similar things coming out from the supports. Just everything they can buy to just sort of throw down onto the Medusa and keep Ame alive in the fights and in the defenses that are going to likely have to come together quite early this game if P-Vision keep up this sort of tempo.
There definitely is a lot of value to these Solar Crests and Lotuses being thrown onto this Dusa in particular, just to protect versus the massive physical that can come out here. XM trying to whittle down this mid tower, but Ducalis is just sticking around, clearing the creep wave as well, putting himself in a very safe position to not get ganked too.
Yeah, pretty much impossible to get to him. I mean, kind of for the whole lineup as well. Like, it's hard to sort of see a way that Extreme can catch out Satanic top right. Like, how do you get the catch on this TA? How do you slow Satanic down?
It's only if he's out of position and you have Kisses, right? And you have them somehow sandwich on him. But Kisses have now been obtained. Level 6 is there for the Snapfire, but the way Satanic's playing, he's not really showing on the lane, right? Clears the wave super fast, backs up, goes to jungle. He is getting enabled pretty fast here. The Deso's gonna come out probably pre-14 minutes.
Absolutely, thanks to these stack-offs, the stacks coming out for 9 class.
Yeah.
Satanic getting so much here.
Looks like XG wants to take this tower. They want to try to slow down how much the Templar Assassin is getting, but it's already almost 13 minutes in and they haven't taken out this tower. That's a pretty big deal.
Much slower from them this game 3 as opposed to the game 2.
And instantly, Ducalis, when he sees an opportunity, starts pushing mid as the Chen as well. Rotations are coming in, but he's getting some damage here.
They're going to lead in on him with the Golem.
All right.
They want Ducalis gone. And they should get him here. It's XM able to push at least the Chen off their side of the map. I mean, it's in a game where it's kind of as slow as this, there's no hesitation dropping these ultimates, even for the supports.
Yep, and then you can use your Golem to just cut waves or go contest some of these potential stacks too. So looks like they will go mid. We'll claim their secondary tower here.
Yeah, well, at least sort of relieve some of the potential pressure that P-Vision might have looked to continue onto that mid-tier 1 tower. So being able to take out P-Visions, and that will ensure that they're able to hold their own for quite a bit longer around the mid.
P-Vision is going to hit a pretty scary triple timing, it looks like. The pipe for the Bristle is going to be done, the Beastmaster's Ags is going to be done, and the Deso for the TA is going to be done. So see how XG wants to deal with those 3 core timings, since they're not going to want to have their Dusa get involved too early. The Puck is pretty behind as well, and the Centaur's gone for more about the buff up Dusa build. So perhaps they are just going to look to play a bit more of that farm sit back, but that is going to open up P-Vision to get these objectives.
Oh, for sure, right. Once those timings are done, they're going to group up and go straight for the Roshan, you'd imagine.
Yeah, Rosh, and then it's, I mean, very early one too, potentially, before that Tormentor by a significant margin. And yeah, Beast Ags, it's going to be done there. We see XXS, he's using his creep to be a little annoying there, to block some camps, prevent some of that farm from Satanic, but there's that Deso, it's done.
Excellent timings again, as we were seeing in that game 1 performance from Satanic on the carry.
And Lotus Orb is done. They might actually bring Ame into these fights. If they throw everything onto him and he shows up with Manta, it might be necessary to have him there if they want to look to contest, but I'm even going to be able to get there in time, because look, the Roche is already getting started.
Yep, straight into the pit.
It's going to die very fast here. The rally, the Aghanim's is now delivered for the Beastmaster.
I mean, they don't even need Satanic to be around with the Deso.
Nope.
They're doing it without him.
This does not seem like they are aware. Mid lane, they use the coil for 9 class, but he's actually going to get away.
He's away. And that's Roshan gone.
Okay, no one uses the roar. It would, perhaps just because it was going to start shifting positioning there. I'm not sure, but either way, 60 seconds, they get an Aegis.
Getting everything that they'd hoped for so far in this early game, P-Vision. It all seems like it's going to plan for them.
And Kisses were used, Coil was used too, so they can get the push going. XG has to be careful.
Could start falling into sort of a similar position as that XG were in the game 1 of this series, which proved to be a very tough one for them.
I mean,
it's a question this time round. I mean, I guess overall, trusting in a Medusa in this day and age definitely feels a lot more secure than trusting in a PL, right? Ame definitely has more of a chance this time round to be able to carry this one.
If he can get to the butterfly timing, similar, I mean, not similar to the TB, but in a kind of similar fashion in terms of how much physical damage he's playing against, how effective it can be, but P-Vision's just playing a bit too fast, a bit too clean so far here. 5K lead, TA at the absolute top, and his other cores, they're looking really good. This lineup definitely has a ton of synergy, as we're seeing on the side of P-Vision.
And now with the Blink Dagger online as well for Satanic, it's already been impossible for them to find an opportunity to try and catch him out whilst he's been farming.
XM
should be able to jump out. 9 class, not able to get the connection there. XM calls the bluff, continues, but
soy la bestia de los cuentos antes de dormir.
See how much he wants to continue to try and run him down. 9 class is going to have to bushwhack back up in a second if he could close in. They'll hit the scan. They know whereabouts XM is. Into the corner he goes, but not going to have any lockdown in range. He's out.
There's a creep there. Extra money. Satanic will take that one. Ame cleaning up some creeps bottom. Actually can't finish them off from Ducalis. As XG. Blink is going to be the next choice for XXS. It's been a very passive style, passive itemization from them. So next, we'll have that to at least jump in and be that tanky bruiser for the team.
Yeah, no, they need that. And we saw how great of opportunities he was able to find in that last game too as the Centaur.
I think
beautiful blink hoof stomps coming out from in there, and they need it now more than ever here in this Game 3 Extreme.
Absolutely, and he's got a lot of armor, right? But it does feel like there's an overwhelming amount of damage on P-Vision this time that I don't think XXS is going to be able to do what he did last time with absorbing all the hits. The meld, the deso, the bristle, it adds up quickly.
He's going to try and open up here on towards him, but Stampede is at the ready.
Wild Wing.
I do have a fair bit of control, not quite enough. So if they could continue to chase those, the Stampede comes to an end.
Can he get a boar hit onto him? It's starting to get a bit too far there.
He's going to be fine. Let's roar down, but at the same time, they were able to force out the Stampede. So an ultimate for an ultimate.
Makes Satanic feel even safer. Doesn't have to worry about any Stampede to close the gap onto him while he's just farming it up. Shard purchased up for Satanic as well now, so XM has to be pretty careful in terms of those traps in the next upcoming fight, if it does happen, since we haven't had any fights really. 2-2, 18 minutes.
Even slower one this time in terms of kills, but yeah, the pressure that's building up from P-Vision, you can certainly feel it, so you'd imagine that Extreme, they're feeling it as well.
Yeah, let's see if they look to do similar about contesting that Roche in a way as that last time, since they do already have the wards set up top. About a minute and a half until that Tormentor does come up.
Looking set to sort of be able to line up this next round of timings. Both No One and Satanic going for the BKBs next. We're going to see Extreme try to catch them by surprise. They're coming out with the smoke, seeing if they can kind of catch them separate from one another. No One is down on the bottom lane, but still has a minute left on the Aegis and does have Ducalis by his side.
XM looking for the angle.
You know, to clean out the summons first.
Just some money. He'll buy a blink as well, so double blink now on the Puck and the Centaur to be able to jump toward the backlines. But oh, the economy game. Look, it just continues to grow and
grow. Just making so much more.
Yeah.
I mean, Satanic now 3K gold ahead of that of Ame's Medusa. This T8 is getting out of control.
All three cores are just hitting creeps in a very good fashion. And now Beastmaster, they can look to play around No One. He still has this Aegis. 30 seconds till that Tormentor. It really does feel like they're getting everything out of the map here on P-Vision. And XG, even though the Deuce is farming, the other two cores are falling behind.
Yeah, it really feels like one of those games where they're going to have to go all in on keeping Ame alive, just hoping that on the Medusa he'll have a chance to scale forward to the later stages of the game and turn this one around for Extreme.
How many Lotuses are they're picking up? Not Lotus Orbs, the great healing Lotuses. This is something definitely always to point out.
Chucha está reventando fuegos artificiales por mi casa.
One great healing Lotus. So I'll have to see if that makes a difference in the fight, as the Tormentor just dies in an instant.
Yeah, they can take any of these objectives so quickly with this sort of lineup.
Mid, XM.
Gonna get the catch on him. We'll get the Essence ring off and a jump to the low ground with the Waning Rift and with the Shield Rune as well. He'll be fine this time, but it's close.
I know, and they're just getting more and more ahead though. P-Vision hitting all these timings. As you said, the BKBs starting to roll in, a full S and Y for DM. When is the timing gonna feel for XG that they want to actually group up? Is it gonna be around Ame's Butterfly?
I think it has to be.
It probably has to be, otherwise it feels like they're just losing too much control of the map. No One. I'm trying for the catch.
They're definitely just gonna be looking to Ame, and it's gonna be on him when the call's made to try and fight.
And is it going to work out versus all these auras? This is the thing that the Chen can always bring in. Ducalis did get the shard before too, so we're going to see an Ancient Granite Golem.
Disculpa,
He's got the Wild Wing Ripper for that
y
plus
eliminando a
armor
los terrucos que quedaron a...
is terrifying on people.
It's strong, and you're certainly seeing it in effect here now, starting to approach the tier 2 on the bottom. We will see the smoke come through here from XM and Xingqiu as they make their way over.
The question is really going to be from XG is, are they going to have damage when they show up to the fight? Versus all these auras and all these items that P-Vision has been able to rack up.
Let's have a look. They're ready and set up. Ame prepared and ready to join them. But the tower's falling.
Ooh. No one. The axes actually clip XXS as it looked like he was going to attempt for a blink stun there.
They'll smoke up themselves. You know, P-Vision are not afraid of taking this fight. If Extreme end up walking into them, because they don't have Satanic with them. But as it is, I mean, XG just don't get the chance to jump. They will be able to push them back and hold on to that bottom area for a little longer, but they don't get a catch.
I mean, look at the Dominator creep from XXS, preventing that tier 2 from being pushed. He's racked up, what? Is that 3 creep waves? I believe it is, so delaying the push.
Doing everything they can to try and expand the amount of space that Arme has to farm safely in.
Do they look to push with this triple creep wave? I mean, it's a pretty big wave. Sure, they have ways to clear it out, but could look to pressure here. How long on Roche? About 30 seconds until we find out. P-Vision looking to set up around bottom. They have so many auras.
I mean, it could end up being a bit of a double-edged sword, right, for XG in the sense that they got this big triple creep wave coming in. Arme's going to want to be there to farm it.
They might jump
but
him.
Maybe that's just sort of a setup for P-Vision to push in, as you say, with the creep wave and catch Arme out. So Arme, as tempting as this creep wave looks, he's got to be careful.
They actually have vision of him, so it looks like they're going to strike elsewhere, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, in the mid.
They're going to go for him. The Lotus was there in time. Cookie to get him back a little bit safely under the tier 2 tower. XXS will be fine.
Arme.
Except, get the Dream calling on a no one, but the BKB's there. This is coming out, but P-Vision able to back off.
Instant disengage after they force TPs, and that's Coil plus Kisses. Roche
Y
is up.
comienza la caza.
BKB was forced there from no one. But they bring this Roche down very quick if Satanic is there. And Satanic, he is looking for the answer for that butterfly that he did see picked up, of course, from Ame. The MKB is going to come very quick as well.
It really is. It's going to pretty much come guaranteed before Arme is even able to get that next time on top of the butterfly.
Oh, and look,
Y se terminó la
look at the
caza.
last hits this game. 413 on Satanic, 331 on Ame. I mean, I know it's 2-2, but approaching almost 20 CS a minute, that is absolutely insane.
Bottom. P-Vision ready to get back on with the push. XG, they were able to slow them down earlier, but this time round, they're going to have to let the tier 2 likely fall.
And Roche is up. So, XXS, he's going to try to hold on to it as long as possible. No one will get the last touch.
Satanic, he's in. And straight away, XXS just has to pop Stampede immediately. He's terrified.
That is extremely early to pop there. And now no Stampede, no Kisses, and the Roche is up. Can XG look to contest this Roshan that they're just going to walk right into? Doesn't feel like it.
With the scan, but as you said, there's no Stampede. It's a risky move to make, but
there's XM.
Let's see if they can try and do something.
Oop, XM jumps up because the smoke broke, but it was actually 9 class who scouted him in the tree line.
Roshan's falling pretty quickly. Takalis scouting things out here with the creep.
Roche is going to start shifting in 15 seconds.
And XG, how much time do they want to spend sort of hovering around this area?
Esto pasa cuando el meta es jugar con Pokémons.
Really don't want to just give it for free. Their ultis are coming back up. Kisses in 5.
Yeah, and Satanic, he's just going to be able to clear these camps. That will be the MKB money done. Ready for the next fight. So even though XG is trying to look for a way to get Arme to turn up,
he's also got the 20 talent too, so that extra damage that's going to come in from him, he's going to hit so hard if he's able to actually focus fire.
Arme.
XXS tries for the jump. No one, not going to get caught.
Should start to feel a little safer in terms of how he positions himself. The Stampede's going to be back up in about 10 seconds.
All right, how's the cart looking? It's getting closer.
It is about 600 gold away for XXS.
Shannon watching somewhere, very excited.
Here we have around the pit.
Word is placed down. 9 class will give the scouting information.
P-Vision still very much respecting the presence of Extreme. Not going straight into the pit themselves.
But they are forcing XG
Lo va a recoger, pero de la parada con Bichosicano.
No one is just chilling bottom side, getting that extra farm, while all of XG has to stay in this area to watch the Roche. Amp damage also on Satanic for this next bit of time, so if they do see an opportunity, they can still go for that Roche very quickly here. No one is forcing the bottom side in.
Extreme starting to split back up, so they can at least have Arme getting a bit of farm on that top side.
What's the choice going to be? Oh, P-Vision looking to make a move that they're just going to push.
I mean, with the position the Satanic's in, they absolutely can. He doesn't need an Aegis to start hitting these tier 3s and seeing what happens.
It's a catapult wave as well, too, so an effective push.
Oh, look at the Dream Coil. Nothing more to follow up immediately. The hoof stomp is there. But getting through the refraction is not happening. Satanic just staying at full HP.
They didn't even have to pop anything there. Now potentially can back up and just look for that Roche. With those ults being used, could be an option if they want to. Satanic still having the BKB at the ready. Immediately, no one. He goes in. They do see it though. So they do have a ward right outside the pit. So they see that he starts it.
XG. Right behind them though. They don't want to let this happen.
Bottom, someone has to stay down there. If they don't,
that's true. Satanic could start getting kind of cheeky down.
And he's got the frenzy creep too, so the attack speed bonus is going to be there to keep that push.
Let's see how much he can get away with.
Oh, they're getting split up, Owen.
They got to make a call. They got to do something.
What's the choice? Do you go for the Roche? Do you go for your buildings?
¿Dónde estás, maldito? O no me digas que te fuiste temprano y dejaste el screen de esta manera, maldito hambre.
And there's no roar for 20 seconds. It's gonna die fast, Owen.
Maybe they can try for a steal. XXS in with a stomp, but it's a little early to make a steal happen.
Yep. And Ame is not here.
And Satanic, he's now returned to the side of P-Vision, so...
Roar up in 3 seconds.
Can they time this? XM, he jumps in. Look at the Stampede as well. There's the jump with the Who's to make success. He's going to try and get the pick up, but the Roshan we killed off. Who's able to grab the agent? They're all stunned. XXS will be able to steal it. And they've killed off the two of them. What a timing there. Coming in with the Stone Gaze, putting a stop to it all. And they clean up the chair as well. All right, Extreme.
XXS gets the connection. The roar came up in time. It hits everybody on the side of P-Vision. They have the information. XG, they're here to play.
Yeah, quite a bit of action coming out of nowhere there. And now with the Aegis in their hands, not some of the P-Vision is going to
Y
be
se
able to rely
necesito
on
dos
it.
Roshan para que el score finalmente se mueva.
Back their own way. We'll see this jump again.
Esto pasa por sacarte el Plaza Arcade. Malditos heraldos de mierda.
Step up with the Stone Gaze. No one getting frozen by it. And no position ready for Satanic to be able to turn and fight.
Mira que ya ha amanecido.
In there with the ultimate.
That was picture perfect from XG.
Vamos, Extreme, carajo.
They needed that. They needed that big time. That Roshan, that Aegis slips away.
And they make the right call, right? Those little split up things that they were doing, having Ame bottom, they come at the exact moment.
And any sort of time they can buy to try and get Ame online, and we were seeing just with that move alone, with Dota Plus starting to favor that of XG.
Medusa's starting to get there.
They know the potential of the Medusa,
Nunca
especially now
dude, Chuy.
back up to the
100
top level with
soles
that
extreme.
Satanic's farm.
La remontada y no
Massive
vegan
move there
pigar.
from XG that absolutely keeps them in the game.
And now we're going to see that matchup in particular, right? This Medusa versus the minus armor draft. How tanky she truly can be. This now that she's been able to get this farm. Having the Scotty, having the Daedalus next. P-Vision. The plan has been broken a bit here. What's going to be the adaptation they go for?
Well, let's see what XG do now with this chance to potentially gain the advantage themselves.
Let's see if P-Vision gets caught in that type of scenario with the fight again too, because Satanic literally got 0 attacks off because of that Stone Gaze connecting onto him.
Yeah, he just could not turn and fight back.
5-2, but tense moments.
XG. Coming in with the smoke, scan to hit as well. They know that somebody's up here.
XXS with this Aegis, with this cart, they can play pretty aggressively because he's got this potential save always for any of his cores, even XM if he gets caught in a silence. Push again, P-Vision, they're still gonna keep pressuring this bottom side with the catapult. Ame will have to respond.
The Hurricane Pike done now on Satanic, so a chance to slide out, reset, still get the hits in, even around that. XXS trying to make the move on to DM. DM, of course, very, very tanky.
He did just pick up a heart, so very unlikely they can actually chase this Bristle back there. And it looks like P-Vision not really overreacting to all these plays that have happened so far. Still splitting up, getting that farm going. Beastmaster, a full refresher finished up. So still feeling confident. maybe waiting until that Aegis goes down and looking for their own play, or maybe they're just going to look to play around objectives every single time. Look to play, go for the next Roche themselves once it does get taken away.
Still very much knowing that kind of across the board, the farm does favor them on their 3 cores. For XG, it's very top heavy, resting on the shoulders of Ame on the Medusa.
He does not have that Aegis, of course, too. So if they full focus fire the Medusa, they could potentially kill if they have XXS controlled in a way, so he can't card it.
And they're going to have a haste rune ready for no one for the next move. And of course, with that freshly picked up refresher, chance to find that solid initiation with the double roar.
Going for his own Lincolns, too, so he doesn't roar himself, potentially.
DM just continue to grab this mid wave, making sure that with this last moments of the Aegis on XG, they can't really push on for tier 2s.
No. Too hard to push out also versus TA. TA just puts traps in every lane, just can pop the trap and continue to slow down the push too. So P-Vision's, when the game slows down, you still see that economy game go up for them. Even though they did lose that Roshan area, they go back up to this 12K lead after just a couple moments.
Stepping out in the bottom lane here. Okay. Last 30 seconds of XXS's Aegis, and ready to see if they can make some sort of jump. Not gonna happen. Satanic quick with the blink.
20 seconds left on it.
I mean, can they try and push this tier 1 tower, or is that still a little too risky, do you think, for them?
It can be dangerous. P-Vision can definitely still look
Mis
for these
perros sí
fights.
están llorando por tus cohetes, porque no te los metes al poto.
Oh, clever move there from no one. He was going to go through the portal, and he was a bit afraid, and for good reason. XXS was there ready with the Centaur Conqueror. Sends the board through scouts. Now they're going to TP. P-Vision is looking for the fight now. Save Extreme is able to work that magic they did before. Positioned on the high ground. A Daedalus. He said on Ame.
Now ready to start hunting for them. XM ready to join. I mean, they could be in a good spot to try and just sort of attack from the backside here and get this wrap around.
They don't have a smoke of their own. So it's going to be revealed immediately when they kill the trap here.
Xnova will pick up one now, but it has to make its way out to him. So.
And the push.
It's going to come in.
DM's going to hit the tower.
Yeah, they got to get back in now.
Flip is forced.
XXS does get the jump, but again, this Bristle feels pretty unkillable at this moment in time.
Not the target they want.
P-Vision just continuing to do a very good job of keeping these lanes in a position that means that for Extreme, to sort of get out and get aggressive with the Medusa, it's rather difficult. The best they can do is sort of respond, as we saw them do to that Roshan attempt from P-Vision.
That's probably
that to get Ame in position to fight.
I mean, that feels like what this game is just going to be, right? It's going to be about the Roshan contests. Who's going to be able to get these Aegis at this point? P-Vision, every time the game slows down, their net worth just continues to skyrocket on the 3 cores. So let's see how these next approaches come. As Ame, level 23 has been hit. Getting closer and closer toward 25. But same thing for Satanic to be said. 24, he's got the Swift Blink finished up. His damage also continues to grow. This has to be the lowest kill count game I think I've ever had at 35 minutes in.
It's a tense one. We'll call it that, but yeah, 5-2 at 35 minutes in. Pretty crazy.
It truly is. It is the most important game for these teams at the moment.
And the last chance for both of them to make it forward to the grand finals of the International. Nobody wants to be the first to make the mistake that could cost their team the game. So both teams playing ever so careful now in these moments.
Ooh, and Ame looks like he is going to go down Silver Edge route. So looking for an option to be able to actually kill DM, because until they have a Silver Edge, killing him just feels pretty impossible for now. And DM has been posturing himself a bit far forward here. No one, as you said, the Lincoln's soon to be finished to prevent roaring himself in particular. And yeah, P-Vision, as you said, gold lead. They do continue to grow it. Ducalis also going for the Crimson Guard next to block out some of that Deuce's damage. 25 has been hit. Satanic. Fraction instances are there.
Now Ame very close to 25 himself. Just under a level behind.
XM will be able to snatch that shield rune. DM was about to pick it up.
XXS holding on to the defense down bottom.
Roche, it's a very, very quick spawn, Owen.
Trying to clear out the way, but we're going to see Satanic make the jump over towards him. He's got the Ghost Scepter at the ready, though, XXS. So at the moment, of course, no answer from P-Vision for that. They're very close to having Nullifier on DM, so shortly that won't be as much of a problem.
So Reg almost for that Medusa as well with the kill the Bristle. XM scouts the Roche.
They'll definitely want to have a say about this. As we saw last time for Extreme, it absolutely gave them a little bit of life in this game to get Arme to a position where he might just be able to carry them here on the Medusa. Can they contest the Roche successfully again, though?
And we have to keep eyes also this Roar of Retribution. It's something we always have to keep tab of in these fights because it does make you take that extra damage too. So we did see really make a difference in that last fight. DM?
It's going to start it straight away. XM knows what's up. P-Vision, definitely after the last situation, are going to be much more careful about how they go about taking Roshan down.
Me pregunto qué equipo gana.
Satanic still continue to hit creeps bottom, top. No one was also just farming it up. So as I said, every moment that goes by, the gold lead does continue to go up for them. Tense moments here at the standoff. P-Vision.
Close to a big purchase as well for 9 class. Nearly has the E-Blade, so obviously a chance to buff up the burst, but also potentially save those that are getting gone upon by the Medusa.
Quiero comprar mi maca con mi pan con camote.
A long time that she's not going to be able to attack, so could be a very, very good pickup if he is able to get it.
DM, he knows that he can very safely start working on the Roshan. Arme and XXS step forward. Stay safely, then the break comes in. He didn't expect that.
He did not see it.
Oh my goodness, yeah, the Silver Edge reveal there from Arme, allowing them to just destroy this Bristle. He did not expect that one bit.
And Aurora actually went off during it too, so now XG can potentially start. This DM is dead for 65 seconds. He used his gold.
And the Silver Edge purchase coming in geniusly there from Arme.
He truly did not expect it to come right there. Immediately gets deleted. Satanic now bottom.
Gonna try and put a bit of split push pressure on. We'll get the tower. Arme's able to push back the wave though.
He's trying to buy time for his Bristle to respawn for that
MRX sí. Roba Roshan o lo que sea, pero aumenta mis puntos de fantasía.
A lot tankier now.
I'll head back around the Roshan.
And the next few pickups too for Ame are going to be scary, right? Once he gets the Aghanim's with this build, Daedalus plus Scotty, he is going to be hitting very hard on everybody.
They can step into the pit themselves now. Actually, XM's got his eyes on him. XXS in. There's another pickoff here around the pit, definitely setting up now for the opportunity to step in and go for this. 9 class will buy back, and they'll have DM back in 10 seconds. Arme's going to take this down pretty quickly, though. He's got a lot of damage on the Medusa. P-Vision, if they want to interrupt, they've got to try and do it soon.
There's the roar. But Wink does tap it.
Can they time it? Already not.
¡Es que me escuchas, Chuy! Lo sé porque de seguro está en el carro oyendo nuestras huevadas.
Buenos días, gentita, ¿cómo están? Recién despierto, tengo chamba, si no hubiera aprendido directo.
For Fresher, Chardonnay, now 2 for the Centaur. He has double ways to protect his core. Double Stampede, double Workhorse. If he wants to keep it, that is. They could even give it to Ame or to the Puck. All are very good options. This truly is building up to be the hyper carries versus the hyper carries, but this Dusa is getting very scary, Owen.
Absolutely. You can only imagine that from XG's side of things, they are going to feel that this game, it's getting to the point where Arme is absolutely going to have what it takes to carry them through to the grand finals.
Even if they are, quote-unquote, getting out-farmed by these multiple cores, the Dusa can stand her own versus this.
Quito tener que chambear un domingo fuerzas.
SDM has to be very careful now at this point, too. He can just die in an instant, in one stun. Can't just get brought down because of that Silver Edge.
See where Arme's going to go next in the build. Looks to be going for the Swift Blink, wants that extra bit of mobility and positioning to get stuck in right in the midst of the team fight, knowing that he has so many ways that he can be bailed out, even if the initiation goes wrong.
Si una MSRDI, lo peor es despertar temprano.
They look towards him, but the roar comes out, and now the damage will take down. It comes in, and he focuses towards XXS, takes him down. Arme moves forward over towards DM. DM able to turn his back and run this time. The break comes in, the outboard stuff gives him a chance to continue to escape. They have the bushwhack locked down on towards Arme, starting to fall low at the mana, cooking forward aggressively. Arme trying to push up forward against the 2 of them, trying to chase out no one, but the mana's gone. Arme
is isolated.
So low. He still, of course, has the Aegis. Can Satanic finish him off the once he can? That's the Aegis gone. Round 2 though, XM makes the jump in onto Satanic with a dream call. BKB there straight away. Satanic retreats.
They're kiting him. They're trying to control Ame here.
Can they get back in on this? The bushwhack's there. Satanic bringing in the damage. Is it enough to take down Ame? No, he's still got half mana to play with. Not quite enough physical to burst through the Medusa.
He's almost alone now. It's just him and XM versus 5.
XM in with the jump, finds the chance to close in on towards 9 class on the back line. Satanic still trying to push up, but the damage from XM enough to bring down 9 class.
Arme.
Look at Arme wants the Manta, trying to chase this TA out of the edge of the fight. Arme looks now towards DM. He's now out of mana completely though, Arme. He's trying to stand his ground, but no one's backing on top of him. XM looking to Satanic.
Puta madre, mi predicción no.
Satanic down, they've lost Arme. But XM survives, kills Satanic off. And can he get out? He's away with the phase shift and the blink, the orbs up. They're TPing over.
¿Por qué chucha esa Medusa no tiene cetro?
The axes won't clip him. XM, he'll get out alive.
What absolutely crazy fight. I mean, splitting things up. They take out XXS at the start of things, so there's no cart to protect Ame, and they isolate him. But at the end of it all, XM actually finishes off Satanic. What a crazy fight. Was that 3 roars I think I saw from the Beastmaster in one fight? Must have been, as no one
Merece porque huevos tiene.
My goodness, this game showing to be absolutely anybody still.
And just showing sort of how particular P-Vision have to be with kind of the focus in these fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, are they calling to go all in on the Dusa, or do they have to now spend more resources on being like, hey, our TA on the backlines, it's getting destroyed by this pug. We've got to somehow get XM off Satanic.
They still have, I think their approach of killing
O sea, la Medusa no tiene counter y aún así pierde la cagada de estos cholos.
It is not an easy approach by any means.
Se Poki Warlock entraron hasta el culo. Como no va a tirar golem para salvar al centauro.
I'm ready for the next fight. XM now hitting the 25
and
as the Aghanims.
And an amp damage, and they give him the refresher shard. That could be absolutely massive.
Yet to die this game here, XM.
Has not been tripped up by any of these little Templar Assassin shard traps just yet.
La Medusa solita se cago metiéndose entre 4.
They're just doing so much in that last team fight, especially when you consider just relatively the position he was in terms of farm compared to like all 3 of the cores of P-Vision. You know, he was a fair few thousand behind, but still just doing so much with the resources that he has on the puck.
This level 25 might change the game, might just make it much harder for P-Vision to actually approach things, because now Ame, he literally can just charge in. If there's a coil, he gets in front of them with Stone Gaze. They might just die because of this, because they won't be able to break out without getting stunned.
No, for sure, and they can maybe sort of try and turn and stand their ground and try and kill Ame. But even though they did in that last fight, you saw just how long it did take to bring the Medusa down.
I mean, look at this. A Yule's now picked up for no one. So looking for any ways of maybe just delaying and prolonging these fights. A Wind Waker, perhaps.
He can pick that up.
It's going to be some crazy... These team fights could last over a minute, and we could see potentially, what, 3 roars, 4 roars?
Que puta santa sacando difusal mejorada.
Few of them a little short on the gold, especially with this purchase, so Ame very much going all in, gets the disperser completed.
This next fight is going to be crazy.
If XM gets a good Dream Coil...
And he's going to get one.
He's going to find the big one as well as Satanic. They're straightened on towards him. They try to save it, they can't. Satanic's gone. XD ready to push up on the second coil. Catching on to both of them. DM and Dakalis call as Dakalis falls. They get the break in on towards DM. He tries to run. No one commits him with the beacon with the refresher. Satanic buys back. Ame pushing in with the Stone Gaze. Satanic
Vamos que roje.
Creo que si String quiere ganar, tiene que meterse en su base hasta que el Warlock tenga refresh y cetro para pushear.
Vamos, mierda, pega, hijo de perra, pega, maldito reconcha de tu puta madre.
He's going to be gone.
Por fin mierda el centauro ese cetro.
So Satanic, the buyback pays off. Buybacks are going to continue. XXS, he wants to get back in on the action. And now XM, he wants a part of it as well. They're going to break in again onto DM. Scatter blast, little shredder. They're trying to close it. Can they finish off the bristle? DM able to get through the trees. Cooking out, Bobby close the gap, get another touch in on towards him. He speeds up with the disperser. Stampede as well. They're chasing down DM. Scatter blast hits. Ame in on top of the bristle. Nowhere for DM.
No me jodas. No da visión.
Multiple buybacks from both sides. Trying to kite the Dusa as best as possible, trying to go for these backline heroes on P-Vision, but it's hard to ignore Ame. He's got too many tools to catch up to them there with the Stampedes, with the Disperser, but XM did buy back.
He did.
That is a big one too.
Him and XXS coming in with a buyback. We'll see how much they want to try and force it, because obviously if they can take Satanic out, it could be game over. Whereas for them, if say they do die,
como
they don't have the
padrastro
buybacks
alcohólico,
available. As long
vamos.
as Arme's still in the game, ready to hold, there's a chance that XG could hold without the full 5-man. So a slight window opportunity here for XG if they want to try and play on the aggressive.
Absolutely. We see there, I mean, Ame, he now has gold for the buyback. We're seeing the switch and build here from Satanic. He's going for a butterfly, so looking for a tool to be able to fight back versus this Dusa. But this 25 coil, you see the power of it.
XM.
You just get a catch onto the main core, and there's not a whole lot of counterplay versus it.
Especially if we can get this nullifier as well. If he's able to jump and get the coil that should be the setup required for Arme to follow, bring in the damage, and get these sort of kills.
Because the only way that they can actually save versus that Ag's coil is the Wind Waker from no one at the moment. So if they do get that nullifier on top of it, it could just be game if they do bring down that TA.
Buyback situation, as we say, has to be watched here in this next play.
Watch no one in particular. He might change the way he plays and approaches a bit here because of this Wind Waker to protect the TA versus that
20 kills. Las torres tier 1 aún intactas y van para el 4 Torroshan la firme se esperan el tier 5 de los neutrales.
A BKB now for DM, so give him a bit of a better chance of being caught and found at the start.
This game is absolutely crazy.
And here we go. They're going to go for the smoke P-Vision. A potentially risky move, but again, at the same time, if they can get Satanic in position and they can kill both XM and XXS, that'll at least give them the opportunity to very likely secure the next Roshan and maybe even take away a set of rounds.
It has to be the way they approach, right? Is isolate the Dusa, kill the rest of the targets, and then
Estos mierda juegan a late game. No han nacido mis nervios.
On him, so now essentially all 3 cores of Extreme playing without buyback here with Arme spending up.
It is a extremely strong pickup.
Gonna go for the Raw. Shrek as well. Just a little bit of a tease to see what they get out of XG. Nothing too much to be forced.
I mean, this Aghanim is pretty ridiculous. Going to be able to hit all the targets
and they're going to go for this XG straight away. With Arme going all in, they want to try and enable him in the fight and find the opportunity to bring down Satanic and take him out for good whilst his buyback's still on cooldown for 4 minutes.
Roshan up 2 seconds. Who's going to get the positioning for this one here? No one does have the buyback at the ready.
That's the nullifier done here for XM.
Okay. Now, yeah, as you said, now he can pretty much prevent that save that can come out from the Beastmaster and focus that target. Allow his Dusa to hit.
P-Vision, what's the call?
Roche is going to get started. Ame. The roar will come out.
Okay, P-Vision making their way over. Smoke up from themselves.
Incredibly
to hold the high ground.
Ame. That Outworld staff could come into play to protect DM a lot versus this.
Esa medusa que chucha no saca centro es el único ítem que necesita.
Diezmó por la hueva.
Things could absolutely make the difference here. Either that or an E-Blade to protect DM if the nullifier is not on him.
Ya sacó el loco.
Vision being persistent here with their attempts to try and catch XG by surprise.
What's the rune gonna be?
No one's got the high ground set up. They're gonna see Arme step forward. They get the pushback on him. BKB for 9. He's ready to look for them. He gets the roar straight away onto the center. They're trying to focus XXS so he cannot get the save off. DM trying to push him away from Arme. Refresher will be popped to the Wind Waker away. No one trying to step out of the fight. Arme getting a few hits in with the Skadi, but the BKB's out for no one. He'll get out successfully.
Spell casting super fast from both sides. The E-Blade thrown on DM to protect him.
I mean, and we're seeing just, for no one, he's only got his sights set for the Centaur. He wants to make sure that every possibility there is no chance that XXS can get in and get Arme in the cart.
And that was his Aeon Disc popped. So a very important one. XXS, it's 80 seconds that Aeon Disc won't be available for him if they do focus him.
P-Vision.
Standoff at the Roche again.
Satanic thinks about sort of pushing forward onto the Roche himself. Another smoke from P-Vision there. They're eating through these smokes.
That coil still on cooldown, 20 seconds also. Doesn't look like they'll be able to take advantage of that one as the buybacks are getting closer and closer.
They are just a couple more minutes until we start.
O ese golem parece abuelo borracho como aguanta la Templar.
No despiertes, Chewbacca. Te lo dice Grover.
Satanic, considering his next option.
XG has to just stay in this area though. I said XXS, 25 seconds. Aeon Disc is going to be back at the ready.
Y eso que no tiene el talento 25.
Both teams wanting the Roshan, but also not wanting to get caught without the buybacks.
It's all going to be about who can get the better initiation, who can get these catches on these cores, who can kite out these super strong carries.
Ame, he's in.
Start.
Stampede at the ready. They have the means to save him.
Falsa alarma, muchachos. Tenía muteada la PC XD.
Taking out a fair bit of mana already. That's 1,200 gone. Double catapult wave on top with, I don't even know how many, 12 range creeps. So top tower.
A esta altura es refresh y divine.
Tier 2 pressure. Someone's going to have to deal with it. It's going to be XM.
And no one able to farm up enough buyback to get the Aghanims blessing and still have the buyback gold.
All right.
En la historia de Grover Chewy, no terminó de contar.
Take a poke at the Roshan. Stampede's going to be there. See off to the side. They're looking at DM, force out the BKB.
It's too hard for DM. Too hard for them to focus him. He BKBs and then he outworld staffs and we'll be okay. No BKB though, 85 seconds, but that is a Stampede used.
Roshan now down to close to half HP. No one, as you say, he's
Más
just sort of
aguanta el golem que
focused on
Roshan
getting
XD.
pressure on elsewhere. Maybe see if he can get a chance to kind of peel some of the attention away from Roshan. But Ame straight back in the pit once more.
Ame is 150 short of buyback. Satanic's buyback is back at the ready.
All right. Yeah, full lineup having the buyback now online for P-Vision. They've all got the gold.
20 seconds for the puck and the Centaur, but they are actually
Me la
missing the
cache
gold.
y que chucha ahora hace exacto ni mierda. Yo
as a
brother.
whole to bring in those buybacks and use those second lives if the fight goes down here.
Absolutely. Being on the dire side.
So P-Vision, they'll definitely want to try and push to take this Roche before it makes the move in a couple of minutes.
It's dropping low.
This is the favorable spot for them.
You can feel that pressure.
This could be a very, very painful team fight for one of these two teams.
They dropped the banner for Vision.
After the jump of the outward star. It's there. Goes to the hoof stomp. Them trying to get back in onto Ame.
I mean, that's pretty funny, right? They dropped the banner just for Vision. Since I don't believe that they have any wards left. I haven't been able to check. Okay, they do still have one left on X-Nova, but...
XG will have to deal a little bit with the creeps. That top wave getting very close to the base, so...
Roche is going to start shifting, I mean, relatively soon, 40 seconds.
As we say, that will very
Ya me
much be in
estresa ver
XG's
dos
favor.
correlones entren pe mierda.
Ame.
He's going to get bashed by the Roche.
Hay dos estandartes en este y aún así irán al tercero.
Safely out of the pit. Gotta be careful when you come close to the Roche.
I think Ame got out of range of the sentry there, so he was invis, wasn't able to get that roar.
Looking at DM again. DM BKB back up on off cooldown.
Peor es que el Chen aquí puede acabar con las líneas solo en lo que están hueveando con Roshan.
So they will be feeding those to Ame.
Ese cojudo dudo en tirar ROR XD.
They're finishing that buyback, right, in particular. We're potentially going to have all 10 heroes with buyback soon. XXS, the only one short of it, 900 gold away.
And they knew that, you know, the chances of the Roshan dying in the 5 seconds before he moves were unlikely, so XG able to sort of wait out that Roche position and are now going to be able to play on in a spot where their buybacks now will be the stronger as they're going to be able to have that TP point close to the Roche.
Puta su miau, la medusa tiene que bajar un ítem.
Send creeps to the sides. They're trying to get that momentum pushing in so they can get an opportunity, but it's just not happening. XG just have the responses for it. Smoke up, XG, they're gonna start the Roche. The roar comes out.
Satanic. Trying to get some sort of traps out of it. XXS is in with the hoof stop. Kiss is coming in as well. Just trying to push back. Oh, DM is just dying. The elbow stuff comes out, but he's so low. The coil connects. Nullify thrown down upon an XM. Jumps in, trying to finish off the jump. DM will survive, but the space is created for them to secure the Roche. Get the Aegis, the Refresher Shard, and the Cheese all picked up on XG. To be so careful there, trying to approach in on this Medusa. You saw that how close DM got to just dying in seconds.
They are absolutely
Todo mid mierda.
Medusa, how to maneuver on
Vamos.
Medusa.
It's gotten to that point.
Yep.
TMRS chancho quedo de papel.
6 minutes. It looks like we are potentially going to make it to these 60 minutes with the way all things have been going down. How are these levels looking? Xingqiu 23, 22 on the Warlock, Chen 20, Hoodwink 21. So level advantage also for the side of XG for these supports. An AC. All right, cool. Xingqiu picking up probably the first AC you've ever seen on a Snapfire.
We're seeing as well, yeah, there it is. It's queued up now on Satanic. He's holding on to a lot of money. He's just added the rapier to the queue. It has to be considered. They have to have some sort of immense burst so that Satanic, when he does get in and finds the target, he's able to take them out straight away.
But they also have to deal with, they have to get the nullifier on the right target also too, because of the Ghost Scepters and the Aeon Discs and then the work.
Es que si avanzan mucho se cogen al Warlock y se van.
Especially to bring down this Dusa.
Because what do you imagine No One's next purchase is going to be?
I don't know.
Is he also getting sort of a nullifier himself somewhere in the build?
He might have to, but what does he really want to replace? Just move the boots somehow? I'm not sure. Definitely difficult.
XG, how much do they want to try and push for with this 3 minutes of Aegis?
XXS. Also hit level 25 now, so extra hoof stomp duration. It's at 3 seconds. 3 minutes.
Tier 2 full on the bottom lane, XG.
Doble trinco y 3 estandartes en ese es que más necesita Extreme para subir.
The double coils could be what let XG close this out.
Can they get Arme off the high ground? In fact, they're just going to get the jump straight in there with the coil. Onto the two of them. Hand of got the coil. The second coil destroys 9+. Refreshers popped in by Noah, but he has to use the Wind Waker to try and survive. BKBs are popped as they're just having to retreat on P-Vision. They cannot step up. The range are gone. XG, they'll force out the fortification.
Right, what a coil. Catches two and then catches the third.
It's just so much damage. As 9+ just gets deleted. In that combo there, laid down by XM.
He's going through backdoor.
They'll take out the full set here on the bottom lane and still.
Rompe mierda que haces pegando a gente con BKB.
Swing back across towards the mid and the top lane to
Ya
alleviate
fue.
the pressure that
Saquen su tier 5 nomás.
against them. But XG, they could very much be set up to look for another set of barracks during this Aegis timer.
Feels like P-Vision have to do some type of different approach, but I just don't know what it is in order to stop this, right? The potential of this puck plus the Medusa, and then the save from this Centaur always. The fight just feels so difficult for them to approach.
And the scaling from XG has been perfect this game, coming up to the 60-minute mark. And even
buena partida, pero igual ganar a Falcon.
P-Vision have had the net worth advantage, and earlier a pretty significant one.
Muere ardilla de mierda, héroe de cabros.
Vamos a mi carajo. Te mereces ganar un TI y retirarte.
70 seconds left on this Aegis. Ame gonna look for the go again. They don't have the refresher on the puck at the moment.
With the raw, but nothing to come with that one.
One coil is available.
There's the jump. XXS finds Satanic. They make the jump. The nullifiers there as well. They're going all in on towards the TX. Over drops the golem down as well. That's Satanic.
¿Cuál ame lo merece el gordito de Xingqiu?
As soon as he sees the chance, he's in on top of him. They turn towards DM. DM broken and taken out.
This Dusa is just too strong.
They've got the buybacks. They're going to have to use them. But how do they stop this? The full set of racks taken out in the mid.
Muere chiboro cojudo de Satanic. Muere chuche tu madre.
XG, they'll back up for now.
It's just anyone who gets focused dies. They
Por fin mierda rompe Medusa de mierda.
Saving function on the side of P-Vision. They cannot protect the cores. They have to take a risk. They have to go out.
They cannot let XG sort of back up and farm up these tier 5 neutrals. Satanic in with the chase. Finds Xingqiu, but straight over the Glimmer. He's away. Satanic on his own doesn't have any way to deal with that. So Xingqiu gets out. They'll get the chance to find their neutrals. We'll see at P-Vision. They'll probably stop the chase and look to just try and secure these 60-minute neutral items for themselves. Oop. Have a little bit of a breather.
I think we all need that little bit of a breather. XM, he's about to have his own refresher now finished up. He's out of the
El Warlock bufea con su tercera, que miedo mi muiro.
This one done. So these coils, as we said, absolutely crucial.
I think Extreme Gaming, they can definitely taste the victory in this game. They're so close to being able to step forward to the grand finals.
Just wondering how, what's the approach going to be from P-Vision, right? There's just so many
Un
different
rato que
tools
se
that they have
tienen
to
que
get
secar
through.
el culo
How
de
do you
tanta
protect the
tensión.
TA versus these coils? How do you focus the Dusa?
Chibolo faltoso viene a faltar el respeto a los grandes.
Yeah, they had all these sort of earlier timings where they did their best to try and play for P-Vision, putting that pressure on, but at most they took the tier 3 bottom, but they were never able to take a barracks away from Extreme.
Era Gil satánico y siempre será Gil. Como ese cojudo de osito, par de caca, chibolo, virgen.
And just having all the buff ups, right? They put faith in Ame, and that faith is absolutely working. Now more Lotus Orbs to throw onto him.
Let's see what sort of crazy tier 5s they can find on both sides. As they should get the space on both teams to farm
Lag
these up.
mental a ese satanic mierda pudiendo matar a ese snap.
1,000 point on both of the carries now. And that's who's gonna get what? Audacious, Stygian Desolator for
these dream coils from XM.
He's gonna kill it. It feels like he's gonna kill everybody.
He might. You know, it might be a situation where Arme's going to turn up to the fight and everybody's already dead.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't need me. You know, XM is insanely farmed the damage output from this puck. It's going to be ridiculous.
Lo que pasa es que Satán tiene otro cromosoma.
On the side of
and both of them getting audacious.
Yep.
So they've got this extra magic attack damage on their hits. And I imagine right with the Medusa, you get audacious. It will make sure with the Aghanim's that all of the hits are doing the extra 80 magic damage, right?
XDS POC con desalodora mejorada.
Too, right? So he's got this liberty to move in and out of the fights easier.
And we'll see, you know, Satanic, just get the Stygian, he has got that extra attack range as well, so maybe a bit of a chance for him to find the position, but still yet to be able to get away to slot the Divine Rapier into his item build.
And just honestly, he hasn't really been able to attack the Dusa much in the last 20 minutes, right? It feels like Satanic has to be so cautious. With these buybacks down as well, too.
Yeah, and XG having all the buybacks available here.
Yeah, it feels like P-Vision, they just have to go all aggression, right? It's like DM has to, yeah, he takes the
Sinceramente, esa huevada de sacar dominador al hard carry más aburrido.
Looking for the potential closeout here.
Puta su miau, ¿cómo es que la Templar tiene BKB de 7 segundos?
But they do have quite a bit of tools at their arsenal right now. XM, eyes on him.
They're gonna get the jump. Straight away the Wind Waker. You see no one back off. Coil will be there just onto the water.
La otra semana todos jugando Dota con nuevas wins y perdiendo como siempre XD.
Lincoln's did block the nullifier there. I think if it did not, likely he could get brought down there. No one. Still has the refresher. BKB was used.
Worth noting as well, of course, Arme does have the moonshot, and even on top of that, still 9,000 gold.
Yeah, he's full. He's full slotted up. About to hit level
Puta
30
madre,
as well,
no murió ese entrenador Pokémon.
Not the most impactful one, but any little bit can help. DM. Queuing up the AC next. I mean, DM's growth has... he's had like the same items, it feels like, for the last 25 minutes at the least.
XG. Ready and waiting outside the base.
They can just wait. Every time that XM has coil, it's going to force a reaction from P-Vision.
Still these 4.5 minutes of which the... If DM or Satanic go down, the game will fall to an end. And P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with the jump on Satanic. They hit the BKB off.
There's that Wind Waker.
It's going to give him a chance to survive through the coil. No one's in with the roll.
No me digas que esperaran otro Roshan, Tamaré.
Out of the action, Arme. Keep him safe. Keeps him close enough towards DM, though. DM's BKB comes to an end. DM's got to run. The Scatter Blast catches onto it, though. DM, he's dead. 2 minutes without buyback.
It's so impossible to approach these fights. Ame is just a raid boss, and he's got XXS every time to back him up.
Satanic, he's got the rapier,
Let's see what he can do.
Vamos, mierda.
Look at the damage.
Bueno, es hora de ir por el tamal y pan con chicharrón.
A ver, ven a Centauro.
Vamos, mierda. A esa salvada de la Medusa con la carreta lo fue todo.
Vamos, Eperroje.
Que chucha fue Chancho Parador, ¿te crees? ¿Chaparon ese por 4 sarnosos? Ida.
What a game.
Absolutely. And P-Vision, they did well to get this far, but falling at the hurdle won't be making it forward anymore.
Inocente.
Having their number and knowing exactly what to do in this sort of game. Inocente. Wanted to try and run them over. Extreme, they just didn't let it happen.
Pongan captura de sus predicciones.
El centauro fue clave. Mecino, le salvo el culo a la medusa.
You could ask for a better fight that they could have gotten there, right? Because there's literally the roar of retribution comes out. The Roche is about to die. They get the stun. They block the Aegis, and then the Stone Gaze.
Se moría esa medusa y era 10 min más de juego.
25 minutes ago or so, but it felt like that's where XG hit their stride, got all their power.
Absolutely, and just the playmaking right from the two cores around.
Donde están los apostadores de visión para reírme en sus caras.
Incredible who stops. It's like as soon as you show, this Centaur's on top of you. He's ready to start the play, and those last few fights as well, the pressure that this puck was doing, just putting on against
Satán recontra vende humo, ojalá. Nunca te llamen al competitivo, chibolo mongol.
Satán, no puedo creer que voy a decir esto. Yuma es mejor HC que tú.
Chuy, no vengas. ¿Ves? No vengas.
How does it feel to be a TI Grand Finalist?
进入 TI 的总决赛，什么感觉？
很爽。
It's amazing.
I mean, there is so much experience across your team. Everybody else has 5+ TI
Se nota que el dientes de requesón aún
this is
está
only your
chiquito.
second TI.
Esto se perdió por no saber manejar su ventaja.
队伍里面那么多老将，有些人
Respeta los años, chivolo tarado. Acá los grandes son otros, no tu chivolo con pañal.
还好吧。
That's all right.
You're so casual. I mean, do you not feel any nerves playing on the final day of TI in front of all these people?
我们看你那么镇定，跟平常打一样，在 TI 的舞台上打总决赛日，是真的一点不紧张吗？
Horas y gente, aprieten las nalgas para los anuncios.
决赛选手。
Sumei fue la excepción.
Meant to be playing in the grand finals.
That is hype.
Lo malo que
That
Falcon
is
sigue
hype.
con su caga de chin.
Well, let's get down to what the people really want to know, XM. What's the secret to being the best sniper player in the world?
好啊，需要问你一个很私人的问题了。成为世界最棒的火枪选手有什么秘诀呢？
Satán, eres la vergüenza de la familia. No que queda de otra que hacerte un araquí.
Chuy papas, debe cargar porque el camión debe llenar.
Le responde con una frase no más. Mucho floro el que entrevista.
比赛也这场比赛打很久，有没有什么话想对你的对手说的呢？
我觉得对手打得很棒吧，但是他们上去赢不了，只有我们能赢。
I think they played really well and they're amazing. However, if they go up to the grand finals, I don't think they will win, so it has to be us.
Tu mamá calata por si acaso.
One more time. Can you do it, XM? Are you going to be lifting this Aegis against Falcons?
我们最后想知道，有没有机会，会不会把这个盾举起来，然后击败
Cuarentones desempleados, ubíquense. El dientes de Kun tiene años. Ustedes solo años que cumplir en el penal. Chuy debe cargar papas para mantener a su tío. Si no le rompe el chiquistriquis terrible.
And you're going to need it after that game at number 3, the way they played. It was so clean. It was so tense. It felt like at any moment we could have been seeing a fight that wasn't going their way. The patience they had, it paid off. It was a fantastic game here from both sides.
It really did. Man, China is so bad. After seeing the TI playoffs being undefeated as well, I don't think many people expected China to have this dominant performance as well. And they are getting close. Yesterday, they did have 2 really long series. They didn't get much sleep. Now they could potentially play 8 games.
Este stream es lo mejor. No hay interrupciones y puedo jalarme el hueso tranquilo.
The rest of the crew as well. He did go to 2 times to the grand finals, didn't manage to get it. You also have him and Xno at TI8, him and Jinkyu at TI10 getting close as well, so they're definitely here to lift that Aegis.
Yeah, it was a great showing. Like we said, it could have gone for either team in that game. Number 3, Extreme Gaming moving on, but right now we do unfortunately have to say goodbye to P.
Lo bueno es que Chubi no está y podemos bajar pepita.
With no one off P-Vision. Let's give a round of applause. You guys were amazing this whole tournament. Just at the very end there, I saw you guys having a huddle in the booth and a
Por eso ya saben, nunca hay que limpiarse antes de ir al baño. Creían que iban a ganar, pero se fueron tristes.
I think Satani got a little bit too much on himself, and we were just saying, no, bro, we lose as a team.
Absolutely, he's such a young kid. He was obviously very nervous. What was it about this series that meant you
Para
couldn't play your
terminar,
normal sort of
todo
aggressive
esto fue
style?
plan de
It felt like the
Danubio,
game slowed down compared to how
96.
you normally play.
Hago responsable a esto.
We whole tournament don't play like we played all year because the meta is like this right now, and against Extreme especially, all games were like 2-2, 15 minutes, you just farm, chill, and yeah, it was not the best game to play, honestly. To be Beastmaster last.
It's very nerve-wracking.
It's not. Come again?
Like it makes you nervous, like it's on edge. Or...
No, it was not nervous. It was not just enjoyable. I'm playing Beastmaster into Medusa, Pack, in tower save, and I'm like, fuck. I don't want to play last game on TI like this.
Fair enough. You guys
Soy
have
todo
had, as you said,
oídos.
such a great season. You've been fantastic to watch. This is such a wonderful team. What, if you could pick something, was your highlight this year?
I think this time. This is the best highlight of this team. I'm really proud of the all guys in our team, of the work that we did to go on this side, because we had really serious problems before. First problems that we had on team, it was happened before TI and it was really hard. But in the end, I don't know, I had a feeling that we will win this, but we didn't.
Not this year, but I hope we see you guys back again. Do you have any words for the fans out there who've been supporting Paravision, not just here, but all season long?
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I
Qué buen baje de Pepperoni para comenzar bien el domingo y para completar el combo, un tamal de yopo.
Sorry we have to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much. There goes the Dota legend. There's no one right there. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian, and of course, no one, it's not an easy loss by any means, but 3rd place at TI, it is a feat in itself. And the way that they played all throughout the last 2 weeks in this series, yes, it wasn't enough, but it was enough.
Nuevo héroe gentita. Y yo bajando Pepa y cachándome a la hermana de Franco.
And I love this concept that he said coming into TI, this was the first time that we had problems. This is a relatively
Allá lo leí, gracias por el contexto, te la comes sin pretexto.
Where the team falters, and to fix that right before TI, the most important tournament in the Dota schedule, and get 3rd place, this is no one's best showing at TI. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, like fixing whatever problems they had, especially interpersonal problems between the players, or maybe draft issues, you know. Like, it's actually something that not every team is going to be able to do.
Yeah, I think this loss might hit a little bit harder for them just because of how good this early game felt that it was going on the side of P-Vision. It was very close. They could have closed it out a little bit earlier there, but it all started off in the lanes. That's what these 2 games previously have kind of indicated as to who's going to be that winner. But for this game number 3,
Yo que soy japonés, no sé qué chucha habla ese coreano. ¡Come perro!
They made this Chen rotation towards the bot lane. They said that they picked Chen in order to counter Medusa, and the lane was going phenomenally. All 3 cores of P-Vision were on top of the charts. We see a little interesting play here from old Dookie, where he protects the Wisdom Room by trapping Xnova on the bridge there, and the early game was going great for them, but XG, they knew that if they just held the game out, they were going to win the late.
Yeah, in the first 5 minutes, they did get a lot of advantage as well, and something similar that did happen in game number 2, where Ame was the one dictating the tempo of the game, making this rotation to the top lane, making sure that Anti-Mage's not getting the farm. It was pretty much Satanic who did the same thing on his Templar Assassin. He's going through the Twin Gates, he's making sure that they are getting the kills.
Dime, Don Nadie, ya se construyó. Chayapalca.
35 minutes. The game did slow down. They were unable to go in and try to close it out because they were like 15,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing they did really well is they were behind, but they were really patient and they waited for the right fights to take.
Yeah,
this was the first move, right?
Yeah, that was that move that kind of set the tempo for the game for the next good 30-35 minutes, but it just opened up the map so much because you have Beastmaster, you have Chen, these are the heroes that are going to be dictating where the fights are going to be going. It's very difficult to invade where Beastmaster wants to play.
On one hand, it was very strange to see so much downtime in this game. On the other hand, you have 5 players on both teams who are imagining themselves in those booths for the grand finals, right? So one single move and you can break the game, and that's how XG.
Una cárcel para los
They will
faltosos.
not take a bad fight. They will wait until the perfect information is presented, and then they will fight.
And they're also not really giving away a lot of pickoffs. Like sometimes it happens when players just die randomly on the map. But if everyone is actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, I think it's quite normal that there are no kills happening because there are no mistakes in the game.
Yeah, that's how you know two teams are very evenly matched. The sort of tempo, the pacing, it's not always that scrappy sort of Dota that people might.
Mejor al frontón, para que tengan vista al mar y si hay un tsunami, se lleva todo mismo Water XD.
Clutch players had to be for the spell usage, the item usage too.
Yeah, we skipped pretty far ahead in the
We
highlights
went
here.
from 7 minutes to 40 minutes.
40 minutes, but that is how long it took in this game. This was a very close fight, I would say, where you have phenomenal Dota being played on both sides. What we don't see off screen in this is that DM wraps around to go for the back line here, basically isolating Ame. You know, any skilled Dota player, any Dota player who's played a lot says, you're going on an Aegis Medusa. This is a, there it is. This is an insane thing to do. Why are you making this play? Well, it's because somebody is making the call. We heard their comms in one of the previous panels, and very clear comms from P-Vision, where they are making the bold call to go for the back lines. And slowly but surely, they try to chip away at Ame.
Yeah, we then see Extreme Gaming adjust from this one. They realize just how integral their supports are, just how much chaos this Bristleback could cause, and so they stuck more together as a unit. They weren't really afraid of that, looking at what the lineup of P-Vision could carry out in a team fight.
This was insane. I mean, the clip is still going. This is still the same clip, guys. They end up actually getting Satanic here because Ame is strong enough to continue to man up just with XM. And by the way, I think XM is the hidden hero of this game. He was so disruptive, and he was also that secondary carry that I think Extreme needed to carry the game, because there was so much focus on dealing with Ame from the side of P-Vision that if XM just went for this Aghanim Scepter build and scaled into the late game, there was clearly not enough to deal with both of these heroes at the same time.
Yeah, he definitely did go for the right choice. He understood that this game might be going late, seeing how their previous series did go with not too many kills, one big fight that can turn the whole thing around, and he did die only one time, and so did Jinkyu. Very impressive coming out from both of these players, and of course Ame on his Medusa. I really love the way that they are team fighting on side of Extreme Gaming, because you can always tell that they are taking care of each other, whether we're talking about, you know, some of the force staff, the cookies, whatever is necessary to be able to keep them alive just so that they can get in there. And this is going to be also another one of the longer fights where they initiate onto Satanic. I think XXS in this game had that killer instinct that you need to have from your offlaner, where he jumps in, he's not hesitating there for a second at all, and XM is going to be the one cleaning up. You can see the cart as well, which has been insanely good when they're sieging the high ground, when they're needing that extra save. Even no one talked about how it's very annoying for him to play the Beastmaster in these type of lineups with multiple saves where you initiate. There's a Medusa, then you have a Golem from Warlock, Stampede, you have as well Cart, so very difficult fights for them to take. And in this fight, they also have pretty much every single tool to be able to deal with the Bristleback, because he's very annoying. They do have...
Lo peor sería que se malogre el bot y que Chewbacca no llegue.
Alerta nuevo héroe. Alerta nuevo héroe.
So every single tool available that you need to have against Bristleback.
Ese poke es MVP. Si no, me corto los huevos. Si es parador y no de Gampi.
Algún inmortal me explique por qué, Chen, las partidas muchas veces se hacen largas porque sacar dos héroes de mier. Policía alerta nuevo héroe. Policía alerta nuevo héroe. Policía alerta nuevo héroe.
There was sometimes where he seemed a little trigger happy on the ultimate, but also we saw what happened when P-Vision focused him and killed him at the start of a fight. These are the only fights that P-Vision took where they actually won. So in the fights where he blinked in, hit that double stun, and then ulted out, like this is where he was the most successful. And what was setting up for this was XM on puck, creating
Ver
that
puck con manos que veo.
It's like the puck makes it very difficult for the opponents to maintain formation, right? So when you look at team fights, like how the team fights are taken, you look at how they are maintaining formation.
A ese chancho lo cazaron como a rata. Lo persiguen todos XD.
Targeted by the Beastmaster, they all go back and protect the supports. Whereas when you are on the parry region side, you're playing against this puck, it's very hard for you to maintain your formation. So your bristleback's in front. So when the puck goes behind, it's like sometimes it's very difficult for him to come back because he couldn't come back. And they don't really have a lot of small little stunts that would allow them to actually kite forward, like the Centaur. You know, he goes in, he goes back, he goes in, he goes back. It's very easy for them to do that. I think that is ultimately what made the team fight so difficult for them.
Now, all three cores just having a little bit of loss syndrome where they're like, I don't know exactly where to sit in this fight. How can I really do a lot? And I know in our breakdown, we jumped from about the 7-minute mark to the 40-minute mark, and something in between that was very spectacular happened, but we got someone just as spectacular to break it down for us.
Thanks, Nat. There's so much that goes into a win and a loss, and sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's small mistakes. And I have a couple things to highlight from that very crucial 28-minute Roche fight. Now,
me llega el pincho su vida. Dale mi nuevo héroe presentadores aburridos.
Which gave Extreme Gaming crazy vision. And look at this, Ducal's actually had a sentry.
Qué bonita la matea. Ojalá haya una peruana así.
Players overlook that stuff. So XXS jumps in to scout Roshan, stuns his opponents, and buys some time here. But as P-Vision starts retreating and grouping up, look at this crazy fatal bonds that happens here from X-Nova. Look at that. He links the Bristleback to the TA, to the creep, down to the Chen. So all the damage they take ends up getting spread amongst them, which makes their damage really good. But watch this. As we see the TA go into the Roche pit here, he's going to get bashed by Roshan here. And then this 60-second cooldown roar comes off cooldown right here, which disarms him for 2 seconds. He's trying to all in on the Roche at this exact moment. And then he bashes the Beastmaster as he blinks in, trying to catch the puck. So Beastmaster says, okay, I have to roar here, because that's going to push people out and stun them. He gets the roar off, it pushes out XM.
Nuevo héroe. Nuevo héroe. Nuevo héroe. Nuevo héroe. Nuevo héroe. Nuevo héroe.
Stunning him, so he can't grab the Aegis this whole time. Then the roar duration runs out. XSS is able to pick this up. So the sequence of events that led to this turnaround, the sentry not being placed, the Roche bash,
Dejen dormir mierda, estaba soñando con Rolex.
There by Extreme Gaming and allowing them to get back into this game. Crazy series of events, but it absolutely mattered here in that last game.
Thank you so much, Bud. Yeah, that 28-minute mark right there.
Sixth player, huh? Wow.
The levels of it are so much. The fact that they're able to so closely keep this chain stun going, right? It's so easy to overlap it. It's so easy to just miss time by a split second, and that's enough that you don't get that Aegis snatch.
Just felt so unlucky, you know, for them, because that actually mattered so much for especially the TA. You know, he needed the Aegis to be able to push forward, you know, and losing that there just. It was just such a heartbreaking moment for them. And in that manner, you know, sure, they didn't put the sentry down, but it was still unlucky.
Relatable, though. I feel like we all see ourselves in P-Vision's shoes every now and then, where just the worst possible sequence of things happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hyped, though. The arena went crazy when the Aegis Snatch happened. Like, these guys were just going wild. And for a lot of people, this is their first time coming to a TI. Is anyone in the audience?
Ese Roshan fue decisivo. Si todo sigue así, sale Aegis Grande le Sute.
Out to Germany here for their first time at TI, but a lot of players, it's also their first time. So we're going to have a look at exactly how we prepare those players.
Okay, fresh meat. Welcome to your first international, all 16 of you. Jesus. All right, we have made this informational video here for you today to give you the do's and don'ts of TI. So do pay attention, all right? There will be a quiz at the end, and you can't pro-track your way out of this one.
No me jodas. Qué mierda ese.
Orientational seminar. Side A.
Знаєш, що це? Що це?
Aún tengo una TV así.
Тут щоб тренуватися? Ні, оце що? Оце що?
Your first time at the International.
Hello, my name is Fear. You might remember me from such things as free-to-play,
winning TI5.
No jodas un VHS tan viejo, soy XP.
I'm here to help give you the tools necessary so you can have a rewarding and fun experience at your first international. Let's get started.
Before the event.
If you're watching this video, you've already completed the first step. You successfully got your visa and made it to a different country. Some of the topics we'll be covering will include etiquette in the booths, live fan interactions, shuttling to the main event arena, and other things to help you on this.
Bro, what is the point of this? We are from NA. We have no chance.
Ya está viejo Fear PTN.
Streamlining communication.
Discussing drafts to your teammates at TI can be stressful. Which one of these following examples do you think is the right way to speak to your drafter?
Do you really want to pick TI for the third time?
Or you could say,
does it really give us everything we need?
This is much better than a more emotionally charged response, such as,
what the f are you guys doing? You're gonna lose this tournament!
Do you think that is the right way to communicate with your teammates? That's right. Toxicity will never win you games.
Maintaining competitive integrity.
There's a lot on the line at the international, and some
Muy
players
frío.
will try
Mojaque.
to gain an
XD.
advantage. Let's take a look at how some of the most vigilant teams could fall victim to chicanery.
兄弟们，我在酒店碰到一个老奶奶，我跟她聊得很开心，她有点让我想起了我的祖母。我们可以让她来我们的训练室看一下吗？可以。Come on.
The boys play e-games here. Can you pause this game? Wait, is that Gary Tinga? Does somebody want candies here?
Did you spot what was wrong? That old lady was actually a 34-year-old Brazilian man spying on another team. You never know when such treachery may be afoot.
The crowd.
Some of you may be thinking, Fear, I'm used to playing from the comfort of my bedroom. What happens if at some point
Ese coach hace de todo what the fuck.
thousands of people watching and start panicking?
Parece esa actuación del dueño pobre y su empleador que trata mal a un cliente y luego le dice que está mal.
Keyboards, mice, and other peripherals.
We recommend all players bring 2 sets of their preferred equipment to the event.
Hey, Moshe, what are you doing here?
You know, if you miss a few TI, they make you do this shit again.
Ah, sorry man.
Thank you.
With that, we have covered all 75 tips for the TI after party. Now, you're ready to go find a new team and be the guy everyone wants to talk to. And that's
Aún no actualizan los puntos del fantasy tranquilos.
Hopefully, now you won't get ganked by any problems and keep true sight.
Dejen funcionar al tren de Porky. Puras excusas ponen.
Yeah, so not the most entertaining video in the world, but hopefully y'all learned something and you could every year Gabe is gonna be pissed. What can you do?
¿Dónde mierda se metió Chewbacca? Tanto se demora en el aeropuerto en colocar la bomba.
Piece of content, of course, looking behind the scenes at exactly how our first-time TI players are introduced into the whole experience of the 2 weeks that went on here.
That was very interesting that both the 30-year-old Brazilian men were dressing up as grandmas. I don't know what's is this the strat to get to top 6 in TI?
You gotta stay vigilant, all right? You never know what's gonna happen.
Probably half of the people who are like watching Dota, even though Dota is a relatively old community, are like, what is this piece of technology that they're using? What is this VHS? Like, what is that?
I was wondering if any of the young players actually were questioning what it was, or if that was just dialogue put in there.
Doesn't matter. 10 out of 10.
I think that was live. I don't think that was like pre-recorded.
No, it was a lot of fun. It's been so much fun seeing just how
Ya están los cosplay atrás.
we're able to make. Of course, we just said goodbye to P-Vision, but to get third on your very first TI, it's amazing.
Definitely is. Unfortunately, for example, 9 class wasn't able to experience TI previous year because of the visa issue. He now gets in third place, which is a huge result. And for them to, experience the main stage, they got so close. They kind of had that game in the bag.
Llegó el maldito.
But, I really like what they did, especially with no one, with the
Amigo Chuy.
understanding that the youngest member of the team, they need to know how to lift him up, and they definitely did. But there's a lot to learn from this as well.
Ya llego del
Look,
aeropuerto.
it's been such an absolute pleasure working with you guys for this TI. The day is not over by any means. We still have our champions to crown, a team to lift that Aegis. Our grand final will be coming up
¿ya
very
colocaste
soon
la
before
bomba?
that begins. Of course, we have our TI tradition. We're going to head on down to the stage with Tsunami for our cosplay contest.
Thank you very much. That's right, we've got some festivities to attend to. And one of those time-honored traditions is indeed the International 14 Cosplay Contest sponsored by SteelSeries. As you can see, I've already got a bevy of judges joining
Amigo Chuy, te perdiste un Dotasa, el segundo fue el ocaso.
Hello.
Alisten su gancito.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing me on again. I loved the experience of TI at Copenhagen last year, and we have just as many to show you today. So I hope you all are excited.
Oh, they should be, and indeed, I see them already out of the corner of my eye, as well as I'm joined by Chiyu Neko as Hoodwink.
Hi everyone, it's so nice to be back here again, and I'm so
Anunciaron a Crotolamo Chuy es de agilidad.
to see everyone's amazing work.
Me vengo Chuy, me vengo, ayúdame por favor. ¡Qué rico!
We are going to be able to see that in the flesh very soon. And last but not least, we've got Carolina now.
Esa de verde para Cefurra.
Hello everyone, this is my very first TI, so I'm so excited to
Abre la boca, Chuy.
Oh my god, this is amazing.
It's beautiful.
Gracias por la membresía.
And we are also going to show off some beautiful cosplays. So, shall we get started with the showcase? Lena, if you may.
¿Lista,
Thank
Lina?
you. All right, first off, we have Graphomanka as Naga Siren.
Naga Siren, bueno, a ver.
She has made it here all the way from Kazakhstan.
Hagamos ranking, mejor carita, mejor cuerpo.
Cosplay, and she's used various techniques. And just overall, look at this amazing silhouette of this cosplay and how she's really brought the hero to life.
I love the movement as well, slithering along that
Este movimiento se
stage.
mueve XD.
Next up, we have Tanach
Se me
as
paró la
Ash.
palomita.
This cosplayer is tiny. Look at him.
La miércoles.
In his full
esa mano.
cosplay, he hits the ceiling and stands tall
qué
at
chévere.
250 centimeters. And for all you Americans out there, that's over 8 feet tall.
Or in other words, you can stack two of me on top and I still wouldn't be as tall. Next up,
La mano jeropa desigual.
Next up is Timbalos as Clockwork. Like
Clockwork?
This beauty.
Ya.
This costume was planned in 1 year, made in 2 months.
Oh, la mierda.
Chuy a esa ardilla se la metería doblada unas 8 horas, cachando seria.
It's fully
Ay, ay.
hand-painted and made of foam.
Enfócate el totopo y camarógrafo culiao al papi.
I love the animations as well. That man's about to hookshot across the stage.
All right, now we have Varen as Juggernaut. To him, this is not just a
Juggernaut?
costume, it's a decade of passion for the game that has inspired him to spend over 16,000 hours making this costume and bringing it here today.
And here's a little bonus fact for you out there. This man won that GG Well Played contest that we did yesterday, so he's very multi-talented.
Ese parece villano del Power Rangers.
Next up, we have
Y pues,
Twisted Fate
es
as
cierto.
Lena.
Aunque la luna se ve que sabe agarrar, Gampi, lo noto por la cara de mañosa que tiene.
Oh, más respeto. Otra Lina.
Los cospobres de Niteruquistán son mejores.
Her roots and her love for Latin American culture.
The heritage and the sophistication to go with it, it's incredible.
Next up is Marzaus as Shadow Shaman, and when I went to him to ask him about his interesting story,
tengo que verme la cara antes que aparezca el nuevo héroe o lo que sea que anuncien.
¿Dónde está el Slark con ulti?
He's got the taunt down too.
Yes, and next we have Rehab G.
Shaman Slark con ulti XD.
And this is yet another beautifully crafted costume with tiny details all throughout the costume. It has intricate foam work and also a lot of sewing techniques and clever solutions for LEDs and technology all throughout this costume.
The technology and the fitness required to be able to pull off a cosplay like this. Incredible stuff.
Next up,
Camarógrafo de mierda apunta las tetas y culos.
This cosplayer's makeup took 2 hours to do every morning, so appreciate that. She did it for all of you guys. She also bought her very first power tool just to make her wings.
And she's got the firearms to support it as well. Next up.
Gigachat esa muerta.
Next up is Astela as Wind Ranger, and she said it's been made in 4 months, and her favorite part is her bow that is 3D printed, has 2 modes of LEDs, and us as judges, we just loved her wig that is actually made of 2 wigs.
Give her a few more kills and she's gonna turn orange.
Necrofilia, qué rico.
And our last showcase.
Alright, so our last cosplayer to be presented on stage today is Manusha as Anti-Mage. This costume also has several different techniques. She's used
Qué belleza esa wing.
foam, hand sculpting and sewing. And please pay extra attention to her shoulders, where she has hand sculpted deep pauldrons. They are just gorgeous.
The Oni Demon. Can we get a round of applause
Todo el franco a esa
for
Windiam.
cosplayers to make it to this final stage? This was only the top 10 after a tough selection, and everyone has done an incredible job. There is so much talent and passion on this stage right now. And in the spirit of that, we would like to take a moment to remember one specific cosplayer who joined this stage last year. Some of you
A esa
recall
wing
seeing a stunning enchanted
le falta
cosplay in
pierna.
Copenhagen, and the artist behind that hero was
Instagram de la win.
Peachy Bell. And she unfortunately lost her battle with leukemia earlier this year. She was a cherished member of the community and a dear friend to us all. So, Barclays Arena, if
Tú
you
acá,
could,
perdí la batalla de septiembre sin FAB.
and share your love, share your cheers, share your applause.
Le metería todas mis fechas a esa win.
Cosplay talent here
Compartan
on
sus
the
aplausos
stage
para todos los
in
cosplay. Aplausos.
Hola chulo y lindo, precioso, gracias por no despertar temprano acá.
Ahí está. Ahí está.
Mierda, dicen que una cosplayer del año pasado falleció pipipi.
¿Ah, sí? Pucha madre.
Apoyo a mi causa de las...
Aplausos. No te mando mi abejitas.
To keep the same energy as we share some awards with the standouts on this
Sí,
stage.
falleció, sí recuerdo. Sí recuerdo que falleció.
Our first award
Falleció la Peichi.
is Judge's Choice. And to receive Judge's Choice, you need to receive overall high score
Van a
and
elegir
impress us. So without further ado,
por impresión.
that award goes to Axe as Tanact, other way around.
Oh yeah, tenemos un premio al Axe por mejor set, full set, el cosplay más impresionante.
Next up.
Porque más impresión dejó al jueces.
Next up, we have.
Mira, bacán.
It's yours.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Oh,
¿Es
wow,
mi turno?
thank you.
Lena always
Es tu
gets
turno
priority. She's
de
a
Lina.
core hero.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. All right, so our next award is Best Technique, and here we really focus
Mejor
on the
técnica.
craft. So the top
Premio
10
Mejor
here,
técnica.
this is like our top winners, actually.
De los 10 ganadores, y estamos eligiendo nuestros ganadores
Because we've had
por...
2 days of looking at the cosplayers before then, and they've told us all about how they made their
Okay.
costumes.
Yeah.
So here we will look for high-level craft in
Con
several
gran
areas.
nivel de diseño,
And our
8 a
best
mano.
technique
Mejor
winner
técnica
is
es
Twisted Grace as Lena.
Lina.
Yeah, this person just wowed us when she walked in. We just
Chuy, gracias por no venir a la semifinal. Todos bajamos pepita.
She has foam work, electronics and soldering, wig work, resin casting, sewing, hand sewing. She's done it all, and she's done it all beautifully. So congratulations.
All right, next up we have
No era muerta, XD.
No, es Lina con el C de muerta. Bueno, con el C de... del cofre de muerta.
¡Qué buenas teteras!
So I'm really happy to pronounce this award. This cosplayer really wowed us. They walked through the door and we were like, wow.
Cosplay por muy wow, what the
really
fuck.
hard on getting the perfect scale, 1 to 25 of the entire
Perfecto
character.
nivel, dice.
And they
Nivel
even
perfecto.
did little tiny feet. So let's give it up for Gimbales. Gimbales.
Oh, el clock.
¡Qué buenas teteras!
Chimbalus.
A full transformation on display here.
Miércoles. Oh, tiene el inmortal del arma.
And we have one last award to give out, and that is Best in Show. Barclays Arena. Gonna get a drum roll with your feet, please.
Tuaca, ahora estoy como una gaseosa de 3 litros agitada. Así me estoy viniendo. Chubi, bota tu
El
move.
mejor set es este de acá. El de la misma mujer. Rihanatke.
A full performance from start to finish. The aesthetics, the animations, the craftsmanship on a display.
Oh, qué bonito ese
has
de
been impeccable.
tocan.
And not just for her, but again, at Barclays Arena. One more round of applause for all the cosplays.
Un aplauso para todos los participantes.
Or everyone who made it here in the arena.
No se ve nada, no deseo.
Never ceases to impress.
Pensé que era un troll.
Chuy, solo uno. Nada más. Bota tu move.
No.
The International 14 Cosplay Contest is sponsored by
Este es el
Steel
final
Series, but we've got
del
some
concurso
other
de cosplay.
community efforts that we would like to showcase.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Absolutely, cosplayers,
Ahí está
absolutely incredible to
el
see
señor Sir
their
Action
creativity.
Slacks.
But they're not the only creative
Ahora viene
people
el
in the
concurso
community.
de
In fact, we have
cortometrajes.
come to one
Y
of my
después
personal favorites of the event, besides the
concurso de...
world-class Dota, and that is announcing the winner.
Al fin mi héroe nuevo, carajo.
The short film contest is so
Antes ganaban las más ricas de A.
our community is so amazing. From
Van a mostrar el top 3, creo.
plays
Ya mostraron en estos días el top 10.
like all of the hundreds of thousands of videos that you guys have submitted over
Muchos
the course
cientos de
of the
videos que han enviado los
showing your
participantes.
creativity. We went through every single submissions, even the AI
Hemos
ones,
revisado
and there were
cada
a lot,
envío,
but,
hasta los
we
de hechos
came
por
out
inteligencia
with
artificial.
some of the top 3 from the community. So before I announce your top 3,
Antes que anuncie el top 3,
Despierta, es hora de
una vez
morir.
más, unos aplausos para cada persona que ha enviado su... ha hecho su envío de video para participar en este concurso de... fílmico. A ver, el momento llegó.
A esa naga le rompía la cola y la abría en 2 partes y de ahí una clavada.
Caracho, con ustedes. Arrecho de miércoles, como si no hubiera visto flacas. Les gusta bajarse el pepa.
My friends, this one should be a pretty good reason for you to remember not to make enemies out of your teammates. Lord knows I could learn that lesson. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Grudges by Night Fury.
Lo tengo que meter acá.
A esa bebita de la esquina también.
A ver, haga el tercer puesto para el cortometraje de Grudge.
Ya suelta el tráiler de Half-Life 3.
Esa antimarca usó una teamfight, pero en mis pantalones.
¿Qué anti-bitch? No había visto nada. ¿Qué fue? Audio. Esto que lo muteo.
¿Y el
por
audio?
si acaso tenga copyright. Tengo miedo.
Cierto Half-Life 3. Casi me olvido de eso.
¿Qué es Half-Life 3? Dazzle con su medallón de coraje. Ya, ¿qué más? Hablando de eso, ya no hay medallón de coraje en el juego, ¿no? Fue removido por completo ese ítem. Quedaba solamente armadura. Y el Solar Crest daba armadura, pero se de movimiento y ataque.
Azafata Timbera.
La Winter llegó. Toma. ¿O no? ¿No llegó? ¡No! Espérate, ¿qué? ¡Ay! ¡No! Ah, ella es la
Animación
plana, claro.
Gris. Sáquenlo.
Bueno, ese es el puesto 3.
Yo me acuerdo que daba evasión.
And what a fantastic twist. Thank you so much and congratulations on third place. Now, our second place finalist here is no stranger to the short film contest grand finals either. Won first place 7 years ago and 2-time second place winner. Such an incredible film with custom models, great story,
varias veces en
and
primer
one
lugar.
heck of an
Bueno,
animation.
una vez,
You would expect
segundas
that,
veces,
though,
otras
from Killer
veces.
Max and their piece,
Killer
Get
Max.
Inside.
Vamos a ver el video de Killer Max. Ah, este video que parece hecho por EA, creo que es.
Ahora Slacks. Le da pena ser pelón.
Ah, no,
Ese gorro parece globito.
Este es otro. Esas patitas. Si ves, mejor menos mal muteo porque estos videos creo que tienen copia. Oye, ese todos los ratos molestan. Fuera.
Príncipe Hartas. Chuaca pide que te suscribas a Kik.
¿Qué?
Chui.
Pide.
Better de actuar.
¿Qué va a pedir? Qué sueño. Me voy a poner los comentarios de YouTube. Los he visteado buen rato. Todo el rato su casa era la tumba. Qué gracioso. Y el otro tenía su casa que era el Ringmaster también. Eso sí me dio risa.
Ese bot se buguea con las comas. Ni dejar escribir te deja.
Ok. Ahora vamos a ver el ganador.
To our grand winner. Now, my friends, concept is key.
Audio
You can have
Tui.
fantastic animations, you can have fantastic script, but a whole team of people brought together this one for your first place. Same team.
A nivel gráfico interesante como guión notable.
The short film contest, but
Eso voy a
this year
hacer.
they have taken it. You know, in this world that we live in, there are a lot of different words out there. One of them is a word for cinema that the Europeans use. It's called kino. And here, I have to say that this short film is indeed absolute cinema. Let's go ahead and check out your first place winner and see if you can get all the references.
Azul Cinema es el que tiene un montón de memes de películas, creo. Sí, pues. Oh, él ganó al final. Qué chévere. Ese fue el único que vi que me interesó y ganó. Ese que prácticamente retrata o consigue poner un montón de momentos claves, creo,
Tui,
importantes.
¿es cierto que serás caster para 4D?
4D ni existe ya. ¿Cómo voy a ser caster de 4D? ¿Está? Ya listo, gracias. Paola, no me conoces, pero soy tu futuro. Oh, ¿qué pasa? Cenairo. Apaga el chat, dice ya, si no, ya no sé qué tienes, mano. Silencio, no que te van a banear. Cuidado, cuidado. Cuidado, papu, cuidado. Está Gerson LD. Está Rich Zaro.
Todavía no anuncian nada relevante, ¿no?
Así es, nada todavía. Y está Thanos alquimista, ¿no? Y listo. Está el rugido del público. Felicitaciones al top 3.
Chewbacca, pero Message Generation es Todas. No le automático.
Es un honor y placer ver a todos ustedes aquí. Ahora, ¿algo más que decir? Miren este público. A ver, este main stage, miren. Oh, toda la gente que está en su casa, muestren que son unos tontos los que están en su casa y no hayan venido hoy día. Ah, sí, es público que está ahí.
After hearing that, you might be thinking to yourself, damn, I really should have bought a ticket. I really should have gone. Well, don't worry, my friends,
no se preocupen, amigos.
Always another chance to go to an
Hay otra cosa más acá que mostrar en el TI. Y ustedes ya saben qué cosa es lo que viene, ¿no? Una cosa más falta mostrar. Ahí está, se viene el tráiler de Gabe. Hola, soy Gabe. Primero tengo que darles a todos en Alemania gracias por hacer esto que sea un logro, un éxito. Y antes de coronar al siguiente campeón, estoy emocionado de anunciar que el próximo TI será ¿dónde? Uno en lugar anterior, en China otra vez, Shanghái. Otra vez en China, gente. 20 agosto volvió, bien. Vamos a agosto de vuelta y espero verlos de vuelta, dice acá Gisnewell. Ya. En agosto, bien, por fin. Bien. Y en agosto volvió el TI, por fin. Estoy contento que vuelva en agosto ya. Como siempre debió ser, por fin.
I mean, 2019 when it was there in Shanghai, the arena was exceptional. Like whenever a Chinese team was playing, it was as if the whole arena would erupt. And we have a little, segment here.
Mi novero, yo también, ¿qué fue?
Okay, sure.
No hay novero,
the arena is hyping up next year in this corner, but it's an electric place to host TI.
It's all part of the script, Chiefs.
It's like it could not be better timing, right? You have XG who make it all the way, through the lower bracket. They get better and better. They make it to the finals. It's not like they need a buff to, to have even more motivation to be good and then be the crowning champions maybe next year. But yeah, Shanghai, Chinese TI.
¿Ya pasó una hora? Falta.
It's just beautiful for Dota, right? The idea.
Falta todavía para la hora. Falta todavía para la hora.
I just love when we have all these regions able to step up and show it to the world.
Yeah, and we have to also remember that it does give. I mean, I think Extreme Gaming being in the grand finals gives it as well. It does give
acá tenemos a Extreme Gaming en la gran final.
As a game. And that
Vamos a ver si ahí también llega algún equipo, ¿no?
It really is, because there's this pattern in TI when a region just does better than they were expected to. It reinvigorates the entire region. All of a sudden, players get to scrim these teams that
La última vez que fue en China fue en 2019, ¿no?
Everyone gets excited to play. People who thought that there wasn't a viable path for them suddenly think that there is. So we'll probably see even more Chinese teams next year.
I mean, I believe that I'm speaking for everyone that we're all happy to see the West against the East again. It's been a long time. This used to be kind of the norm when it did come to the finals. So I'm really happy to see China doing better, Extreme being in the finals, and then the next TI being in China. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I do believe it has come full circle, because if you're talking about that trend, Kezu, it used to be, a Chinese team wins TI and a non-Chinese wins TI. And it alternated for a little bit, and the year that broke that was 2019.
Yeah, and that's
la última vez fue en 2019.
Already so long ago, and it has taken this long for it to come back. We're literally just going full
circle. Bueno, todo esto
we are going full
para regresar
circle,
aquí
and we are also going full circle when we head back to the stage, because we're going to check in the slacks.
Vamos a hablar con Slacks un poco más. Antes de volverles, bueno, vamos al escenario. ¿Qué más? Este año va a ser un poco diferente. Todos tienen muchas diferentes fases o caras, dijo, tiene diferentes caras. Vamos a mostrar las grandes leyendas de TI que han mostrado mayor impacto en la historia del Dota.
If you ask me who's the greatest of all time in Dota history,
¿quién es el mayor jugador de Dota en la historia?
There's a lot of history.
Hay mucha
There's
historia.
not many of us left that still competed at the first TI a decade and a half ago, right here in Germany. So many names, so many faces that defined entire eras. But if it had to be just one person,
solo hay una persona,
there is no one better, in my opinion, than John Whipples.
John Weapons dijo.
Back at TI1, a lot of us didn't think it was real. $1 million prize? Well, come on. But I remember this German dude, John Whipples. He was all about it. Crazy guy.
¿Qué me están haciendo? ¿Quién es John Weapons?
Big thing, so he wanted us
¿Esta
all to
persona
join
que
him
siempre
for
estaba
it.
ahí?
I mean, come on, he's the guy who discovered Dendy.
Él siempre
Would I say John
descubrió
Whipples
Dendy.
taught me everything about life, about patch? Absolutely! Every day I would watch his replays, and one day I saw this fountain hook bug, and I asked Papi, can we do this at TI? And Papi said, no, it's bullshit. And I said, well, John Whipples used it. And he said,
motherfucking John Whipples is doing it? Then I'm doing it. Guy gave me my first machete. Called it the rapier.
Tofu had that game. Is that balanced? You hook a guy with Aegis? Fuck John Whipples.
Whipples was an icon, man.
Back in the days, we didn't have all of this fancy shit.
Oye,
These
hasta que se
Dota Pro
photoshopeaba
trackers,
más.
Wikipedia or Dota buff. If you wanted the meta, if you wanted the new stuff,
You wanted that good shit? You downloaded some John Whipple replays.
he had all the best strats.
Thank you, man! Ravage on everyone! The black hole as well! Light of Evan turns it around! Ravage as well! Stolen by Dendy! Are you kidding me? It's the John Whipple strat!
He was a decent player back in the day, but never really
Hasta le han
TI
dicho a Eli de
material.
que grabe
But then
esa
when he
parte
started
otra vez.
coaching,
Ahí, que,
it started
bueno,
getting really
que la
bad.
cante, la
This
narre
guy
otra vez de
rage
forma
quits
diferente.
during TI4 Grand Finals.
Mira,
Then 2 minutes later starts
chucha?
fighting with his teammates. Then he started sucking up to
Le
NA
puso
teams, gets
su
inspired
collera
by
a su güey
complexity.
también.
But after that incident at TI5, ooh man, ooh, sheesh, ooh.
You really think I should drop
Ahí
my
está.
nose, John Whipples?
Hasta John Weapons.
It's the most efficient play. What would Envy do? Oh. Fuck.
No.
Oh man. Even the NA teams wouldn't touch him anymore after that.
We hired John Whipple to be our coach on wins.
Si hubiéramos tenido de coach a John Weapons, dice.
因为当时所有人都告诉我们
Él nos hubieras dicho
John
John
Whipple 最棒的。
Weapons por
We
ser
asked him
mejor.
what to draft. He just
Ahí
throws
no sé
darts
hasta
at
que
the
le
board.
jode con eso.
techies
De
already.
Wins
All right,
Game.
boys. Wings deliver.
How do we win with Pat Takis, John Whipple?
¿Cómo íbamos a ganar con Pushy Techies? Yo
¿Qué
no
nos
sé
ponemos?
nada.
We won because we were good. John
Ganamos
Whipple
porque
does
éramos
nothing.
buenos.
John Whipple 真的不是人啊。
No es humano.
After we saw what he did.
Oh, hasta Matuma cuando llamaron para esta
we were really
payasada.
impressed. Like, I invited him to my room to talk Dota. He took my suitcase, all my clothes.
Él está llevando todas mis
I
cosas.
have just one pair of shorts. I can't fathom what kind of a freak would do that.
Yeah,
Me
man, it
dejó
was dark
con ese
days.
par de.
Times were tough.
Ese chorro
Times were
nomás.
really tough. And
Hasta
when
Notel
things
también se
looked the
entró
most
al
bleak,
chiste.
like, we lost everybody. We needed a manager, coach, half the team. John Whipple gave us a call, and he didn't have the best reputation, stealing those pants and stuff, but he gave us everything. And before TI10, when Seb lost his retina, he told Seb, "Take my eye and go win a third TI." And yeah, you know, we got 6 and stuff, but that's okay. That was pretty nice of him. That was pretty nice of him.
One day I was playing
Hasta con Lats.
knife and handy, of course with Yatra, and I
Él
really
estaba
fucked
jugando
up
con el
because
juego de los
I set
cuchillos y la
myself
mano.
right before the TI finals, and I said, like, we cooked, boys, it's over. But out from the crowd, this one
Cuando llegaron al quinto
man
juego, dice,
said,
vieron una persona.
"Take my hands, collapse."
Toma mis
And I
manos,
took his
Colats.
hand, and I won one TI with one hand, and I took the second hand, and I won the second TI. Thank you, John Whipples. Thank you,
Me dio
John
una mano,
Whipples.
gané el primer TI y me dio la otra, la otra mano, el segundo TI gané.
To help us finally beat Gaming Gladiators. I believed them. But I told them, if you do this, they might never make it to TI again. And I thought, that sounds pretty good. And he looked me in the eyes, and he said, I already did it. It did work though.
Did John Whipples ever make it to the international? No. As a player, he was terrible. But he always watched. He always supported us.
Los
He
jugadores siempre
always
están
played
apoyándonos,
props and told his
mirando.
friends. And in the end,
Y al final,
it's not the players at TI that make it
son los
special.
jugadores de TI.
It's about people like John Whipples.
Por
The
gente
viewer,
como yo,
the
Whipples.
pubbers, the brother. That's why we do what we do. People like you. People like John Whipples.
Guys, because of you, we can play this beautiful
Señores,
game.
porque
and
por
live
ustedes es que
our
jugamos
dream
este
lives
hermoso,
as
tan
Dota
hermoso
players,
juego.
and,
Porque
thank
somos
you so
jugadores.
much.
Muchas
We
gracias
love
a
you.
los fanáticos. Gracias por
也
mirar
感谢大
y
家
seguirnos
15
estos 15
年来
años acompañándonos.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Gracias
Thanks
por
to all the
mirarnos.
Dota fans.
Gracias a los fanáticos de Dota.
Thank you, fans, for the 14
Gracias
years.
fanáticos por seguirnos por 14 años.
Thank you very much for making this
Muchas gracias por
game
hacer
a reality.
este juego realidad.
Thank you, Dota viewers.
Gracias
Thank you, everyone, for
espectadores de Dota,
watching.
gracias a
You
todos por
guys are the
mirar.
heart of the community. This is the greatest tournament
Ustedes
we're
son
looking
el
for
corazón de la
every
comunidad.
single year, and I hope you guys enjoy the show.
Y disfruten el show. Muy bien. Y ahora, por favor, ahora sí, hazlo. Suéltalo. Por favor. ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué? Se ha quedado sin manos porque le ha dado las manos a Colax para que gane el TI. Gracias, Dota. Y TI. Ustedes son asombrosos. Ya, Slack, por favor. ¿Alguna otra palabra?
China.
China.
We have to get to a grand finals before we can do
Okay,
that, my friends.
antes de llegar a la gran
So thank you
final.
so much to him and everyone like him who's been supporting the international
Gracias
for
por
so
apoyarnos
long. It is
el
truly
TI por
the
tanto
fans,
tiempo.
you, the
Gracias
viewers
fanáticos y
at home and
espectadores
here
por
that
estar
make
aquí,
this what it is.
por hacer
Thank
esto lo
you
que
so
es.
much,
Muchas gracias a todos
and
por
let's
eso.
get on with the show.
Y vamos a seguir con el show. Bueno, no hay nada de anuncio. ¡No hay nada de anuncio! ¡No!
I just want to echo his sentiment real quick there. That was incredibly wholesome, and I do want to just sign that bottom line. Without you guys at home, and obviously without you guys in the arena, we would not be here. We would not see this beautiful game play out the way it does.
Sí, está bonito,
Yeah, I mean,
está
sometimes it just
bonito
feels
eso,
like kind
pero
of fake until you get to like a, you know, a real life
está
event.
chévere
you
eso,
see the people, you
pero
see the crowd, you hear the emotion during the game, you see the game
remátalo
unfold,
con ese
and all the
tráiler,
people too that we saw in the video.
remátalo
Like, they're all
con
just
algún
legends. Sometimes
anuncio
you forget,
porque
you see them
me
again, you just get
estoy
so happy.
debilitando
So,
aquí.
yeah, thank you to everyone.
Estoy despierto desde temprano. Bueno, la verdad que he jateado. Pero igual, esta gran final, este día final, no puedes acabarlo sin algo importante.
Without you guys, there wouldn't be any Dota.
¿Ya?
It's a beautiful game. I mean, it
Es un
speaks for
juego
itself.
hermoso,
I mean, the way
okay.
that the fans interact, the players. Every time you talk to a player and they talk about the international,
Siempre que
you can
hablo
see
sobre
how
el
much
TI
it
y
means
los
that you
jugadores,
can,
es
you know,
bacán.
interview Snaking on the stage and how important this event is. Like,
Qué
again,
importante
the
es
Dota
este
speaks
este
for itself.
evento.
It's beautiful. The fans are great. Everything's great. I love it so much.
Yeah, and we just saw a lot of TI champions talking on
Okay,
camera.
hemos
We're
visto
gonna
muchos
see
campeones de TI
potential
hablar
TI
en cámara
champions, well,
y algunos
definitely five
quizás
TI
potenciales
champions on
campeones de
stage
TI.
play. We are gonna head into our grand finals very soon, and both of our teams,
Y antes
they
de que
do
empiece
have
la
a
gran
lot of
final,
experience here at the international. I know there's even 2 TI champions already playing. They are still two-time hopefuls for the TI championship. Let's take a look at all that experience that these players have. I think
vamos a ver la experiencia de estos jugadores.
Falcons, Effie. This
Vamos a empezar
team
con Falcons. Espérate,
only
¿qué?
started 2
Espérate.
years ago. Came
No,
fourth
no,
last year. Wasn't what
se
they wanted, but they're
acabó.
back here in the grand
Se
finals.
acabó, it's
They had a bit of
over.
a turbulent
¿Ya
year
pasó
in
una
the
hora?
sense that if you compare it to
No,
the year before
me
that, where they were
cagaste.
winning everything, they didn't look as
No,
good,
todavía no
but
pasó una
they
hora.
peaked at just the right
No,
amount of
hay
time.
hay
And
tiempo,
we talk about
suelta
them
algo
being a newer
más.
team, but it's a
Pi,
team full
pi,
of
pi,
veterans.
pi, pi.
Crit's been chasing the ages forever. Snaking has been playing since the olden
No.
days. We've got Coach AUI 2000 as well.
No
And
lo
you've got some of
hagas.
the newer players in
Me
you know,
estás-
Speeder and Mallory and ATF, but
No,
with the
faltan
veteran
5
experience,
minutos para la hora.
hard to
No va a haber tráiler, ya
And also,
fue.
like you were saying, I think it matters a
Vayan,
lot. If
gente,
you look at last
váyanse.
season where they were so dominant,
Ya no voy a
they went
ponerle
into
bot
TI
hasta que
being
acabe el
kind of the
torneo.
favorites, at least
Estoy
to me and
asado.
many other people. And
Estoy
I don't think
asado,
it
lo
really
van a
helped
parar.
them.
Me
But
voy a,
if you look here, they weren't in like
voy a
their
cobrar con
best
usted.
form or like really considered the favorites going into this TI. And I feel like that was an absolutely huge buff to them because now we see them here in the grand finals and they've played so well all throughout TI.
I mean, the mentality of this team to be able to go from like the favorites of the last year to then be, you know, not even in contention.
Voy a
a couple of
esperar hasta el
times.
último
It shows
minuto
that
de este
there is
día
such a
y si
good
no me
kind of
anuncian
system
algo,
around this team to
de
be able
verdad
to shine, and
todos
they shine
me vas a
when it matters.
decepcionar.
They do shine when it matters, although today it matters
Voy a
most
desinstalar el
of
juego
all.
al acabar el
So
día.
we're
Ya
gonna
no me
see if
importan
they
los
can
inmortales
make their
morados.
dream a reality here by
Me
taking
voy a llegar a
this
nivel
ages.
100.
Snaking and Skeeter have done it before. Being two-time champions, of course, would mean a lot, but I think our attention maybe goes a little bit out more to the players that have not yet won the international. I think if you guys were here the entire day, which I hope you were,
Instalo
you
el
would
Dota
see
el
a
jueves.
fantastic list of
Si
accomplishments
que pasa esto,
by
gente.
Crit in particular, being the player with the most consecutive TIs in a row under his belt, and this is his first time, Kezu, in a grand final.
Yeah, it's taken him so long. It's like what he's been chasing it since like 2015. Like this guy is one of the most consistent players when it comes to like top tier Dota. Another one that he reminds me of is like, you know, the likes of Zai. That he's played so long, always like top 2, top 3. Doesn't matter what hero you give him, always does well, always makes it happen. but has never won TI.
I mean, we keep saying uncrowned king for Arme, but I feel like there's the same sentiment should be going the way of Crit. Like, at some point, it is inevitable. And in this grand finals, one of them, be it from China or, Western Europe, will finally get the Aegis they've been hunting for.
Yeah, and focusing our attention on their opponents, because as T just mentioned, there are multiple players that have been in grand finals before, but never quite reached that pinnacle there, Effie.
Yeah, I mean,
bueno.
hard, though.
Creo que sí, no va a haber anuncio de nada.
So close every time. I think that takes a different level of emotions than what Falcons are currently experiencing. But these players are so deserving of this. Ame, he's been in 2 grand finals that he very well could have taken. XXS, who's been my personal MVP of this tournament, you could feel how hungry that he is for it. And it's about time that this team is here again.
Yeah, and actually, he was so cool in the interview. He was like, he was asked, do you have any nerves? Do you care? He's like, nah, man, I don't feel anything. I'm meant to be here. I'm meant to play in the grand finals. And like you were saying too, Effie, about Ame, like, I just watched a True Side from a few years ago where I believe a Chin Q calling him, well, I guess you're just the king of fireworks, because he always gets second place, loses 2-3, and he gets to watch the fireworks from the losing position. It's heartbreaking.
I mean, he has to live up to those words, though, right? To say that if they weren't in the grand finals, it'd be a 3-0. I'm expecting, based on that, it has to then be a 3-2 grand finals to either side, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that would, keep up the track record.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Oh, that'd be, oh no.
That would be really painful.
Don't talk about it, please.
That's for like game 3 content, not yet.
I mean, we talk about Crit and a lot of consecutive TIs, and you could make a case for calling him or Zai or any of the other with a lot of TIs on their belt, calling them uncrowned kings. But it's Ame that gets called that because he was there twice, so close, and not just, oh, he made it to the grand finals, therefore he's close. No. Those grand finals he played in, Effie, those were nail-biting.
Absolutely. They were almost his. Like, that's what I mean with the emotional recovery.
Y hicieron hora, caracho, hicieron hora los panelistas. 1 hora han hecho, no van a ver anuncios, parece, gente. Bueno, el único anuncio ha sido lo de que el TI va a ser en China, el TI que viene. Lo que me alegra del TI que viene es que va a ser en agosto. Ya no va a ser en octubre ni en septiembre. Va a ser en agosto, amigos. Es algo importante. O sea, va a ser prácticamente, si estamos ahorita septiembre 14, va a ser en agosto, probablemente las mismas fechas, comienzos de agosto. Faltan menos de 11 meses. No un año, menos de... Quizás menos de 11 meses ya, ni siquiera un año. Estamos a muy poco tiempo para TI que viene el año que viene. Sí, en agosto va a ser chévere.
I think that's what we should be focusing on. We'll see who comes out victorious in the end, but we will see who comes out first out of the gates to take place in the booths, and that is Team Falcons.
¡No! Ya empezó la final. Voy a traer mi caldo de gallina. En un rato prendo el voto y asado. Madre. No va a haber anuncio. No, Valve. Me cagaste. Otra vez. Como años pasados, lo vuelves a hacer.
Team Falcons.
They come through the upper bracket and have been a world-class team since its inception, but they have never proved it in a world championship today, and this could all change. All they need to do is win one best of 5. Surely that should be possible, but I'm sure their opponents will put up a big fight. Let's welcome XG.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Extreme Gaming.
It has been 4 years since the Chinese team was in the grand finals of the International, and Ame, CQ, and Coach Zhao were right to playing in an international in a grand finals, and I think maybe that just might give them a little edge. And maybe Barclays Arena, in terms of their vocal chords, is giving them a little edge as well.
No, I'm loving the side of, you know,
¿Saben qué es el problema, señores? Que rara vez anuncian algo al final del torneo, pero es rarísimo. A ver, si se viene la versión 7.40 del juego, supuestamente debe haber tráiler de un nuevo héroe. Pero no hace nada, Valve. En un rato voy a estar analizando lo de la final, gente. No sé.
I mean, they're just doing this from their passion, from their grit, whereas Falcons are so methodical. They've been so clean the entire playoffs.
Unlike previous TIs, so Falcons at least have dropped games, right, in their journey here. Losing game 1 to BB, losing game 1 to P-Vision. The fact that they've at least dropped a game in that series, it does give me hope that it's going to be an extremely competitive TI finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, I love some of the things that you can see on screen right now. Like, everyone has, like, their own type of techniques, right? You have Skeeter, he does this little lock-in. You have other teams that are gonna, like, you know, gonna do the fist bump, you do your handshake, you, like, get yourself in the zone, like, stay steady. Because these games, and being on the stage, especially today, is the most stressful thing that you can go through as a Dota player.
Yeah, and that is even without the crowd still cheering on everyone. Definitely a lot of pressure coming into the booth for both of these squads today. And I do want to talk a little bit about how they faced earlier in the tournament, because those were type of games that we thought defined at that point the road to the international, and we thought that was going to carry on in the international itself, and it kind of hasn't. So we have seen developments of both teams in a certain way, but I wonder how we would describe their style now, especially compared to that series they played last time.
Falcons to me still seem very much, I would say, the same. They're very stable, very polished. They're going to stick to the heroes. But to me, what I see for this series in particular is team fighting. Off-lane team fight heroes, their priority has been going up. Mars, S tier. Centaur, S tier. XXS, performance, one after the other, where he just takes it all. His Earthshaker too. So those are the heroes that I'm particularly looking at for the series.
Yeah, those will be exciting for sure to watch, especially XXS. He's really been stepping it up. But when you look at Falcons versus Extreme Gaming, there's a bit of an issue in terms of how the early game has been going for these teams. Extreme Gaming have found themselves in positions where they're down a lot. They have to play for the late game. They have to turtle. They have to hug Ame, look for their key team fights. Whereas Falcons have been heftily leading almost all of their early games. Even in the games that they lost during playoffs, they were up like 8K net worth at some point. So this is where it's going to be hardest for Extreme Gaming. Can they weather the storm of Falcon's early game, their map efficiency, how much net worth they're going to get, their lanes?
I mean, you can see from the previous series, right? P-Vision, when they were going for the farm game, XG was like, oh, sure, we'll match that. We had nearly no kills in the first 20 minutes. Really, really slow entry to the game. And like Effie's mentioning, it will not be the same this time around. So maybe Xiaowei from XG, if he changes a couple of the bans, he tries to take out some of that tempo that Falcons utilize, then we might be getting to the 40, 50-minute points of the game where, you know, the epic team fights and the scaling of Chinese Dota gets to shine.
I am happy you mentioned Xiaowei, because I do want to take a moment to talk about the two coaches that will pick their players a hero. I say that though, Kezu, but I do seem to remember AUI talking about that he's no longer the one clicking the buttons. Xiaowei is, of course.
Yeah, so of course AUI, he gave it over to Amar, who it seems he's doing a stellar job, right? His last pick, 24 picks, like he nails it, the Underlord, the Huskar, whatever it is. So Amar, honestly, a very big piece for the team. But to stay on the topic of the coaches, these might be two of the most accomplished and most experienced coaches that you have in all of Dota. Xiaowei himself, he won a TI. He's been in multiple TI finals as a coach. You have AUI who won it as a player, won it as a coach. So yeah, if you're going to have two masterminds go up against each other, he's got them right
para no molestarlo, voy a mutearme obviamente, pero voy a quitar la cámara. Pero voy a poner el bot, porque puedo utilizar el bot. Y ya saben que van a poder también usar las predicciones. Voy a poner una vez las predicciones. Así que atentos a eso.
It's going to be, can Xiaowei find a niche new pick or new strategy to throw at Aoi, whilst Aoi's going to be going for the tried and tested, build that formation they're used to. If the game is to be a loss, it would be fix the fundamentals. But in regards to drafting, the creativity often shines from the side of XG.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the flair that the Chinese region has always had, is that they'll dip into heroes that other teams aren't looking at. Yesterday, for example, we saw the sniper come out of Extreme Gaming. We saw the carry Chaos Knight come out of Extreme Gaming, Kezu.
Yeah, and it's also like, so this is one of the last times that these teams did match up, right? We talked about the road to TI, but it's just these 70-minute games. You've had a lot of the Beastmasters coming back. And it was honestly just nail-biters. I don't care too much about the draft.
Chuy, imagínate, el TI 2018, 2019 y 2020, que están pasando por la cabeza de A.
And I love that you guys touched on it earlier, because where Falcons get the lead, it's early. It's the lanes into the first rotation, whereas for XG, that is absolutely where they struggle.
Yeah, and one of the ways that Falcons has been getting a lead is because of this mid laner, Malrine. This is his second international. Malrine has played a lot of the Sand Kings and the Earthshakers, Effie.
Oh, Malrine, this guy is the rock of his team in terms of how they have such a strong early game. You know, we call him here a stunner, but he actually has the highest average stuns per second per game of any player at the International by far. He averages 80 seconds of stun per game, where the next closest was NTS at 66 seconds. In one of his games, he even had a 346-second stun record in one of his really long games versus Tidebound. But the way that they play their early game, they'll pick this Earthshaker mid, they'll pick this Sand.
Hola Chuy, llegué justo para la final, te quiero mucho. Espero que nos dures otros 20 años.
I mean, he's so good at tempo controlling, right? It's what they want from him. His heroes play so good for it, and his positioning and spellcasting is just top-notch.
It helps that those heroes that you've highlighted are all kind of very active with little to no economy, right? Like a Sank needs a blink, a Pangolier needs levels. If you shut him down in laning phase, he can still be active and try and fix it, but I think critically for XG, they need to try and stop Malrine opening up the early game.
Happy honeymoon. And of course on stage right now we do have 10 players that really want to claim that Aegis that is on display. But let's take a look.
Chuy, ¿cómo te vas a comer a ti mismo? ¿No es canibalismo?
¿Dónde mierda está Chuy?
¡Ta madre! Esa música tiene copyright. ¿Qué crees? ¿Me crees Gil? ¿Valve? Sí, tiene copyright. Esto anteayer me fregó. Está huevón. Está huevón. Estaba comiendo tranquilo mi caldito de gallina y mira, me vienen con música con copyright. Otra vez tú. No voy a caer en tu trampa 2 veces. No.
Que es la final hora de hornear memes. Atentos con el Discord.
El caldo de gallina, presa, pescuezo, Ana.
Oye. Cálmate. ¿Qué activar sonido, Mela? Stream contra Falcons es la gran final. Mejor de 5. El ganador de esta serie pues se lleva la égida. ¿Será AME por fin después de 2 finales? ¿O será una tercera también ya para que vean el meme del... ¿Para otro año será? No sé, pe man. Ya pe... Hoy mira, Skitter. Snake
con Gladiators no pasaba esto y Gladiators ganaba el TI.
Como coach. Ya pe man, ya dale su turno a AME.
Caldo de cabeza, Chuy.
Unos trocitos de control.
Pero Chuy sería la primera vez en un TI sin anunciar un nuevo héroe. ¿O ya pasó antes?
La verdad, cada año desde el TI 2. No, en TI 2 no había anuncio de nuevo héroe, por ejemplo. ¿Qué pasó antes esto? Pero el tema es que en TI 2, TI 3 y los demás.
Dream Gaming Grand Final.
Chuy, pero algunos héroes salen en partidas.
Si ha pasado en media final, ponen.
Esto es el draft, gente.
Mi preví era que ganaba Extreme, pero ya no
vamos a
cuenta.
meterle.
Versus each other, and let's see how it differs from the series they played earlier last week.
Me
we
huevé.
have a very nice stylistic change. I do love the respect that XM is getting on his sniper there, Effie.
You really have to respect this hero.
Sigue comiendo mi pollito, mi caldo de gallina.
This is his pocket pick. This is his hero that he never loses lane with.
AME se lo merece. Me acuerdo cuando lo vi llorar y pedirle disculpas a Somos.
For Extreme Gaming, they just take
Cuando acabe una partida ponen a un número.
and now they've got first pick.
La final cantada desde el primer juego, muchos se odian.
Solo quiero que gane Extreme y reírme en la cara de Ammar y decirle soberbios de mierda.
You want to make sure that you stay in the comfort and don't give something to the enemy team that's going to take you out of your comfort. And XM, on these really nasty and annoying heroes, that's his specialty.
It's the exact same bans that XG did against Falcons the last time that they played, and they first picked Shaker in that position.
Joey, si quieres puedes ir con el médico legista. Yo me puedo defender.
And got annihilated. So they know how to deal with it, and instead XG, they go for the Mars. Again, we do have two of the most...
Ah, mi amigo, el pueblo está contigo.
Now in this grand final between XSS and ATF.
I love this Mars pick. You know it's going to be contested.
Voten para ganar mis puntos.
They're saying that their offlane player, XXS, he's been owning this entire tournament. Let's first pick his hero. Who cares counters? Who cares how the early game goes? We'll just get him that Blink Dagger, and he will create situations for us.
Then I'd like Falcons to respond straight away, just like the Pangolier. You've already banned the Puck, the Sniper. Against the Arena, you have that Chaos. If XG is going to go for Comfort, why not allow Falcons to match the picks with Comfort for themselves?
What I love too, when you have two of the best teams playing like their best heroes, it really goes to show you what they value and what they feel like they want to do against you. Like, what do you need to pick with it? What do you need to ban against it? And here's the Pangolier, really nice call there. You have a super good with the team fight matching, looks great.
Dotaría, pero esta partida sí está picante.
So not giving away too much here either, and maybe even some flex still possible. It's not likely, but it is possible.
It absolutely is possible, and I feel like if you're also going to look at the bans, both of these heroes require a lot of similar things for them, right? You want this follow-up damage into the teamfight, so the Hoodwinks, the Snaps, very likely that Falcons have their eyes on it, same for Extreme Gaming, and if one of them gets banned out, the other gets picked, gonna have to look further down the list.
The question is, do you think XG is going to start trying to enable the Mars by banning out difficult heroes for the Mars to initiate on? Or is it more, thinking about the wider game? At the moment, they're still going towards taking away the Maureen specialties, right? The Shakers, but something to think about potentially for future picks.
I think they're thinking of the wider game right now, because if you're first picking your offlaner, you're saying that it doesn't matter how the laning stage goes, we just want this hero for us. And on the topic of Snapfire, that has to be the most contested support between these two teams. It's looked great in the hands of Extreme Gaming, they flex it between 4 and 5, and if you give this hero to crit, we've seen him do magic with it.
Especially when it comes to ultra late game, of course. Which you have to keep in mind, I think.
Okay, so let's see for Falcons. The out-of-pick phase is very likely for them gonna be this crit-type hero that we have talked about, very likely on the Snapfire. If you're Falcons, it would be nice if you can keep the Pangolier open, whether it goes mid or it does go into the offlane. And also with a lot of these mids getting banned out, I would not mind if Marine ends up playing it, but you need to kind of ban for it too, so that Extreme don't like force you to put it into the offlane, because there's a lot of Armar heroes that can be quite good against the Mars, maybe some Underlord, where every time the arenas you gate over, you drop the pipe. If any of these two teams know what a Mars wants, they've got the players for it.
And it will be a ban to the Troll for the one ban that Falcons had, and the non-surprising Snapfire. I'm sure that also Extreme Gaming knows that this hero would come out at this stage. They opted to ban out the Beastmaster and the Shaker. No harm in that either. Very strong heroes in the hands of Falcons.
I think Snapfire in particular goes up in value if you see an offlaner very early, because you can see if it's a pipe buyer or not. Mars, this hero does not really buy pipe for his team. That's usually the way that teams will play against early game magic damage. Mars has a different archetype though. He's that Yules into Blink Fire, into BKB, into Refresher, and XG snag up a Hoodwink of their own, the follow-up damage to their Sun.
The question for XG is, do they want to double pick support here and then enable Falcons to kind of know exactly what they're laning into in regards to the support powers?
I mean, it would be, I think it's okay if you pick your 5 here, just because you know that most likely you are up against the Snap. Like, you're either up against Snap X or Snap Pango.
So then like a Bane where you can play most lanes.
I was looking at it too, but it's sadly banned.
Oh, is it? Oh, first phase banned, yeah, I'm blind. But they go for the Elder Titan.
Yeah,
Nova had an incredible game yesterday with it.
He's been so good on this hero.
Estos burros apuestan sin ver los picks.
They were very good at always. You have the range carry on Ame, you get the ET on X Nova in the 5. They lane so well together. It's super good with Mars too, right? Mars goes in and he just wants this abundance of AoE spells being thrown into. They've played this combo many times before. Great pick.
They did this exact opening earlier in the playoffs against Nigma, right? If you replace the Hoodwink with Snapfire, that's the opening they have. But even, we talk about Snap and Hoodwink, it's kind of the same.
Yo apuesto con el corazón mierda.
Formidable opening. It can pretty much activate any future core picks. It can play any type of game. Like, this is probably the strongest draft opening I think XG could do.
Especially for what it is that they want to do. They want a team fight. They want to out-execute in that mid-game, not based off of their lanes, but based off of how well they spellcast. And they're just going to triple down on the team fight here, I'm sure, with their next few picks. But what they need right now is damage to take advantage of ET's buff. They need that Leshrac-style mid laner that is really going to pump out the DPS.
It's going to feel good doing that.
Yo apuesto la Gampi, no hay apuesta más sincera.
Put P-Vision to the lower bracket, and now against XG, the same formula could work, right? If you break your lanes, take these early towers, it's not going to be a 4-kill game at 15-20 minutes. XG, they have to respect Falcons are going to play a really strong early game.
Yeah, and most likely from the start, this is usually where they end up taking Skeeter's hero, right? You keep the Pango open between like your 2 and 3, you don't really want to show. Sven is something that they've played before. I mean, it's nice if you can get a BKB hero because you are going up against the Barnes, against the Hoodwink, you have the edge, because Falcons...
Chewy, los precios son retroactivos, por ejemplo. Si la caja baja más, le bajan los puntos.
At the top level of Dota, you can show your cards, but if you execute perfectly, it is really hard to play into it. It's also where the troll ban comes in. It's good for the Sven. So now for XG, where do you want to go? They've shown us like a Medusa before because he wants the carry matchup. He can have it if he wants to. This is his pick if he wants to have it.
It's the Medusa or the Ursa. That's where I'm leaning. If you want to go for not dying to the burst and the jump, you can go for the Ursa. You then follow up with your arena, and then the Medusa.
Chewy, por favor, para el link para apostar mi Chewy Coins.
Panglid, Refusal Blade. Is that annoying enough?
Chewy, devuélvele los perfumes a Imperios.
And this pick for Extreme Gaming is the most
El bot no quiere a Sebas
And of course it is the other team, it's Falcons, that is getting the overall last pick. So if you want to protect any pick in your draft, this is it. And it will be the Ursa, so that will be Ame's hero for this one.
Yeah, it just gives you that ability to kind of clutch up in the moments. Like a lot of the iconic clips from XG in this tournament have been, pumping in a Lotus or a quick turnaround play, and why not put Ame on a hero that can throw themselves into these vulnerable positions and let the rest of his team shine, and then he'll turn it around.
He gives them like all the follow-up damage that they're looking for, and still it keeps XM open, right? Sure, you have to ban a lot of heroes against this guy. It's one of my favorite guys when it comes to XM standout performance, and you've got to be careful. This guy can absolutely turn.
Tengo que terminar de terminar, amigos, un toque. Esto va a ser largo también, acabará la mediodía, 1, 2 de la tarde. Ya saben, ¿no? Cuando la final llega el quinto juego es donde se vuelve emocionante, pero la gran final puede acabar 3-0, 3-1. Bueno, 3-2 sería el mejor resultado, ¿no? Pero vamos a ver qué pasa.
Unless he's paired with something like a disruptor.
So they're banning out the Huskar to respect the fact they need Ursa to get into the game, right?
Chewy, come y dejas bien limpio todo, por favor.
What stops Amar doing something like this as well? Like I fully break.
Yo mire, finales que son 3 partidas de puro rush.
They will win me the game, but as long as I do the breaking of the first 15-20 minutes, like that's the thinking I'm having, is because if Amar's happy to Huskar, he'll be happy to bring out any other hero to dominate the lane. And there's the Storm Leshrac bans that you mentioned earlier.
I will say that if there is any team that has Viper on their radar always.
Oh, go again, go again.
Oh my god.
One more.
So many legends on there.
Has he got more?
There will be more.
Alright. Little hipster.
We gotta fix that one.
Ooh, very late. My guy.
Going back. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, tiene de todos los equipos ese señor. Tanto. Oh, Ame. Ame and Jakul Brothers.
Way to close it out, and it is closed out by the Queen Pain on Extreme Gaming. That will be their hero for XM.
This one was a no-brainer pick for XG here. They lacked range damage and the ability to instantly blink in and follow up. Storm gets taken out, Lesh, who builds Blink Dagger, gets taken out. All that's left is for Queen of Pain with this.
Es una guavita de 40 añitos.
XG are looking to blink in, take the fights quickly, burst them, and then re-engage.
And but building on that as well, they also have kiting, right? If they are to blink in and maybe misinitiate, Ursa can disengage, Quap can disengage, ET can assist the fight to ensure that the secondary fight also looks quite good. the layering on XG's lineup ensures that this game is going to have points of pressure anyway.
¡Ame orgullo! Cajamarquino.
Irme. Ya veo ese Sven metiendo lapo a ese Ursa sin cetro.
You could say similar things for the offlane, even though I feel like maybe with the snap 4 you can like try to offset the lanes. So to me, it's more about what they value more. Like what do they also feel like they need from the game? You have two guys that jump in. Like your draft covers quite a lot. So if you care more about the lanes,
Steven Feed.
Pretty heavy laning hero here.
Ojalá saque cetro a me.
They only have 10 seconds to think about what to do with this final pick, and here it is. Oh, it's an Ember Spirit. We don't get to see that man on the main stage that often this weekend.
So they went for this Ember just because they wanted to secure that mid lane matchup versus the Queen of Pain. They want something that can just stay on lane versus it, not get bullied out, and try to match its tempo.
Yeah, not only that, it provides so much vision throughout the game. The lockdown available for XG is quite limited, so if Maurine's going in first, baiting Exercise to ever waste a spear or arena, and then activates the rest of his lineup to go in, and then you throw in a Pangolier with the rolling
Tui, es válido que la predict sea XG y Falcon aun si fallaste antes, pero igual salió el mismo resultado en la final.
Se has enviado a Steam Gaming que lleva llave alta y Falcon de baja y ha pasado lo contrario, pues no es lo mismo, no es el mismo resultado.
They're going to have their initiation from the offlane. They're going to have Malrine building these early items and running at people, and the double supports farming the entire map. The question for XG is if they can match that pace in the early game and get to the point where they can blink and instantly take these fights, because that early game looks tough.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of mid focus, right? We've already spoke about Ember and what they can do, but also Queen of Pain, right? If Queen of Pain pops off and every time you go somewhere you're getting a kill, it could buy enough time for the items of the Mars to fix some of their lockdown issues, or the items on the Ursa to ensure he has that burst potential. I think mid lane is such a critical matchup in this game one.
Yeah, I really love these two drafts. Like the way I see it too is that Falcons, they have this early to mid game that
Pero si apuesto que ganaba Extreme, no es lo mismo.
He's got his Ursa against the Sven matchup, but I also like that Falcons, they covered their like late game. The refresher on the Ember, the refresher on the Pango, the
porque va a salir. Oh, qué chuma. Aló. No. Mira.
Top super important here with the Queen of Pain and the Ember. How much help are they going to get from the supports? How much help can we expect they get?
Falcons could be tri-laning mid lane. With an Ench and a Snapfire, they're going to be running mid. But XG, they do have the arena. It feels like
Ame orgullo peruano.
They have like a sixth man, and that sometimes historically has helped. And yeah, again, Falcons, the early game, it is looking very, very good.
Shui, tú no me te cabras a
the coach agrees, and that's where we're heading to right now, because Tsunami is standing with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I am standing by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, and you are no stranger to this, my friend. In 2022 in Singapore, with Tundra coaching Grand Finals. I was wondering if you could maybe take me back in time about that team's journey to Grand Finals versus how Falcons...
Me orgullo barrio chino del centro de Lima
For both teams, it's just been an incredibly rewarding journey. I mean, standing in this crowd, like being able to play in front of them, it's all every Dota player dreams of. So I think we're just all grateful to be here.
Let's hear it for just the spirit of competition. Now, I'm sure you have a very vivid memory of how that last grand final went. Upper bracket final, you played against Team Secret. It went to 3 games. They went down to lower bracket, had to play 3 games against Liquid. And how did your grand final go after that?
It was good. It was 3-0.
It was good. It was 3-0. Now we're in a similar situation. You went to 3 games against Extreme, and now they're back.
Es la hora de la criptomanía.
The equation has changed.
Como quedaremos en el fantasy, llegaremos a la arcana. ¡Picante!
Me recuerdo que amé. Vendía chifa en Paruro con su carretilla.
Welcome to the International, everybody! Let's kick this shit off with a bang! It's China striking first blood!
Cannot be more fitting. A return in bounce East versus West will grace the Grand Finals one more time as Ame returns to claim his throne. An uncrowned king against a king already crowned. You could not ask for a better storyline going into this immaculate TI.
That's right. There is so much history that
Le
goes
aposte
into
Cienzo
international.
al FB.
And a large
Vamos.
part of that old history, some of you might remember, was that balance of power. It was China versus the world. Every odd year, an international team would win. Every even year, a Chinese team would win. For 7 years, this was true, until Ame and LGD fell to OG at TI8.
History was written, and once more we return to write history in the stars. Can XG make the miracle happen? Can they make this tough road through the lower bracket return to a finals, a third appearance for some of these players? They have consistently fallen short, but perhaps this is their moment to put their name on that Aegis. They are against a very tough opponent in Falcons. They have been dominating this meta. They have been setting the trends. They have their comfort picks. It's not a question of knowing what they're going to play. It's a question of how do you beat what they play, because everybody knows the heroes that are going to come out from these playmakers. Can you out-team fight them? Can you out-skirmish them? That is the challenge ahead in this series for XG.
Already see XM and Malrine trading blows, as we will see in hopefully 5 games of this series.
Oh yeah.
XM has already taken a bit of a lead here at 10-2, and it seems like all the lanes are going well for Extreme, as another 10-0 for Ame. Seems that, do you feel like Extreme Gaming put a bit more emphasis on the lanes against Falcons?
If anything, I think they did it against P-Vision. They had to learn how to not get run over in some of these lower bracket series. The European team's laning stage is insane.
Ya no hacen eso, Dante, ya no hacen eso.
Ahorita
ya termina un momento, por favor. Ya termino mi desayuno un rato.
Supports the Chen, the Enchantress. You can't ban them all. Snaking's going to get something in this game. If Amar is on one of those tempo setters like the Bristleback, for example, these games can spiral very quickly off a laning stage win. XG need to step up their first 10 minutes in this series if they want to have a good chance of competing. But that said, they also made some crazy comebacks.
Yes.
This is a team, you cannot count them out at any point in that game. And this is another lineup that can just scale like a beast across all 3 cores. I like that they went for the first pick Mars. That's a dominance move. We're taking it away from ATF. We're going to get it for XXS early. We don't care if we have to first pick it. We want him comfortable. We want him controlling the fights. And by God, has this man had a TI. He absolutely has to be in the front running for this MVP right now.
100%. I mean, he saved Extreme Gaming's life in that lower bracket final. In fact, in the lower bracket in its entirety, he has come up for Extreme time and time again, and he is a large reason why they are here in this finals. Ame, he's trying to put some pressure onto Amar where he can in this Ursa versus Pango matchup, but the mobility is not allowing him to do so. Amar, 19-2, doing the best of his comrades when it comes to the CS.
And we do see the support swap from Falcons. This Elder Titan's going to be a pivotal hero in this matchup. It's something that XG are going to more and more. It's a crazy teamfight scaler, something to give them confidence in the late game. Downside is it does have some rough lane matchups. Falcons are trying to abuse this Enchantress with the Dispel against X-Nova. Get that lane win in the off lane for Amar. Does require you to put crit into that safe lane. You lose a little comfortability, but you gain really good support matchups here.
Certainly feels like a lot of draft threats on the table no matter who wins in this game, right? If all of a sudden the Elder Titan is kicked to the side and this Enchantress reigns supreme as a support, we've seen how when the games start going late, any support that is able to farm for themselves has big value.
And also we have the 2 biggest support ranged playmakers in this meta, the Hoodwink and the Snap.
Knocked back by the God's Rebuke, will not be able to get a stun off. A second kill for Extreme in this laning phase as they are up now 1,000 gold.
This is such a strong duo. You can't ask for more in this meta right now. Terrifying lane to go up against. And the fact you had to put crit up here to try and get that Enchantress ET matchup does hurt crit a little bit, because these Snaps and Hoodwinks want to play with the offlaner. They want to get aggressive. They want to use the early spell power to build momentum. Earn charge is already online for Jin-Q. Super strong right now.
Lots of damage. Jin-Q stepping a bit too far forward, trying to pressure Skeeter, takes a lot of damage. They even threw the blood grenade at him, but they couldn't go for the kill. While Amar goes down, they trade out cores. X-Nova, can he beat down Snaking? One more hit, he's got it. A 2-for-1 special, and the action returns at the top lane, as this time it's Crit who puts his life in danger and does not manage to get out of it.
I was maybe a little concerned for XG laning-wise coming into this series, but already they are hitting the mark. This XXS Mars is the most farm hero coming out of this laning phase. They even get a kill with that Ursa on the Pango, not expected, and so much XP for X-Nova. on an amazing hero to get early levels on in this Elder Titan. Already has the boots online, already level 4, putting points into that natural order. You combine this with some of the Queen damage later, the Mars damage later. They have such good teamfight combinations. If you're Falcons, you need to get this Ember off to a good start. Play through him, let him drive the pace of the game. Don't let XG set up these big fights around Roshan where they're super confident in their AoE control.
Fighting for power runes, but locked down by the chains. Got a bushwhack, trying to stop it. Another stun comes in. XM is able to get the blink away, and Jinkyu is the one to pick up the arcane rune instead. A little bit of HP fed over to Malrine. He'll be okay, and XM being the ranged hero should be able to weather through this a bit.
Jinkyu just playing with him. This early Urn creates such a threat with the blood grenade combination. He's basically just fighting 2 supports in the river, taking the rune away from Malrine. That's a huge win. As XM feeling the pressure of some of these summons. Double range creep, plus Enchantress, plus Catapult about to hit your tower. Need reinforcements here.
Yeah, where is this Elder Titan? He's been hanging out with this Ursa, but he's needed in the mid lane. They pop a glyph here. And depending on how much Falcons want to tank here, they have another enchant. So another creep to be able to tank this tower. A few more Siege Wagon hits, and then another round of creeps will enter into the tower. So this Siege Wagon, it's going to get well below half here. The Spirit only just now showing up, but what do you even do as an Elder Titan this early?
Not a lot. Tough matchups. You don't interact well with the Ember Spirit. You don't have the lockdown for him. Just got to beat him back, but that is some significant tower pressure.
Oh, but the trade-off, Ame. He almost gets the kill on Amar, but he also takes the Wisdom Shrine. That is a big move. Extreme. I mean, they drew the first blood quite figuratively and literally as they managed to get the first kill, but also won the laning phase. Falcons with this move on mid was brilliant, but the trade-off, Extreme got to be very happy as their supports are going to get their level 6s before Falcons.
Huge advantage gained off that play from Ame, getting aggressive on that bottom lane. He even forced double support TP there that yielded nothing for Falcons. So now, if you want to get aggressive top with this Mars, no support can come in for Skeeter. If you want to get aggressive on mid, that option's available with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, like how does Skeeter even play top anymore? It's a level 6 Mars and a level 5 Hoodwink at 8 minutes in. He's got to abandon this lane.
So many levels on these supports.
Power Rune, Malrine tries to get it and does manage to grab it. Regen into the bottle.
Nice pickup for him. And XM not finding early fights with this Sonic Wave. Love to get some action going, but the mobility from this Ember Spirit, just not something that XG can deal with early on in this game.
This tower is going to fall, but who's going to get the last hit on it? Malrine tries to get there in time, but XM already snags the deny. Malrine would love to get a kill on X-Nova, but not the case. Against an Enchantress, this is just inevitable, right? You're going to bleed out towers.
Yes.
You just got to try and slow it down as much as possible.
Especially with the lane swap they did. When this Enchantress plays from the off lane, those moves behind the tier 1s are incredibly dangerous, and they're a lot more fluid for Sneyking to make than if he was stuck in that safe lane trying to secure farm for the Sven.
Sneyking did not make the read there. That a ward was placed on that high ground. He gets his own really good laning ward, though.
Ame hunting him here in the jungle. He's got his eyes on him.
You got to punish this Enchantress. You can't just let Sneyking live in your jungle. He will do that until you punish him. Thinking about the Sonic Wave, is it required? XM, they can't even get him.
Nice enchant for the Dispel and the Overpower. Ame trying to hold it. Sneyking holds longer.
And of course, anybody who shows up in the top lane is going to die. It's just a matter of time. Crit's not dead yet. And now with the Ember Spirit here, looks like the Mars is in big trouble, and Jinkyu is not able to chase after Crit. It's going to be XXS to fall instead as Falcons bring 4 up the top. They do not want to be losing these early towers.
That was a big committal. I mean, you're showing all 3 cores on this top lane to bring down that Mars, who is having a fantastic time. That's a big kill. But it does give a lot of space to the Ursa, more space for XM on the mid. Got to look towards this 10-minute power rune. If he can grab it here, would be a huge win for XG. Malrine looking for an amp damage or a haste to accelerate his game.
Once again, Malrine going to try and outclick XM for it, but this time XM gets the bottle. With a haste rune, not required to pop it just yet. He's able to blink away.
Big rune to take away from that Ember.
Yeah.
Right, that is super dangerous around the map. Still
I mean, it's also
no Sonic Wave thrown in this game.
Yeah, we gotta start establishing our own threats from the mid lane if you're Extreme Gaming. You're looking around where the Sonic Wave has been off cooldown for like 4 minutes now. We just haven't put it to use.
Bueno, ya que ve mi desayuno.
Can make the top right. You have this arena on top. Anybody that shows there, just arena them into the Sonic Wave. Even if reinforcements come in, that can be a great fight.
La final, hay 30.000 personas mirando dentro del juego. Vamos a poner modo torneo, un toque torneo. ¿Dónde está acá? Te carga. Uy, ¿qué? Vamos a poner la cámara de China. A ver, gente, va ganando el equipo de Extreme Gaming. Minuto 10. Valor neto que hay que meter un poco más, pero no. Fortificación de Falcons. También vuelve a caer la torre, no hay problema. Ahora, el Ursa no está primero en valor neto, ¿eh? Está abajo. Tan abajo como Malrin, que también le ha ido no tan bien en esta partida por el momento. Primer lugar lo tiene Pangolier de ATF, de Amar. Está primerísimo en valor neto junto al Mars. Y que sé que ese también le va bien. Sven está farmeando mucho mejor. Ya sé con Magnes. En la parte de medio también está por poca diferencia también ganando esa Queen of Pain de XM, que va a sacarse Blade Mail. Supongo que acá Ember Spirit va a armarse lo que es el Mage Slayer o Matamagos. Es lo que va a comprar. Y vemos a Snake haciendo stacks sí, para su Sven. En parte de medio XM. Sony Way, pero no, ni siquiera es necesario. Por si acaso XM asegura el Sony Way contra el Ember Spirit de Malrin. La runa que sale en la parte de abajo es una runa de escudo para Skitter. El pozo con el sol son solo 2 millones. En 2020 dura 40. Así es, Sebas, así es, así es. Así es. Ya desperté, señores. Ahora nos sacarán Dominator para la final. Pues parece que no. Parece que no, pero Sven no saca Dominator. Ursa tampoco, no es necesario. Ya está. Farmeo Skitter, los stacks. Va a sacarse Echo Saber muy pronto. Ursa que va a armarse. Battle Fury. Amar va a sacarse Diffusal Blade. Ya viene camino la fusión. GQ haciendo stacks para su Ursa. Ojalá que Street se lo farmee de una vez, porque si Falcon se le da la gana y pelea esos stacks, de paso que va a pelear la runa de experiencia del equipo de String. Uy, justo hablando de eso, humo de engaño de parte de Falcons. A la parte de medio, XM está ahí. Se revelará el humo. Justo aquí se reveló el humo. XM se va a encontrar, parece como el ring. Y apunta el equipo de Falcons a la parte de medio. Ahí está el Crick encantado de Enchantress. Sigue avanzando el equipo de Falcons. Falla la amarrada ese Ember Spirit. Y listo. En la parte superior vemos a Enchantress. Está a nivel 6 ya. A nivel 7. Blade Mail completado para Queen of Pain. Malrin todavía le falta para completar su Matamagos. Abajo llega Amar. Se acaba el humo. Minuto 14 sale Santuario de Experiencia, que va a llevárselo Hoodwink. Malrin que consigue embotellar su runa de amplificación. Exnova, planta el Observer. Mantiene distancia. Battle Fury completado en Ursa. Humo de engaño de Hoodwink. Tambores que ha comprado Enchantress. Echo Saber para Sven. Ursa tiene Battle Fury y debería llevarse los stacks de los que tienen el lado de Red y en String. Y String con el humo va a la parte de medio. Se acerca, presiona XM para ver si alguien se muestra de Falcons que están listos. Está listo todo Falcon para pelear la parte de medio. Malrin puede ser el próximo, la amarran. Problemas. Hasta que baitea y no pasa nada. Todo queda allí. No presiona más esa Queen of Pain. Sabe que algo está raro porque nadie de Falcon se muestra en el mapa. Aparece Roshan. Cambia de casa. Doble daño. Activa ya ese Ever Spirit. Ame con muy poca vida de tener cuidado. Procede de inmediato. Avanza en la jungla rival el equipo de Falcon. Kirit va para Turn Observer. Skitter. Nivel 12. ¿Qué va a ir este? Amar va a sacarse su fragmento de Gunning. Daga. Elder Titan. ¿Por qué no se lleva el stacks? Se nota que Falcon quiere presionar, dice. Runa D. Invisibilidad aparece en la parte inferior. Ya va Ame a llevarse los stacks en la jungla. Mientras tanto, en problemas, X-Nova que de guardea. Tiene ya matamagos Malrin. XM llega. Golpea a Malrin acá la Queen of Pain. Y listo. Cae X-Nova. Buena jugada de parte de Sneaky. Sigue acá. Encantando más bichitos. Malrin amarrando a Furby. Se puede caer. Chinkyu cae. Buena combinación de Falcons. Aprovecha el Observer. Y acaba con otro support más. Estaban los 4 rotando. Blind Dagger ya tiene Pangolier. No ha comprado finalmente el fragmento todavía. Sven por su parte va a ir por Blind Dagger. Uy, Blind Dagger también de Ursa. Se llevó los stacks. Y ahora ya tiene Blind Dagger. Ame. Ame va a sacarse después Basher. No, la Dominator la van a remover. No sé, es un ítem tan clásico. Pero de repente va a pasar eso, ¿no? Quién sabe. Porque ítems clásicos que han sacado son pocos, ¿eh? La cuarta staff quitaron en su tiempo. El ítem que ha dado 10 de velocidad de ataque y 10 de daño. ¿Qué más? Un ítem clásico que le hayan removido. Creo que nada más, si no me equivoco. Sí, es BO5, es BO5. ¿Hay otro ítem clásico que hayan quitado? Sí, yo no me acuerdo yo. Lo que sí sé es que acabando esta BO5 me va a jatear. Estoy bien cansadito. Estos días han sido bien fatales. 3 de la mañana despertarse, prender stream, jatear, dormir, ya no sé. Nos van a nerfear nomás. Esperemos que si no... Uy, se mandó a Mar, pero de inmediato retrocede con Shield Crash. Esquiva el peligro. XM que activaba Blade Mail. Lo malo que ese caldo de gallina me está haciendo dormir. Está bien concentrado. Qué rico. Y se llama... ¡Uy! Se mandan rapidito y lo consiguen. Cae a Inver Spirit. Buena jugada de ese Mars. Bien, ahora Skitter tiene Blind Dagger. ¿Skitter tiene Blind Dagger o no? Tiene Blind Dagger, así es. Ya rugió y va a caer el Hoodwing. Y viene acá. Viene Mars. Te manda Skitter. Bien jugado por Skitter. Y viene Ame. Viene X-Nova también. Va a caer. Bien jugado por Ame y X-Nova. Se juntan. El aura de X-Nova es de nivel 4. El Natural Order. No tiene armadura, Crit. Los golpes llegan y entran completos. Otro agarrazo más. Y ya está. X-Nova lo asegura. 11-6 el marcador. 4 bajas de Falcons. Ame junto a X-Nova. Ame, qué bien hecho por parte de Strina. También Skitter hizo bien al iniciar al Mars, que estaba poniendo en peligro a su equipo. Y pues las Black King Bar van a ser vitales próximamente. Como digo, el Elder Titan con el Natural Order te reduce la armadura base y también tu resistencia mágica base. 100% como mucho. Así que les ven, si está bastante endeble para el Ursa. Y va a completar Basher, bastante rápido hasta que se armame. Parte de arriba, Ame en peligro, no tiene mana. Bueno, ahí tiene 8 cargas de Mainboard. Se manda XM, se manda un X-Nova, pisotón. Se retira a Mar. XM retrocede también. Y listo. Tiene EU Sector acá, está Queen of Pain. Elder Titan compra Pavés. Va a sacarse Solar, ¿crees? Ursa ya con Basher. Todo el rato lo que debería hacer Ame es iniciar el Sven o iniciarlo, en caso tenga visión sobre él. Un engaño de String, minuto 20. Tormentor es el objetivo que busca String Gaming, pero también más que todo va con humo para pelear contra Falcons, que ellos buscan también Tormentor. Sneaking, ahí está, se revela. Ya lo encontró y aquí se sabe que Sneaky está aquí. Está la visión. Vaya el stun. Hola. Lanza. Sharpshooter. Pegan. Aguanta mucho. Eso Enchantress. ¡Qué horrible! Aguanta demasiado. Le lanzó Sony, güey. No pudo. Tony Thunder. La lanza bien jugado. Ame lo consigue con el pisotón de la tierra de ese Elder Titan. Viene acá lo beso de Mortimer. Aguanta XXS. Usa Leul. Crit haciendo el trabajo. Y pues falla otra vez Chinkyu. No está preciso por el momento. Retrocede Falcons. Y Extreme Gaming puede llevarse ese Tormentor. Pero ahí está el Observer Warp. Uy, no llega el centro. Ahora sí. De guardea Extreme. Se prepara. Exnova junto a todo el equipo de Extreme Gaming. Bueno, 4. ¿Dónde está mi Ursa? Ahí vengo. Llegó Ame. Los 5 para llevarse el Tormentor. Fragmento de Gunning para Exnova. Ahora el Echo Stone recarga más rápido y puede utilizar el Astral Spirit para posicionarse o intercambiar su posición cuando completa el piso. El R-Splitter, dividir la tierra. En la parte inferior vemos a Mark que tiene daga, fragmento de Gunning, Diffusal, va a sacar ahora EU Sector, Atos para Hoodwing. Ame va a sacar ahora Blood King Bar. Falcon está más frío. Stream vienen calentitos de la anterior serie, dice yo. Calentitos. Edwin, hola Edwin, ¿qué fue? Buenos días Chubi, recién review. ¿Qué fue con el torneo? ¿Ya ganó Stream? Todavía no, amigo. Está en la final. Estamos recién viendo el primer juego del mejor de 5. Sí, esta es la final, señores. ¿Anunciaron algo? Nada. O sea, el anuncio que han hecho hasta el momento, y único anuncio, es que The International 2026 va a jugarse en Shanghái, en China, en agosto. Un año, bueno, va a volver The International a la fecha de agosto, como siempre ha sido. Así que el calendario dotero se ha acortado más para volver a las fechas iniciales. Lanza de Mars, XXS. Sí, estamos viendo la final, tranqui largo. Esta es la gran final. Una vez limpia la línea Shinkyu. Mar de guardea. Cetro para Queen of Pain. Ok.
Scanning for enemies. Dire are scanning for enemies. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Vamos a fire con Blade Man. Ya. BKB en Sven.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
¿Anunciaron héroe nuevo? Nada. Hola Artur, bye bye. Un mito, ¿quieren ir Rocha? No, deben buscar pelea ellos. BKB de Mars. Recupera Nova con su Clarity. Humo también de Stream Gaming. Bueno, se juntaron los humazos. Y apuntan a Rocha. Pero uy, está la visión de Falcons. El Sentry. Server allí. Amar que está muy atrás, lo malo. Amar que busca el smoke de Stream Gaming. Va de guardiar de Xnova primero. Vio a Amar. Amar retrocede de inmediato. Runa escudo que aparece. De inmediato también X lo rompe. Observa arriba bien a XM en su posición. Está la visión también del equipo de ya vio XM que está en problemas. A toque se va y Amar de guardia. Pero también se preguntará, oye, espérate, ¿por qué me estoy iniciando? Acá hay un ward. Sí, es cierto. Ya está, bien. Sven tiene ya Black Kimbar. ¿Qué más hay? A ver, ¿cuántas BKBs tenemos? Ame también BKB de XXS. Material la BKB en el Ember. Otro humo de engaño de Stream Gaming. Xnova lo activa, tiene Solar Crest. Esta es la visión de Falcons. Avanza XXS, se revela el humo. Inmediato. Snakey corre por su vida. Y Snakey está en problemas. Uy, qué buen neul de Snakey. Vendrá el equipo acá. Charchutan impactó. El problema es Snakey, pero tiene mucha regeneración. Es muy complicado llevarse la Enchantress. El Ursa nomás podría llevársela. Doble euro. Tanta sincronía. ¿Dónde está el Sentry? No hay. Ahí está el Sentry ahora sí. Voy a guardar de inmediato. Antes de ir a Roshan. Uy, ahora. Ahora sí. Listo. Falcons que revisa a Roshan. A mí me va a comprar el fragmento de Gunning. Cetro para el Pangolier. No han anunciado nuevo héroe, gente. No han anunciado. Inician acá. Contra el... Uy, Mars en problemas. BKB de Mars. Ok. Ahora Xnova corre. Amar retrocede. Se alista Ame. XM llega con una runa de doble daño. ¿Tiene también runa de escudo? Me parece. ¿Así? Ah, no, no. Es el ítem neutral. Gelgar. Ya va Ursa por Roshan y manda acá un ogro de hielo en Enchantress. Me retrocede de inmediato. Vio algo que se acercaba, no quiere pelear allí. Y Roshan también va a cambiar de casa en breve. Y también va a salir Tormentor. Así que pues... uno irá a Tormentor, otro irá a Roshan, ¿será? Se va listando String. Se ven abajo, ya tiene Crystalis. Y listo. Fragmento de Gánica ha comprado Skitter para el aura de armadura. Y que Warcry no se pueda purgar. está la visión. Ahí está la gema. Lamentablemente no se dio cuenta que hay un observer acá. De parte de Falcons. ¿Qué cosa? Oye, Mr. Robot, ¿qué estás hablando? Nada, no, estás loco. ¿Quién te ha floreado eso? Espérate. Roshan cae. Égida, párame. Primer Roshan de la partida y Tormento ya va a revivir, así que pues probablemente estarían a punta el Tormento. Y mira, ese Observer War nunca fue de guardiado. Steam Gaming ha jugado más juegos, dará más puntos por el Fantasy, no. Tiene que ser unas partidas muy largas, de unos 80 minutos, 90 minutos. Malrin se prepara arriba, pero no hay Tormento no está ahí. Malrin, no, viene el equipo de Falcons. Y ahora Stream se olvidó que había Tormentor. No existe el Tormentor. Bacán. Listo, Tormentor y fragmento de Gani para Snaking. Tan tarde. ¿Nos conviene a todos que sean 5 juegos? No necesariamente, porque solamente se van a tomar las mejores 2 partidas del BO5. Y en caso sean puntajes altos, porque si no son puntajes altos no importa. Fragmento de Gani para Snake y ya tienes Point. Ahora hace un brinco para atrás para lanzar 2 golpes de ímpetus a los enemigos cercanos. Recién desperté, dicen por allí. No hay ningún anuncio de héroe nuevo, gente. No hay nada de eso. Estamos domingo. Y el problema es, como les digo, pues el único momento sería para la final que anuncien algo, pero o sea, me refiero cuando ya acabe el torneo. Un poco fregado. Un poquito fregado. ¿SÍGUEME puede ser iniciado? No. Él más bien está que inicia. Uy, Eul. Va a caer SÍGUEME. Ay, 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 ay. Mala jugada de SÍGUEME. Viene por el otro lado el equipo de String. El problema es de Skitter. No puede blinkear. Lo golpeas. A tanque XXS. No puede blinkear Skitter. Falla la lanza. Viene Ursa. Tiene Basher. Echo Stone. Natural Order. Y va a caer. También cae Snapfire a manos de Shinkyu. Buena contrainiciación de parte del equipo de China. Ame, ame, ame. Va. No va a pasar eso, Chuy. O sea, por eso digo, solamente es la única oportunidad, pero mejor simplemente no esperemos nada. Yo prefiero simplemente no esperar nada. Así no me decepciono cuando no pase. ¿Qué ha sacado Dame después? Abyssal Blade. Lo ha mejorado. Ok. Eul. Lanza. ¿Dónde está mi Ursa? ¿Dónde está mi Ursa? Elabora Natural Order. La miércoles. Qué abuso. Mi Eul de Ame. Hubiera usado XM su Eul. Ame está arriba. ¿Va a llevarse al Ember? No, el Ember justo se va a tiempo. Esa Bambi, qué caprichosa. No la pueden tumbar. Mucho tanque. ver, Ami inicia Calember. Escápame el ring. Un toque. ¿Vice ya tiene Mars? Me parece. Sí, tiene Vice, en el miércoles. Humo de engaño y usan portal gemelo por ahí donde está XM. XM que presione, consigue el loto. Pipa de chatre. Se acaba la égida. Me va a sacarse daga de agilidad. Va con humo de engaño también Falcons. Avanza Sneaking primero. No se encuentran por el momento. Inicia. Ursa se encuentra con quien. Acá Mars encuentra a Snapfire. Viene el R-Splitter, todo el combo y cae. Bien hecho por parte de Steam Gaming. Iniciando rápido XXS con ese Vice. Oye, ¿viste Mr. Robot también? Mira, ¿y en qué momento te he insultado? Ándate a dormir un rato. Mars cae. Levantan acá el Sven. Va a caer también Sven. No, se va con BKB. Se manda XM. Sneaking aguanta. Viene Ame. Ya está. Ahora sí cae. A ver, acá tengo la solución. Creo que estás molesto con la vida. Duerme unos 5 minutos. Toma. Listo. Ya está. Solo 10 minutos más, dice Random, que aguante. Este año hubo votación por los cortos. Sí, sí hubo. Solamente que nadie lo notó. Bueno, pocas personas. Forstaff, Lincoln, pero... ¿eso es el juego? ¿Lo anunció, no? Supongo. No sé.
Gold and sweet.
Me tiene runa de haze y pues se fue el Ember. ¿Van a romper la torre de arriba? ¿O no? No, están arrugando. No. A mí no se manda finalmente. No está cerca el equipo. Están separados todos. Roshan todavía en 20 segundos. No anunciaron nada de nueva arcana tampoco. Sí, sin nombre. ¿Anunciaron el ganador del corto fílmico? Sí, el corto del Absolute Cinema ganó Edwin. Ese fue el ganador. Basher ya compró Pangolier y una gema de Hoodwin que pues... compra porque perdió Mars, ¿no? Mars perdió la gema anteriormente. Malrin tiene la gema del Mars. Chuy, en el TI interior anunciaron algún héroe. Sí, fue que es el nuevo héroe de la TI interior. Este año no anunciaron nada. Y eso solo nos indica que ahora Dota 2 se está enfocando menos en Dota 2. O sea que Valve está priorizando otro juego. Y creo que ese juego ya todos conocemos. Modo de engaño de Falcons. Sí, señor. ¿Quién dijo ahí el nombre? Lo dijo Gilbe, así es. Parece que va a ser Decklog, el próximo juego que va a empeñarse Valve. Y va a dejar a Dota 2 ahí en un limbo. Y ya. Ya está. Bueno, humo de engaño que continúa de Falcons. Falla mal el ring. Y Roshan sale todavía en 1 minuto. Desde junio dicen eso. Sí, Debbie, pero el soporte de Team Fortress 2... Pucha, medio gracioso, pues. Lo actualizan después de como 8 años, creo. Bueno, después de como 5 años. Han actualizado Team Fortress 2. Y Counter no se actualiza, solo cambia las cajas. Cambia cajas y cambia armas, nada más. Lo único que hace. Bueno, ni siquiera las armas, los skins. Los skins de las armas. Ahora la armería, tú mismo lo has visto. Supuestamente están haciendo Half-Life 3, pero bueno. Puros supuestos. Lo que sí no es supuesto es que no han anunciado un nuevo héroe. Por lo tanto, yo sé que no están trabajando en nada nuevo. Así que pues hasta el momento esa es la situación. Como digo, prefiero no esperanzarme que van a lanzar algo al final del torneo. Cosa que la decepción es menor. Así que así me mantendré en mi posición. Que ya acabó, no hay más que anunciar. Falcons con humo de engaño y String con humo de engaño. Van a iniciar XM. ¡Ah! Eul. Lincoln. Eul. Problemas acá, Mars. Se escapará con teleport. Avisa Blade. No se manda Ursa. Uy, XM ya vio que era el equipo. Uy, XM tiene poca vida, ¿no? Ah, tiene ya un 10. Con razón. Aguantado bien. Ame se va a llevar a Roshan muy rápido con la daga gila. Ruge Roshan. Avanzará Falcon. Tiene humo de engaño. No hay humo de engaño de Falcons. No, sí hay. Un poco tarde, pero lo hacen. Activa en Rey, llame. Doble daño, activa Skitter. Ejida y banderola de Roshan para Ursa. Se manda con todo. XX se desactiva el... Uy. Ember Spirit se lo deja acá a Ame. Y Ame se lo come ese Ember. Dominating para Ame. Sonic Way contra Skitter. El problema... Uy, qué buen arpón. Va a caer XM. No, hay un 10 a tiempo. Se cura XM. ¿Se va a ir o no? Se va. Y ahora va a caer Enchantress. Cae Enchantress. Skitter con... ¡Oh, Skitter! ¿Qué haces en raíz de Ame? Y esto es todo para Skitter. Sigue String Gaming. Va por este Pangolier. Lanza de Mars. Otra vez. Pega. Sigue presionando el equipo de String Gaming. Minuto 30 y 42. Ahí consigue L. Ahí está. Tiempo se va. En Fire se escapa. Y solamente sobrevive Crit. Fortificación de Falcons. ¿Qué cosa? Ese David está soñando también. ¿Cómo que este martes hay parche grande? ¿De qué? ¿De Dota vas a decir ahora? Te lo dijo Morfeo. ¿Hasta que llueve? Otra fortificación de Falcons. La torre va a caer abajo. Se va Ame. Listo. Ame espera. Aguanta. Ame espera. Y le manda Visa Blade. Uy, qué buen combo de Mars. Otra vez con Sharpshooter incluido. Va a llevarse las barracas de abajo el equipo de String Gaming. Bueno, la de 1000, la de rango al menos. Y ahora sí Ame que puede comprar su cetro consumido. Su bendición de cetro de Ganin. Refresher para Mars. Y tiene maná infinito con el Vice. Menos mal no posté esto, es abuso. Yo te avisé Chuy, sacarán caja y este cumple. El counter sí. Sí, Debbie, es cierto. O sea, ya la próxima voy a invertir en counter. No te preocupes, voy a farmear mis estrellitas y voy a canjearme mis cajitas. Eso haré, señor. Ah, por eso te refieres, pues, ¿no? El martes que va a haber parche de counter fuerte, claro. Bueno, entre comillas fuerte porque son cajas nomás. Es un parche importante de verdad de counter sería que pongan 2 mapas nuevos. Añadan una nueva arma. Nuevo modo de juego, algo así, ¿no? Pero su parche fuerte de counter actualmente son cajas. En Deadlock todavía no hay ítems Slayer. Cuando lleguen los ítems o las cajas a Deadlock, ahí voy a meterme a jugar como cancha. Mientras tanto, poquito voy a jugar. Hoy día en la noche voy a jugar Deadlock con unos amigos, por ejemplo. full haze. O de repente aprendo uno de los nuevos 6 héroes que hay. Full skin nomás, ñofi nomás diré. A la firme. Mi plata, dice acá Random. Unos 47.000, por favor, dice. Ya, le falta poco, 2 minutos. Aguanta, Random, aguanta. ¿Y van a cambiar la armería? Sí, solamente la están renovando. El modelo de la armería les ha funcionado. Les está dando muchos ingresos. Lo que está haciendo Valso es ahora renovar. Va con tu AME y X y que se hace. AME, avisal y cae Chantres otra vez. Barraca de rango de melee que va. AME tiene cetro de Ganning. Si lo aturden, se despierta. Skitter ya tiene Dédalo, sí, pero pues no es suficiente. Se manda. ¡Oh! Refresher de Bars. Y listo, acaba con el Sven. Y van por el Ember Spirit. AR Splitter, Sonic Way. Malrin que se va a escapar. Tiene que llevarse a Shinkyu que desactiva la Linken. Viene acá. Cae Chris. Se compra Sven. Se compra Enchantress. No tiene para buyback esta Hoodwin. Ursa Warrior. Va a pelear esto. Parece que sí. Contra Ursa. Se compra Snapfire. Skitter que está con veneno encima. No tiene ultimate. Retrocede el equipo de Stream Gaming. Se acabó la égida. Hay problemas. Retrocede Ursa. Y listo. Han forzado. ¿Cuántos buybacks? 3 buybacks han forzado, señores. Ah, no, recién se acaba la égida, perdón. Bueno, tanto sueño tengo que ni me fijé que la égida lo tenía todavía. ¿Qué hora es? 9 de la mañana. Por fin voy a dormir bien hoy día. No, verdad, tengo que... bueno, dormiré en la tarde. Unas horas dormiré. Sí, el caldo estaba potente, señor. Así es. Inicia en contra el Mars. Pero tiene BKB. Viene Chandra también. Uy, qué buen Hex. Lanza y viene Ame. Viene Ame y viene Xnova y acaba XXS con Skitter. Y ahora Enchantress es la próxima víctima. El Sector. El problema es Mars, pero ahí está. Queen of Pain. Desaparece Mars, pero igual cae. Veneno encima de Malrin de Amar. Sigue Ursa en problemas Enchantress y cae. Vamos, Monster Kill para Ame. Sigue la pelea. Creed es el próximo. Va por el doble kill. Va por el doble kill. Y viene de otra vez el Enrage. Chris va a caer a manos de Ame. Double kill y Goklai para Ursa. Estará feliz el señor Random que ya pasó los 47 minutos. 28-10 el marcador. Se compra Ember. ¿Qué pasó, Jean-Pierre? Chubi saló. ¿Cómo que yo salé? ¿Qué hablas? Leonardo dice: Fernando, Chubi, ¿qué pasa? Si ganas Steering, llegas a tener el token de la arcana. Como digo, depende pues qué tanto puntaje hace. El courier de Xnova cae. Acá, bien hecho por él, XM. Rolling quiere limpiar como sea, Amar. Nova. El Sonic, güey. Oye, ¿cómo lo tienen quieto? Fortificación también. Lo amarran. Lo tienen quieto. Probablemente no. Por ahora no. Igual. Va a caer la torre de medio. Van por la barraca de rango, pero fortificación de Falcons. Va por los Mega Kriegs y el final de este primer juego. Si hay megas, creo que es casi imposible que no pueda remontar acá. Avisa Blade de inmediato al Ember y va a caer el Ember Spirit. No tiene buyback. Se precipitó mal ring. Butterfly ya para Ame. ¿Ame tiene Butterfly ahorita? Viene en el courier. Mare. Espérate, ¿no hay bichos? Bueno, tiene que irse para atrás Ursa. Solamente falta la barraca de Mili. Humo de Falcons. Refresher en Pangolier. Tiene cetro consumido. Ame va a conseguirlo. En Rage. Ame contra Snake. Uy, se va a caer Skitter. Va a caer Skitter. Es demasiado daño. No aguanta. Ya está. Se acabó la partida, señores. Se acabó el juego. Ame consigue acá los Megacrix. Segundo Rolling Thunder de Amar. Caen 3 ya de Falcons. Cae el cuarto. Y van por el quinto probablemente y último. GG lanzado. Y la partida se la lleva Stream Gaming. El primer juego.
Fui un sonso por apostar sin ver los picks.
These guys were feeling themselves. Felt like that entire game, even in that laning phase, which is supposed to be Falcon's strength in this matchup, they won that top lane in dominant faction. Ame was getting kills bottom with an Ursa, not something you see in that laning phase all the time. They weathered that storm mid with the Ember, and then just
muy apabullante este primer juego.
Menos mal no vi los picks y ganan.
No, he certainly didn't.
Primera vez que Ame comienza ganando. Chubaca, hoy me preguntaron quién es tu streamer de Dota favorito. Yo dije Chubaca Dota 2 y me insultaron y orinaron. Pero yo hice ver tus videos y ahora me bloquearon. Ando y casteando Chuba.
Se bloquearon.
No, it did, but one thing that surprised me quite a bit was how hard XG won their lanes. This usually doesn't happen when you play against Falcons. They're very good with like the lane swap, and they did do that again. They put the engine off lane. Crit on the Sapphire in the safe, and honestly, it had a very big impact on this game. Crit didn't have a good time there. He got a
Chubi, ¿te gustó el meme que puse en Discord? Está calientito.
Ok, voy a revisar. Oye, tengo un 14.000 Wakacoins nomás.
Soy Chubasquero a mucha honra.
I really feel like they brought their absolute A game to this game one.
I think they identified the fact that Marine needed to be shut down. When you look at Marine's performances so far throughout TI, at the 20-minute mark,
recupere mis Wakacoins.
4 deaths, 3 deaths, but this time, yeah, he has 3 deaths as well. His second most deaths so far. Often it's like 1 or 2. Like he's having such a good tournament. But XG, they identified Marine, they killed him 3 times by the 20-minute mark, and they truly shut him down.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. He is the rock of this team. They played this early game off of the shoulders of Malrine's timing, off of his tempo, and he couldn't recreate it that game. Extreme Gaming came to win today. They played with such confidence in these lanes. Falcons are a team we're used to seeing win these side lanes, not blunder, not feed, ready for every power rune, ready for every wisdom rune rotation. Usually they're the team bringing 3 heroes to the wisdom shrines, but guess what? They gave up both wisdom shrines this game. Their Sapphire did not have level 6 for a very long time because of that, and they didn't have the damage that they usually need to get their first feed.
Y fantasy con Falcons, pero mi predicción con Extreme.
So many small things. The way XG earlier like bursted Malrine, Atos, Hex, Stunlock, you go this, then you go on X and he disassembles his A on this, it proxy gets loaded by someone else. And then you have a bushwhack to like save it onwards and onwards, and there's so many things.
Quiero que termine el T rápido para reclamar mi inmortal y arcana.
Delays, but the longer the game goes, at least until Falcons have like 6 on Ember and Pango, this Ame Ursa, he just eats you alive.
He subido.
Especially later in the game when what they had to do on Falcons was to play the map, push these side lanes out. How do you do that when this Ursa has a blink Abyssal Blade so early into the game? We'd see a hero show top, instantly get Abyssal. If you're an Ember, you have to remnant out. If you're a Pango, you have to just roll away. There wasn't a means for you to control the map after that initial aggression from Extreme Gaming.
No, I feel like a lot of the theme of this grand final.
Estoy en el percentil 50. Eso es malo, ¿verdad? Recontra malo, mano. Pagando y pagando. Mis predicciones, mano. Mis predicciones son malas, mano. Por las puras voy a fijar las predicciones. He hecho 6 predicciones correctas, cuando la mayoría he visto que ha hecho 8. La media de predicciones ha sido 8 para arriba, gente.
to take any fight.
And XXS on this
Y hay algunos que han hecho
we saw
12
it was
predicciones
the first
correctas.
pick Mars. They heavily prioritized
Chuji,
his
me das
hero in
más
this draft,
rango
and
en
I would love to
Discord.
see that
No me gusta
manipulated
estar
in the next
debajo de
game. They
Renzo
didn't even care
cuando
what
el
kind of
nunca
matchups they would
ayuda.
get, so long as he had a means to take these fights for them, and that he did. He was always finding the key targets in that mid lane fight. They got the kill on
Después
Ember.
voy a ver
He
eso,
just made
David,
it easy
después.
for Ame to come in,
Por
clean up,
ahora,
and give
así nomás.
Wentworth up because of that.
Yeah,
Tengo que ordenar el Discord del
It was an
canal.
overall first pick Mars, and it makes me wonder. I think there's been a lot of TI finals that have like one hero that the series kind of starts revolving around. Could that be the Mars in this case, or will it just be banned from here on out? Because that is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm gonna expect the same thing in game 2. It's gonna be first pick.
Qué bien
or it's gonna
jugado
be
el
banned.
Sumar de
It's already been
XXS,
the hero of a lot of
al
games,
máximo lo
and it's gonna
aprovechó.
continue, I think,
Mira,
to be
mira,
that
mira,
way.
mira esas
But
jugadas
I
del
want to
Mar.
show a lot of things that also happened that allowed XG to like even get to this stage. They don't have the BKB yet on Ame. They need time, so they go ahead of him. They smoke ahead to make sure they're around the Roche pit and allow him to farm.
Espérate, no,
But
acá
look
no
at this
es.
top-level dewarding from both
Chuy,
here.
¿el Dota muere este año
Acá.
o nos darán una sorpresa?
Game is about Roche. They deward them
Creo
again.
que es
Now,
acá.
because this deward happened, Extreme, they ping on the minimap.
No, ¿qué es
yo,
esto?
they must have seen
Highlights.
me place this ward,
Highlights
so
de
I'm not gonna
guardeo.
go deward your ward that is
Bacán.
on the lane too. And these are the small
Bacán
things
tu
that actually,
highlight.
first of all,
Como veo
allow
de
this
guardear a
game
la
to delay.
gente.
This is 26 minutes. Roshan hasn't died yet. 28 minutes.
Está mi highlight de pelea.
Ese Mars, se copio mi build, es mi discípulo.
Ultimate last clip. This is now 30-30. Look at the minimap. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small.
Eso sí es cierto, sí, que Ame blinkea al Roshan y aprovecha esto. Sí, sí, sí. Eso es verdad.
Yeah, up until that point, it kind of felt like the game could have been going either.
Oye, verdad que eso tiene razón. Le doy la razón.
A la firme Chuy, es mejor Camara.
Esos de guardeo fueron precisos para evitar
Quería
que
felicitarte porque a pesar del tiempo te has sabido mantener vigente y humilde. Sigue así.
And Falcons have no information. Often when you're off map for about a
Las
minute,
300
you're going to be
subs. ¿Qué
identified.
300
But you see
subs?
here, crit. He's
Ni
drawing
una
on
me
the minimap.
tocó,
He's like,
más salado
guys,
soy.
they're on the top side. They're even using a scam. But look at the creep waves. Top's hitting the top tier tower for Falcons. Mid is getting shoved in. But XG, sorry, able to utilize the vision of
alta,
the
buena
plays. And there's
iniciación.
just
El
no good
splitter
wards on the
y
map
todas las
for
cremas.
Falcons to truly understand. One's on the bot side, one's on the top rune. Like the map is getting choked out from the vision game. And when you get to play a slow game, vision is critical. All it takes in Dota is one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, tier 2, high ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the draft was done, I was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game. And in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
They lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills like left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get
Tío
their
Chubi,
wisdom trends early on.
voy en el percentil 89, ¿eso es bueno o malo?
Tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their
parece que
number
es
in this
malo.
one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that,
Me da igual lo vigente y humilde mientras que Chuy no sea grosero y no arme novelas. Me quedo por siempre.
Did not have as much action as maybe we thought initially, but that's okay. And the action that was there was very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early game fights after you lose your towers are so important. They beat back your opponents or stop them from taking more ground. So that's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Extreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're able to jump and spear back Mallory to the tower, and they throw all of their damage into almost all of their ultimates. But killing him is important because he's
Pensé que mis puntos iban a subir más Chuy.
So really good teamfight disruption from the Pangolier, and eventually with this great post stomp that happened here, it basically set, oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity. But Skitter jumps in, and something I want you to look at is look at how much armor he's got here. He's got 8 minus 8 right now. I'm going to do the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close to the Elder Titan X Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that Ame jumps in with his battle.
Mira, no tiene armadura, pues. Y con el Magnus encima se quita armadura. Y Warcry no activó antes de saltar. Mira, P brinqueó Magnus sin Warcry. Ay, 0 de armadura y menos 8. Ah, la
I mean, they even
mierda.
use the Pavis here to give him some HP, but it doesn't really matter if you got minus 8 armor. So this was a really sick read by Extreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down
Esa
2 heroes,
payasa da
but
asco
we can
firme,
still
es
blow you
mejor
up.
armar una novela con la
Won that
Dayanita.
team fight, and that really helped ensure that that laning stage disadvantage that Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Yeah, very well put there indeed. And of course, both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2. Maybe different pick order, different heroes, definitely as well. And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this? Because considering it was so slow, do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malrine, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Extreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many like opportunities in the game. So I would
Habla Chuy. Tengo el contacto para una colaboración con la Avellanita con final en Incase.
No, gracias.
Chuy, mira el stream de los chinos, está raro.
¿Por qué?
Una novela con Shivers, ya que Chuy se defiende en inglés.
Now Falcons have to wake up, because if you look at their draft, Skeeter on Sven, ATF on Pango, Malvian on his Ember, Snaking on his Enchantress, Crit on his Snapfire, these are their heroes.
Well, I know 2 people who are great at waking other people up. Slacks and Tsunami.
Hello, everyone. Yes, yes, indeed. Can we tell the future, my friends?
¿Qué futuro?
Esa morenita, esta riquita no más diré.
Anyway, yes. Will we be able
Chuy,
to tell the
¿para
future
cuándo tu
here
novela
today?
con
In fact,
F?
we will. You see, in pubs after the international,
Ovejitas, para que Chuy novelee.
No me ilusiones.
People will pick
Waka sería el primer internacional sin anuncio.
pro builds into very
¿Cuánto
bad
vamos en
pub
el
builds.
score?
So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games.
No me ilusiones.
Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello, what do you think we will see after the international in pub games?
I'll probably think of Hoodwink with Helm of Dominator, but just in general, Helm of Dominator, any kind of support. Pulling the lanes, giving us some free tasty last hits on big creeps. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely disgusting Helm of
Es
the
horrible,
Dominator. Pause,
así es.
pause, and pause
Horrible,
five.
horrible.
Write it down, Tsunami. Dark times ahead. Put it on the sacred slate, please.
Slacks.
¿Qué es
I
esto?
don't want to do the character. Please don't make me do the voice.
Do the voice,
Hazlo,
Tsunami. We
hazlo.
practiced the
Entra,
voice for 20
haz la
minutes
voz.
in the back.
Has
Tsunami,
estado
do the
practicando, haz la voz.
Oh, see ya, I shall write
God.
down Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator.
Don't do the voice anymore, Tsunami. they love it. Keep doing it. What do you think we'll see after the international?
I've got a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, the runes. I've been following the decoding of the runes.
Yes.
Maybe like this Azizov character.
Let's not spoil the secret runes, young man. Maybe. Don't look at, I don't know shit. You think they tell me anything? I will tell you right now, for fun. But maybe we might see something. What else?
¿Qué?
Meta-wise. Why? He keeps looking at you, making me uncomfortable. Goodbye, young man. Goodbye. Hello?
Hello. Everybody buys 2 Dominators and switches them in the inventory.
Double Dominator switcheroo.
Doble
For
Dominator.
everybody.
Para cada uno, para
He's
todos.
writing it down.
Okay.
Oh, no. Strange people staring. Yes, indeed. Helm of the Dominator backpack.
Personas extrañas ahí.
Anyone else have an
Okay.
idea? Hello, what will we see in the
Doble
future of
Dominator.
Dota?
Yeah, I'm just scared to see the bristleback with Battlefury in my pubs.
No, Bristol con Battle Fury, no.
Dark times ahead, Bristleback with Battle Fury. Please ban the Bristleback to save yourself. What do you think we'll see?
One team will have full Helm of the Dominator and the other team will have full Midases to counter it.
Oh,
No, pero no
my
funciona.
goodness
En
gracious.
Midas ya no
I
funciona
don't think that
Dominator.
work. I don't, whatever.
Ya no funciona eso, pero ni
I
modo.
missed that one. Say it again, please.
I'm good. No, that doesn't. It's all good. Hello. What do you think we'll see, my friend?
The heroic Meepo carry.
Oh,
Algo que no te gustó mirar
one
fue
person
Heroic con
cheers
su Meepo
the
Carry.
one Meepo player in the crowd. Tis a good day for you, but terrible for everyone else. What shall you see?
Satanic's Tinker carry.
Ah, bueno, eso es cierto. El carry de
My heart
Tinker.
cannot take it.
A mano de
Foul
Satanic.
times are ahead of us, Tsunami. What have you got written down? Last one right here. What do you think?
Maybe Battle Cup Turbo Mod.
¿Qué?
Oh.
Battlecat modo turbo.
Okay, could happen.
Bueno,
All right, everyone.
puede ser algo
Tsunami,
bueno.
do
Ya.
you like our choices?
¿Te gustan tus selecciones?
The choices are sound, my lord, and thou shalt pick Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator. Strange people will stare at you and make you feel uncomfortable. 2 Dominators, 1 in the backpack and 1 in the inventory. We're gonna keep having Bristleback's grief games. That's just business as usual. Yuma Meepo, any love for the Meepo picks that we had during the road? And okay, now you guys are cheering because I tell you to, but I want you to be real on this one. Do you actually want to see Tinker carry?
May that be the loudest boo I've ever heard on stage while I'm there. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, have some dark days in your pub after the International, but many things might still happen in this grand finals. So keep your eyes open, my friends. Good luck. It's going to be hell out there.
Or happy times, because if all my enemies are doing that, I'm winning with normal things. That's how it goes, team.
No, it doesn't. It's always on your team. Don't be so naive.
Ya es oscuro, dice Chompis. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué pasa, Chompis?
You're happy after TI, and then you get every single idea in one single game.
No.
And then you still win. That's the beauty of Dota.
Esa piedra de Moisés.
Okay, that's all. That's all.
I was gonna put you down and then bring you back up.
No, we're good. We're good. Speaking of winning, Extreme Gaming just won that first game, so there's a lot of talk going on in the back. I would imagine.
¿Quieres esos vasitos, Cruznik?
Teams and how they will.
Tan caros esos vasos, ¿ah?
How do you want them to adapt?
Deben costar sus $50 por ahí.
But I think the critical point will be
Pues dije de la morinita. Todo para eso, vete a la mierda, Slacks. Instalaré Dota porque no veré más. No veré a mamá sapo.
And I feel like every clip we're going to ever see, it will be the buff ups of the ET, the sleep disengages, everything about this hero makes it a grand finals hero.
It is one of his best heroes, it's one of his most played heroes, and I think he used the shard like really well. Other ETs you just see, they stomp and
Exxon pregunta, ¿algún anuncio de nuevo héroe? No. Se nota que es Heraldo, dice Ronald. ¿Sale nuevo héroe relacionado a la religión? No lo sé. Ya volvió Falcons, ya volvió Stream. Va a empezar en breve juego 2, amigos.
He's incredible. He's making this comeback. He's playing so well. I'm just really happy to see like the two teams playing this well and going up against each other.
He's been sharp the entire tournament, and also the TP cancel on Sven. That was his Earth Splitter early on. If that hadn't happened, they would have not traded the pop kill for the Sven kill, which tipped a lot of the momentum in X's favor. And the dewarding clips that you showed us earlier, there was a cool stat that we didn't get to talk about yet, but actually Snaking and Xnova, they're averaging around the same amount of dewards per game. Both of these teams are getting around 8.8 in a game, and he was probably the only one competing with Falcon supports on that. The next one was P-Vision at 7.
Lo están guardando para el final. No creo que pongan pistas para nada.
La Singa dice, ¿cuáles pistas? Yo iba a preguntar, pero mejor lo dejo soñar. Al final yo ya me rendí.
What about that Hoodwink Dominator, though? They were doing a little sneak.
A little. It was like, why? I was like, what? I'm referencing the fact.
Soy chubasquero a mucha honra.
One's acceptable. 3, 4, 5. Come on.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the last
ya lo revelaron Noches Oscuras. Se vienen.
And then they ended up winning 2 in a row.
Soy yo, amistad que se divierte. Ni en el TI 2018 lo vi así chubi buen augurio.
He won the first 2 and then lost the second 2 as well. So he has both iterations already.
Viejito, no me digas que Gaben dejará morir el Dota y ya no actualizará nada más.
Nada más.
¿Tú qué piensas que Satanic le dio lag en contra de la Snap a pesar de tener pin de 0?
El rey sin corona, ame.
5-game nail-biter, loses towards the very end again. TI 11, he gets 5th, 6th. So this could really be the one time where he can do it. He's up 1 game. They're looking so strong. I'm really looking for him to maybe do it this time.
I will say, it's so impressive to have played 6 internationals, and all 6 of them, you finished top 6 with...
Yo creo que ya le toca coronar.
The most common one. That is incredible on its own, let alone being able to come so close to taking that Aegis time and time again. And this time Extreme Gaming definitely on the right track taking this grand finals, but I'm sure Falcons has also done some homework in the meantime.
Hoy anuncias quién es tu mod principal, Chewie. Inserte meme de Bob Esponja la película.
¿Por qué voy a anunciar el mod principal? ¿Y
ya
qué
que
hay
no
mod principal?
actualizarán nada. ¡Onda el lobito, mierda!
Oye.
More rotations possible, or maybe more a hero that he has a win condition on.
They often do pick his hero quite early, right? With the Pangli pick, that was probably going to be the case, but with the Queen of Pain, they had to find a new solution.
Predicción esta con Falcons, pero mi corazón con Extreme.
Chewie les está metiendo la rata, él sabe que el tráiler sale después de la tercera partida.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 2.
And we are in the thick of it already. We got Falcons, Radiant, Extreme, Dire, and the first pick is on the board. We have Extreme Gaming this time with the pickup of the Beastmaster.
Skitter volvió en el sentido de ser una mochila más.
Falcons already. They leave the sniper in.
A sumar el ojo. Apostar acá es demasiado peligroso. No la hago XP.
But they've just put total respect on XXS's hero pool. They take out a Shaker, they take out a Centaur. They don't want any of the shenanigans this time around.
A lot of the big Marine heroes that we were just referencing are already banned or picked. So, interesting enough, Marine will have to think about this new hero.
Apuestas abiertas. Juego número 2, ¿quién lo gana?
My take on that last game was that the Ember would have looked better if the supports had a better game. Because Ember is a hero that needs to play with the supports, and the Snap didn't get level 6 for a very long time, and we're feeding on these side lanes. Typically with Falcons, Snay and Crit will rotate so early and play with Mallory.
Dijiste que ya hay.
So the Ember looked bad.
Señor desviador, digo cacanero, digo señor Chubasor. ¿Cuántos puntos hizo Marlene en la anterior partida?
Ni idea, señor, ni idea.
Todavía no están los pocos Chewie. Hasta que no haya 3 héroes en cada uno, no apuesto mierda.
Seguro no lo hagas.
Chewie ya no quiero apostar, ayer perdí 7000 Wakacoins.
Posté mis chakras a Extreme, si pierde me doy un tiro en la chulapi.
Pero por otro lado, mi lado ludópata, ese lado que murió hace años, quiere meter a Lin a cualquier equipo XD.
¿Los Wakacoins qué es? Eso no es Wakacoins, solamente consigues por mirar en kick. Por mirar en kick. Por poner el canal de kick.
Falcons want a lot more tempo in this game, right? The way that ATF plays the bristleback,
Si ya hay mod principal, dime quién es. Quiero saber a quién le tengo que aplastar la cabeza. No me digas que es tu Onichan.
Stream desde la llave alta, pero está ganando de llave baja, pues no te cuenta.
Es la nueva moneda después del sol. Soy inocente. Qué triste estoy ayer. Mi fantasía se quedó entonces en 26.000 y para entrar al top 100 era 100.
The good thing for them also, they can flex the bristleback. Yeah, it is, I would say Amar plays it probably the best out of all the players they have, but it would be a nice answer for you in the lane against the Beastmaster when you play this bristle and Eng together.
Ojalá consiga 10.000 puntos más en esta final, porque si no, pues voy a estar afuera del top 100. Uy, mira, esa bandera de todos los héroes.
I mean, sorry, it doesn't put Mallory in a position where he gets counter-picked by XM or has to worry about his pick. Last game, there was a Queen of Pain. That's a lane dominant.
Señor Chubasor, le metiste 15k stream, ¿correcto?
Sí.
¿Qué fue? Lo malo que si adivinas quién campeona no te dan puntaje especial.
¿Qué?
Solo lo consideran como un acierto más.
No hay mod principal, y a ver, ¿qué? ¿Quién es el mod principal?
When there is single target jump and that big pickoff, having escape pact is critical. So with with the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster in play, wanting to go for that explosive damage, I don't mind it at all.
Sin una duda mi fantasía no subió puntos ayer, es un lujo, tengo que esperar o ya fue punto.
to have to be a hero that builds nullifier. If they were looking
Esperar
at a
nomás,
different
pues,
style of carry for
vas a
Ame,
hacer?
like another repeat of that Ursa, they can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't slot a nullifier into his pool early
Vídeos que te quiten mob,
Always
dices.
the way when there's not a lot of lockdown and pucks.
Chuy,
Yeah, excellent.
si acertamos que gana Extreme, pero lo gana por lower, cuenta igual.
Si String gana por lower, cuenta para los que pusieron que String gana por lower. Nada más para ellos. No para todos.
Ahí están mis 15k, Chewy.
Mi fantasía aún le queda en el medio que metí a Malrin y X Nova de Extreme.
Uy, ya fue, me voy a delegar.
So we'll see what fits in there. And just for my own personal mental state, we have the Puck versus Primal. Regardless of how that goes, Malrin will always have a game, right? Because his Primal, the way he plays it, he doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go anywhere else that he needs to.
Primal is one of the best cores in the game that if you have a bad lane, your ability to skip waves, farm and recover is there.
Discrepo, tío. Chihuahua a mí me contó en desorden en una pasada del lower.
And what makes him effective in an early game, it's the question of how successful
Dale,
will he
me,
be when
me,
he's
me.
off the map, when he rotates to the side lanes, when they don't see where he is, how afraid will they be? And if you have one hoodwink on a side lane and an ET on another, you can't really stop this Primal Beast from early rotations, from charging in and trampling over you. They don't have the lockdown to do so against him.
I'm kind of liking potentially Lifestealer, right? For X.
Chewy a la mierda. 40.000 Wakacoins en juego. Ahí se va un set del garaje.
It gives you ways to eat through the bristleback through the game. You don't really care about edge. Like the game kind of secures the scaling for your team.
Yeah, I'm also kind of looking like, is there something else you have to respect from Falcons? Like if they do go for some,
Entonces ya fue mi predicción.
heroes around, is there something you have to really respect? Because Ame, he's also a very versatile.
Dale,
player. He has the ET5 in his own lane too to like kind of protect him and like also make it easy.
I will say, this is, I think, a rare case of where we see a team in the
Quien shusha matar al chancho.
phase with still 2 minutes left in their bonus time. That doesn't happen very often. And for me,
Soy
that
Wakakero.
shouts confidence from Extreme Gaming in this draft in particular.
And they take out another stun here for Skidder.
And they don't even need their bonus time. They only use 3 seconds of their bonus time the entire draft. That I don't think that has ever happened before. They go for their clinks.
There is no doubt in their mind at all with their draft, and I respect that a lot. And we've seen Ame with the clinks. It's a really annoying hero to play against. You're relatively tanky with your, of course, with your
Me quiero cortar las pilotas.
Yeah, it's just insanely strong. Burst damage, very, very strong.
And he's the nullifier hero. Clinks will buy it so comfortably. It's so important to play against Ringmaster.
It's not the easiest time here to find, in my opinion.
Esos picks de Flen están buenos XD.
Sure, you have like Bristle and Primal, they are mobile, but Clinks very elusive. Puck as well. You don't have the best grab. Like right now, you need to blink and grab him with a
Tío Chubi al final de ti cuántos cofres regaladas XD.
Bushwhack or ET stomped. So I'm not sure if they want to take it here into like some offline pick for Amar that gives you the lockdown. Do you just give him the Bristle, put another guy on Skeeter who can do the blink stun? Because that's why XG banned those heroes. You have no DK, you have no Sven.
Another option is just a carry that builds the Orchid. Those do happen as well.
Un Bloodseeker quedaría de puta mare.
For Falcons, though, they have to make sure that when they make a move, it's a move that is their own kind of identity. It cannot be fixing an XG problem where they're skipping away playing behind you, because like
¿Qué opinas o qué opina Gentita de pick de clean? No me agrada.
I think normally when you play against heroes, as the game
John Picks Go TI al año. Vamos, ya tengo el efectivo. Llevamos el combo.
Can be very effective, especially if you win your lanes.
Si no hay voz principal, yo quiero para tener todo tu cariño, si igual no cambia nada la jerarquía.
And that's another way to play into these.
Fui, soy y seré inocente.
This really works, and Skeeter's Abaddon is one of his comfort heroes.
Esto sí que estará picante, Chewy. Mira mi fantasigante. Soy Grover.
Chewy es el de Ami. Esa de 50k de Huasca coins en la bolsa.
Because we're expecting Falcons to have the early game tempo. It's how quickly can they do it?
I mean, to me,
O recupero o lo pierdo todo, carajo.
They have what they want. You have Falcons, they're gonna play together, they're gonna tower dive, they're gonna go on you, but actually I love this Klinks. It's like a very OG counter to the Ench as well. You're gonna go through the gate. Klinks is like very nice at protecting himself. You've got the ET as well. So XG for them, it's about time. For Falcons, can they kind of, you know, go one step further from last game? Their lanes were not that good, but if they can have good lanes and go into this mid and early game, I think they should absolutely have the lead here.
Because they are all beefy heroes.
Yes,
here,
like they're gonna go. If you're Bristol, what do you want? You want a Primal Beast charging, and you want an Abaddon that's helping you. You want a Ringmaster that's coming in with the Wheel of Wonder, saving you, putting you in the box. So for XG, it's about survival, Falcons, speed.
Bueno, el que tenga miedo a morir que no nazca. Ahí van todos mis Wascacoins.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the director himself. Give Jack some noise! Come on! Game 2 coming your way, absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about stamina. Famously coming in from the lower bracket, you know, that stamina starts to go down, teams start to get fatigued.
Chopix responde dónde está el bombo.
That would be immature, and I would not do that right now. Can you tell me, how are you keeping the energy up? How are you keeping these guys fighting?
在 TI 历史中，败者组打上来的队伍会打比较多场，他绝对没有想说洗把脸的这个梗，但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
Let's just wash your face.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. All right, you picked that Klinks in less than 3 seconds. You know, you have reserve time. You don't have to go that fast, but you guys were confident. Bam, locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯苦攻3秒。
Mi amigo tenía hasta ahora y a Toro, más huevón no gano ningún punto de carry XD.
是很早的时候就觉得这把苦攻特别好发挥，然后到最后一手大家都相信 M1。
So very early on in the draft, we believed Klinks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else?
He vuelto.
All right. Last question for you here today. So you guys favor that Elder Titan. Only one other team did in this tournament. It was Paravision, so you've proven to be the superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
Porque el Elder Titan funciona para Extreme Gaming y no para otro equipo, dice.
你们已经证明自己是更好使用大牛的队伍，你觉得为什么你们的队伍会比较成功呢？英雄。
一个是选手玩的比较好，我觉得 X Nova 的大牛玩的。
Chuaca deja el audio del stream para escuchar a la gente.
No.
Well, one thing is that the
Señor Ivo principal, yo quiero para tener todo tu cariño, si igual no cambia nada la jerarquía.
And they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about
Dice que es asombroso ese pig y no sabe cómo contrarrestarlo. Bueno.
And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Welcome everybody to game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and Falcons. We heard the.
Bueno, y empezó la partida, amigos. Ya empezó. Es un Pug contra un Primal Beast. Nada, la singa, nada de eso. Ahí llegó el desviador. O ese es lo que pasa. Si no hay mod principal, ¿yo qué? Yo quiero para tener... No, ¿qué pasa? Debido a está loco. No, Debbie, no. Estás yendo por el lado equivocado. Cuidado. A mí es mi pastor, dice Paricrack. Todos los chinos dicen. Eso dice, quiero que gane Ame para sacar 3 acertadas. Ojalá, señor, le suceda lo que quiere. Vamos a ver, ya empezamos el segundo juego. Empezaron los golpes en ambos lados. 2 minutos de partida. No hay Fear Blood. No hay Fear Blood. Ah, ¿me va a caer? Sí, así es, gente. Hubo unas espinas más. ¡Pero no! Nova antes consigue la primera sangre contra Crit. No, Amar pierde la oportunidad de conseguir oro extra. Bien hecho por Nova, consiguiendo el first blood de la partida. Shinkyu por su lado también en problemas. King va a vencerlo, así parece. No, finalmente retrocede Shinkyu. Por eso se pone de F. Amada. Prácticamente es eso. Eso que has dicho, Joel, eso es. ¿Quién ganó la partida anterior? Pregunta Freddy. Ganó el equipo de Steering Gaming. Va 1-0 a favor de Steering la final BO5. Uy, va a caer Amar. No tiene mucha armadura, por eso tanquea. Y lo consigues, Nova, pero también cae. Ame. Intercambio un poco cuestionable. Daguita le impacta. Se cura Crit. Y Exnova buscaba ese Ringmaster. Y pues finalmente. No. Exnova tiene que tener cuidado. Crit la ve. Crit se acerca. Crit va a tener daga otra vez. Pero no lo usa. No quiere. Barrita farmeando en la jungla rival y ahora consigue una runa de recompensa. Tan gozo. Le da muy bien a este Malring, este Primal Beast. ¿Cuántos huacacons están en juego? Después veré. No sé, la verdad. Ay, tengo... espera, puedo verlo acá. Espérate, no... que me ha dado un sueño brutal. Otra vez. ¡Estoy durmiendo! No, me perderé el segundo juego. Ya, les dejo con el caso oficial mejor. Me quedo un jato. Otra vez. A ver, ahí están los huacacoins. ¡Ah, la mierda! 74.000 huacacoins. Están locos, güey. Voy a donde está el chat. Listo.
Building momentum for your two side laners could be really nice in this style of game.
That was the first thing I thought when I saw Klink's pickup into the Primal Beast. I was like, okay, that is a bold move because this Primal Beast is probably going to be trying to hunt down this Klink's non-stop in the first 20-30 minutes.
It's a great target for Mallory. If you can connect once or twice, it's going to feel great here.
Es la edad, Chihuahua. Ya vas para abajo, ella.
Be a whole lot easier if they could get a power rune, in particular something like an arcane or beast rune.
Déjalos en voz, por favor.
For Malrine, or will it go bottom for XM?
Fijo si dejo el bot.
So Malrine does get it, but not the biggest power rune in the world in this early game.
I was hoping for something more aggressive there. He'll take it. And he's having a way better start here than he did in that game.
Mientras Chewie duerme, yo me aprovecho XD.
We don't see Ember for a reason, and I think it was
Entra Discord y déjame ahí hablando, yo los atiendo.
Very rare for them in this tournament.
Oye, hermanitos, solo quiero decirles algo importante antes que nos silencien. ¡Soy Robert!
This setup probably feels a lot more comfortable for them. They're able to draft accordingly. Lane pressure building up on the safe lane with the Enchantress. As X-Nova trying to threaten that Shrine Steal, but I think it's way too
Soy Grover.
up here.
I like that. He pulls the hard camp too early, so it'll be difficult for Crit to be able to repull it at the right time for another stack. This bottom lane, though, is being pressured heavily. They're just going to run over Shinkyu and set up for the Wisdom Shrine. That's going to be a double for Falcons. They got this last time.
At the exact point in this game, you want that mid to get over there, set that kill up, double Wisdom Shrine, do to XG what they did to you last game, with Ame taking it away. And set your supports up for success here. Very fast start for this Falcons lineup.
XM will do what he can to pressure the mid tower, but it's just not the same as, say, a Dragon Knight.
Todo mi dinero a...
I mean, his best tool is to counterplay
Chewie, no te había visto bien.
Primal Beast around the map with the coil. But a move like that's just too fast. There's no ability to follow up on your coil to bring him down in this game. He's already up to 1200 HP, 10 armor. Puck cannot kill this hero alone. You need support. Losing Wisdom Shrines means the
Here
damage
we go.
from your support duo is going to come way later in this game. No Earth Splitter, no Sharpshooter.
No suben mis puntos, porque 7 predicciones. Si gana Extreme.
Hola,
Hoy, hermanitos, solo quiero decirles que fundo la Grover Army. Soy Grover, todos somos Grover.
Chubi, acabo de despertar. ¿Cómo va mi poderosísimo, heroico orgullo oxapampino?
You can continue to dodge here, but ultimately you're going to have to find something to get levels on your supports. Just a little bit behind right now, and it's killing your offensive playmaking ability. There's just no threat on these heroes around the map. I mean, this Enchantress is already almost 6.5. Raindrop, full wand, Sister, Shroud, untouchable, 2 points in the heal. He's already unkillable. We saw Snake become a
Achuma Grover. Pensé que eras través.
It's in theory going to be Ame again later.
Es la hora de la criptomanía.
Down similar to that Ursa. But that's a long ways away, so the King can play very aggressive in this early game.
Stomp on Amar. The puck is making its way over here. So they can just hold him here long enough that the puck arrives. An orb, he jumps in, hits the coil.
Miren cómo el Puppet pulea el campo grande, aprendan cagadas.
The play just didn't really come together quite at the same time.
Si el Chubi está roncando, podemos comentar lo que queramos.
That almost felt like the play call was, let's just kick this guy out. Yeah. We know we can't really kill him, but we'll get him low, we'll kick him out. It'll free up some space for the Clinks. These strength cores are going to be a nuisance to bring down this game. Back to Falcon's MO, right? Spam the triple strength core, build the EHP up, get a fight behind him, get some auras. It's going to be an insane amount of tank ability. Yeah, that's not happening either. And this is the aggressiveness that Snake can play with for the first 20 minutes here. He's totally invincible. Just run on XG side of the map.
Esta partida se mira mal para Extreme.
Threaten the pokes behind the tier 1s. Get the wards in deep places that are going to set up further plays for your team.
Un saludo a los pasivos de YouTube.
That are automatically being secured from him just off the presence of this Enchantress that nobody wants to deal with right now.
Manden sus Among Us venudos.
Chewbacca dormido es una oportunidad buena.
And he can't TP out either because Crit is ready to stop that one, so his life is kind of forfeit here. There's that fear. And Falcons up 2,000 net worth. This is looking way more like a Falcons game. They get an advantage off the laning phase. Now they're going to start building that.
Chicos, si el bot no los lee es porque están usando una bot difícil. Por ejemplo, la de Bodó que apenas lee.
Overwhelming.
Rechazo los cargos de cualquier acusación. Soy Grover y soy inocente.
If ATF is the most farmed hero in the game, I think your chance to win it goes up considerably. This is this man in his element. He is the best in the world.
Nada por aquí, nada por allá. Un Grover te saludará.
Just that. Going first item Lotus, going to be a little early tank ability and utility here. Great scaling against the Beastmaster Roars. You're almost always going to want it at some point in the game. Of course, you get a little.
La voz de Roblox, la de Anub, la de Balanar, leen casi todo.
It's just been mega delayed.
Yeah, without that, they simply do not have a way to stop this Bristleback from farming right in front of their tier 2. They need Xinqiu badly to get to his 6 and get the sharpshooter for
Natalia, tú sabes, mami.
Break mechanic. There's so many things that it provides. Same goes with the Elder Titan, right? The biggest damage spell he has is that Earth Splitter. The fact that their Wisdom Shrines got taken away from them is causing them more and more problems.
Dominio de orar todos de rosillas. Pónganse sus rodilleras como siempre, G. Ya estoy llegando ahora mismo, detonó a Chewbacca XD.
Especially if you can defend this tier 1 mid. Biggest pressure point on the map right now. Tier 1 mid, 4 XG. Can you keep this tower alive, protect Ancients for XX, protect the upper area for Ame? Amar starts to assert his advantage. He finishes this Lotus. We might see that smoke towards mid.
Natalia necesitas un muro en mi
Have you ever seen
corazón.
a helmet dom creep on a skeleton warrior?
I don't think I have.
Y mientras cago uno en tu torneo del Zen, jaja.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, not the best play considering it does time out. XXS will need a few more seconds to grab another one, but fortunately because of his double Sage's Mass, he just doesn't seem to run out of mana, so he's just throwing wild axes around non-stop. So despite Falcons getting that early advantage, it does seem like Extreme are prepared for this kind of grind. They're just playing very efficient jungle right now.
But are you prepared for Arcane Rune Blink Primal Beast smoking at you on the map?
I'm not sure if anybody is prepared for that.
I'm going to tell you something, my dearest colleagues. Soy inocente.
4 kills.
Backs away, but they know where he's going. He's headed to farm some neutrals. Just outside. He just used an orb. Perfect timing. Get the grab on him while the orb is done. Chain up the disables. Push him into the wheel.
Nice connection. Perfectly executed. That's an Arcane Rune, so all your cooldowns coming up again in 20 seconds here. We could see another fast play come out from Malrine on the map.
I think the funniest part about that
Chubi
is
Pana
that
Skill
play is
Party está
disguised
hablando
by the fact
huevadas.
that the Enchantress is hitting your mid tier 2 or tier 1. So they're not sure if there's a smoke play behind the Enchantress where if somebody shows they're going to get jumped, or if they're actually smoking around the map variously.
I mean, look at Snake. He's once again just posting up solo in this triangle, daring XG to come kill him. Knows there is no response.
And apparently Skeeter's going to do the exact same thing. A push to X, but a Hurricane to push him back into the shrine. Crazy little micro plays going on. Snaking slowed down by XM, but it doesn't matter. They simply just do not have the damage anywhere on Extreme. They have to land a stomp and then follow through with all the setup that they've got.
And there's the Bristle rotation to mid ATF. He gets it for free here. All the attention drawn to another lost Wisdom Shrine. The XP difference in this game is insane. We are already up to 7 levels, 27% at 14 minutes. What is that?
This is
disgusting.
This is turning into a very one-sided affair.
But you're about to have both these Radiant supports the same level as your hard carry on the side of XG. That is not good news for the team fight. XG, it's almost getting to the point where you are desperate for any sort of kill just to gain some momentum in this game. Trying to find it with XM on mid, but this is not the man.
Por fin CSM ese gol lo esperaba hace rato. Estos cojudos no metían nada. Sé cualquier cosa. Soy
for the gain you're getting, which is extremely minimal. Snaking just controlling so much of this mid area. XG getting frustrated with it. Just gotta play for
Make Chewbacca great again.
Deso on Ame. Try and go with that damage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later on, Ame, he'll be able to take the Enchantress off the table at the start of these fights, whether it's, through the...
Con mis poderosísimos 10 Wakacoins, puedo reclamar una arcana.
Through the shard later on, where you can bypass that untouchable, but for now, it's simply not a solution. And as a result, Falcons, they've got full control of this game. They're just running around, picking off heroes. Extreme are fighting for scraps. The little guerrilla warfare. They're hitting these camps variously and hitting the mid lane and just running away as soon as they can.
They have heroes that can solo show on waves, and there's not much you can do about it. The Enchantress is one, but also this Skeeter Abaddon, he has just been chilling out here the whole time. Nobody can force him off this wave. Absolute free farm. The Radiance is done. He's going into the Manta. He will give you the lane shove because of how aggressively he can show. XG need to assert some sort of threat on the map right now to regain control. It probably starts with the puck into the support ultimates. Looking down bottom, but again, this is another tough target to go into with this Abaddon. You cannot prevent the ult going off here. And that buys a lot.
Vamos, Falcons, Chewbacca, quédate dormido, no más no vengas.
All 3 towers available. In fact, this tower is basically 100% HP down here.
When you make this sort of play, the slower it is, the worse it gets. Mid tier 2 is being pushed. Top tier 2 is being pushed. Nobody on Extreme is showing except for Ame. And I think Skeeter and Malrine, they know they're going to go for Skeeter. And this is going to go real bad, potentially. They get the grab, and already the squirrel is gone. And the Abaddon is back up to full HP. Extreme Gaming make their first big move of the game, and they're going to lose 3 heroes and get absolutely nothing in return.
Yo quiero comer arroz frito con Ame.
5-0. This is basically going to finish up that BKB. This has been clinical control of the map from Falcons. This is what they're known for. This is their style.
En caso de emergencia, despertar a Chihuahua, cable pelado, no rico, 10.000 voltios. Soy Grover.
Be my guest. You want to go on Enchantress? Good luck. Go on the Abaddon. The play's too easy to read.
Why is this game 2 so much different than game 1? Because last time Ame was just able to play his own game.
No me importa que no anuncien ni merga siempre y cuando ganes el TI.
I think it's the Wisdom Shrine difference, right? Yeah. Supports for Extreme got their ults faster, were able to make more plays off it. They had a faster hero in the offlane to enable it in the Mars versus the Beast. That just sets everything up way better. The laning phase went better for them. Here, Falcons, they got the better of the laning phase. They got all the shrines. Their supports were able to assert dominance around the map a little quicker. And all these small things add up immensely in the highest pressure situation. The map can close real fast on you.
It feels kind of weird because we have seen this trend where these games are going so late. Teams are adjusting and trying to make sure that they have scale in their squad. But it seems like this matchup, it's going to be both about scale and laning phase.
You can't ignore it. Because that's what's going to make you feel comfortable, especially in a great
Ya me resigné a solo ganar el arcano. No quiero sus cofres. Si no se pusieron a chambear en un nuevo héroe.
Dice quien gano primer juego de prisión y XG.
Y pensar que Chewy cobra rico sabor por roncar y poner a los gringos a chambear.
He might get found by Maureen at some point.
Items are just way too fast here. I mean, BKB done on Primal Crimson for ATF on this Bristle. That is a debilitating item for Ame this early in the game. Yeah, you have the Deso to kind of punch through with some minus armor, but this Clinks is not dealing big DPS like an Ursa or a Sven. He needs more right clicks to get the job done, and this Crimson is just going to completely take you out of the fight.
Yep. Now we're going to see some of this classic Ame and Yatoro Clinks where once they pick up the shard, they're going to start bursting down waves and then disappearing off the map. So it will start to become harder and harder for Falcons to maintain control, to keep Extreme locked on their side of the map, to keep them down in net worth.
They
got a lot of this bottom half of the map back in their control. Gotta start ratting it out of it. No way you can take a head-on fight right now. X-Nova looking to steal this? He's set up here with a ward.
I don't even know how he would do that with Elder Titan of all heroes.
I mean, we gotta pause right as the Spirit hits. If I'm Crit, I'm like, yo, where the hell is the Spirit coming from right now?
Yeah.
Papitos, mis Wakacoins no subieron.
Nice little shard for the Ringmaster.
Do you think they buy an early gem? You just start looking around. I mean, anything to take wards off and find the Clinks as Ame's moving around. I feel like that's the only thing that really can stall out the game for Falcons and stall out their progression.
I could see early gem in this game, particularly because you have cores you can give it to that are invincible.
Yeah.
I mean, the Enchantress can always hold it, but if you want to put it on the front line with the Bristle or the Abaddon, maybe even the Primal, they're such an indomitable threat right now. There's no risk of losing this gem in your mind. I would love an early gem here. Take the vision control like we saw XG do in game 1. Choke them out on the map. Threaten the Clinks even more in the team fights. You just aren't going to be able to get those good angles.
And what's the timing here for Extreme to actually, you know, take a team fight? Is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now? How long do they have to stall this game before they can finally fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not losing a net worth advantage, in other words, if you are trading farm evenly on the map, you do that for as long as possible.
Okay.
Like, I don't think there is a
XF juegue su Dota de 2 horas en las 5 partidas.
Point where we can start to threaten cores in this game, because that's your biggest problem.
Que paso porque el paso porque el paso porque el
His ward spotted out this smoke, so
confirman por interno que Chewy está de camino a Alemania. Por eso no está en stream.
Well, maybe their Helmet Dom creep will. But even just you, yeah, I think more smokes playing underneath the Watcher. Very smart.
You cannot lose double shrine again in this game. Ame needs to get this one.
Okay, maybe that was sticking around for too long there. He already broke the smoke, but Shinkyu, cheeky as always, was trying to play inside the trees. Does get found. That is the advantage of the Primal Beast. He can cut through these trees anytime he wants to.
Very nice hero to find these rats around the map. Even scaring XM off this mid. Just so hard to get the lane control. will pick up though. I mean, you have an incredible lineup to split the lanes up right between the puck and the clings. Very elusive, very hard to catch here. Even Hoodwink can contribute a little bit, especially when he goes to helmet dom. There's some decent hope if you're XG to just stall this game out and not let that lead build.
Vamos, papi, nada, que tu chivolo cacani.
Take some tier 2s. You take that tier 2, you take the outpost, more and more map control. Aren't you almost wonder, like,
Kiss, cebolla.
Be strong enough to just hit high ground and say, you know, you have to fight us.
I think Amar is strong, honestly.
Yeah, well, we saw he wasn't scared of the high ground whatsoever. Farmed a creep wave underneath the tier 3, joins his team to the mid tier 2.
The thing is, Falcons can absolutely go high ground. They've built all the early...
Qué rico duerme Chewbacca. Sería una pena que alguien se lo tire XD.
See this style through. You can keep farming the side lanes. Puck and Beast are on the edges of the map. Your base is dying. You have to take this fight.
Somebody's got to kill this mid wave. And then somebody's got to cut the next wave.
No one's in position to do that.
No. So the other option is you either concede this mid lane of barracks in 22 minutes, or you actually play to fight.
Falcons got what they wanted. Everybody back to the base. Except for this XXS Beastmaster stayed out. They will try and hunt him, clear him out of the map.
Yeah, he's getting so close to BKB, and that would be
te busca
a big upgrade to their team fight potential.
He's gonna run into crit. Try and roar and kill him here?
Yeah, Maureen, he's gonna jump in, and he gets grabbed on XXS. No roar goes out just yet. The roar's still available though. XXS, he can throw it out now, and he'll TP away. The whip is gonna be there in time. The TP, ill-advised for XXS.
Vamos, Chewie. No despiertes a Lao y la Recu no sé.
Kited out by the constant daggers. Meanwhile, Lamar still hitting near tier 3s. He's chipped it away just a bit more, and now that there's no Beastmaster, it feels like the game's wide open.
Dejo de castear a las 3 de la mañana.
He has just planted himself here. Truly invincible in this front line. Still 20 seconds for that Aegis. The early itemization gives him so much tank ability at this point in the game before the late game flank scaling comes online.
And there's the gem at 24 minutes. Staking buys one. We'll see.
Arregla tu audio, carajo.
Else, or if he holds on to it.
Take your pick.
The Aegis does expire, so Falcons, they won't get a lane of barracks out of this Aegis. Likely to wait out for the second one. That has been Falcons' MO. When they get in a lead like this, we saw it in the road to TI. I mean, they are willing to just build up an absurd net worth lead. Doesn't always work out for them, but it usually does.
Que se supone que haga cuando termine el team.
To do that, if you just play the map straight up. If you're constantly forcing XG to respond to something, your high ground or Roshan, Torment or whatever it is, that's what's going to build you the lead. But you haven't seen them catching the big cores on the sides of the map. The Bristle's not equipped to do it, the Abaddon's not equipped to do it, so you're really relying on the Primal Beast, and he also has to keep his farm up to continue scaling here.
Mi fantasy con XG y mi plata con Falcons.
We get to BKB on the Beastmaster. We get to Nullifier. That's going to be the item choice for Ame. The panel brought this item up as a crucial item in a matchup against some of these Falcons heroes. Does that change the narrative a little bit?
You remove the Escape Act presence. You remove a lot of the buffs that are going out on these heroes. That's let you more confidently single target focus a hero down with Nullifier plus Primal Lord connecting on somebody.
I mean, you stop the save, but can you threaten the hero in the first place is my question, I guess.
That was actually close. I mean, if you can't threaten him, then the team fight's just out the window anyway, right? So you have to believe you have enough single target DPS, and this will set you up to convert that single target DPS into a guaranteed kill. I think it is the correct idea here. There is always going back to X Nova here on the ET as well, right? If you need damage, this is the hero that can give it to you.
Yes.
Now, BKBs can be annoying. It's blocking out a lot of your aura. You know, you're going to have to get through the Abaddon life. You're not probably going on the Enchantress. But some of these other heroes, you throw that Earth Splitter and you amp them up and get on top of them with everybody. Sharpshooter through, break the Bristle. Interactions like this, you can bring a target down in this game and open up that fight. Refresher already done on Maureen. He loves this.
Chewbacca es la bella durmiente. Le hace falta su príncipe que se lo chape.
Got a couple arcane boots behind you. It absolutely can work in the fight.
And Extreme Gaming, they bought their own gem, and we're thinking about their own push outside of the base. Maybe to catch Falcons unawares, but Falcons, they're already kind of grouped up. They're playing off smoke of their own and clearing through vision and getting some very good high ground vision themselves. Running into the Beastmaster. See him at a distance. XXS making a break for the base.
El intachable al final se fue violado.
Will get grabbed. Maureen starts things off, forcing XXS to use the BKB. There goes the tree cut. That's going to be a constant annoyance. Not only is the Hoodwink going to be hunted down inside of the trees, but this trample cuts trees down, so we can't really rely on the acorn shot to plant a tree and play off of that bushwhack.
Very few reliable stunts to play with this game outside of that board. And of course, there's Skeeter on the back. You just run in, shield whoever you go on.
Y duerme con la boca abierta y yo no perdono.
We have left in the tank. No nullifier yet for Ame. No BKB for XXS. He was your strongest team fighter. A lot of his net work got taken off that little gank up top. So this is just a free lane for Falcons.
Yeah, this is looking like a real sad way to lose one of your games in this TI Grand Final.
Or a very comfortable way to win it.
That is also true. Falcons, everything is going to be undone if they can close out this game from that Game 1's mistakes. You're sort of going to feel like you have a potent draft advantage from this sort of situation if Extreme haven't managed to answer it here. Oh, good initiation from Maureen. Almost caught XM. They could have chained that with Crit the Whip. Would have been beautiful, but hey, there's going to be plenty more opportunities like that. You do not have to rush things too much here.
XM did get to Lincoln. Is worth pointing out here in case you did some big.
Papitos lindos, que juego eso, recién empezaron.
I mean, there's already an Orchid for Skeeter. He's immediately trying to answer it, put more threat onto this puck. And there's your high ground second Roshan is available for Falcons. They will instantly clean it up. And this will prompt the smoke from XG. They feel like they have a better shot contesting this than taking that high ground fight against the Aegis. Scan goes out, Falcons leave the pit.
Ame's also about as strong as you can ask him to be at this point in time. Yes. Level 18, nullifier done. If they can't make it work now, then you may just have to accept that this is a GG call. Both teams aware of the positioning.
That's not the guy you want.
They try and go for the nullifier, but the grab, no, the roar. It's gonna stop it. Ame gets a bit of distance, and the Earth Splitter does good damage. Maureen kind of has to retreat here. As tasty as he is, he backs away. Now after the Hoodwink doesn't get that either. They got the ultimate out of the Skeeter of Adam. This is going pretty well for Extreme. And now with the break, they go after the advantage.
No veo que haga ni mierda.
No nullifier back up for Extreme just yet. Maureen with the refresh.
Bien carajo, mi fantasy aún tiene esperanzas.
Sakur Tum.
These heroes of Falcons, they are just too big and too bad.
That felt like a fight where XG executed it absolutely to the limit. You couldn't ask for more. They popped so much early, and they will end up losing basically everybody. Just too much sustain, too much tankiness in this lineup. They are too far ahead off the lanes, and that is likely going to secure Falcons this game to win. And if it does, in your XG, you're going to have to make some big adjustments going into Game 3, because this was the kind of pace and laning phase you were trying to avoid in this series. This is one of your weaknesses this tournament. You cannot give this team this kind of start. They just completely run away with it.
Vamos, carajo, ¿qué están haciendo? Piensen en mi fantasy. No me están haciendo ganar nada de puntos.
Falcons are threatening a second lane of barracks. 14 seconds seems a bit too long to protect this one. Extreme will have to hold out on that third lane.
Gracias a 8 por el 3-22, como todas las finales, no decepciona.
SÍGUEME me está barbeando por tercera vez, haz algo.
Yeah, this is looking like just disgusting Falcon setup that made them so dominant in the previous year's regular season.
Just max the early EHP across the board.
Pensar que antes costeaban o analizaban las partidas, ahora ponen el replay.
What's coming from Extreme, a desperate 5-man smoke to get to the pit in time, but Falcons ever patient will back away from the Roshan pit. and force Extreme into this uncomfortable position where they watch
Papi, ya me
as
tiene
the
que
mid lane
matar
and the bottom
Courier
lane
para
push
que mi
into their
fantasy
base.
sume
They want
más.
to contest Roshan, but how long can they just hold this position to do so?
They cannot hold it forever. Meanwhile, Falcons, they will sit on this hill until something happens. They are in no rush right now. They know they have this significant 5-on-5 advantage. They have the auras in this early game. They have the tanky frontliners that XG have to jump. Just put ATF on the front line
Dale,
and
que
dare
sea igual mi
XG to jump.
predicción. ¿Estás, Cachopín y mi fantasy? ¿Está ambos equipos out?
Extreme definitely going to be put to the test of that bend don't break style.
Huaca, quita el audio del juego. Escucho doble.
Ame just going to go for it. He blinks right to the middle of them. And Ame's just got to keep on running. XM hoping to protect him here. Now there is the Lord stomping out Maureen, but look at the Enchantress threatening Ame. He's running away from a 5 position. Who gets saved by the escape back, plus the Aphotic Shield. They've got so many things to bail each other out. As many spells as Extreme can land, as many hits as Ame can do, it just doesn't even make a dent in the Falcons' armor.
Too much sustain. Way too much sustain for this lineup to punch through this early into the game. I'm sure they dealt like 6, 7, 8.
Ando bien borracho, pero bien activo algún pasivo GG.
The sad part is it's just getting worse and worse. They might be dealing more damage, but they're dealing a less when it comes to the percentage of
Tú te vi bien, y si la hago.
looks like they are tankier than ever.
Sages could be a killing blow in this game.
Now, Ame, he picked up a Crystallis, but I mean, it feels like you need a Daedalus and another item to even come close, but
need a Divine Rapier at this point.
Yeah. He's cut waves best he can. Amar playing totally isolated because he can, because even if they could kill him once, he's the one with the Aegis, and by the time they threaten him a second time, feels like his team will probably be able to make the move to support him.
I mean, I love they gave him Aegis here twice, right? Just let him go ham on the front line.
Valeri, trap
He's
pasivo.
going to deal a crap ton of physical damage. He can threaten the tower, and then all you have to do is worry about shielding the Primal Beast if he gets jumped. And that's it, right? There is no threat to the lineup other than that.
Como que 15-2 no hagan barbas.
Exactly. Play that weird game where it's like, oh, they got borrowed time out of us. Now we have to reset a little bit. No, just let the Bristleback do his thing, no?
There's Enchantress passing.
No chuhuaca en esa pose. Te ves bien, pero bien buena XD.
Quite sad for XXS, who has had a wonderful tournament. But this is a rough game for Extreme Gaming as a whole, and that final push is going to be coming their way.
Mi fantasía despierta, ame mi querido.
Of barracks. Falcons. This looks free. I mean, how does Extreme, can you even come up with a scenario where they actually win this team fight?
Yeah, 5-man coil, 5-man bushwhack, land an ET stomp on top, Earth Splitter goes through, you amp it up on everybody. ATF disconnects. It's definitely doable here.
Okay.
Excellent.
Well, if the Elder Titan isn't alive, now what do you give the chances of that happening?
Chuy, te olvidaste apagar tu cámara.
He
Uy,
does
qué
have
rico.
buyback, and that is certainly what Extreme are going to have to play off of. Lots of buybacks, as many as they can get. The Beastmaster and the Hoodwink, the other two to have it. Maureen just trying to make Extreme Gaming flinch at this point.
There's the banner drop. Let's get whittled down quite a bit, actually.
XM is trying. Whittling it down. Won't cut it, though. Extreme. They're going to need to do a whole lot more because the damage that Amar is doing right now, it's about to become permanent. You can't handle Megas this early into the game.
No shot. You have to take the fight here. Have to find some sort of crazy jump.
Trying to wear him down. Shin-Q finally does take away that banner, but who cares about the creeps? Amar, he is more than enough. He doesn't need creeps behind him. The buildings are almost gone, and Extreme have yet to make a move. They're just going to concede this to Megas.
There's no move to make. There is no target to jump. You see a Bristle with Aegis, you see an Enchantress, you can
Bacán tu pick de clean, sin utilidad. S.A. me parece, Macario, conche su mare.
I feel like it's almost insulting. Amar's just gone back for a 36-minute blade mail.
Why not? That's it. I mean, is there even any damage going in to reflect at this point?
I guess he's saying at some point in time, this Ame Clinks will have to try and all in him. And if he does,
Terminen rápido que ya no me sirve.
I think you just get the Shivas up on Maureen here and go for that game-ending push. You're not going to need anything past that.
What do you even talk about if you're extreme? You're sure you're holding on to the game, but you all know that you've lost it.
Ahora sí podré ir al TI en agosto con Sasumarie. Vamos a Shanghái, China.
Gotta plan something out to deal with these heroes, right? And it was going to be an issue in this series. Like, the tempo Falcons can set the laning phase they have is a lot stronger than what XG have shown. They get the upper hand. It's scary. You can rat it out. You can stall that game. We've seen XG do a tremendous job at coming back from these situations.
A ver si ya no quiere ganar. Al menos dura para que Madrid me dé más puntitos del fantasy, hijo de tu mamá.
Vamos XG a aguantar la cachada, no más. Ni 50 se voltea Tazumare.
Can't even kill him the once. Maybe with a stomp. No Earth Splitter yet. They gotta wear through this first life before they use big spells like the Earth Splitter. But the tier 4s are dropping pretty fast here. There goes the Shivas. Maureen tries to make his jump out the grab onto the Beastmaster. Can they blow him up? Or is the Primal Beast the one in trouble? He re-breaks the Splitter and actually interrupts him. AORUS down. Whoa, look at that! He goes right to the middle of them, and Maureen takes 3 down with ease. Falcons go into the Extreme Gaming base. And Extreme, they fight out to pretty much the bitter end, but they will call it quits, and we have a tie series now. The TI Grand Finals.
It has been some time without a 3-0, but we will get it here at the minimum. And this should be quite the entertaining series because you have to expect that XG are going to make some adjustments going into the next game. They will not want to give this kind of start.
No nada más siquiera sirve de algo.
So fast, they take you out of the game completely. It doesn't matter how good your teamfight execution is. If there is no teamfight to take, there was not a single opening to exploit for XG in that game too.
A complete strategic victory for Falcons in Game 2.
As Dota fans, you love to see it, a tied series in a grand finals, meaning we are definitely getting at least 4 games. And
Lávate la cara sin Q, por favor. No me barbees.
Ocotex, Go China, T 2026.
Beatdown that I'm expecting to see at least once in this series from Falcons, and of course XG probably going to learn.
Ya no quiero nada, apaga tu stream, Chewbacca. Esta como Amete no quiere trabajar.
Incredible game from them.
When Falcons woke up in this game, the first thing that I want to start talking about really is that the side lanes went better. That offlane from Amar and Crit, they completely beat down on the Klings. Like, it wasn't on screen very often, but the
Tranquilos, papetos lindos. Esto es estrategia de AME, al final lo remontan.
Pasa tus puntos, chivolo.
Chuy, no va a salir ningún héroe, sorry.
Able to come to the runes, able to go to the shrines. And Malrine, of course, rotation after rotation, he nailed it.
No, like, honestly, they just played really well, and I like what you're saying, because Crit in game 1, it looked a little bit shaky. So not just, you know, getting this win, making it easier for your team, but also to, like, boost your confidence, get that momentum for yourself, feel good about the game, because they did nearly everything flawless from start to finish. You know, they skied a bad, and this is his type of carry. He helps Marine, he helps Omar, that they can go into the fight, make it happen. Snaking Ench, back-to-back, flawless game from him, perfect itemization. If you're Extreme Gaming, you have to find a way to slow down this Falcon's train that's hitting you in the later stage of the lane, these first moves around minute 10, around minute 12, because they're like this Beastmaster and like playing into the Ench. I didn't really feel XXS in this game, to be honest.
They just had complete map freedom, Falcons, right? Like every single highlight, you see the map progression. You go from one clip to next, it's the tier 1 towers are fallen, Marine's ganking the map. When Marine's ganking, you got Crit behind him or Snaking's there. You've got Abba farming one side. Amar literally didn't care at any point in this game. He's just chilling. Like the fact that there was zero pressure, even if XG went for a smoke, they optimistically tried to kill on a bad at a tier 1 tower, trying to layer the break in the science, but it just didn't work. It's
Entrego los puntos y Chekawa está durmiendo.
Oh my gosh, look at that scoreline as well. I mean, I know, of course, that Extreme Gaming only got the 2 kills, but to see it like this in writing is just bad.
It looks bad. I feel like this has never happened before. You've lost like a game.
On the main stage in TI Finals?
A TI Grand Final, you have 3 players who they weren't involved in a single kill. They're like 0-4-2, 0-2-0. It's not pretty, so absolutely Falcons full beatdown start to finish, and
fui yo mano mientras yo veía como Chewie roncaba como princesa XD.
They do it nicely, they come in clean. man, Malrine on this Primal Beast, Effie.
He was so good. I mean, this is why every team playing against Falcons is trying to shut him down, is trying to camp mid.
Aún no termina la partida como dar a los puntos XD.
Falcons look unstoppable. He is always ganking these side lanes early on, always going to the Wisdom Rune battles. He got it this time, giving Falcons a double Wisdom Rune, and he's just a threat on the map, making it so that Extreme Gaming, who wanted to draft for a later timing with their carry Clinks, could not reach it at all.
Yeah, they just didn't have the damage, and we thought it was going to be okay, but I guess the advantage that Falcons got in the start, it was way too much.
Yeah, they got it so quickly, and we're going to look at some clips here about how they kind of set it up, because Falcons, when they make moves on the map, they always make sure that the one guy making the move, someone comes in behind.
Que reemplacen Chin por el Chala.
He comes to bot lane, he pressures the Hoodwink, Skitter's here, they're securing the room. But Enchantress, after taking the Wisdom Rune, also stays here for a little bit longer, farm that additional camp, apply that additional pressure. And critically, Malrine, he's actually going to go through the Twin Gate eventually to go back through top to then apply pressure to the top tower. And then Snaking, he's going to take mid tower. So every single move they make within about a minute or two, it's just constant, just take the XP, take
Gracias, Ame. Sé que perdiste rápido para que tengan tiempo y anuncien al nuevo héroe. Gracias, fracasado.
Ame, déjate de piquear huevadas, por la puta sumaré.
It's only a 1k lead there, but the double wisdom, breaking the tier 1 tower, giving Snaking mid XP, free farm on Skitter, that is the recipe to snowballing a game.
Yeah, and they definitely did a good job at that, which we can also see a little bit later down the line, Kazu.
Yeah, because we have to compare, you know, what happened with the net worth and how did, you know, some heroes do against the other, because I want to highlight Amar. Amar versus Ame. The story of the game is a lot of the time about how much damage can the carry actually deal, but we already touched on the laning stage.
Ame despierta, juega bonito, imbécil.
At this point in the game, 22 minutes in, Amar already has Crimson Guard. He's playing this against a desolated range and a dragon these two heroes basically deal about 0 damage. Not only that, he has a Lotus Orb to protect himself, protect his team. So there's so much pressure on XG, on Ame to like try and carry. And yeah, sure, they try to get to this nullifier timing later on, but now Snaking, he has a pipe. They have more Lotus Orbs, they've got more HP. You can't kill them, and this is one of the big reasons why XG, they end the game with 2 kills.
I mean, that Clink Spec, while it is cool on paper versus Enchantress, really did not work out in this game. Like, you saw the pressure that was going to come out of this Primal Beast, this Enchantress, and you think to yourself, you need a carry that can build this nullifier because Ringmaster caught them off guard. There weren't many left in the pool. Sure, he could have picked
Papi, me juega bonito, que estás en una final.
So XG, chalk this one up to a bad draft, go next, but don't reconsider the Clinks unless it looks
Ahí te deje el Instagram del pelón.
We have already touched upon the Enchantress a couple times from Snaking, but it's time to do a deep dive on Enchantress with Purge.
Thanks, Shiver. It's one of the keys to the Falcons' strategy consistently throughout their games because it controls the map so effectively. But there's other pieces of the puzzle that really tied together and made this game so great for Falcons. I love their double ganking combo, the Primal Beast, as well as the
Seguro se la jaló viendo a Shivers con razón duerme
so they can do
tanto.
these crazy side lane ganks deep into enemy territory. Because if they do these quick, nobody's going to be able to respond to this. And at the same time, they end up going bottom afterwards using the Twin Gate. This is when they contested the Wisdom Shrine here at 14 minutes. They basically scare their opponents away from it, guaranteeing even more level advantage on their heroes. And then Snaking continues to play aggressive on the Enchantress here. Amar takes the mid tower, and then basically this is just going to be Snaking's space. Now this might look a little weird. He's running into enemy territory. He's not here to ward. He's here to look at his opponents and make them think that his teammates could be behind him. And eventually they ping and they say, this guy's by himself, we gotta kill him. So they try to force a gank, he pops heal, 2 TPs, only 1 completed. That basically just creates space and hurts XG because now they rotated heroes to try to kill a guy that's really, really difficult to kill. In the previous game, a lot easier because they had an Ursa which can max out his attack speed very easily, and their lanes went well. So because Falcons had a better laning stage, he just gets to park himself in the mid lane. It's either him or Amar, the Bristleback, both very difficult to kill heroes, and everybody else is giga farming or setting up kills. So what this basically looks like to them, this kill especially, Malrine rotates here, he's jungling, he's waiting for an opportunity, and now he's got a great matchup against the Elder Titan. He doesn't have to worry about this hero at all. The hero can't stop him from getting this kill. So let's see what this looks like from the XG side. Their map is basically pushed in all the time. So their safety border is kind of like this, less than half of the map, so they're getting less resources, and they don't see where their opponents are. They sometimes see heroes when they get ganked. They are usually going to see where the Enchantress is. The Enchantress is really hard to kill and defending the most vulnerable part of the map while still getting good farm. They can't really gank the ABBA very well either, so their options just feel kind of limited, and they eventually try to kill the ABBA. They rotate almost all their heroes. They approach this very wisely. They don't smoke the Beastmaster necessarily. And as they approach and dive him, the reaction is almost instant. The Primal Beast has already been rotating or keeping.
¿Cuál
They
es
end up
tu
running into a
análisis
bad
de
team fight,
juego?
which takes
Habla
their
con tus
disadvantage
20
to
años
a
de
holding
experiencia en
level,
el
just because
Dota.
of the way the Falcons have been playing the map and sitting that Enchantress in the mid lane. It's one of the big values of the hero that a lot of teams don't exploit enough.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm expecting Extreme to maybe address in the next game as well. I mean, there were a couple of issues to address in the next game. We also have talked a lot about how XXS, especially in that game 1, was the shining star, and he was definitely not able to do so in this
Chubaca,
game.
si no anuncia 3 heroes nuevos, cometo una locura.
If we are talking about offlaners for a little while, why not find out who people thought was the best offlaner of all time?
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, we've got your mid, we've got your offlaner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Now it is time for offlane. Gentlemen, which TI winning offlane player do you think deserves to be numero uno in the Hall of Fame? Who would you choose?
Okay, may I guess one of them? Sure. I'm guessing one of them's 3-3.
Ahí anuncian el regreso del Battle Pass y el logo héroe.
Continue.
I've got Collapse.
That was my other one.
Faith Beyond.
Okay.
Collapse.
Regrese mierda donde están mis heroes.
Not even close.
Yeah, it's not even close.
In what regard?
It's just he's here and other people are here. It's not close. I think at various points in that TI, you have a team that has one of the widest gulfs in skill between them and any other team at that particular time, and you have an individual player on that team that was the best player on that team. So that's my argument for Faith Beyond, and still relevant nowadays.
I think Faith Beyond makes a very strong argument for being #1 in the offlane. He may not have won TI 2 times in a row, but I think he had a similar gap actually.
Chuy, despierta, no entiendo ni
I feel like he did things that no one else could replicate based on heroes, builds, and team strategy all coming to like collective victory on 2 separate teams.
Puro calvo en Dota. ¿Qué pasa, GG?
Of course. Why Collapse? What do you see him do that makes him not even close?
I feel like I've already explained.
No, you just said not even close. I'm going to press you for an answer. Give me an example of something he did that makes him not
Yo estoy tranquilo porque Chewy sorteará 100 carmesí del rico sabor de poner el
Can't
replay.
just say not even close. Give
Have
me
you seen
one
his
moment.
Magnus?
Yes, of course I have.
So you understand that no other player is performing on Magnus close to his performances on Magnus.
Pasa que el juego ya tiene 20 años.
He can skewer somebody.
Okay.
They're not even close to their team. You understand? The man plays Mars. He goes and he spears somebody. They are not even close to their team anymore. You understand what's happening?
Wait, Mortos again! They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Mira continuing to control, looking for another round of this. RP gonna get off the mark and collapse. Bolts him back in. What in the hell? Sumail has a Ghost Scepter now inside the Found. I don't know if he fought that or not, but figure of death out. Usually when OG is in the Found, it's good. Not this time, as they pull him back down again. No
Mis subtítulos falta ya.
Standout player for me at TI-10, and then Yatoro for TI-12.
Right.
So they've sort of juggled that back and forth between them, but I don't think you can hate anybody saying Collapse is their #1.
No, I agree.
But I mean, Collapse is incredible. Yeah, completely fair enough.
Catalogada de tareas
He simply outplayed his opponents.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, especially I think anytime a player is able to make a particular hero their signature hero and win TI with it, you sort of think, that's got to be solidified. You know what I mean? Like, all right, like Collapse Magnus is just too good. So we're happy with Collapse.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, who do you think was 2nd and 3rd?
I mean, it should.
I know who's second.
Faith Beyond is not in the top.
He's not even top 3. He's not even top 3. I already knew that. You know who's #2? I'll tell you. I'll tell you 2 and 3. I'm not sure about the order.
Okay, give me 2 and 3.
Seb.
Yes, he's in there.
And Mind Control.
No.
Wait, let's clap that. I think #3 is Seb.
Yes.
And I'll tell you who #2 is.
Go on.
It's Universe.
It is not universe. No.
Number 2.
33.
Yes.
33.
Vamos, papito, ame. Puse todas mis arrobas de papa y camote.
Like a genius. I'd like it if it jumped around all over the place at the end.
Thank you.
Well. So that was Offlane. Well done, pros.
Por la puta madre, pensé que habrá hologramas frente a los jugadores. Está de tonto.
Would be in there right next to John Whipple's, of course, well deserved. And of course, Avery knew that the whole time around he was just playing Kazoo.
Yeah, he knows everything. But I will say a cool name they also mentioned, you know, like Universe, like taking it down, like Memory Lane. There's also other people, like maybe, you know, you have to put like Amar in there or XXS. You can mention Zai. A lot of legendary players in Dota too.
Yeah, a lot of legendary players. We got 10 of them on stage right now. And one team on the side of Falcons, we are going to get a little listen in from them during one of the fights in the previous game.
No cliff, by the way. Oh, this is so good.
ET cliff. Look, I wanna go, guys. Oh, I so. I'm fine. I'm fine, guys. I'm fine.
You're Crimson.
I'll purge you after all.
You're Lucky Lotus. He wrote himself.
Someone's cheating here.
I love that, especially the team is so quiet, Tika, but then you know that they're just focused. So then the release of when the GG comes out is just right there.
You know what's even cool for me as well is Elder Titans and Nate is one of the right?
Tirele un lapo
strong glyph. I'm talking about the types of glyph and also the energy, of course, that you're mentioning. I don't know. I just got excited when I heard them say strong glyph because they're respecting something that probably 99% of people in Dota. Fog loves this innate, by the way. Valve never removed this innate. Fog loves it. The fact they're talking about that shows how much they're thinking about every little thing in the game to make sure that they can win.
The best part was just Mallory yelling.
Lo que no sabe ese Chris es que al final va a perder.
Someone's feeding here. Okay.
Ooh. I mean, what I like about their comments is so it was very cool and calm, but everything they said, it allows someone to like be more aggressive. I have Crimson, I have Lotus, I'm shielding you. Yeah. I'm fine, don't worry about me. And then at the end, you know, Malvin with his Primal Beast cosplay with a little roar. I like it. Like, get immersed in your hero.
It was good energy coming out then, and I'm sure that all the 10 players are filled with energy again for the third game. Now that the series is tied, we have seen both teams taking one game. I will say that previous game probably definitely left Extreme wondering where they will go next, and I will ask you guys the same question because we wanted the teams to play a little faster potentially, and it seemed that Falcons really understood the assignment with dominating the lanes from the get-go. Effie, how is Extreme going to answer this?
I mean, Extreme have to build stronger lanes for themselves the same way they did in that game 1, but they also need to be more attentive of these Malrine rotations. Like, the reason why this Primal Beast looked so scary was because if you look at the supports in either side lane, they don't stop him. If he runs up their lane, they're gonna die. If you have an ET on one side lane...
Papitos lindos, si tengo 70k en el Fantasy, aún tengo esperanzas de llevarme mi Dota Plus.
So either change one up in your support duo, or be more mindful that a hero like Primal Beast could come out later in the draft.
And absolutely, like one of the big things that we did see in game 1, and also another way where I've seen Falcons lose games, is where Marine doesn't have a good game, or he's forced to like gank his safe lane as opposed to the off lane. In game 1, they have the XM Quap, he slows him down in the mid lane, they play through it. In game 2, this didn't really happen. You don't pressure the Primal in lane, and yeah, you can match him, but also, you know, that didn't really happen too. But for me, what's really important is going into this game, as we see a little sleeper man in the crowd, is the people that have the experience, what are they saying to their teammates? He's back.
He's back. Yeah, a little catnap in between games. You know, this might be a very long night we got coming here.
Another important thing to look at.
Vamos, papito, amé, no me decepciones, mis ovejas y mis vacas. Todo lo aposte, ñaña, ñaña.
XG have been making magic happen with these blink initiation type of heroes on XXS. And sure, Beastmaster has a stun, but it doesn't function in the same way as one of these initiation type heroes. Like, it's a great hero to rally behind, but it requires for you to have won those laning stages and won that early game. So they've identified a big problem here on Falcons, and I feel like they're going to keep target banning him for the rest of the series, unfortunately.
Ese chugillego al tía y con sueño.
If Marine has a good game, then it kind of compounds, right? Because if you have a
Ya paga.
and XM is kind of getting shut out because Marine's playing quicker on the map, I really want to see either XM or XSS have a priority where they know their matchup to have a better lane. Because I feel like either of these players has the potential to grab XG and kind of throw them into the game. But when they're both shut out, there's no way Army is going to find the farm. Like, you need one other core to make time, make space for you.
There's also, like, Falcons are very, like, they understand heroes very well. They may not play Beastmaster as much on Amar themselves, but Skeeter's hero pool is very tailored to, like, stop you from what you want. And Beastmaster is an incredibly tempo-reliant hero. So when you open that hero, and you know there's going to be the snaking Ench because, well, you're going to take out his Chen. You know the Ench is coming. In my mind, try to take those two out. Maybe just prepare yourself for a Pugner. You know, look at like an SD or something else, whatever you want. Take him away from these heroes that make your game incredibly hard.
Todos den sus energías a Extreme para que gane.
Killable in game run, right? You had Queen of Pain, you had Ursa, you had Hoodwink Mars. Like, any way when you step up, put two of those heroes I just mentioned together,
Vamos.
the information gathering disappears, and then the fights can get harder. In the second game, you know, Snake can kind of run around for free, right? I'm not saying we need to rush to ban the Enchantress, but you need to respect that it's probably going to come out in the draft, and you need ways to stop him, because from the Purge clips, he had complete freedom. He was tanking coils, tanking camps, kind of doing everything he could to make the game easy for all of his team to farm.
Yeah,
La predicción.
Also looked exceptionally good because she was playing into a Beastmaster, and I think that hero, now that I was thinking backstage, if you're countering all three of XXS's playmakers and then you are leaving a Beastmaster in the pool and your carry plays Abaddon, you're just going to pick Abaddon every time into this Beastmaster offlane, and you're not concerned whatsoever. If you're going to pick Enchantress every time the Beastmaster potentially comes out, you're not concerned at all. And it felt like XG thought they solved Enchantress with Klings. You know, he has that attack speed from Strafe. He's you can't just have your carry be the hero that kills. You need all of your draft to function so that the hero doesn't snowball.
Well, let's see how functioning the drafts will be
Papito, a
in
mí no
the
me lo
next game.
decepciones. No quiero ir a buscarte.
Team Falcons versus
Un llave de 10 céntimos y despierto a Chewbacca con la chala XD.
Finals. Game 3.
For the third game in a row, we will have Extreme Gaming getting that first pick, meaning Falcons get second pick and also overall last. We do have Extreme Gaming back on the Radiant side where they were on that first game as well, with Falcons taking Dire. And so far, Extreme Gaming, since they only get 3 bans every single time so far, they have been banning the Chen, the Monkey King, and the Sand King, but they changed it up this time around, respecting that Enchantress we talked so much about already.
I like this.
Dale esa, agárrame tareas, causa.
The teams prefer the stage that they're in, like the pick order, right? So you take out the Chen and the Ench. The next most played hero from Snake King is the Pugner. You give yourself the first.
Manda tu número, papito lindo, y te yapeo pa tu chicle.
Knows how to cook after losing a game in grand finals. It's Xiao Wei.
Bueno, gente, solo tengo permiso para levantarlo por si sale héroe. No puedo por otra cosa.
And then you pick the Shadow Demon to prevent the initiation, the jump that Maorine's utilizing. But that's often with, you know, Sand King. Like, disruption can break that completely. A Pangolier, you don't really care. Hero gets disrupted, continue searching for the next hero. You're not locked into the fight around that disrupted hero. So a good response from Falcons.
I wonder if Extreme Gaming are just going to do the all-in on Ame type of draft right now. Like when they pick safe supports, maybe something like a Snapfire comes out later for X-Nova. We saw how effective Cookie was at saving Ame at certain stages of this tournament. They want to go for late game. They want to build a draft that lets them go to late game instead of having a Beastmaster that forces them to play tempo that they can't do.
Yeah, what I also like just now on the camps, look at like XG, you know, they're having a good time. You know, they're smiling. They have like, you go into the game like with your new strat, you try to scrape up, you know, the last 2 games, whatever didn't happen. It's a BO3 now. You know, you have this idea, go in, have some fun. I do like the response though. Like T already mentioned, you got the Pang against the SD. You don't care too much about this guy, sure. You save him, well, you know.
No me haga renegar a Metasumar.
So it doesn't really matter, but it's a lot about how do these 2 teams continue to build on top of this.
And the offlaners are still getting banned out, right? You got the Bristle, the Sand King, then of course in the first phase the Centaur, Shaker, and the Mars. So a lot of bans.
Tío Chewie, todos escuchamos la metáfora. La tercera es la vencida, pero si Ame pierde nunca más, vuelvo a creer.
Yeah, for sure. Like it could be the tanky heroes, it could be the.
Ayer Macarius dio las reales fijas que gano 2.500 so.
I mean, you saw Ame absolutely destroy them game 1 with this matchup, so could be setting up for this as well.
It could. Might sound stupid, it could also be a vibes thing. You know, Marine and Mar, when they jump a hero, they want to lock them down. They want to be, you know, the showman of the game. You're trying to jump at Ursa when you're playing Pangolier, you're not doing anything, right, the entire time. So I think it really rallies your team knowing that isn't going to be on this.
Sin que uno me fallen hoy.
I also think maybe their read is that Extreme Gaming, if they don't have an Ursa on the safe lane, they will lose that lane, most likely. And they just want to snowball off of the lanes just like last game.
So this is kind of interesting because SE is
Mi héroe nuevo o nos metieron la rata.
Very likely they will just play it on, you know, it's still one of the best laners.
Tío Chewy, pondrás para apostar mis puntitos.
You know, damaged over time. One hero that Extreme could have, so there's a Bane that's overall kind of cool against Pango. In other games it was banned. And in other games they've also shown us in Marana. They are the only team that have played the SD.
Macarius es tremendo guano, vamos, papito, ámete ya, Pierre, para tu ceviche de gato si ganas.
Same thing for Pugner. When you leave your safe lane and, you know, Skidder doesn't need help, he'll be poking mid tower.
¡Rechazo los carros!
He gets jumped.
¡Totalmente! ¡Soy inocente!
If you try to go on the Pugner, you're probably wasting 30-40 seconds not going on another hero.
A second save support comes out here for XG with the Nightmare. To me, this is just screaming that they want to build around Ame. They're trying to hold out for the late game. They're going to just get wave clear through their two cores and hope that Ame on a hyper carry can take it to late game.
I mean, that is what they play for in like most of their games, right? And we saw just now on screen too, X-Nova 5-0 with Bane. Hasn't lost yet. Now the question for them is, what do you answer? Because this is a hard pick in this stage. You double pick, you see one Pango. That was going to be one of the questions. Do you just lock in your mid? Maybe you can find a flex. You can go mid lane. You can go safe lane against the Pango. I like this actually very much.
And it gives a lot of life to XSS, right? We want him to have a game. We don't want him to be sacrificed.
Ayer apostó todo a Extreme y que había más de 40 kills en la segunda partida.
So much information to find the right hero.
I mean, I'm thinking about Falcons, like, because you still have, like, these two supports, you have to respect them. You have SD Bane, they need to be respected when it comes to jumping them in the backline, making them play against something like this, too, is...
A mi papito lindo has una linda...
Sure, they can flex it, but based on how they've been playing it so far, are we worried for XG not having the damage to deal with the early game tempo that Falcons showed us in game 2? Shadow Fiend does need Yashakaya, Blink Dagger, the correct position for Requiem. Both of the supports in XG need other heroes to be doing the job for them, to frontline, to kill. The next two picks from XG need to respect that Falcons will sweep across this map in the early game.
I mean, if you're worried about that, maybe you could just go back to Road to TI and run an Axe again. I know Axe kind of fell out of favor here on the main stage, but that's an option.
I mean, I wonder too where Falcons want to take this, because a lot of the fours that Crit plays, they're okay against SD Bane. Like, sure, like if you have some Snapfire still.
Hermanos, oremos, pónganse las rodilleras como siempre, pasen whole sense.
You have overall, I think, good laning. You can stack for your SF or whatever other offlaner you go for. So I think this is just Falcons. They care more about their comfort than what they care about whether you counter them or not.
But also it flips the way towards the Bane, right? Now Bane was in a grip, you get escape pact, right? It's back and forth, saves on both sides, and the Slaughter, we've seen it obviously mid to off lane, but yeah. Minus armor.
Yeah, minus armor looking pretty strong, making the spend maybe a little bit stronger. Are we not at all surprised to come out with both Snap and also the Hoodwink are both still in the pool?
Save is good.
Save is good.
Todas las partidas que jugó SC perdieron, si no me equivoco.
With like the SD, so there must be something where they value, they don't care as much about damage, they care more about staying alive themselves. So they feel like they can like outpace or like outlive their opponents, which is a very interesting approach.
And I think that Escape Act completely counters Fiend's Grip. It makes it so that you have to go on this Ringmaster first in each fight, or wait till your carry has a nullifier. They were in a similar position last game where they had to get a nullifier carry and it didn't look so good. So this Ringmaster, so long as he's not getting caught, he's saving against Grip, the team fight is going to be so easy to take from Falcons compared to XG, who are going to only want to go on Ringmaster and Pugna. They have their pick of the litter who to go on.
Vamos a mí, vamos carajo.
XG is locked behind items, right? All of their heroes, again, all their core heroes need items to play the game. When I say that out loud and how Falcons are playing, that does invoke quite a lot of fear.
Vale, T-Trap pasivo, sé que te pones loquita del trasero como no quiero darte GG.
Is that you have the SF Slaughter combo, like when you play into these saves, you don't want like hard commit. Like if you corrosive face someone and hit 2 times with SF, you better respond or you're dead. Like you don't have to like go with this big spell and like commit. It also gives you an Aegis. It also helps you when Pango rolls in. you amp him with Slaughter, you point your finger, SF starts hitting him with his aura, and he has to be really afraid for his life.
Yeah, I want to see Ghost Scepters and Falcons. Respect the fact that this item is so cheap, but also going to be so good against XG lineup.
Bueno, esta partida se salvaron sus puntos.
The issue is the nullifier is like a key item for extreme gaming.
Hello.
The timing they're playing on because of Decrypt 5, because of Escape Act. Like eventually their kiting will be countered eventually by both XM's SF and whichever hero comes out for Ame.
So what,
as you said, items, it takes time.
I mean, where do we want them to take this? Because I feel like XG, honestly, their setup is quite strong. Like SF Slaughter is absolutely no joke. They have some options. Do we want the SF to go middle, pick a new hero for Ame? Or do you put the SF in the safe lane and you try to find this mid hero that whether Pango or Beast go mid, you can slow them down?
How about Slaughter off lane, SF mid, go like...
¿A qué hora juegan los lobitos? Gente, confirmen.
Push your wave so you don't really have any problems. You then overwhelm your opponent and your team can rally behind you. Such is life. They go for Sven, but...
Yeah, stealing it away as well.
I mean, it lanes.
El ban encontré horrible al Pango si no votaría por Falcon.
ET Bane with a strong carry, you get high damage. I really like what's happening so far, and now it also depends for Falcons. What pick can you find? Because XG found a really good ban, not just for the Slaughter, but the Sven as well in the Troll.
I just hope for the sake of the fans, XG can get this game to like 35-40 minutes, because the amount of explosive damage they have, be it with the combinations that we've been mentioning, the Fiend's Grip into a Requiem or the Slaughter plus the Sven jump, like it is so explosive, but I have to keep repeating it. It is items, items, items. They are not a level-based team. They need to find the farm and stabilize it. Maybe Falcons can find a hero to keep trying to undercut that.
Maybe some Skeeter Medusa. I feel like they would have liked TB themselves, so I don't, maybe even XG, they went like one step ahead. They could think, they want Sven, we're gonna take it, but it's really good with them too. Now you have minus armor, you also have bonus armor yourself against Beast, against Partner. I like both these drafts so far.
Normally in this position, Skeeter could also, I know Sven's a counter to Gyro, but like, just shove wave, you go early butterfly, you push your team out, and yeah, they do go for the gyrocopter. I kind of feel like they need to have lane presence in the safe lane that naturally itemizes in a way to counter this explosive damage that we're mentioning. You like buying Beekeeper and Gyro, you like buying Butterfly, even Manta if you want to dispel Slaughter's Corrosive Haze, but yeah.
¡Vamos a mí!
It is a statement that they are willing to sacrifice a little bit of farm to bring the fight to them.
I don't see Shadow Fiend taking on a Beastmaster in the mid lane very frequently, and we talked a lot about the mid lane already, so I would love to continue that trend and hearing from you guys how we feel this matchup will play out.
There's a lot of farm between the two of them.
A lot of farm, nothing happening?
I mean, it's always going to be support rotation based, right? Beastmaster, you have axes, so you're not really in a melee position. If a Bane or SD comes in to set up for some 2-3 raises, then you can die. But same thing for Ringmaster. If you come in onto the Shadow Fiend, if he's too far stepped up, he can die. So I think supports will play the key role in that matchup.
Yeah, I will say SF, he pressures you early, Beast with levels, but the problem is that XG supports don't really like playing into Beastmaster, so could be a bit of trouble there. I mean, to me, I love both drafts. I think XG, if they can weather the storm early, they get this first Aegis, their draft looks beautiful. But Falcons, I feel like they also got what they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is like bread and butter Falcons. Even though Gyro on paper isn't going to have the best matchup versus Slardar later on and Sven with his VKB, they're going to hit the same timing that they did last game. It's just going to be about XG weathering the storm and whether or not we're going to see XXS have impact. For Slardar to work, you want his lane to go well. He needs to get those kills early on, get that nice blink timing, and make those pickoffs happen. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be a repeat of last game.
Muteate un ratito. We both mentioned Extreme Gaming has to weather the storm. We saw them unable to do so in the previous game. Is the storm going to be as strong as previous game?
It could look a little bit similar because, like Gyro, he plays forward in the lane with partner 2 that can invade the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe at least.
Una bala para mi papito, mi hippie purra.
So XG, it should be a little bit easier this game.
Ya hay algo nuevo, amigo Chuy.
In this best of 5 series, game number 3. First, though, we're heading to the stage with Tsunami and AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. I am joined now for game number 3 with AUI 2000 of Falcons. I've been noticing a trend. Every single game this series, you've been opting for last pick. I was wondering why.
For us, we're pretty comfortable on first pick and second pick, first Extreme. So they have like 20 games on second pick and like 5 games on first pick, so we just thought we would take it from them.
All right, trying to throw them off of balance. And I'm also noticing that in the first phase, in game number 1, you first phase Pango, but you also first phase banned Bane. This time, you didn't opt to do it, didn't ban Bane at all, and they picked it up. What do you feel?
Ese chino, es alto mínimo, 2 metros.
We just thought that we had to ban something.
¿Cuántos juegos ya van, gentita?
we thought it was better to ban that instead, I guess.
Tío Chuy,
They
que
have a lot
viene
of
héroe
heroes, I
nuevo el
don't blame
próximo año,
you.
ja.
And last, I was wondering if you could give some praise to Amar, because he has been captaining this team this entire TI.
Y el nuevo
We saw
héroe,
how
mierda.
spent he was. That elimination game during the road against Spirit, he was on the desk, completely washed out, and now this is one of the highest pressure situations that any esports player could ever be in. How's he handling it?
No, I mean, Amar, honestly, he always surprises me, like, for his age.
Piri, 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 mi palomita era una zorrita.
But as a teammate, he's been great, and he's really come into his own in this role. It's just really, honestly, admirable.
Words of praise for the captain, the young captain of Falcons.
Ese chino es guapo como yo. Con ese cacharro se le enterré a tu viejita, carajo.
And the fact that Amar stepped it up after what could have been a devastating Game 1 loss, but they strike right back in Game 2, and now it feels like Falcons have the overall strategy advantage.
Potentially they do. I mean, it goes back to Gigabyte to kind of bring the team back in this Game 3, reset the mentality, give them a new direction. Definitely took a new direction to try and counter that tempo that we saw Falcons put into Game 2. I don't know what you call it, the demon draft. I mean, he just went for you know, all the scary heroes, line them up, put the minus armor into them, and absolutely chunk face. This lineup scales like an absolute beast. Like, this is not a lineup Gyro is going to be able to stand against in the late game. I just refuse to believe it's true. You have double BKB piercing supports. You have an insane amount of physical burst damage. You have Starter to amp it all up. If I'm Falcons, I don't want to find myself in that position. I want a game like Game 2 where I have a strong laning phase, my cores get ahead, I deny some experience from the supports, maybe even contest some stacks.
Ese chinito sabe el secreto para dejar de ser color puerta.
I'm wondering, like, that wasn't the problem in Game 2, so why did Extreme put so much scale?
¿A qué hora el sorteo de los que no predijeron nada?
I think they have been run into a corner a little bit on XXS's hero pool. Like, we saw how much Falcons were target banning him. They took his 3 best offlaners out in that first phase. He's running out of heroes a little bit. He probably didn't want to pick the Batrider we saw him play earlier into the Pugna. Didn't feel like the game was good enough for him.
Hicieron apuestas, hermanitos lindos.
That jump stun that XG really need. It's clear they want him on that archetype of hero, but maybe
Ay, carajo.
if you ended up wanting to go the route with the Slardar, then you have to build the line
Monta el amigo Chu,
kind of where it ended up.
que le hicieron. XD.
Fair enough. There was certain things that they did have to give up as a concession to Extreme Gaming. We heard from AEY 2000 himself. They are a very
Pero si no hay solo esta lo de las páginas que te roban la cuenta.
The scale, right? Being able to BKB Pierce lock down a carry in the middle of the fight. It's just
Le
such
voy
a
a mi
huge
capital.
threat for a lot of these cores that want to jump in, pop that debuff immunity, and go to work. On top of it, the sleep save can be super influential, and just the catch around the map. Like, he's one of the better cores at setting stuff up with the sleep into the ult. Not a lot of heroes are going to survive that. This hero just feels good at almost every point in the game outside of the very early laning phase, which we have not seen go punished too hard this event.
Despierta, maldito. Por el poder de Mundra te obligo, che tu madre.
A game that was won off the lanes, it was won off the draft, in my opinion. That
a
game
lot
would
of
have been
damage
hard.
on Ame here, as this duo of the Bane Sven are trying to keep the Pango from getting out of control. That Bane is also a big counter to the Pango.
Uy, se fue al ti ahí, así dijo a las 3 de la mañana.
Early Lotus Orb pickup. I was going to ask you about this in Game 2. Why did Lotus Orb all of a sudden become this, you know, first item pickup? This is typically an item you're looking at second, third, fourth item. Why are we getting it so early now?
Well, this man's been doing it for a long time. So maybe other people are behind ATF in terms of that offlane itemization. It's just strong. If you get it up online early and you're leading the pack in network, it prevents a lot of all-ins from certain of the heroes in the middle, like the Beastmaster. It's great scaling for your carry later in the game. It gives you early armor, gives you early regen, have a pseudo farm item or, you know, resource item to stay out on the map. You just have to get up fast enough. Get it to late Lotus, it's not going to feel great. If you're leading the pack with Lotus, it can feel amazing. And ATF likes these kind of builds. We could easily see some sort of Lotus Lincoln's Pango build this game, just so he can roll in and block some of the Slardar Amp, the Bane Grip. Demonic Purge, also very influential spell in this game off of the Shadow Demon first pick for Gen Q. Amazing Purge game. First the Pugna.
Yep.
versus some of the buffs, versus the escape act from this Ringmaster, right?
Ese Fuji le dio parálisis.
They might not need a nullifier as fast as they normally would because they have Xingqiu.
Prendere mi moto.
That first point of contact in the fights is going to be everything for both of these teams because of how XG have built their lineup.
That's fair enough. I think it's also worth mentioning Lotusaur did kind of get a buff recently. It's just a little bit harder to see than he used to be.
I mean, maybe I'm just old. I always complain about the visual changes, but
yeah.
You know, you can't complain about it now. You've seen it before. You've played against it. This is a grand final. Step up or go home.
Nice two-man stun. And X-Nova almost kills Crit off of it. Two-man stun into a two-man blood grenade. Not too bad. Damage being dealt, doesn't find the first blood. That is still on the table.
Don't want to get baited by this Ringmaster in the laning phase, though. This hero's very strong on the lane. You can always bait you in with stick charges, Lotus, potential strongman tonic, whoopee cushion action.
Yeah, the last thing you want to give him is a kill in lane, and then he starts snowballing off of those souvenirs he gets.
Amos Tundra. Sure he doesn't get anything out of it. If it goes even, you're pretty happy against this hero, particularly with the Bane. This is a good matchup for Ringmaster. Crit's gonna do a little stacking on top of it as well.
Yeah, speaking of going even, it does look like the laning phase as a whole is going even, which is a good sign for Extreme. Last thing they want is to be at such a disadvantage to give up the Wisdom Shrine again. Disruption into a bash, into the cross, but the teleport is coming in. Success is the one in trouble. It's first blood from Snaking, second kill on the way. The Shadow Demon, he can do little to stop this Xingqiu doing what he can against Skeeter, but I bet he's wishing he never popped that poison.
Sick TP from Crit. Instant on time, turns it around. That's a tough fight without the support coming in from the Ringmaster. Big turnaround. That's a lane that could have swung either way off that kill attempt. Instead, it goes Falcon's way. Skeeter very happy about that experience. He'll get to go to base and come back now.
Yeah, with the boots pick up, he'll be back to base a little bit quicker, but it does mean that Falcons won't be able to min-max the advantage they got off of those kills. The Slardar able to play the lane solo for a little bit. Primal Roar. And trying to secure the power rune, don't get the power rune, so instead get the kill.
And no brain sap, no sleep for X-Nova there. Just gets taken down from the high ground. Secure the rune for XM, but how much can he do with the regen? Have to see. If I'm XG, I don't want to fall behind an economy again. I don't want to let these heroes become unkillable, which means getting some stacks up, making sure you're spending.
Amigo Chewy, vuelve! No soy Grover.
Potentially making some plays. Through the Negra, through the Bane settings,
Negra,
you do have this Bane sleep people into Requiem if you really want to play around that. And XM, he did really well in this mid lane. He's just laying into this tower. Another great D ward. They are controlling the vision around this area. See XG prioritizing it, and I don't think they're going to want to lose Wisdom Shrines this time around. I think that was a huge factor in that game too.
Absolutely,
you have to prioritize it a little bit here.
Yeah, Falcons are certainly not in a position to get aggressive in that regard. In fact, it's going to be Extreme who are going to get aggressive. Triple raise on an Ancient stack. That was the one point where I looked at Falcons saying, okay, they've got a little bit of net worth lead, but if they also have the stack advantage, that could really build up into something. But most of those stacks have just been robbed.
This was a really nice play. This is getting value out of that regen rune, right? Not normally a 6-minute power rune that you can use too aggressively. Here, beautiful usage of it. Go steal some stacks, slow down the Beastmaster, accelerate the SF, and he's still going to be full resources out of committing the raises. Puts XM in a very solid position. This is one of his signature heroes. I mean, people think of the XM sniper, but he's also been playing this Shadow Fiend for a long time.
Xingqiu gonna run into Snake King.
Otra vez a late game, no jodas. Chewy has vueltas caca de mierda.
That's good enough and make a run for it, but they should just be able to tail him. Nobody around to help him out. The Gyrocopter's not gonna join in on this.
¿Dónde está amigo Chewy? Por favor, no me hagas poner aranceles.
So it's not so simple as Maureen just running in for the roar.
Can't go in on XM there. He's way too strong. And you have to think about the saves that actually have too. If you're Maureen here, like you go in and roar a target, that target gets disrupted, that target gets slept. Your teamfight presence is going to be mitigated for a while, so he has to make sure his game is good. He's continuing to scale. Don't take too many bad early fights into the saves here.
Yeah, there are actually so many interactions here that Extreme have the answer to. Right?
El cielo está enladrillado. ¿Quién lo desenladrillará? El desenladrillador que lo desenladrillado. que lo desenladrillado. ¿Será?
Que se avisa con sus 20 con tu cable.
There is high potential for Extreme to be able to outplay Falcons, but are they going to be able to get there? As an early game does seem to favor Falcons for now.
Got some decent support levels, a lot of playmaking available. Their lineup does seem a little more straightforward to execute if it gets rolling. It's kind of the one upside for them, particularly if the gyro can join fights and have a higher impact before the Sven comes online. That could be a real point of contention.
Snaking, if you show here, it might be a triple raise in your future. Disruption, he's too far back. XM will not be able to catch that. They'll just make sure there's no deny here. Mid towers claimed by Extreme, and the SF, well, he's free to move around the map. He relied on X-Nova to get the sleep, but he doesn't. Oh, he does get in range.
He just got level 5, levels it up to 3 extra range.
And now it's going to be a stun into triple race, potentially. They let him get off the shield crash, though.
What was that?
And because of that shield, where was the stun from Ame?
That was just bizarre. I think there's a world you absolutely bring that Pangolier down. Shouldn't be hesitant to Requiem in there, but a little mis-execution from XG off a beautiful setup from X-Nova.
Very awkward. God Strength now being on cooldown, and a bit of the surprise spoiled Falcons. They'll bring numbers to this bottom lane push in Extreme. I think they're likely just to give this one away. XXS is having, you know, a fair time at the top lane. He's playing solo right now and chipping away at a tower, so there's really no need to risk fighting at bottom lane.
I thought the early portion of that lane was rough for XG, but they eventually kicked Skeeter out. Now he's the poorest core out of this lane phase. This gyro just found almost nothing in terms of fighting after we saw that double kill that Crit TP'd into.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any ancient stacks to fall back on when he does get the farm for it. Now there's still plenty of time before that comes to fruition, but
this is great for XXS. He was struggling, now he gets a free lane, and XM, another ancient stack going to the Shadow Fiend. This is one of the best Shadow Fiend starts we've seen.
Yeah, this is actually just disgusting. You have a mid-hero who wins his matchup so hard he takes the tower. That allows him to go into the triangle, and he's a stack clear. That just means he's going to be playing both sides of these triangles.
Very influential tower to lose early in this game, particularly with the mid-beast, who wants to protect those ancient stacks. Going to give a lot of freedom to XG here, and we are not seeing that same kind of run over from Falcons in that game too. You know, I think there were probably some concerns as Falcons just going to do a repeat of that game.
Yeah.
And just run it back all the way to an Aegis. And the answer seems to be no. They have run into a brick wall here. They will not find the same momentum. Doesn't mean they can't still build it if they start getting some good team fights going their way, but it's getting to the point where you're going to have these early fighting items on the side of XG, and as long as you protect this Shadow Fiend, he's kind of a beast in the fight. No one's challenging him. Especially you can't just all in war him because the saves are behind.
Yeah. There's certainly always going to be a massive difference in Falcons and their tempo, because so much of it, faster tempo is played around Maureen. If he's playing Primal Beast, he wants to run around, get kills. He's playing Beastmaster, he's going to play far more to neutrals, a slower game. He wants to get his Aghanim Scepter first before he risks too much, and we're seeing the impact of that. 12-minute, an Invis room. They do have the Sentry in place for this one. Can X-Nova get the right Nightmare? Oh, Mark got himself stuck. Can he get out of this? The shield crash is stuck, and now he's going to be Fiend's Grip. Just to make sure the Shadow Fiend gets away, X-Nova will die for it, but he sacrifices life to make sure his mid laner does not go down. That was the most farmed core in this game. And Falcons, they should have had that kill.
Not the place or time to get stuck on the Pangolier.
No.
Reset that mentality and try again later. That's a botch kill on the SF. Good bailout from X-Nova, though. I think he might have been able to bail him out even if...
Que rico sabor, gana Chuy, no haciendo ni mera.
He is so far, for him to go down, lose that presence on the map, that would be a huge blow to XG. That's why Falcons were prioritizing him.
Yeah, with this Kaya Yasha, he doesn't need a blink tagger to set up these Requiems, right? He's got X-Nova and he's got...
Ya regresó ese fantasmón.
Disruption are probably good enough for him to get off a Fiend's Grip or a Requiem of Souls that leads into a double or triple raise, and anybody's going to die to that.
The thing is, all that goes out the window if you just get gone on.
Yeah, absolutely. Which means Falcons can't afford to separate too much, which is maybe part of why Extreme has set up the draft the way they did, right? They have solo kill pickoff around the map. Falcons will have to play a little bit more cluttered than they were able to do in the past. They can't rely on just the tankiness of their heroes in this game.
Como saben, aposté a mi gato ron ron.
Disruption to stop the TP. They can give the kill to whoever they want. XXS will nab it. as he wants it. The faster, looks like Shard is the build-up for him next. So he wants to be the tanky one in this game.
I think that's the fastest they've ever taken snaking down in this entire series.
That's true, yeah. He's no longer on the Enchantress.
It's like,
gonna
this
do a lot for you.
This is how ganking a 5 is supposed to feel.
I love this. Look at the XXS is hiding his blink dagger. It's sitting on this courier, just hiding in the trees.
R con R, guitarra, R con R. Mira que rápido ruedan la rueda del ferrocarril.
I do wonder if it saw the courier at any point in time, or if it sees him.
That's a way better start for XG, though. Game even for them out of lanes, I feel like that's a slight victory for them.
Do you think that favors them draft-wise? Not as a team, but draft-wise, do you feel like this is a draft that as long as you come out even, you're actually favored? I think so.
I think for the mid game, yeah, because your Roche threat is so high with the Sardo, right?
Yes.
You get one core pick off, the thing's just going to insta-die. Meanwhile, Falcons
Toma
like,
un
yeah,
sol
nice
para
Roche.
tu desayuno, almuerzo y cena y no
I certainly wasn't expecting
jodas.
this. I've got free vision. And they're actually going to do it. They're going to run into crit. They're going to chase after this kill. But that means Roshan, it goes the way of Falcons.
What a snatch in this game. You'll gladly trade a support to take this away from this Sardar lineup.
Extreme had literally just gone for their, okay, we're strong enough to go for a smoke. Any sort of pick-off will lead to Roshan. They were ready for that move, but Falcons one step ahead of them and taken away a critical objective.
That was very clutch on the timing. They got the Beastmaster eggs, they go in the pit, they read the map, absolutely on point. And if you don't run interference there with the Ringmaster, there's a chance that smoke just goes into the pit and you just jump it when it pops, right?
Yeah.
4 minutes on the clock here for Malrine. You can now push a little more aggressively, have a lot more presence in the team fight, work towards with that BKB.
Turisteando como siempre.
For this gyro to recover. I mean, you're still looking at Skeeter as the poorest core here. Not a great sign on this hero, especially when he's up against so much debuff piercing damage in this game. You gotta wonder how easily he's gonna be able to join the fight, but he can absolutely recover very quickly here. Malrine gets some action going. XG on the hunt.
They're going to fight into Malrine, but Crit and Snaking are behind him here.
Yeah, it's
give him the heals, wait out the Demonic Purge, and the Escape Act is ready now that the Demonic Purge is gone. Not required, though. Extreme do not force anything. You see a few heroes, no reason to fight into this Aegis.
Yeah, that's not the target you want to go on with your single burst lineup. Hunt this Pango? Sure. Hunt this Gyro? Absolutely. They're eyeing him up. Look at X-Nova on the back. Can he get him off the haste, though?
Oh, he's so close, but a blink away. Out of range and now out of sight.
That was some sick positioning. That is not a move I think Amar expected. He doesn't have haste. He goes down there for sure. He just gets slept into Requiem.
Well, we haven't even mentioned the two carries too much in this game. Ame is certainly getting the better of the situation. 9,300 net worth on him. The Gyrocopter is struggling. Axe is cutting down.
Skitter ha sido last pick y estás último en neto, puta su madre, no me barbís.
Dude, the little river cliffs.
¿Dónde está Lichu, Guaquita, Presión, Guapú y Pecho? Estoy esperando para dar.
Just because they won't actually have it when the Tormentor spawns.
I mean, this was not an Aegis they take for their lineup. This is an Aegis you take away from XG.
Sure.
But it does mean you'll have to contest the faster Roshan cycle in this game.
Got the Nightmare on him. Team is teleporting in. And yeah, Falcons say that is not even close. Whoa! XXS, what was that? Bungled the stun there that should have gotten them the extra kill.
That was almost harder to miss than hit.
It really was. He had to walk away from his blink. Whoopsies.
Extra life for Falcons to play with here. I mean, it's still a good rebuttal from XG. You bring Ame into the fight, you just decimate the Pugna. Gotta feel good about that. This Sven is excavating the map right now.
He is so far ahead of this Gyrocopter right now.
I mean, just look at the levels, right? Level 15.5 on the Sven, level 12 on the Gyro. XG have the two highest level cores in this game, and it is the Sven and the Shadow Fiend. Those are good levels to have on these heroes.
Aura goes out, trying to blow up the Slardar, and they do manage to get
Los lobitos fueron baneados por menos de lo que hizo ese Slardar, carajo.
They know that God Strength is on cooldown. The Sven may be in this
Recién
area,
despierto, como van. Es la última
so good call
partida.
for Falcons. A pick off there, and pulls that net worth almost back to even.
I think XG didn't expect him to linger up here this much. They had 2 wards up on that top lane. In theory, a lot of information, but Falcons played to the left of it. They waited for a hero to show, and they want to take that tower down and occupy this part of the map because you are looking towards that 20-minute Tormentor. Another easy objective for XG to take if you want to take it first. Control this part of the map. Could set that fight up a lot easier, and we're still seeing Malrine just camp this area. He does not want to give this corner to XG while he has Aegis for another minute.
Xnova spotted by Malrine. They get, no, he's faster with it, gets off the Nightmare. Still though, the Nightmare is traded away, and Malrine does not have to roar to get the kill. He just casually runs him down. 40 seconds left on the Aegis, 20 seconds left on his roar.
Absolute Tormentor control here for Falcons. Playing the objectives well, giving up a little more farm to XG to do it, but they're okay making that trade if they can continue to slow down the Slardar's game progression.
I like this though. XM, he's reading the positioning of Falcons around the map and is trying to take objectives where he can as a result. If he can pull some heroes down here, then maybe that means Extreme get the better control of the Tormentor as it spawns.
You're also just trying to get as much XP off the map right now, because if you can get to the level 18 on your 2 cores that are really high level, level 3 Requiem, level 3 God Strength would go a long way, especially when you're amping a lot of this damage up.
That's true. I mean, he gets to BKB. Blink, BKB, Requiem. I don't know if Malrine can be fast enough to Primal Roar to stop it. And if he can't do it, nobody else can.
That's your only option when this guy goes in.
Ooh, amp damage. I mean, he had an Arcane Rune before. I was wondering if they were going to make a play with that. But as you said, he's just trying to farm up as quick as possible right now. Extreme, aiming for a later timing. I am surprised that they are not willing to play for Tormentor, but this will be Falcons.
I mean, Falcons did a tremendous job controlling this portion of the map, eliminating the vision. This was their Tormentor to take, and it's kind of a tough high ground to fight into against the Pangolier and the Beastmaster.
Got a little spotlight action, so we'll see 30% miss chance. I mean, when you have a bunch of physical damage and minus armor.
Yeah, very true. Could be influential here.
Missing a single hit could make you miss the kill. XXS and Amar.
No quiero nuevo héroe. Quiero Arcana de Invoker.
Neither certain of their position in that one. Never mind, indeed. BKB.
Joey, ¿a qué hora el sorteo para los drones?
Going to come to a clash. I feel like we're getting all the critical items for both sides.
It's got to be next Roche. And that's what these lineups are built to do.
Sure.
That will be where that team fight happens. And there is BKB done for XM. This is an insane pace for him. Amp damage still in the bottle.
They give them the Wisdom Shrine.
Te lo diré una vez, maldita timba, hablas eso y te baneo, chetumare.
And you're still looking at this Gyro, who's supposed to be your main carry, your main damage dealer in the fight that you can play around. He's just so far behind. And he can just die in 3 hits. If you gets amped into Sven damage or SF damage, you're gone. There's level 18 for XM. They want to smoke it up. Try and use something with the back end of this amp damage rune. Absolutely devastating if you can connect.
Double BKBs. XXS may not have his, but all they need for him is an initiation.
Chewbacca, arregla tu pantalla que acaba de aparecer 3X en medio transmisión.
That was some overkill, but they do get the Pugna for another time in this game. And another
Arcane Rune. Did he just get Arcane into amp damage into Arcane?
I believe he did. The SF dream right here.
That it really is. I mean, he's farming so fast that I feel like we're just coming down to, oh, he got his BKB, but maybe we wait for another item. As Aghanim Scepter is next up, and he's already has 1,400 gold saved up for it.
See when this Roche spawns. If it's a late Roche, he could absolutely have another item by then. Very concerning for Falcons.
No lo levanten, que si no llega la saladera. Thank you, bye.
They have kept the net worth even, though. Yes. And it may not be the Gyrocopter, but these other cores are pretty farmed. Beastmaster and the Pango.
It's about landing the ulso. Like, a lot of Falcons teamfight depends on getting a good roar without the save coming through and getting a good roll through from Amar.
Sol Grover, el que se cacha la yalaza, la puntea, la detona. Delante tuyo y no pasa ni mierda.
Realizes he doesn't have to roar to get the kill.
No me puedo concentrar viendo ese icono de Steam prende y apaga.
They are scaling here. They're confident.
Noticia de mañana: youtuber duerme en vivo y nunca despertó. Sus suscriptores lo velan en vivo.
What are you going to do as Falcons? What's the game
El presidente
plan?
primero.
BKB timing. You can roar one of these heroes. But the others are just going to run at you.
Your target should be XM. Roar this Shadow Fiend, bring him down with gyro.
Declaro hoy el segundo día del pan con chicharrón.
Disrupt some of the saves from coming through, right?
Yeah. You'll still have kiting mechanisms for the Sven, so you don't have to worry so much about him.
I mean, you have to worry about him. You got to pick your poison here. Yeah. There's a lot of physical damage dealers. Decrep might bail you out a little bit. Escape Act might bail you out. Depends when that demonic purge comes through. This ward is scouting mid, but they did not. They barely saw.
Examine on me.
See ya.
He is not playing games. He is not being coy. He just goes straight to the sport, takes the kill that he can't get out of it. Use the God strength for that.
Rico
for him, it is
es cobrar sabor, durmiendo maldito hambre.
Take in Extreme Gaming, we'll still have to play a 5-on-5 for control of the pit.
I think they would have just manned up for it there if it had spawned.
Certainly.
We'll have to wait another minute, but they will have God strength up for it when it spawns. So Falcons want to try and sneak that away a second time. They absolutely will contest it. And Skeeter just has to get BKB here and pray he can survive in the fights. Timely Decrep could bail him
Si no
out.
anunciar un evento hoy o algún héroe nuevo, por lo menos, declaro estado de emergencia a nivel nacional.
All those options go away. He's just on his own, and he does not have the armor to survive the physical. So that connection, pivotal for XG as you look towards this next Roche fight. And yeah, that SFAGs. It's coming real fast here.
Esta es
He's just out of control.
la final. Dime, don Nadie.
He's level 20.
Falcons put into a position where they're just going to have faith in the outplay capabilities. I mean, the funny part is they have saves on both sides.
Yo soy el único que le devolvió la estabilidad al país. Así que putas para todos.
You never know if that jump is actually good or if you're just going to be playing into the enemy's hands.
But that's where the Shadow Demon comes in. He's that balance breaker. Throw Demonic Purge on the target, you jump. Falcon saves don't do anything.
Yeah, but that also requires the Shadow Demon to play forward enough that, you know, maybe he just gets jumped by the Rolling Thunder hit and 100-0'd by Amar.
Definitely a possibility. It's Pango. He has Lotus done.
Chum,
Can go in
¿a qué hora? El sorteo para los brothers. Para los brothers. Para los brothers. Por favor.
He cannot go in too deep. The Lotus will buy him sometime against the grip, but it's not infinite, right? And if Nova's positioning is really good, then you get grip deep in enemy lines. You're going to really sacrifice your team's formation.
Yo les di vacunas, a cambio, ustedes me dieron el poto.
Level
Gracias.
20, Aghanim Scepter Shadow Fiend.
He's a monster. He's just a straight monster right now. You have to tag this guy in the fight.
I feel like we've been hyping up this Requiem for like 15 minutes. And it's just getting better and better, but when is Extreme finally going to pull the trigger on it?
I mean, this is at the point where you have the BKB on the starter. You have everything you need to fight. It puts you in a position you have to just force the Roche if Falcons don't want to give you that 5-on-5. If they want to buy time for Skeeter,
Chu,
you do it incredibly
por favor, revisa mi fantasy. ¿A qué hora el sorteo para los brothers? Soy inocente.
They got scouted on that again, I think.
Yep. These aggressive wards from Falcons.
They might still catch. Oh, if they find Amar.
It would be massive. Oh, that would have been the perfect pickup. Take away this big initiator. It could threaten the Bane and the Shadow Demon in these fights, but they do not break. Come so close to him, and instead they will just back up. They've cleared out the area. They know that Falcons isn't around. They think this will give them enough time to do the Roshan. We'll see if Falcons contest.
So XG, they kill the boars. They know Falcons are going to respond. They'd rather take the fight than get low in the pit.
Declaro esta de emergencia a nivel nacional, pero necesito que me den el po primero.
Seeing some heroes. The Rolling Thunder. Mar holds off on it.
X-Nova making some moves on the left. Going up blind, looking for an angle.
XXS.
Oh, he might just run into a bar.
Right up there, and they managed to find the Pango. The Pango's the one in trouble. He gets the roll up. He's Demonic Purge, so he has to Rolling Thunder now. XM goes to the Requiem. It doesn't get an easy kill. They chase after Snake King. They'll get that one, but they've blown a lot for this. Meanwhile, the Roar, they get used on the Sven, and the Sven's at half HP. He's got the BKB. What's he gonna do? Can he turn and fight? Oh, yeah, he can. He brings out Maureen. The Beats grip. He takes out Namor as well with XXS chasing down the gyrocopter. Fun Falcons down.
What a clutch turnaround from Ame. Help that BKB. Disruption buys him some time. And Falcons overextend trying to bring this king down. Extreme take a 6K lead. They'll put an Aegis on this Sven, and now they are cruising in this game. That is the one team fight they needed to break this one wide open. The damage is only going to pick up from here. And that Requiem
Eso está su madre. Vamos a CC.
Oh, yeah, it did not get a quick kill
Se
like
lo
we were
borra.
theorizing it could do. It pushes Snaking in a bad position, but yeah, most of Falcons dodged that damage.
Yeah, the damage was not effective. It was just a zoning tool. But Malri, he found his mark on this ward. Did a significant
Me
chunk
estoy
of Ame,
contigo.
but you can't finish him off.
Hasta
This is
el
the
fin.
gyro problem, right? Skeeter doesn't offer you enough physical burst because of the game.
Look at those crits, man. He got like 5 hits in and 3 crits. 1,600 damage apiece.
Yeah, sit back and relax. It's going to be a long series.
Oh, man.
I mean,
Por lo tanto, declaro estado de emergencia si no sale nuevo héroe.
You do not have the same punch. You do not have that same snowball momentum. And now you are stuck going into that mid-late game against a team that has rarely lost those types of games.
Lo que se pierde el tío Chupaca.
Rushing down the lanes.
Ven abuso de mí y lo goce, indicó que le gusta tu stream.
He was running into 3 of Extreme, though.
This beast has to do some heavy lifting here. It's still going to be time before Skeeter can deliver a punch equal to what this lineup's doing, which means you have to rely on the Beastmaster's damage. I mean, he did a significant amount of damage to Ame. If he has one more item there, you might just be able to bring him down. The save came out a little slow because no one was really looking at that part of the fight.
It says a lot that he feels like he has to go back for the Satanic rather than completing the Daedalus.
I mean, Satanic on this hero is also a lot of damage. You can stay alive, that means you get a second flak hit off, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the damage you're looking for, but you're never going to have the same burst punch as this XG lineup.
No, never. Extreme Gaming's second Tormentor of the game. And now we have a Demonic Cleanse on top of a Demonic Purge.
A little bit of extra sustain, why not? They found Snaking again, just been hounded.
Gets there on just the last half second, and that will help XXS complete his Aghanim Scepter. So he was
so tanky now.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, 4,000 HP. And you're just not even talking about the extra armor and regen he's gonna get.
Calla, Franco Roquetazo. Se te cae el jabontete. Te encanta la morcilla y tragasable de...
The status resistance on top of that, Ame hunting.
They have a scan on him. Ame, not worried about it. He says, this kill isn't even worth me chasing. You guys can have at it, though. X-Nova, Jin Q. They'll hunt down Crit on the sides of the map. Oh, they'll leave the kill to XM. So nice. Nice dodge. And it means that X-Nova will end up taking the kill with the poison.
Yeah, Ame, he doesn't have time for it. He's got better things to do here.
Yeah, he's got 2 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. Time to do some damage.
Take a tier 2, push towards your 25. And he is so far ahead of Skeeter on this gyro. It's not even funny. It's just not a fair fight.
No, it's not. He's almost got a 10,000 net worth lead on the opposing carry. It's ridiculous.
I mean, this was an important game for XG to strike back in, especially with this draft, because again, you're trying to answer the problem, which is Falcon saying, we banned all of XXS's heroes. We took out all his tempo makers, his jump stunners. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to pick?
Tamare, se cago mi fantasy.
Win a game with this? You might have to change up.
Por
You
fin.
can't target him as much. Zero has been pretty effective in this game so far. Just forcing awkward moves out of Falcons, especially around that Roshan pit, because of the threat on objectives it gives you. And now you're getting into the part where it's going to give you benefit for the scaling.
I would also point to the mid matchup, right? XM having this Shadow Fiend, this will do wonders for them in this matchup because most of Malrain's heroes are these melee mids. If he keeps on being abused by a Shadow Fiend that takes his tower so early and still continues to keep up by farming neutrals as well.
This was a beneficial Aegis period for XG. Ame still on the hunt, looking towards bottom lane. Once more, get him.
Yo ¡No! ¡Soy tu padre! ¡Soy inocente!
Gonna have to make a lot of moves like that, and Amar... Well, they'll get the roll up, now the Rolling Thunder, and the Lotus Orb, and the teleport away. He's good.
Chekawa se levanta a las 12, almuerza, y luego hace su siestita.
XXS. Didn't have the numbers for it yet.
¡No vuelve el desviador!
In the future. Quick gate top, look for the hero farming the other side of the map. XG just playing really aggressive right now. They just want to find anything. And another amp damage for XM, almost level 25 himself. Lincoln Sphere done. Can't even go in and roar this guy easily anymore.
It's just flat out a guaranteed ultimate. Oh boy, Falcons.
Yo.
Well, Satanic Stone back to the Daedalus for Skeeter. Stall, maybe. Skeeter gets to a point he can get a Divine Rapier after.
Para que te goces, para que te la roces.
That's nasty. Level 25 with a Swift Blink. The attacks are going to come real quick, and they're going to be doing well past 2,000 damage. You added some Corrosive Haze on there, a little bit more minus armor from the Shadow Fiend.
Despierta, Chu. Necesito tu sal para seguir farmeando.
There's a good blink out from ATF, not getting caught there.
Veneno de Nerub.
XG will go unrewarded for this move across the map. Closing in on that Shivas for the Beastmaster. In fact, they have it. So that's a huge item. Little armor mitigation here. There's all this minus armor from the Slardar SF. I just think this gyro build-up's awkward. Like, this is a game you must have wanted Butterfly in. And you just could never fit it in because you were too far behind. So you don't have evasion, you don't have bonus armor.
Tengo miedo del Sven.
It just feels like you're food unless the team bails you out.
XXS is hunting. He's not going to find anything. That's because Falcons are sitting 5 inside their base right now.
Declaro estado de emergencia nacional e internacional por no ver héroe nuevo.
Out or something, regain some map control. Do have a gem on Malrine, so if you move out with him, should be able to get some D-wards. See if he spots this ward up on that top lane. They all run past it, but it does not get scouted by the gem yet. Giving XG a lot of information to play off of. Another power rune for XM. Just been gobbling him up in the river.
I mean, at this point, Falcons, they can't really know this, but the side lanes are being heavily patrolled by Extreme, but it's just XM in the middle part of the map. When you're trying to rat like this, you don't usually want to go to the middle part of the map, but that might be their best opportunity to create an opening. Just they get the Shadow Fiend off the map, that gives them 60, 70 seconds to work with.
It's just not the logical jump. Like, you don't see this SF city mid and they say he's alone. Let's go just smoke and jump him, and it's going to work out. It does not feel comfortable to play this map right now, and this ward is still available top for XG, just scouting a lot out. Also a great ward for Falcons. Amar, he's like, I want to use this, guys.
Seeing XXS, I just can't see a world where they go on the Slardar, and it's good for them, and instead Amar's going to be the one jumped. A roll up and a Rolling Thunder. Away he goes, hits a bash, a little bit of damage, and blinks away. It's XM, actually now. XM's in trouble. There's a disruption saved though, and Ame right on the front line to bail out his Shadow Fiend. The hit's coming in. Malrine, how you can't survive. 28 damage, and more's coming for you. A good whip from Crit will keep them off of Skeeter's tail, but that damage had to put fear into Falcons. Snake King, he delays it. One tapped by Ame. That's what you're dealing with right now.
This is the definition of overwhelming damage. You don't have time to respond. You got the roar on the SF. As he went into you, kind of the best scenario.
Yeah,
but there's disruption to bail you out. That's the beauty of this lineup. The aggressive damage dealers can go in with confidence because there is no turnaround potential unless you check that back line. And Ame, he is just unleashed here.
Man's on fire.
Uy, ya regresa, es la final, oe.
He's fearless, man.
Refresher done for the Shadow Fiend. If you thought it was bad
Ese Ame me recuerda a mi Kenny cuando se come a su perro.
AC for the Slardar as well. I mean, the advantages just keep on piling up.
This game is starting to feel as out of reach as Game 2 was for XG.
Starting to. I mean, for me, it's felt that way for like a solid 10, 15 minutes. Just felt like Falcons were in this position where they couldn't actually play active. They couldn't go for kills. And Extreme were just building up this late game that it feels kind of unstoppable. This much physical damage, this much minus armor.
Need more late game survivability to punch through it. It comes down to the gyro. Like, can gyro take a jump in this game? So far, the answer's been no. He does finish up a
Fantasía conche su madre.
Daedalus here.
The banner down, and Ame starts going to work.
There's the gyro Daedalus. This is some damage for Falcons. I mean, this is a Hail Mary.
It is. They've got to somehow find the initiation, but if they're going to do it without snaking and without a mid lane of barracks. Trying to deal with a banner. Skater. Oh, man. No good. No buyback available. Requiem just for the fun, just for the hell of it. He's got another one. Why not?
No God Strength, no problem. Just blinks on plays for the attack speed, daring Amara to jump in.
Ese pugna es unidas de armas.
Go through another Lincoln, so you don't have a roar to do so. XM jumps, hits the back line with the Requiem, runs down crit. Full heal, back up, and this is completely dumpstered. Extreme Gaming. You thought that was good in game 2. You thought Falcons, they had the advantage.
No goza mi fantasía.
That they made a statement. Will Extreme come right back and make a statement of their own?
And you have to wonder what is going through that man's mind right there, Ame. He is now one game away from a title that he has sought for so long, and he has been here 2 times before, right on the precipice.
The back and forth between China and the international teams lasted for 7 years. It's been 7 years since Ame was at that TI8 final. And once again, he is just one game away.
Hippie, hippie, hippie. This team has momentum. I cannot tell you how difficult the road has been to think of what they did yesterday. They had to play another series today. The quick turnaround, going into a BO5 against a very tough team.
Nunca dudes de mi duda. Vamos, mi jaladito.
I'm sure they are tired, but this is a time to push through it and claim that Aegis, because you may never get another chance.
One more game. Can they do it in game 4? Let's head back to the panel.
Oh, match point for Extreme. It's really getting hot now here in the Barclays Arena. They are so close. Of course, Falcons will have another shot of pushing to that next game. But we're going to find out what they come up with in the next game. But first, we're going to break down this game, because it was a beauty. It was like a combination of both games.
Ese Sven de un cachetadón se suma.
Kind of like the discipline of the early game, right? You have to concede a little bit of the map, but then take it back when you can. And, you know, I think critically, Ame, right? He loses early defense, but he then just defensively farms. He just chills. He knows what he has to do. He identifies when and, you know, where to enter the game. And I feel like every time we see XG win a game, we're going to be overly praising both Xnova and JinQ on the supports, the SD, the base. How much work did the entire game to ensure that Falcons, anytime they want to enter a fight, Army's fully protected, enabling XM as well. The supports and XG are just...
Sigue jato mi peludo amigo.
Also, I would say it's very
XD.
surprising to me that Falcons decided to pick these supports into the SD. I feel like XG had a really good idea coming into this game. You take out the Chen and the Eng, you know that the Pugna is very likely to come out, so you take the SD already as the first pick, and also, you know, building on top SD, SF, Slardar, especially those 2 with this minus armor. This is not a combo we see too often, so in my opinion, Zhao 8, grand final stage, you bring it out, your boys play it so well, they must be feeling incredible right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, because these kinds of bursty combos make it so hard to play these save supports, like Pugna or like Ringmaster. Like, you can't save anyone if you're instantly dead. You can't save anyone if they're instantly dead. But to me, this just goes back to the laning stage. In that first game, when they had good lanes, they were able to meet Falcons in a stalemate in that mid game instead of get run over, and eventually find a jump with their superior team fight, with their superior net worth on their carry, take the win. In that game too, they lose the lanes. The map just becomes completely out of control. For XG, to win this in the next game, just stabilize the lanes. it worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, but also I think Malrine, he's been a talking point in all 3 games now, right? In game 1, shut out on the Ember Spirit. Game 2, MVP on the Primal Beast. Coming into game 3, he's
Despierta Chu y ya está el nuevo héroe.
I think Falcons, they need to identify Malrine. He needs to play into the map, break open the game. When he's farming or shut out, Falcons look to struggle, and it gives so much time for XG to come online.
I would say he farmed back.
Puse como ganador a Extreme y si gana 7 predicciones buenas, si gano Arcana y Tesoro Inmortal.
On campus those first 10 minutes, played the lane incredibly well, got the rune control, stole stacks, went to that top lane, kind of did the reverse Malrine in terms of taking enemy farm and taking the enemy safe lane tower.
It's just good. I mean, sorry, snaking, but it is good to see that he's also 1-9 in this game, right?
He's human.
Yeah, he's human. Like the way he was playing the Enchantress, it was like he's untouchable, literally. It's like, how do you stop this guy? He's played Pugna, he's doing the same thing, but when he goes to that tower, when he goes to the jungle, when he's trying to be that cheeky little devil that, you know, wins him a TI, he's getting shut out this time. Like they're stopping snaking from thriving in this finals.
Yeah, and to me also like stand out, you have Jinkyu, he does it so well on this pick, but I will say Falcons, in my opinion, they played into this pick quite a little bit.
It does feel that way. And maybe they're so used to their snowball strat that they don't care too much about counters. I mean, you look at that draft and you think, okay, if they get their lead, they're going to do what they always do, regardless of, you know, Shadow Demon purging, the escape back purging, Decrypify, regardless of Sven's burst. They thought that they would get the lead, but it just didn't happen this time.
Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about those supports because the supports obviously is what makes cores do really good, and in this game in particular, XM was doing really good, Effie.
Yes, I just wanted to point out here how well Xnova and XM played together at the start. So here, they're doing a rune secure. XM gets the regen on the side, but the key here is that Malrine actually roars him, which then enables XM on the SF, because he knows roar is off cooldown, to walk into Malrine's triangle and take his stacks. XM taking Malrine's stacks here is what really slowed him down. It's what caused him to farm backwards, as T mentioned. Like, you take this away from Malrine, and that's like 1/2 of the combo to beat him up. Afterwards, they do a smoke top, and they're gonna take that safe lane tower away from the enemy gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this is really important for the Falcons draft. Like we've talked about, they care more about what they get themselves.
Que se callen esas cacheras y que digan cuál es el nuevo héroe.
But if this is what my team needs from me, if this is what we want the tempo, we want to do this. Because if you fall flat or you go even and XM made this happen in the game, it is an incredibly hard carry to carry, or even, you know, carry to minus armor strat matchup. I would not want to be in his shoes.
Just look how proactive though. In all these clips, is XG leading the charge, going first, right? The supports, like Effie mentioned, they're the ones diving behind the tower, enabling XM. Then because they've enabled XM, he can then go top. Like all of these things compound.
Estoy ganado puntos del fantasy como loco.
Into the game. Like we mentioned, they need items. You play early game like that, the items are going to be coming to you very quickly.
Yeah, and then everything is set up perfectly for the carry Ame to come in and just steal the show.
Yeah, just like that. And I wanted to do a head-to-head between the Sven and the Gyrocopter, right? Because picking Gyro into Slardar, into Sven, right? Big counters to your hero, bursting you, forcing you to go butterfly. You're expecting there to be some aggression or some logic behind it, right? His lane was good, but when you look at the 18-minute mark in the game, he hasn't really entered the game with that big damage or anything like that. Like, sure, Gyrocopter can be a greedy carry, but he also can play the twin gate. He can actively go towards the early tier 1 towers with the cooldown and enable his team. Maybe play with the Pangleer, but he didn't do that at all, right? He took bot tower and then just farmed. And then in a farm battle, I just don't think Gyro is the correct carry to win a farm battle against the likes of Ame, because look at the net worth difference. It was, you know, night and day.
I mean, it's also like if you look at Gyro thrives off of aggression, doing stuff on the map, going through the gate, killing some heroes, but he had 3k hero damage at minute 20. That's not what you want to have. This is not how Gyro wins games. And as he said, the farm battle against Sven, yeah, you're going to take the L there too.
Yeah, and we now mostly shown skirmishes, because to be fair, it was mostly skirmishes until the Roche fight, Kezu.
Yeah, because this is, in my mind, one of the things that XG also do the best. Like, they bait you in, they like make you, you know, like really whittle around how you're going to make happen.
Campeón, te voy a poner en la comida
start on XXS and XM2, because the Requiem, maybe it looks a bit weird, but you have to imagine this fear right now. It pushes everyone back. Now, let's let the fight play out, because Malrine, he actually roars up Ame here. And Ame only lives with, what, like 40% HP? Disruption, he gets saved, he turns it around. But without these other things beforehand, XXS going in to cause chaos, XM with the Requiem to fear people away. Ame would not live with 200 HP here and whack everyone into the ground. He would be dying. But instead, positioning, spell casting, he gets to turn it around. Team fight over. Amar wants to quit. Free Roche.
the positioning there from XG, they have the high ground, right? They're big time chilling.
Ya no lo molesten. El Dota está desapareciendo. Necesitamos sangre nueva.
We don't even know where Bane and SD are, and
En mi gobierno prometo pedir un megapréstamo para dar bonos a los peruanos y prometo viva el populismo.
Chuy. Tajato.
Previous time they had a tough game. They did come back swinging. We're going to see if they can do that too soon. But first, we are going to check out what Slacks is up to in the crowd.
Aunque no gané a más, soy feliz. Sigo no malcriado.
We are back in the crowd once more. Crowd, we still awake after that? All right. They're still here. But a somber tone here as we have a lot of Falcons fans. But don't worry, my friends in Falcons who are sitting right behind the stage right now listening to this piece, because I will find some fans to cheer you up and get you motivated.
Despierta, mi querido Philip.
Dude, I saw a TI5.
Dios, qué bonita es Are.
It's not easy to win in the TI finals. This is not motivating. You don't say it's not easy to. We're supposed to be motivated. You can do it. Let's get some noise. All right. I need to find a new Falcons fan. Give us something. Come on, they're listening.
Este maestro de ceremonias ya me tiene hasta la madre.
They got the good ones, but they got. It's not easy. You do not need your fights. They don't need a fight. They need hype. You're not the coach. This guy won 2 TIs. All right, I'm moving on. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Falcons fans. Anyone a Falcon fan here? Oh, okay. He's standing up. This is an official broadcast.
Qué bonita, Chiver. Qué pena que tenga cáncer.
Okay, Snaking, love your zoo, love your healing, amazing. Skitter, please, no nature.
Si este bajo de peso tú también puedes, Chuy, querer es poder.
You need to give them motivation to win.
Okay, you guys got the experience. You're amazing, amazing draft, good team fights. You guys got this.
Okay, that I will accept. Thank you very much, my friend. You're a Falcons fan as well. Thank you.
Que le mintió a ese pelado que es entretenido.
You were the only one. I appreciate you back there. All right, advice, please hype these guys up. They need it.
First of all, go Falcons!
Cervecita fresca.
Great start. That's what I'm talking about.
Quien llama a la máscara para que venga de maestro de ceremonia.
You are losing me. You did. Okay, please.
Lluvia.
We need one touch. We need Amar's positive mental attitude. So do some out chat, hit enemy in the morale, and win the fucking game.
Okay, I like that. Like Goku in the Dragon Balls, we need to put together all of our positive energy and send it to Amar so that he can factory that up and turn it into toxicity. That is a good idea. How about you? You said you were a Falcons fan, correct?
Yes, yeah, of course.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance that Falcons has, and this is the last chance this crowd has to not cringe, all right? This is all on you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your name?
Yeah. I think they should pick heroes for Malin. He need to play a game, and I believe in him. He can do this. And
Uy, puedes castear esta. Que puede ser la última partida o seguirás jateando.
Donde estás traductor no entiendo nada, Chihuahua.
Ae, a mano.
Ya suelta el nuevo héroe, pelón de la gran patada. Deja de hacer tonterías que no da gracia.
Please, I'm going to do something I never do. I trust you. I'm going to give you the mic. But if you betray me, I will snatch that mic out of your hand so fast.
Si sale héroe, lo despierto.
They are listening right there. Aoi 2000, I saw him. He's in tears. He doesn't know what to do. This is up to you. Take it away.
Thanks. Guys, can I hear
Llamen a Chihuahua esta en Discord.
You can do it, guys. I believe in you.
Chuy, ¿desde cuándo te volviste tan botado?
Estos pelones se reproducen como en mi tierra. Y el héroe pa' cuando...
That was a good speech, that is for sure. Let's see
Es
if
esa
Falcons
cachuda.
indeed will strike back and push us to a 5th game of this Grand Finals. Now, with this in mind, we did see them come back after that first game. Effie, what did they need to do this time around? Because last time when they came back from game, we saw them setting a high tempo and crushing those lanes. And we now know that for Extreme, all they need to do is stabilize the lanes. How's Falcons going to stop that?
Sé verme como tu cara.
In that last game, right? But then they used their overall last pick to pick Gyro into Sven. Maybe a little bit more respect towards Extreme Gaming.
Tui F se está calateando, despierta mierda XD.
Regardless of how that early game goes. You know, some security.
I think there's a couple things you could do depending also on the pick.
Ya suelta el nuevo héroe. O el pelón de la gran patada. Mira, deja de hacer tonterías.
Falcons a little bit more to make a switch up. Another hero I'm looking at, Sven has won, I believe, now 2 out of the 3 games. Has looked
Tui,
incredibly strong.
despierta
So
Chetumarri.
try to keep it simple, and the worst thing they could do right now
Oh,
is
ya salió la
but
Sire.
luckily for them, you know, they have AOI. He's been here before.
Una
Just gotta make sure that
calata.
they're, you know, chill and in the right zone. Because just go in. We gotta
Oh, cacas. No se pasen de paz.
For a Mars hero, like get that surprise factor in, because again, saving second pick to give to Skeeter in a losing matchup, that wasn't the correct choice, but I'm sure they've identified that.
I would imagine so. We did hear AY on stage just before the game started that they chose and opted for a second pick because we did have the same pick order 3 games in a row, which is kind of unusual, but it felt
Así
that
te
way
parabas
because
durmiendo
Falcons
en la
identified
Claro
that
Aminces
Gaming
House.
had a lot of success as second pick, and they wanted to take that away, Tiga.
Las dos placas del panel están más ricas. Me como la caca de las dos.
Right, want to change up the pace because I think Zhao shown, that the bans are really good now, right? The Chen, Monkey, Ench ban when XG are first pick feels like they've not broken Falcons, but it simplifies the draft for XG where they aren't under that pressure. Knowing that you aren't going to have this issue of the little honest zoo running at you, I think is a really critical thing. But to highlight the 3 drafts that we've seen so far, I've said it before, but I think Maureen needs to be very aggressive, right? Ember is a hero that can be aggressive, but will shut down.
Chuy, despierta, bebé.
The jungle, has his stats contested, but naturally...
Qué asco ese especial que habla.
So I'm hoping for...
¿Dónde está mi camotito hermoso?
Explore the map, play into the game, because
Despierta, mi querido topo chino.
Yeah, and it's also like their supports are so important for them on Falcons. Like you have snaking, you have crit.
Uy, listo, ya nomás puede regresar a streamear.
Like force Extreme to also ban your heroes. You want to get.
Gustaría que gane Skeeter, pero por otro lado quisiera que pierda a Mar, que ganen los chinos no más.
Do something new for you because skill-wise these teams are very evenly matched.
Mi Guasaberto ya dijo que apueste todas mis llamas a los chinos a ojos cerrados.
Teams generally do not play a lot of best of 5, so the meta evolvement that we're seeing within this series, it is extra important and extra interesting to look at as well. And I will say that when it does come to experience in Grand Finals, now we do know the experience of Grand Finals at TI, but this year in particular, Falcons has had quite a few Grand Finals.
Nuevo héroe.
Extreme Gaming has not sat in a Grand Final this entire season, team.
It's still why it's so shocking that when we, I mean, maybe not shocking, but that's why, you know,
Vamos, sin cuello, tú puedes marrano.
as a favorite, right? I think you look at the predictions, no one
Ante
predicted
todo,
them
muy
to be
buenas
for
tardes.
a
Primero la educación
Not
gas.
their year at all, but when they turn up to TI, they surprise everyone.
And it's like I'm just trying
Chuaquita,
to pay attention to
bésame.
players to try to read a bit between the lines.
Yeah.
I think, and I know also because I've been around Aoi before, he's very good in these type of moments. He knows what he has to say. He knows what needs to happen because the thing is, if you don't get your hands on the first pick that you want, you need to be aware for every scenario. Like if we change up to do this, you already know that Extreme Zhao, he's talking about and thinking about what are they going to change? How are we going to be ready for those
Los
scenarios?
chinos ya comieron murciélago para recuperar sus fuerzas.
Each of these teams have adjusted very well and shown that they adjust quickly.
¿De cuánto es el premio? 10 millones mínimo como en el LoL.
Support duo, you know, an aggressive pair, and what ended up happening was in the second game that Primal Beast ran them over. What did they do in the game 3? They got 2 enabling save type of support duos, one with a BKB piercing disable, anti-Primal Beast heroes, anti-Sand King heroes. These heroes, Bane plus Shadow Demon, they stop the way that Malreen's hero pool wants to play that first 15 minutes.
We also do know that Malreen has a massive hero pool, though. He doesn't have to stick in the trends that he has been playing.
Tuvo 2 millones XD.
Surely his arsenal, Kezu, is larger than that.
No, absolutely, but I think it's a very good and very fair point because I was looking at the SD more.
Chugo me pica la cola que procede, papu.
He's gonna pick Pugna, you're gonna be very good against it. But when we think about the other heroes that Falcons like to play and have shown us, Primal Beast is definitely up there. You had SD Bane against this, makes it very hard. But it's not
El
just that
premio es el valor de la
does not
amistad.
enjoy Bane at all. It is one of like the worst support matchups. So this is absolute something else to take into account. So for
Ante todo, muy buenas tardes. Primero la educación Gainichan. Si gana Extreme, entrego el marrón. Huaca, que le vas a streamer, por favor, regresa para que lo sales. Gracias, su huevito.
And that's going to be the pressure, though, right? Going into game 4, XG being one win away from securing their Aegis, finally for Arme. These are the questions that I think between ATF and AOE, they're going to have to try and find common ground on, right? AOE has been saying that ATF has got a lot more maturity.
Aposté todo al Team COVID-19. Ame, tengo fe.
Right? Like, you cannot allow the previous game, him reclining the chair, like that cannot bleed into this next draft, because one mistake, it will be punished.
So how much do we feel like Falcons is going to change things up in that?
Chuy, sé que me escuchas en tus sueños. Imagina que se acerca el Maquita Calatito. Sí, Chuy, disfrútalo, sí.
Esto ya se está descontrolando, por favor. Ven, Chuy, salganos.
The same thing could happen here, but more respectful of the individual matchups inside of the game.
I mean, something else I can see too, because this is, we talk about this a lot. Marine is very important for this team. As of course,
Este chat está lleno de pajeros, tacaneros y alianzas que son lo mismo.
I think Effie made a very good point about last picking Skeeter. I don't think
Sai, ayer ganó Todoel, Go Crawford, Sarako Ise Coroni, Otto Godame.
Early on in the draft as well.
It's also that thing where you can kind of bait XG to go for the saving supports, and then Snaking just suddenly plays like a silencer or something, right? Like you can draft a way to take away the fight, but again, for Maureen, he's not getting access to his Sand Kings, his Shakers. Primal done really well in 2 games ago, but not really opted this time around.
And it is also like important to know that for like
Lo que no saben es que Chuy está más despierto viendo la final.
To win this game, I think that like the pick order, and not just that, but also like the mindset that you go into these games with, is like incredibly important, because of course the gameplay matters more than anything else, but it comes from your emotion, it comes from how you feel. Do you trust each other? Is there any disbelief? Do you feel like
Ese con kill es tremendo mostacero. 1 like y le hago algo Gainichan.
Even it means we should be having an even draft on our hands.
Ufa, esa madre, le meto todo mi chubaca acá.
Estás muteado, Chuy.
Chuy, mi amor, despierto o te despierto con un buen golo Gainichan.
Finals. Game 4.
I'll repeat myself, it's match point for Extreme Gaming, 1 game away from claiming the Aegis here in Hamburg. Let's see if they can get off to a good start with the draft here in this 4th game. We got Extreme this time on the Dire side, Falcons on the Radiant side, and it is, once more, Extreme Gaming with first pick, Falcons with overall last pick. And in terms of bans, so far, nothing changed.
Ellos ya están saliendo del closet, ya se está descontrolando todo. Por favor, Chuy, salvanos.
You know, the game, it begins outside of the game. They had choice.
Ya merras, dejen de bloquear a Chuhuaca, Dormilón, Chitumarri.
Falcons didn't change anything either, even with their last 2 bans.
Cuando acabe el evento, iré al water de Shiver con mi tupper. Qué rica.
It's the same draft as of yet, but that's where it really shows that both
Pero
one key hero change will change. Like the silencer, for example, I just mentioned.
Amigos, ando acá en el estadio, me calateo.
So maybe that could be an option later down the line, at least.
I mean, the only problem, because I like Silencer too, but the hero seems to have like fallen off for some people. I don't know exactly like what the reason is. Other 5s are perhaps stronger. There it is, right on cue, brother. Gets his Sand King.
So, of course, they opted for the Pangolin last game in the hope to find SD. This time around, it's Sand King, it's explosive damage. It's going to be good, but you have to respect disruption. You can fully break apart a Sand King's jump. So another way to find the SD would be quite nice.
Si papi queremos yo.
XG will be very happy to run back the same support duo of Bane plus Shadow Demon. It looks fine for them.
Fuentes confiables me informan por interno que el TI del 2027 será en Perú.
CTM ya se viene el 2-2. Then versus a Beastmaster and go into a triangle contest stacks.
There's also something interesting, like there's a high chance that Falcons, like the reason why they perhaps would not want to go for Pangoli here is that they feel like they just cannot squeeze in a Bane ban. Like they're not allowed to. In the first phase you can't. In the second phase they only have one, so it's like, okay, maybe we want to play this hero, but it's honestly too annoying against what XG are gonna propose to us.
And also, the game is very open, right, with Sand King. From the mid lane, you take stacks, you get blink daggers.
Ya llegué al que esperaban, hermanitos lindos. Los mecenos. Chewie, revisa mi fantasy. Soy Grover.
You know, hammer home that aggression on the side lanes.
But that's where it matters, right?
sale
Then they
beso
want
de
to give them a
tres.
favorable matchup versus a Sand King so that they can just leave Mallory alone.
Estos
They don't
son
wanna have to input
los
more
7
resources into
paisanos más marrones
we
del
got the
chat
Pango banned
número
out. It
1.
took a little while to think about it. It was, of course, the first change for Extreme Gaming, who banned out the Sand King in the second phase the last time around. Now they ban out the Pango that Falcons went for instead of the Sand King in that previous game. At this point, it was Falcons removing the Ursa, but
Ya llegué al que esperaban, hermanitos lindos, llanos. Tails, Chewie.
Ban the Pangolin, right? They know what the hero can do against their playstyle, and then Falcons.
Ante todo, muy buenas tardes,
Did they
Gauni-chan.
ban on the Bane? Yes, they did in the end. They know how much X-Nova is doing on it, but with the Leshrac pickup, oh, this is just damage.
This is very, very strong. Like, Lesh alone, already we've talked about it so many times. XM Lesh is an absolute menace. You have an SD that's gonna buff him up, maybe give him even more HP. You have a
Hoy sube, despierta ya, te toca atender la bodeguita, tengo que ir donde mi palomita.
Falcons, you have to answer these heroes.
By the way, that was Ahmad's sister in the crowd just now, and she looks so nervous for him, but he doesn't seem that nervous.
I mean, you kind of have to be nervous. Like, even like I'm nervous watching them.
Chewie, chetumare. Besame.
The Lesh and the ET, we've seen Purge segments on it. Very, very strong combination.
So how are you going to break it if you're Falcons?
No, I think Falcons are pretty happy to get their Sand King plus their Hoodwink anyway. They win almost every game on this duo of heroes. They just need to make sure that they're targeting this Shadow Demon first. In the last game with the SD plus Bane, you couldn't go on one support because the other would save them.
Ojalá que sea el titán de X Nova.
Focus your attention as a Sand King on the Shadow Demon, just burst him with that sharpshooter. You're doing fine.
You also need to make sure Falcons have ways to...
¿Quién es esa flaquita del público que paran enfocando? Le paso la lengua por el marrón.
Where with the snowball saves, it can do so much work. And I'll be interested to know, will Tusk actually maybe even go for the drinking buddies just to get the repositioning to save heroes? We don't see it often, but again, Arme running back to Sven to punish the gyro.
Yeah, his Sven is so damn good. Like, okay, so Falcons make the switch up where you get the Tusk with the gyro.
Puro marrón, hablando huevadas.
It wasn't good enough. SD, he can suffer in lane, so you pick the more aggressive support. Okay, like I can definitely get behind this. The problem is, Sven has looked incredible, and Gyro doesn't really man-fight you. Even if you get jumped, we have a similar situation. You might get disruption, you're gonna pop your BKB, you turn around, you slam your sword, and you're very likely to kill a couple of heroes.
Falcons need to make sure that their aggression is directed to breaking Leshrac to then go find the Sven. What happened in the last game was they were so busy reacting to all the aggression.
Si quieres yo te paso la lengua por tu marronga, Oni-chan.
So Falcons, they have the tools to take the fight.
Ya le dejaron sacar sus veins. Esto se acabó, hermanitos lindos.
Falcons away from what Arme is doing in the jungle.
Chuaca calato. Sabor.
Uber HC y Svenov y los chinos la aseguran.
They're just banning all of his stun heroes on XXS. They don't want to give him an easy blink initiator. Like, outside of his Centaur, plus his Shaker, plus his Mars, he's been playing Slardar and Axe. Axe still exists, but a lot less popular. If you're playing Axe into Leshrac, that's really tough.
But Gyrocopter doesn't really break the lanes of an offlaner, so then Dawnbreaker, a hero that we kind of lost favor in, could come back here. You have the Solar Guardian, if Arme jumps in and Leshrac jumps in, now you have a core enabling the other two, rather than always relying on the supports.
Si sacan techis, me calateo frente a Shiver.
So I like the fact that a core could maybe take over the defensive capabilities in amping up the fight.
I'm with you on that point. The issue is, Extreme Gaming looked so good last game because they had like that short cooldown blink initiation from XXS.
Yep.
You go for Dawnbreaker, suddenly you're playing on longer cooldowns. You don't have that.
Ante todo, muy buenas tardes. Primero la educación.
I mean, I'd love to see a Batrider, but the lane into Tusk.
Eso veo que ya gana Extreme y le deje que Arme me saque la lenteja Gauni.
I mean, one of the reasons why I like it is that
Esa flaca del público creo que es flaca de amar.
And actually, I take it back, it can be played
Después
because of the
peruanos
challenge.
sin
When
control.
the Tusjari want to go aggressive, you get one disrupt on either of those heroes, you're going to survive and reset the lane. So because of Shadow Demon, I actually think, yeah, maybe the Batrider is playable.
I mean, other than that, the more likely archetype of what they're aiming for most often is like the strength guy. It's gonna give you team fight, goes in first. The thing is that like 8 to 9 of those heroes have been taken out.
La chica es su hermana.
Yeah, I would maybe like.
Al fin ganará mi gordito sin cuello. Me muero.
Yeah, it's very good with Sven, not gonna lie. Like if you get towards the later stage, it's really cool.
Oh, my guy's pointing. He forgot to ban it some years ago, but now he's taking it. He knows what he's doing.
He's got beef with this hero.
This is a grudge pick.
This is a grand finals hero if I've ever
Mi
seen
abuela
one.
siempre decía, cuidado cuando vayas a Japón, porque hay muchos chinos.
They didn't want to give him big cooldowns. They're going for the big plays here on the main stage.
I don't think they even played
Chucha que fue.
this TI, so yeah, to kind of bring that out in a potential tournament-winning game.
I mean, the pressure is on Amar. He is the one pressing the buttons. This is his pick, and I think he's got a lot of weight.
Hoy que Chuxa tienen para sacar Magnus aquí. Le van a cagar ese pick.
Enabling kind of puzzle piece to bring life to other heroes. You are not outscaling the Mag, the Sven, the Leshrat, the ET. You need someone else to step up.
Keep in mind that Sand Kings can still go offlane if they want to set up Malrine instead. It is still a flex pick, after all.
It's quite hard because you're playing into like BKB disable. Like even if you go like for some Quab or Sniper to like win the lane, like they suffer later.
Maybe, yeah, if the Sand King wants to go off,
Todo a Falcons.
at least have a hero that buys Blade Mail, can cushion the blow of the Leshrat. You keep running into the jungle. Amar then gets...
Oh, it's a bear though.
Oh.
It is the Ursa coming out, a hero that's been banned a lot.
Chuy, estoy bajo tu cama. Roncas feo.
Not a single soul in this entire arena would have ever gone, you know what? Amar in a potential losing game to a, you know, is picking offlane
Hoy
Ursa.
habrá celebración con buffet de perro, gato, ganso, cien pies y toda la jungla.
Norsa, Ursa, Ursa, Ursa.
Acabo de ver a Zumba entre el público Oni-chan.
Y se ocupa de Musier, Lagulis, jugó en contra de Stream Game.
So he's gonna do it to the carry again. I mean, they have to make something magical happen, like early game aggression. It is kind of the script. It looks horrendous and it's weird, but it can work.
Okay. I'll say, Amar has played some Ursa before. Back in 2023 when he played Carry or Nigma Galaxy. One game and he lost, but it doesn't matter. He has that one game.
Para mí que Shever es rosadita y F, esta medio cremita, qué rico causa.
If you can win the lane, sure, he likes to be chaotic.
Creo que su idea es amplificar el daño del Sven y con Ursa ya los cagaron XD.
Puede ser Giro Mid o Esque Mid.
Para que no sales, apúrate, merra. Ponte tu calzoncillo. ¿Qué decía me gana? Le entrego en el marrón para que me saque las lentejas. Gami-chan.
Buena Chuy, haciendo cast para sordos. Salúdame, Chuy.
Ese Mr. Robot es la cuenta secundaria de Chihuahua. No tengo pruebas, pero tampoco dudas.
Sven Magnus on main stage.
The timer started, yeah.
Oh, well, they need to do all these things, and they also need to beat the Ame Sven, which is a tricky one as well. Let's find out what's going to happen in this fourth game. We are maybe crowning a king after this one. It will definitely happen if it was up to this guy.
Te metes, mi querido ratón de Gebe.
We'll find out what the idea is right now. Game number 4 time, where things are getting interesting.
Ese Chuy finge. Está dormido para comentar con otra cuenta. ¡Habila estas!
Es grabadazo, feliz Navidad. Quiero lo probar.
Shadow Demon con Magnus es buen combo picante.
Whoa, strong strong words. And I also want to know about your offlaner. Magnus has a lot of history.
Mr. Robot es el alter ego de Chuaca Viejitos. Tranqui XD.
我们想问一下你们这边的3号位，你觉得 XXS 的
Que Susa hace un beats en el escenario. Así es ahora.
Sube si gana. Extreme chifa gratis en el Choi G. Confirma A.
Ya empezó la partida, y estos siguen en entrevista por la concha
Ante todo, muy buenas tardes. Primero la educación.
Extreme Gaming had the chance to exercise the demons of their history to right the wrongs of the
Vamos,
past.
Falcon, confiamos en ti. Deposito toda mi fe y mis tuyas en ti.
Let me carry.
Give me the bear. I'll show you how it's done from the off lane.
Tienen que hacer hora con las entrevistas, ya que no hay héroe nuevo o evento.
It was Falcon saying, how many more cards do you have up your sleeve? And Amar, he got backed into the corner.
Chewie está en su cama rascándose las chuibolas.
In the world, it is absolutely out from left field. He does have experience on the hero, but man, what a pick to bust out in an elimination game.
Ese dedo fue de mi medida,
Avery, I
Chubaquita.
trust you to give it to me straight.
Yeah.
The panel said it's possible. It's possible. Well, anything's possible in the world of Dota. Is this actually going to happen, or is this just cope? What good is the off-lane Ursa?
It's a hell of an Ursa game.
Okay, break it down for me.
I mean, it's a great Ursa game. You know, he has great core matchups. Not a lot of control against him. Demonic Purge is probably the one spell you're most annoyed by, but it does relieve a lot of that carry pressure that was on the gyro. And it just felt like that gyro pick was not going to get it done. We saw it suffer in the last game. Falcons felt like they needed more scale. They were not going to tempo this game out. This is the pick to do it. All eyes on Amar. How much did you learn during your brief stint as a carry?
How much did he learn? How much did Extreme learn? Taking the Magnus at match point.
Whew. This hero, man, it always comes back in a TI final. The playmaking is too good. The displacement is too valuable. The potential for the big plays in the team fight is always online. XXS is a Magnus master. I agree with Joey. It's a very underrated hero of his. We often forget about it, but man, it's only going to take a few good skewers in this game to break it. It's a terrifying hero to play against when there's everything on the line. And there's not really a good counter to it. If you look at the Falcons lineup, your best interrupt is if you can land one of these stuns, but you know, it's not that Rubik lift. It's not the insta-hex.
No, it's going to
¿Quién fue el gil que jodió la pantalla?
punch from snaking, I think is their best option. Or
Rellename mi plato, robot.
But if he has BKB mag, there's almost nothing stopping his game.
Then there's only blink punch. That feels nigh impossible.
I do like the Tusk pick, though. I think this is a hero that has worked really well for Falcons in the past. Both of their support players are absolute masters on it. It could have gone either way. And it's a hero that gives you that BKB pierce that I think they felt the pressure of lacking in that game 3. You know, when Ame goes in on this Sven and he is just threatening to chunk you down, what is the interrupt? What happens to stall his BKB duration out and be able to turn those fights around? Tusk is a hero that can give that to you.
Pero de amarte, Chuy.
It can do a lot here. Ursa can be a hard hero to jump. It's not as straightforward of a Sven game. That said, you always have the Magnus another just terrifying scaling lineup from XG.
O sea, por las huevas estoy para que no castee este cojudo.
Not want to fall behind against this lineup at all.
No, certainly not. Feels like a lot of pressure. Like, sure, a lot of attention on Amar doing this secondary carry and offlane Ursa. It doesn't just put a lot of weight on Maureen's shoulders. He has to take the burden of all the initiation and all of the early and mid game for Falcons.
Does have his Sand King to do it.
Rechazo los
the most explosive hero relative to the rest of the pack. He has really stood out on the Sand King here. He will get it in this pivotal game 4. And they went for it over that Beastmaster into the Shadow Demon, which I think was the right call.
Casteo yo, amigasos. Ursa farmeando en top, mientras el Giro está hueveando. Ah, ya me cansé.
To go in and stall up his presence in the middle of the team fight. He can still scale like a beast.
Burrow striking away, but XM still gets a good amount of Diabolic Edict damage on this Sand King. And it's going to be one of the struggles. Malrine won't be able to just exist inside of Sandstorm. He will be outdone by the damage over time from the Leshrac.
Que gane XG para mi última predicción, mi querido Team COVID-19.
Into the Sand King damage, sharpshooter on top. That's enough to take anybody out.
Disruption in the bottom lane, being run down by the gyrocopter. Shockwave trying to separate the two of them, but Shinkyu is slowed down by the blood grenade, and the first blood will be taken by Skeeter. In turn, he's skewered back into the tower, but XXS not enough to finish him off. And just now noticing that Snake King opted for drinking buddies over the tag team.
This is their combo with the gyro, right? Drinking buddies him up, let the flak cannon go to work. Really nice damage buff for this hero. They have really strong combinations in this game, plus an Ursa.
Prometo hacer un megapréstamo para acostumbrar a los peruanos a recibir bonos para que defiendan sus bonos con marchas.
No way. No. He's stuck inside the Sandstorm. There's no way he survives a blood grenade just in case they finish him off.
Nice pickup from Malrine, getting aggressive, had the level advantage, hit the level 6 first off some nice laning. Takes it straight to the Leshrac with a timely rotation from Crit. Probably called it over. And now Crit, he can go straight into the double stack with the Ancients, defend it against Nova, look back towards lane, and then look into that Wisdom Shrine. Very nice sequence for him. This Sand King is going to be fat. And this laning phase turning once more towards Falcons. This series has just been back and forth, both in the draft and in the first 10 minutes. It's been super pivotal for what Falcons want to do here with their lineups. They're winning this one across the board. Triple lane win for them. Gotta be happy about that.
And got some ancient stacks, and the fact that they got that kill at the time that they did, it meant the Leshrac wasn't there to contest for the Power Rune. The Power Rune means that Malrine can either very efficiently clear out these ancients, or he can hold on to it and make another move on that Leshrac.
You take Ancients, give the mid lane to the Hoodwink. XM's not going to be able to kick Crit out of your solo.
Gente, por favor, mantengamos la broma dentro del páramo permitido. No se excedan, si no serán suspendidos por un tiempo, calmémonos un poco. Gracias.
Especially when you have Tusk with early drinking buddies to back them up.
Qué rico.
These are cores for Falcons that are going to stand on these lanes, and they're going to stand on them for a long time. If you're XG, you're going to get forced into the jungle. You need to look towards the stacking efficiency here. It's going to be a defensive game from them.
¿Dónde está Chuy?
Everywhere you look, Falcons max efficiency. Malrine's going to join them here in the bottom lane. Goes after the Shadow.
Okay?
Burrow strike underneath the Sandstorm. He'll try and disrupt. He can't even get that much off. Malrine does too much damage. He didn't even drop any damage. He'll use it now to put pressure on this off-lane tower, knowing that the Magnus is not ready to contest.
It's super nice. Not normally a tower you want to prioritize early, but against the Magnus lineup, you open up both these ancient camps. Or both these side camps and the ancient camp. It's going to feel great.
Make a run for it, Crit. He slowed down a little bit. Amar challenging XM. With this early level 6, he can stand up to the damage of the Diabolic Edict. Crit, though, he tried to make his way, weave his way through those trees. Too many heroes from Extreme Gaming up here, though.
Just let Amar exist up here.
Chuaquita durmiendo, caratito rico.
Bring some numbers up here a couple times. Try and punish this offlane Ursa, but it's also not the best hero for you to play through if you're Falcons.
With that Enrage on cooldown, Extreme have to punish him. He comes forward to try and collect some CS. That is greedy.
Need another
Will
poison.
he pay the price for it? One more poison should do it. He managed to juke that one.
Can't juke this one.
Shinkyu, he gets a little bit.
Nadie sácame las lentejas acá o luchan.
Dodges the stomp. Now he dodged another poison.
4 heroes para matar una ardilla.
Extreme will go home empty-handed.
So much time wasted up here. So much God Strength time wasted. And Malrine just soaking it all up, putting more tower pressure. That tier 1 bottom fell. He's now putting damage into this tier 1 mid. This is not a lineup you would have expected to be taking tier 1s this fast in this game, but they're just forced.
Me confirman por interno que Shinkyu no se lavo la carita.
Skeeter TPing into mid with this gyro, wants to secure the objective.
Yeah, Malrine backed him up in taking the offlane tower, and Skeeter will return the favor to Malrine.
And XG, they're just stacking jungle. But this is a jungle that might go straight into the Sand King.
No, mi
predicción.
Ahorita saco mi Policía Nacional.
Imagine Falcons get in here right now. This is the recovery for XM. I mean, he's just trying to clear through this so it doesn't get stolen. He's just low mana.
Malrine so close to a Blink Dagger. Once he gets that. Xnova, I think he made the read there. Snake King taking down the tree for a more optimal ward, but probably gives a sign to Xnova to what's going on here.
They do clear through most of the stacks for the Lesh.
Gente, tengo mi metralleta cargada, así que pórtense bonito.
The Snake King already has Blink, 20 gold. Another deep ward place. This is all to set Malrine up around the map, let him control the plays. Every jump from this Sand King with support follow-up should be a kill. Battle Fury Ursa. I was wondering if we were going to see maybe some fighting build. You know, there used to be like diffuser builds
que fue con
nope, I'm just going to carry this game. Don't worry, Skeeter.
Le echaré manteca para que todo me resbale.
Exactly. It's just so Amar. XXS chased after. Missile and a snowball. And now the ultimate over the top. Double ultimates to secure the kill.
Beautiful connection there.
Me ponte a farmear, porfa. Necesito más puntos en mi fantasy.
Para no perder la racha. Puré caca, basura terrible. Imbécil.
This hero gives you everything as long as you can get it through the lane, and they did just that.
Similar play. Malrine has been hiding his Blink Dagger for about a minute here. Finally picks it up as Crit is ready to smoke him.
Aposté mi Rolex, por favor, ame. No me falles si no me vacarán nuevamente.
And they have an Ursa. Smoke. Smoke is coming. Two-man team looking for Ame up here.
Malrine, he knows.
They are going to go.
Crit had to go back to pick up Amar in this smoke, but Malrine, he's got the vision. And in Mame, there's no way out on this one. The kill will be taken by Crit. But it doesn't matter who takes the kill, who gets the bounty for that. The important part, shutting down Extreme Gaming's carry.
Gente, si tenga 84k de puntos, aún puedo tener mi arcana.
Do I need to rush the blink before I even go Helmet Dominator on this mag? I think he would have really liked to just get
Ursa off combate el Fury. No sabía que estaba jugando Don Nadie.
I agree with this.
Despierta, Chewie, desviador Ron. Ron, ya, levantate, humo, zorrón, Ron.
Against some of Falcon's aggression.
They're looking to do just that.
Le tienen odio a ese
with the fresh blink dagger.
Tagged him with the poison.
Hesitant to go.
It's just a fine position, guys.
They're gonna smoke instead. Look for a bigger target. They want to core off this.
Well, I'm not sure if they're gonna find one. Crit is in prime placement here to break that smoke. Extreme Gaming have actually just pinged on him. Shinkui's not even going to get in range.
Despierta, Chewie.
They miss out on that.
O te
and Amar is backing away. This
electrocuto.
Smoke entirely whiffed.
Awkward timing too, because your Magnus Blink just arrived. So you're trying to make a small play with this Lesh, but you do commit the
No se preocupen, ya estoy en un lugar mejor donde no hay abusos fuera de este mundo.
You just don't have much map control, and we saw the stacks being cleared through by the Sand King. And the stack differential in this game must be insane. How much that triangle was built up for the Sand King here. He gets an Arcane Rune on top of it.
Ese Sven no tiene daño, lo suponía.
Well, Malrine has already secured the early game for Falcon, so he can think about his own scale, which we've seen these Sand Kings. They just get stronger and stronger as the game goes through. This
Están focuseando al Sven porque después los va a cachar.
A lot of times, strongest period being that level 12, level 2 epicenter plus Aghanim Scepter. That's what he's working towards. Falcon's taking full advantage of the fact that they own a good 60 to 70% of the map. Playing behind Skeeter and playing for that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Extreme, if they want to be able to contest this, it's going to have to be XXS pulling out a sick play. He's got the distance. He can maybe pull them into that tier 2 tower area.
Got to scout with the ET Spirit here. Gain some sort of vision advantage. Scan lands, they know they're there.
Malrine, he blinks backwards. Skeeter, he's the one to play on the front lines. Gets a little vision. Spots XM. XM, he's in danger of being blown up right away, but holds the Gyrocopter. He's pulled back with there. CRB lands a 3-man. A skewer to finish finish off one, but the damage is not done yet. Maureen fighting underneath the sandstorm, and Ame behind the shards can't get to his allies.
He's blocked off.
He is blocked off, and now Falcons start making their retreat. Nova desperately with the stomp. He gets two. Ame, here comes the hammer. Maureen, he makes the bro strike away. Maureen's out. They'll try and get Snake King, but a shards to block him off again. Ame, he tried to show up for his team, but the path was blocked.
6 shards from Snake King there, salvaging that engagement. As Sven gets in there, you are all done.
And Amar is absolutely right. That was a 4 versus 5 fight. I wasn't sure. At first he was talking about the Sven, but no, he's talking about himself.
I was just about to say the same thing. That was a fight without the Ursa there. That's the fight you're supposed to win. You landed a massive RP. The only downside of that is just you run out of the Earth Split. He's trying to get him closer to Ame, but you ended up dodging the Earth Split.
Esa basura metió el repe cuando no estaba su carro y con su medio muerto.
I also think in that situation you cannot afford the Leshrac to be the one to jump first. He does the most damage, and he rushed a Blink Dagger. He is not tanky at all.
He just sacrificed himself on the front line to try and get the clump, which he did do. I don't think that's a terrible recipe for the team.
Porque no hizo arpi a la
He just
torre.
couldn't clean it up. And Amar laughing all the way to the bank. He just gets to free farm the whole time. Well done, team. He's learning what Skeeter feels like every game.
He kind of is. 5,000 net worth lead, 7-2 to the favor of Falcons.
El giro es el falso 9. En realidad, el verdadero carry es el Ursa, así como el verdadero presidente es el Congreso y Santibáñez.
Yeah, just existing in this part of the map is limiting Extreme's ability to farm. And soon he's going to have a Blink Dagger and be able to join his team if he chooses to do so.
XG as always, though, will keep farming. This team, pretty hard to force them behind unless you just completely route them off the map. They'll always find something. You have a lot of cleave mechanics to go to work, so got to keep Honey here with this Sand King. Keep putting Maureen's strength to use. Combine it with the supports. Look for the big key pickoffs. You lost some vision off of that fight. As usual, Xnova on point with the D-warding.
I like that Falcons went back to D-ward that high ground. Clearly in that team fight, Extreme Gaming played around a high ground ward. They take that off the map and just make it a little bit more claustrophobic for Extreme, who are currently huddled around each other in the mid lane.
For good reason.
Tranquilos, chicos. Los chinos ganarán en late. Les juro por la vacuna que le puse a mi Firulais.
But then what about the top lane? You can't just let a solo Ursa continue to bully you.
It's a nice Ursa game.
It's a nice Ursa game.
It's a very nice Ursa game. Not a lot in XG's lineup that wants to run at him for a very long time. And in fact, this is the flip side of that matchup we saw earlier, where it was the Ame Ursa against the Sven, right? He absolutely took it to Skeeter in that matchup. Falcons now reversing the script.
¿Cómo vamos? Ya ganaron los chinos.
They're going to forfeit Tormentors. I mean, if you're not playing anywhere close to the river, it just kind of guarantees that Ursa's going to be able to take all these objectives for Falcons. Extreme, are they just already ramping up for the high ground defense in late game?
No, you can't give up that much in this game. They almost died on this ward down here. Oh, they're going back in. I don't know if this is where you want to be right now.
Xnova sacrificing his life to get some information, and it will be his life, without a doubt.
Better him than a core.
That is true.
But you are continuing to give more momentum to the Sand King and make those objectives harder to contest whenever Amar feels the time has come.
How many more Helma Doms does Extreme need at this point to be able to rat the map?
Only have the one for now. We'll go a long way.
Amar and Maureen. Just checking out the top part of the map, seeing if anybody's here, anybody's farming up the Ancients. They are limiting control.
It feels like actually you want to make a move with Ame's Blink. I mean, you can fight if you bring the Sven into the play and he's part of your initiation, but it's a very risky move for Ame.
Yeah,
if that goes wrong, his game just gets thrown down the drain. And it's going to be an instant Roshan or whatever from this bear if that fight is a disaster.
Oh, certainly. Without a BKB, there's a lot of magic damage in these team fights from Falcons. Pretty much means that you have to get a sick initiation if you're extreme, if you are going to take this fight.
Especially with Ags done on the Sand King, Maureen's timing perfect here. Just as XG thinking about gearing up for a move, the counter punch arrives, and it's a big one.
Sé que oyes mis pensamientos, Chewbacca. 3, 2.
And Jinkyu and a Helmadom creep will die.
I think he was disrupting to send his illusions out to scout. They saw him on the ward.
Yeah.
It's a self-setup.
Uy, despierta, ¿o acaso no sabes que potito dormido es potito cogido?
Yeah, it wasn't going to really take much, that's for sure.
Now, the real question is who takes this Aegis? Carry 1 or carry 2?
It's time to determine who the true carry of Falcons is, and it's Amar.
He asserts dominance here. I think he is the better Aegis carrier.
You know what's funny? On the road to TI, I asked Amar, said, should I put you or Skeeter for my core in fantasy? And he said, if you get good stats for farm, take me. That's coming true. Man had a plan. Said Skeeter's going to be the one making space for me, and it's happening in this Game 4 of a TI Grand Finals.
I mean, space is one thing, but he's also top net worth on this gyro. Like, both these guys are getting a lot right now. And this Drinking Buddies Tusk is still likely going to go into the gyro. There's a lot of problems for XG to solve in this game. This is not the same gyrocopter trajectory we saw.
Lo cogió el verdadero Carriel Ursa. Qué fácil es engañar los pezuñen.
5-man smoke move from XG. This has to land. I mean, this is a massive committal. You're down.
Chewbacca despierta al toque para las antifijas.
It's going to be a long road to come back.
Oh my God. Skeeter, he's backed away. It's looking like they're not going to get, I mean, they can maybe, with the position, take the safe lane tower, but a safe lane tower at 21 minutes?
Doesn't feel great.
No, not at all. I did kind of like the timing of that. Was interesting. It was right as Wisdom Shrine was going to spawn at 21, which Maureen, he went for, so he was nowhere in the neighborhood as a result.
Quick smoke from Falcons. Now they're looking to punch back. Not a bad idea. Once this smoke play fails from XG, it's very likely they split up across the map to return to the farming patterns. They will just miss XXS on top of that hill.
Yeah, snaking, shoving them back. And on the other side,
Maureen
and Crit, the true threat is
Chewbacca.
here. The two-man power team.
No Chewbacca. Temblor Chewbacca. Sigue Chewbacca.
They've got the mag dead. He tries to skewer away, but he cannot
Vamos,
escape.
ven, aún te tengo fe. Solo no hagas 3, 2, carajo.
It slowed him down just enough, but even worse, it's XM snaking. Now he arrives back into the fight, gets the stun, up burrow strike to finish him off. 2 cores dead on the side of Extreme. The supports limp back to the base.
I mean, XM went in there, he finds Crit, but he pays a big price for sacrificing his positioning. No way you're fighting this bear with 2 lives.
Tranquilo, solo están ganando por 12K de diferencia.
Now too. He's a problem for the Sven. This pick has worked out beautifully. It's just dissuading Ame from joining.
Amar carreando como en sus tiempos de Oji.
Massively overfarmed right now. Maybe you take down one, but are you going to be able to take down both? It seems incredibly unlikely. Back to the Magnus pick, you're going to have to make some magic happen if you're XXS here. I mean, this has been a player that XG have gone back to time and time again in their run to this finals. And he has made the plays. And once more, it'll fall on his shoulders to find the skewers or find the RPs.
Ya fueron los chinos. Ese Ursa se los va a coger a cable pelado.
Hacen su número de Chewbacca. Yo lo llamo para levantarlo.
I think Extreme Gaming don't really have any other options but just playing defense. And that's not going to feel good against Falcons, who are not known to speed things up.
Aprende, Whisper, pecho frío. Ayer te desaparecí.
High ground defense, but I don't care how good your lineup is. You're down 30, 40K. It's not going to matter.
XXS, got to get something here. Snaking, he'll make it as costly as possible. Stormhammer dodge and he blinks away. Ame trying to get the cleave hit on him. Does not get the timing for it.
Ya me la lograron mi fantasía, ahora anularé el puerto de Chancay.
Take the amp damage, tries to catch him in the shards. XM does manage to sidestep that one though, so a tool to use for the next 2 minutes. An amp damage rune on a Leshrac. He just needs BKB. The sad thing is, he is still a ways away from that.
I mean, does BKB even help him that much? The bear gets on top of you if you get punched by the Tusk. A lot of physical damage in this lineup, particularly with that drinking bundies amping you up. You might get a taste of the bear right here. XM, that's not who you want to run into.
Amar hunting him down, got a bash. Not required, but Crit will lend a helping hand. Thanking Amar for the kill.
I mean, I think this is thanking him for the pick, because this is just working beautifully right now. XG do not have an answer to the offlane Ursa.
Si el Ursa saca cetro y octarino, imposible matarlo.
Avery, tell me, what's the answer? It's the enemy team drafting 2 carries.
I've been saying we should do this for years. I'm
Se
from
le
the
iba al
NVIDIA
Ursa,
Austin. We play
buena
with 3
cría.
carries. We were well ahead of the meta. I don't know why it hasn't been done before.
Is that what Extreme's gonna have to do if we go to a game 5?
It might be. I mean, you just have to escalate, right? If they pick 2 carries, you got to pick 3. If they pick 3, you got to start building Midases. It's the only way you can go. That is the inevitability of Dota. And right now, XG, they would be loving some catch-up gold here because the lead is just spiraling out of control, man. It feels like every minute this game goes on, that graph is accelerating.
Well, the upside for Extreme, if they ever do find a 4th kill in this game, they'll get a lot of comeback gold, as they are currently down 19,000 net worth.
Todo por culpa de estos terrucos. Ahora sacaré a mi sagrada Policía Nacional del Perú honórico y más.
Lo peor que a su HC, que le dejan todo el farm, está en cuarto lugar.
If you land some clutch stuns, clutch RP, clutch stomp on the Ursa when he's enraged, stuff like this, slow that fight down, let Ame
Me
go to
llega
work.
ese loco que se cree Dina Boluarte.
Output the DPS. You can bring anybody down.
Maybe he can kill
Hay olor a
before the
Chewbacca se
Satanic
viene.
allows him to heal up, because that is what Skeeter's going to have. If Ame has a Daedalus, Skeeter will have Satanic. And we aren't even going to talk about what Amar's going to be able to have. A level 20 Ursa with an Aghanim Scepter.
You have to kite somebody in this lineup. And it's likely the Ursa try and take down the Gyro. Like you said, if Skeeter gets to Satanic before this next Roche, which looks really likely here.
Como mierda el Hakari, como se ve. Está en cuarto lugar, no me jodas. Que tan bajos tienen que ser para comparar a un Ursa con Giles y a un Sven con casi nada C.
Yeah, and
Esta es la última partida o cuántas faltan.
for the Magnus, right? He can keep on. If you're going to push into them, it's actually just so obnoxious. Stomp
Lo
after
suponía,
stomp. If you
Dodoria.
ever do get hit by that stomp, you might be get skewered back to the base, and then demonic purge and everything else you said.
There's that punch interrupt. I mean, Snaking can always bail these situations out. He's having a really good game on this Tusk, so he got a very early blink in this game. He's going to be farmed. Looking for a Yules, that would be another interrupt. Of course, Magnus BKB prevents a couple of these shenanigans, but the punch can always land. There are the BKBs for XG. I mean, this is their best time to strike back, right? Triple BKB core timing, long durations on all of it. If you can try and land an RP, all in some of these heroes, yeah, Amar is strong.
Si gana Falcons queda uno, si gana Extreme ninguna.
Against seemingly insurmountable odds, Extreme Gaming, 5-man smoke, push out. If they get somehow a pick-off or a team fight that works for them, a fast Roshan could allow them to start changing the narrative of this game. Amar, though, he's fearless. He just jumped straight to XXS. Look at the damage he did. Both to XXS and Shin-Q, who was in the way of that Battle Fury cleave. And X-Nova is way out of position as his team got jumped. He hides away in the corner, gets a good ward down to contest Roshan, but he TP's back. But now Ame. Ame's spotted. He really doesn't want to have to use his BKB here.
Amar looking for another entry, has this deep ward on the lane. Ult is up, that's an Ags ult too, can't go on him first. They will get the D-ward though, valuable D-ward here.
Information might just be their greatest advantage between getting the D-ward and having their own wards up.
These 5-man smokes are just usually not the
Vamos, papito.
We're seeing XG all in their base again. When you're in this position, it's very tempting to just pop that and look for something, but it almost never works. And you're still closing in on this data list for Ame.
Vamos,
You really want that
chinitos
item to try and
lentos.
make this comeback possible.
You know, Avery, it's kind of fitting. I feel like there's been a lot of nostalgia at this TI, and I'm really feeling it looking at this kill score. 12-3, 29 minutes in. I feel like I'm back in like 2014 Dota.
It's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Be quite a different set of teams here if we were back that far. Some of the same players, though. Does take around 10 years to win a TI, unless you're Thompson.
Very few Royal Roaders in Dota's history, that's for sure. All right, Falcons are the ones to have the smoke. With Roshan at its almost max spawn point, just another minute for that. They know it's guaranteed. They know it's coming their way. It's going to be in this bottom pit, so they're going to clear out this area. Get some good vision down. Extreme.
Chewbacca ya sabía que serían 5 partidas. Se levantara para la última. Buena Chewie.
Just glimpses in that river around this bottom pit. Falcons, they don't want to reach too far with this smoke. Just clear the area out, secure the objective. Don't force a bad fight into all this turnaround potential. Yeah, you have an insane gold lead, but it can vanish in an instant. All this crazy scaling in AoE.
Gente, si tengo 84K de fantasy, estoy bien.
O ya fue. They'd have to just go for a Hail Mary 5-man smoke, and you've only got one more smoke left for time being on X Nova. So Extreme say, just play for farm. Get an Aghanim Scepter on XXS. Get that data list you were talking about on Ame. This Roshan will give them a solid 30 seconds, maybe even a full minute to get some
Ya pagó en stake. Se viene la 5K partida.
I think you gotta get something right here. Aegis onto the gyrocopter. This time around, Skeeter takes it. He will siege the high ground with that item.
The harder hero to get a good skewer back on, right?
100%.
La estrategia de Ame es morir para que Falcon se confíe en los últimos momentos.
Crit's gonna come through. That's an empowered Sven.
Combo 5.
20 as well. Does have the gunpowder gauntlet. Insane amount of burst damage coming out in those first few hits. Might just decide the fight.
Yes, he may be behind the gyrocopter and the Ursa in net worth, but the Empower adds so much. The Epicenter fine gets the Magnus, though. And there goes all the initiation. Ame is going to try and chase after them, but they're already out. They're up to the high ground, and you cannot go blind up there.
I mean, also the Magnus is your catch. He gets found first. Your chase potential or looking for anything else goes down the drain.
So God Strength used, 70-second cooldown. What is Falcons going to get done in this window?
Go high ground. At least threaten it. Look for some opportunities to
Ya fue
on the
esta
jump
partida.
from the Ursa while the gyro hits. No Magnus, you're
Malditos
not afraid of the
árabes.
skewer play. Drinking Buddies gives you the flak. No one can really approach here. An awkward glyph timing too. That was not the greatest.
No, with the wave not even there yet. An Octarine done for this Ursa. He's getting to that untouchable state where he gets to 25. He's jumping around with the Urshock all the time. He will just be perma-enraged.
Look for the skewer.
Got the skewer back. No save this time. Snaking trying to pull him back. Shockwave dilutes him a little bit deeper. XXS got to be careful though. The second carry almost dies to Amar, but the demonic purge is there from Shin-Q. Good responses from Extreme, but it simply doesn't feel like it's enough.
Gotta find ways to output damage, and that means waiting for God Strength to be back up. If Ame's available for that jump, there's turnaround, but he's still waiting on the cooldown. 2 seconds left for this ultimate. Gotta fish again, gotta find another skewer.
Skeeter getting closer and closer. Ame goes to challenge him, and he's pulled away a little bit by the Drinking Buddies. Now he pops the Satanic, and it's Ame's turn. Ame's low, corner HP. He needs to be able to hit something. It's finally going to be Snaking. Gets that kill.
Ya la Vivo 5.
With the Epicenter to slow him down. They take
En estos precisos momentos, los chinos sintieron el verdadero terror.
Two cores on Extreme, neither have buyback, and Falcons in a position to push us to Game 5. It is over. Extreme, call it early. They say that's fine. Touche. We'll see you in Game 5.
This series will go the distance. I don't even remember the last time we had a Game 5, other than those Spirit series going way back to those TIs.
Yeah, that was the last time. TI 10 was the last time we had it.
I mean, we've just had so many one-sided grand finals. I think everybody in this stadium is just thrilled to have a Game 5 between any two teams, let alone these two. That is going to be an intense single game of Dota with so much on the line, so much legacy, so many first-timers that would love to lift that Aegis.
A couple of two-timers in there, a three-timer potentially.
Don't forget about AUI looking for that third.
No, la puta madre. Se me sale el corazón, Chewy.
That this has actually gone to a game fight. This is the most
Ahora sí, Chewy, despierta.
Game 5 finals I have ever seen in my life.
La
It's
pipa pa'
completely
cuando
one-sided
era.
every single game, and I have no idea who's going to win.
It comes down to draft, it comes down to laning, and it comes down to those final few adjustments you can make as the clock strikes midnight.
Has there ever been a finals that has felt so draft dependent? It is just insane how one-sided these games are as a result of that draft, and that is why it is so crucial.
Se rinden
Take
con
as
che
much
su
time as
madre.
you can, figure out what strategy you need for this final game.
Chewy,
One of these teams is gonna
despierta,
be looking at this
despierta.
very soon. Let's head back to the panel to break down what we could be seeing.
Ahora los de Extreme se deben estar mojando los pantalones.
Oh, it's crunch time, all right, for the teams for sure.
Yo soy Grover, el que te escupe en la cara, te mete un tabazo, se cacha tu flaca y no pasa nada.
I mean, we did say that Falcons, they had a shot if they did it well in the lanes, and we were wondering if that Ursa was going to work. It worked out.
It worked out so well.
Fantasía no.
And just do the typical Falcons, farm the entire map, choke out the enemies. They made no mistakes, right? The issue would have been if they were going into that Magnus high ground too early, if they were playing into team fights maybe at the wrong timings, if they went to an incorrect side of the map. They just had so much discipline in this game on Falcons.
I mean, the confidence of Mar, right? Your final pick in the draft, you know that your carry gyrocopter isn't going to be able to outscale your opponent, and your offlane is getting banned out.
Te ganaste tu electrocutada para mantener tu chispa.
Plays it in pubs, I'll give him credit. He's using his knowledge of his
Rita
pubs
Shiver
that he
y
doesn't want to show
F,
his
que las dos me hagan
competitors.
caca en la boca al mismo
This is it.
tiempo,
I'm
como
afraid
cono
to
de helado.
combo break the Magnus, but who else would truly draft in this style to break away from all of your team's logic, your entire team's approach to this TI, and then you go,
Uy, por favor, que gane Extreme. Sino cometer una locura. Soy el verdadero Grover.
In a potential elimination game against XG, and then to dominate like this. He even said it himself, he's 45. He did nothing. His team did all the work.
I mean, I'm kind of shook, and I wouldn't be surprised if XG, at least during the game, or still right now, have like a little bit of this feeling going on. Offlane 24 pick Ursa. This doesn't exist. This is not real, but it just hit you and it destroyed you. Like, they win all their lanes, and I will say it's not just Amar and it's not just the Ursa pick, it's everyone. Malrine on his staple SK, he destroyed X and mid. They played so well in the early game, and they go for the thing that they do whenever they win. They go for all the lane winning stuff. They take the tier 1s, they play the map. XG, they looked a little bit hurt in this game.
I love the fact that Snaking also went for drinking buddies on the Tusk, right? They turned this lane into such a dominating bit of aggression, right? You apply the drinking buddies onto the gyrocopter, you can chase down the lane, you also then have the saves throughout.
A
If
la
the game was
guapa.
difficult, Snaking would have been able to step up, but it was so snowbally. that we
Gente,
didn't
no
really
le
get
crean a estos locos, yo soy el verdadero Grover.
Playing for the offlane Ursa, I don't think XG was ready for any of this in this game.
It was just so funny to me watching the Ursa just play in the bottom left corner of the map while the rest of his team was fighting on the other end. He just bought a Battle Fury from the offlane, but here we can see Malrine as one of the standout players. We can talk and talk and talk about this Ursa, but the real factor of this game, which is what it has always been throughout all of Falcons wins, if Malrine gets his Sand King, if he gets to pair up with Crit's Hoodwink or Crit's Snapfire, they take over the entire game. In contrast to the last game where he had his stacks invaded by XM's Shadow Fiend, his stacks were
Revisa mi fantasía, soy Grover.
I think a critical thing Falcons identified during the draft is that Leshrac, Sven, Magnus, all these heroes, they kind of farm the lane and then
Uy,
go farm the
cuánto de
jungle. They
luz
keep
te
doing
llegara
farm,
para
right? They're
que
never overlapping
paes.
their heroes, they're never really fighting. You might throw like a Stormhammer here, or Lesh might rotate, but it's not as explosive as the likes of the Sand Kings and the Gyrocopters and Tusk. Like, they want to sweep through the map, and I think XG, that farm game has been punished once again.
I mean, to me, like, what I see also is I think this game is a good indicator of that gold.
Mi
can fix
fantasy
kind of
está
everything for you.
acabado,
Because
mi
it's like, this
querido
is not
dedo de
This is not a
urólogo.
traditional Dota 2 draft. But this also goes to show you that this game is so complex, you can do so many different things. Because I'm pretty sure if you ask a lot of people after this draft, I did not think the Falcons draft was going to work out. I'm not going to lie. And that's one of the beauties of this game, where you don't know whether it's going to work or not until you actually see it played on like the highest level.
Yeah, and we've seen Sven so dominant, so I also thought, okay, this Sven's going to be a tough puzzle piece to solve. It didn't look like it, Kezu.
No, and it's like, it's honestly so crazy. Like, I'm still in halfway of like disbelief, but we have to show. And guys, a quick reminder, this is not carry to carry comparison. This is offlane guy, Chad, you know, last pick calls for like some Amar Ursa against the Ame Sven. Because Ame on this hero has looked incredible, but at this point in the game, look at his hero damage, 1500. He hasn't...
¿Dónde está el hermano pedido de Freddie Mercury? Tío Chu, revisa mi fantasía. ¡Soy Grover!
I don't know where to go from here. I'm a little worried for XG.
The fact that he was just farming so freely on the Ursa and Key, he had the gem on him, right? Because Amar, the way that he played this Ursa is when, you know, he had that short stint playing offlane Slark. I just had like deja vu watching him. Like, you basically get 2 or 3 items, you run through the map, you keep dewarding, you're inviting the enemy onto you, right? That's kind of a Falcons thing, right? Some player at some point, if they're thriving, tries to bait their opponent. And when a
¡Rechazo los cargos! ¡Soy inocente!
You might have thought at some point that it looked like a carry Ursa, but it was a frontlining tanky Ursa.
Yeah, exactly.
¡Efecto de la meta! ¡La puta madre de mi fantasy! ¡La puta madre!
Of course, they have a 20,000 gold lead, it's easy.
Se viene al...
Playing in the same way. If this was a 4K lead, 3K lead, a 100,000 gold lead, he's still going to do the same thing. He's going to run in, use the
Ante todo, muy buenas tardes. Primero, la educación Gaonicha.
To identify how do we stop Magnus.
Shui, despierta o te caerá la Sunat.
Again, props to Amar and Aoi to kind of collectively come together and find this very, very, very niche pick.
Ursa aside though, and again, it was so cool, very fun to see it on the mid stage from the offlane. Falcons did what they always do to no punishment in that early game. Before Ursa could even be a factor, the best thing that he did for his team in that first 15
¡La puta madre! ¡Soy inocente!
Right? But still, you got this Snake King on a save support, different than the ones he's been playing, but he got it. Malrine, he got his Sand King. Crit got his Hoodwink.
Yeah, it was very good looking for Falcons, and we keep mentioning they had a very strong early game. And what exactly happened in that early game, Purge?
The Ursa got to do whatever he wanted, and that was the entire point of this pick. They were trying to dismantle the laning stage for what XG had, and a lot of that comes down to the Elder Titan here. He's supposed to be able to punch and fight his opponents, but because Ursa is stacking damage every single attack, in a lot of cases, X-Nova just stopped
Porque Crit no hace ni mira de punto la puta madre Chuy.
Entire laning stage that they ended up trading, and from there, Crit basically messed around over on the right side, trying to stop pulls,
Salúdame,
things like that
Mr.
was trying to
Robo.
do, and then eventually the supports just left the lane.
Gracias a Ibai declararé el segundo día del pan con chicharrón.
A lot of stuff, and they played the
La puta madre. Soy inocente.
Tango in his inventory here. That is one of his 3
Mr. Robot
starting tangos.
sigue hablando.
9 minutes into the game. That is how little harassment there was in his lane. He hit creeps, and Alma hit creeps. So it was kind of just, the game was solved in a lot of ways based on him just picking his hero. He got to get his Battle Fury on time, he got to get his Blink Dagger, and then he just became a normal hero. The game smoothed out because it was a bit of a farm fest. And then, again, the best things that Falcon got was they got the Malrine Sand King, which is ridiculously expert. I've made so many segments like this where Sand King does this. Stack clearing.
Estoy a 800 puntos del top mundial.
Which he does very expertly here at 7 minutes. Usually goes to the off lane, but this time doing the safe lane. They kill the Shadow Demon. They take the tower with the Sandstorm. Very broken stuff. You know what he does next? He always takes the second tower. Here it is. 10 minutes in. So they get the lanes they wanted to.
Al fin, el show que merezco me robó.
The first team fight and they don't get crushed in it. And from there on,
bueno, lo baneo al Mr. Robot.
Advantage. They have map control. They have the heroes they want. They have multiple carries in this case, which made it even better against Sven. They basically just took the game in their hands with that.
Thank you very much, Purge. That was a very strong Ursa pick. Very good game from Falcons, and definitely something
Llamado por Steam es Mr. Robot Sano.
But we should talk a little bit about game number 5.
¿Ya despertó Camotito o nada?
We will
X.
have a new champion for the international. And I want to focus a little bit on the people that we have on stage.
La puta madre, soy inocente, no me equivoque.
Deserves to win the international if there ever is such a thing. But I want to just quickly touch upon one certain individual. And we might do some other ones too, but I think for one certain individual, it's not the first time he goes to game 5 of a grand finals. It doesn't happen very often, guys. It does not.
It can't happen again.
If he wins, it's like you broke the curse, you've done it. If
No es normal dormir tanto. Ve al médico, Chewie.
But it's not only that, like, he's
Llámalo,
going to
que lo
game 5 again, it's
llame,
2-2, but it's
que
like
lo
Magnus is
llame.
also like the bane of their existence. Whether you pick it yourself or they have it, like you have to like what get the hero like out of the game as a whole in like bans, because it's really in your head right now.
They just need to relax, okay? They need to regroup. I like what Cap and SVG said about how draft-dependent this series has felt.
Yes.
This almost feels like coach versus coach instead of player versus player.
¡Ame, no me cagues, Rey!
Right now,
Yo
is
confío
for
en
both
ti.
of these coaches to focus on what they do best. For Extreme Gaming, what they need to think about
Lejos
is
hasta cuándo subió su fantasy con estas finales.
ultimately, Mallory got to play Dota the way that he always does.
Con que uno se lavo la carita,
When they
creo.
were shutting that down, they were doing great.
Yeah, Maori feels like the life of the team. As much as like Effie's mentioning, the hype of everyone else, I fully echo that. Maori has to be shut down if XG want to try and take
A lo señor Juan Carlos.
And we also should make a case for the other side because yes, it
Lo
would
que
be
necesitan
fantastic in a
estos
whole
chinos
full circle
es una
situation
sopa
for
pero
Ame
de
to be
llama
crowned
como
king
King
with
TK
this squad
y
of
Smash.
Extreme
Así
Gaming.
los
But on the
criamos en la
other
buena
side,
familia.
I do want to highlight that there is
No
another
contesta,
person
mi
that
querido
could be
topo
an
chino.
uncrowned king as well in the name of Crit, who has attended his 9th international, the longest consecutive amount of TIs of any player that is here at TI, Kezu, and you can make a strong case for him as well to take.
Chuy contesta, ¿qué está llamando Gaby?
Tapa la pantalla y despierta, Chewie.
Sopa de macaco un delicía.
I'm sure that they give so much, not just in like your own gameplay, but how do you help them? How do you keep them cool? How do you go into the next game? So, yeah, I mean, you can't really say that.
Gentita lo llame, no contesta pipí.
Just gonna have to wait and see.
Ante todo, muy buenas tardes. Primero, la educación a disfrutar de esta última partida. Gracias, Chuy, por prender y por tus consejos para el fantasy.
¿En qué partido se fue Chewie? Díganme para llamarlo.
I'm gonna have my heart broken and be happy at
Leon
the
y
same time
despierta.
at the end of that 5th game. That is for absolute sure. And I do want to talk a little bit more about the coaches in the draft and how important
Gente, ponga en Canal 4, guárdame un sitio en el cielo, Chewie. Coño.
drafts, and I'm not as Dota nerdy as some other people.
Yo sí tengo el contacto directo.
Bonus time people have left. I find that interesting because I
Pipi.
can't compute the draft in my head as fast as obviously pros on stage can. And some people do it a lot faster than others. The bonus time left for the teams at the end of the game generally is about 10 seconds and sometimes 0. I mean, it's high pressure stakes, totally normal. On the side of Extreme Gaming,
Ya gente, si me dice cualquier cosa me respaldan.
leading into 1.5 minutes.
Oño bebés, oño ga.
But if you look at the drafts, it doesn't really show it. Actually, it does, alright? The Extreme have always been...
Chewie se quedó jato luego del 1-1 de Extreme y Parivisión debe estar soñando que Satanic está levantando el AXXD.
You kind of bounce back and forth. It's like, oh, okay, they got second pick, they win. Let's take it away from them next time. Let's try and show them our strategies. The fact that we have 4 games in a row with the same pick...
Si gana XD, mi cuate Sensei se suicida XD.
Yeah, and I think also it's like the way it works is that first pick you set up your stuff, like you make it happen, and the second pick team needs to respond to you. And I think it also goes to show that Falcons were kind of pressured when it comes to the draft too, because they're running out of the clock. They had to go for a last pick Ursa, which is, again, it's incredible, and I think also like Amar deserves a lot of praise. Like the first time you're on the final stage, you're playing the grand finals, you bust this stuff out, this is not normal.
It is not. For the last time, give it up, people. These 10 players and their coaches.
Chewie está durmiendo, se fue a las pistas con Phil.
In this best of 5, and they are heading into the 5th game of a grand
Ese Ame murió como Leónidas, pero atravesado.
The pressure and the emotions they must be feeling right now, and the trick to be able to let it all fade away and focus only on that game of Dota, that is a trick that you don't get to practice very often, Tigo.
No, not at all, right? To be in this position, it is so rare, right? And of course, that is now going to be testament to the maturity of the players, the experience that they've gained throughout this tournament, the emotions that they've had to harness from game 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Código Peppa Pig, gente.
My eyes are on Ame right now. How are you feeling? You've been here before. This is not your first
No sé qué está más tieso, Chewie o mi pescuezo, cuando sale Shiver.
And it's also true. He's not the only multiple times guy. You have Jinkyu and X-Nova. They've also.
Necesitamos un panaliancita para que apague la luz del internacional.
How can you not?
Impossible not to.
No, ya está sonando su cel, no responde.
You've got Crit, on the other hand, he looks locked in. He's ready. They're happy with what happened.
I mean, absolutely. If I play some
Llamen a su Wii o hacer purgar toda la ciudad.
I kind of like that even. You know, the alternate is considered BM, but I think put yourself in the zone.
Ya fue, gente Chewie. No despertar, amén.
Sitting in front of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands watching at home.
They were listening to that guy doing the interview in the crowd, right? He said he asked Amar to do some all chat to win the game, and then he did it. So whoever that guy is, yeah, shout out. You helped to win the 4th game.
It worked out. All the positive words coming from the
Si no varían a la seca serían muy pendejos los de XG.
Falcons made it happen, and we are having both teams on match point and only one to come out victorious. And the pressure is mostly on these two players. For one, it's the drafting, as we have pointed out how important it is. But we also have
Chewie se quedó dormido o fue a bajar de peso.
Before coming to the grand finals, XXS for Extreme Gaming
Disfrutemos el tino, más así huele menos a llama.
He has been the one leading
Sale Chen Carry.
He's getting targeted in the ban so heavily.
He's been the heart of this team throughout this tournament. Like him on his Blink Initiator type heroes, especially his Shakers, his Centaurs.
Ya le llame banda, no contesta, capas yacen desperto.
They don't want that smoke. They're going to take away their playmaker. And he's kind of running out of heroes that can make the same kind of play. That is why they went for that Magnus in that last game. They wanted that hero with a low cooldown on that skewer to be able to start the fights for them. But like if your hero pool's getting banned and at the very end your Slardar is getting taken out, it doesn't leave much for you.
Ya que chucha, gentita, bajemos, Pepita. Todo por el último juego, a la mierda las reglas.
When you look at the heroes he's played, how it's not.
Chino le han hecho dormir al Chewie, pobre.
But the first heroes that I mentioned, you could first.
Envíame saludos, Chewie. Estoy con el Andy y el Mansongo.
The Slardars, the Batriders, it is a little bit.
Ya que chucha, gentita, bajemos, Pepita. Todo por el último juego, a la mierda las reglas.
Chewie está pagando el alquiler a su tío. Déjenlo nomás.
No me hagas perder el tiempo.
We also did learn something where they banned the Slardar in the phase after picking Gyrocopter, and XG had the ability to pick Sven or Slardar there. So Falcons kind of XG, like, we're scared of this hero. So if the same draft is to happen again, that could be the change that occurs, where they pick the offlaner slightly earlier to protect it from later bans.
Hoy voy a chojear al menos 2 lugares, GG.
On a Malrine hero in a game where he's uncountered by XG supports, because that
Chewbacca no aguanto. 4 días sin dormir. Generación de cristal. Tamare, hermanos. Me faltan 9K para salir en el top 100 mundial. Vamos. X-Nova con Chatuga a XD.
Creo que Danubio se está ganando un ban por tanto show XD.
Si no sale héroe nuevo el Chewie, no despertará nunca. Hagan algo, chinos, K. En el último minuto, cuando acabe la partida, hay que mandar full gampis, gente.
Just slightly. At this point, we would expect Falcons to also adapt, obviously, but they need to be one step ahead. They need to know, they need to get into the minds of Extreme to think about how they would adapt after that previous game.
Adapt, and that's the thing where for XG, they can't get in their own heads, right? Because we've seen before, the offlane Husker to beat out the anti-mage against
Esos son los 7.
I think it was. And then you have, you know, the Ursa here as well. Like, sometimes in certain pick positions in the draft, you can now go, wait a second.
Y también te liquido, Locotex.
Start suggesting new heroes and maybe gets a bit more, you know, emotional because Amar is ready to do things that he's doing in his pubs, but not in pro play. That can really impact the draft.
La apuestita, gente, quiero meter todos mis guacacoins a lo loco.
Además, mira, ¿qué chucha tiene ese indio de mierda? Y ahora esas flaquitas.
Tengo mod. No puedes liquidar.
Ya se peor de hablar sin filtro. Que quiero sacar esto que traigo dentro.
It is so close.
Ay, mi palomita Chubi, ¿qué haces? Ay, mi palomita Chubi, despiértate, Chubicito.
Despierta, es hora de morir.
Huele a ovo.
And we were wondering how things were going to get shaken up for this fifth game, and there is a very clear difference going into this fifth game. And we have Extreme, Radiant, Falcons, Dire, but the biggest difference is that Falcons, for the first time
sacará
in this
sus
series,
prohibidos y Zen sintió el verdadero terror.
It's a change that I kind of like. I would have already liked it last
Ábrate, mi querido grillo viejo. Se puede bajar Pepa o nada.
But this time Falcons, they win the last game and now they force a switch up to not make it easy for XG. So I like the start.
Fuimos durante años. Soy inevitable.
With the 3 offlaners plus a Naga Siren. So which offlane are they going to offer up to XG potentially to take in the first phase, which we haven't seen at all in the first 4 games?
Y el nuevo héroe donde mierda
If you're going to pick between the Earthshaker and the Mars to give to Extreme Gaming, you might as well give the Shaker and try to beat it on lane, because Mars does not.
Acabo de confirmar que es la hermana de Amar. Lo cagado sería tener a Amar de cuñado a cada rato. Estaría jodiendo
Yeah, there's a lot of
XD.
options. So you've got the Chen, you've got the Enchao, the Sand King as well. Mars, probably one of the next heroes.
The other one that they have banned out almost every single time is the Monkey King.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, you are first pick. You are forcing XG to at least give you something.
Pick your poison, or you leave both in, and you get the chance to pick up one of the two yourself. If that is a good trade, I'm not sure. We'll see where Extreme Gaming goes with this one, as they are thinking about this. It will still be the Monkey King ban.
Apostaré todas mis llamas a los chinos, no me falles, Same, mi fantasy debe subir, cojudo.
I mean,
Yo, the Seer done the Melda esta mi hero.
It's been one of the heroes of the tournament. You can slam in the Mars, but of course, this is game 5.
He postergado el almuerzo por el cumpleaños de mi flaca, por ver esta huevada, para que no salga nada nuevo.
They might already one step ahead where it's like, you know what, we don't care, because if we pick X hero, they get Mars and they build a plan, like maybe they want to bait it. So many layers, it really just depends on what, you know, Aoi wants to do in this. ATF actually, sorry, he's clicking the buttons.
Tubi despertará para el próximo tip.
They're taking some time though. They are deciding.
This is the most time used in this entire finals in the pre-bans before the game starts.
Absolutely.
It is the most critical entry to the draft though. The wrong ban here, the wrong pick, it can set a domino effect to a very difficult game.
Y como buenos hermanos nos despediremos con una paja grupal celebrando el internacional, el juego limpio y la amistad.
Chuy, despierta ahí.
Malditos por la hueva asfalto Jamba para no ver el héroe nuevo Tazumar.
I am hotly anticipating this.
Subi despierta, el mundo te necesita.
Mars ban to Naga. We actually completely forgot about that, because it's been first phase banned every single game, and not just in the grand finals, but almost the entire tournament long. This is a very strong hero.
Greatly apologizing for forgetting about this hero, but in the hands of Snaking, in the hands of any player right now at the International, the map pressure that you have, the ability to, you know, reset any fight with the song, there is a reason this is one of the most contested heroes at TI, and there's probably not a good reason why we forgot about it, but it doesn't matter. They have access to the hero in Game 5.
I'm only seeing 2 heroes on the screen, and I'm like feeling anxious, excited. I don't know, like these are iconic TI heroes. You have the song,
exactly.
You got the Echo Slam, you have XXS getting his hands on one of his best heroes, you have Snaking, he's won TI on this hero before, just a couple years ago. Like, he is no stranger to Naga support.
I don't even care about analysis anymore. I just want more team fight. I just want to find these 20-minute, 30-minute, 50-minute moments where both teams can throw absolutely everything and show their individual skill to try and win this game.
So far, all 4 games of this grand finals have leaned heavily one way or the other. Hopefully, game 5, we can wish for a very close, even team fighty back and forth.
I mean, it'd be the only way to end such a fabulous TI, right?
Would be,
a game
be
5,
so
tier 5 neutral item, refreshers and everything.
Well, the strongest supports of the tournament, I'd say, are out to the position forwards anyway, with the Snapfire and the Hoodwink removed.
Yeah, still not really respecting the Elder Titan as of yet. XG will happily pick it up once more. With the Bane band, double supports band as well, getting the spirit inside the song to get the sleep.
And they could also, their Shadow Demon is open for them as well. If they want to play around Ame, that's one of the best heroes you can have to enable him.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure where they want to take this here.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Okay, hold.
Come on.
Roll it, roll it.
Don't skip.
Well, they already have a Hoodwink, by the way.
Doesn't matter. Lion. Come on.
He's lagging.
He doesn't have internet. No.
Oh.
Don't leave us hanging like that.
We will never know.
The biggest cliffhanger I've ever seen.
That's more important than Ame winning TI at this point. Get this man some internet. Hotspot him.
It's all good. We're focusing our attention on the pick coming out from Extreme Gaming. They have banned out the Amar Bristle. And it's up to them to see if they still see a good hero in the pool. Shadow Demon once again. Xingqiu played it phenomenally earlier today.
And it's just a comfortable hero, right? You always know that you're going to have the stacks up, but you have that save hero to play behind your hyper carry. If you're in a game 5, you want Ame to put this game on his back. You want to make sure that your heroes can enable him. The other day when he was playing anti-mage, you know what heroes were on his team? 1 save support plus a shaker, and they played out of their mind to keep him alive to eventually win the game.
Clutch potential is still rising. Every single pick, it has that ability to make a moment in these games.
I mean, something I still like here, like Naga against SD. SD's gonna want to stack the triangle. Snaking and Falcons overall, they love being able to like have the map that you can block the ancients, you can block the triangle with your illusions. Pangu here, honestly, quite the incredible hero. You're happy laning, you're good against the SD, it gives you a team fight. Very nice.
We saw it in game 3, right? Falcons picked the
Si no hay botes porque ya desperto.
They also then banned out the Pangolier in game 4.
Jefe.
They actually didn't want the Pangolier against their Shadow Demon, and here it's available, so it makes sense. The chaotic nature of the fight.
Bajo terminado.
Have that insurance of the Naga behind you if things are to go different. Wrong.
Me llegan a la melda todos. Quiero mi nuevo héroe echa su madre cometer una locura la puta madre.
Falcons will be able to initiate.
Oh yeah.
The question is now,
So.
do you worry enough about the Pango where you want to counterpick him here with a Wyvern or something like that, or do you just go for something standard?
¿Alguien conoce su casa para tocarle la puerta?
This is filthy, absolutely filthy, right? This game progresses, you know XG.
Si no caga XC, tienes perder a la cardura. Despierta, Chewie. Sé que estás ahí, despierta.
¿Ya aprendí el bot? Comenten huevadas.
Chewie, ¿qué estás pasando? Despiértate.
Vengo de las profundidades.
¿Quieres tú que yo haga?
Most likely, yes.
Speech de Extreme, los prohibidos de los chinos.
Si no gana XE, el Tiestos cometer una
When
locura.
I see Disruptor and he's being run as
Si no gana Extreme, disolver el Congreso soy pingón.
Y yo vengo del Callao.
Something that can come through the gate would be incredible. If the carry can join in as well, just give Skeeter a Sun Hero.
Si no gana Extreme, mañana subiré los impuestos.
Soy chubasquero a mucha honra.
¿Dónde está mi bella durmiente?
Most likely.
Yep. The Bane has been first phase banned, so that's out. Can't repeat that support combo.
They can go back for their ET, or they can go the counter pick route of Grim or Wyvern.
Why not bring back the Marana? Have the invisibility.
Si gana Extreme, regalaré un Rolex de mi Wakey Oscorima.
It's a bit more aggressive. Utilize the Lotuses to find out these clutch moments. If you are stuck inside Static Storm,
Sería interesante que use las copias de la Naga para denegar runas, jeje.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons like end up jamming.
Si no gana Extreme, Chewie despierta en Navidad de Venezuela. ¡Ay, mi palomita!
De lo que hagan estos chinos solo diré. Rechazo todos los cargos, soy inocente.
Hermanitos Chuy, no va a despertar porque la égida se la mandé con un gas especial.
Chuy, Castea, sé que me escuchas, soy inocente. Ve.
But also Pugna versus Pango. Beautiful dynamic. Pugna can protect himself from Pango rolling on the backline. If he decryptifies himself or the target that's getting rolled on, they take no damage.
Te creo que le dio un infarto a Chuy de la emoción.
Si gana Extreme, no les regalo ni melda y se joden todos y me gasto sus sueldos y sus bonos son míos y sus AFP y OMP.
Sigo coino.
Y recuerda, Vegeta, esas cariñosas tienen rifle E.
Trabajo terminado.
Hear me out. This looks a little bit scary for Falcons just conceptually.
Si no gana Extreme, cometer una locura y matar amigos a saber tu ñañaña.
Because they have Medusa and Naga Siren, and their Pango isn't going to have the easiest time winning that mid game for them because of the double safe supports. So you're in this position where you want to take it late game versus Extreme Gaming, who are one of the late game teams. Is this the correct choice in terms of strategy?
I'm not sure. Answer in an hour's time, please.
I see a similar problem.
Chuy, soy el admin de las sirenitas. Ayer te fuiste sin pagar 3 servicios de los 5.
Chuy, por fin despertaste. No, ¿qué haces, Chuy? Porque me toca ser chidito. No, Chuy, no te bajes el pantalón. No.
Si gana Extremo, Falcon, igual no tendrán su plata. Toma tu sol, cholo huevo.
Chuaga, te dije que hagas eso de septiembre sin FAP. Ahora estás en coma lacteo, Chuy.
Mondongo.
Y recuerden, amiguitos, que el bisexual cacha el doble guiño guiño.
Si el Chuy no despierta para cuando se acabe el stream, cuenta como extensible. ¡Ay, ñañaña!
Ven acá, negrita, que vas a tener el placer de conocer un verdadero satiro, un dios del amor. Ven acá, Chuaquita, que vas a tener el placer de conocer un verdadero satiro, un dios del amor.
Por favor, Diosito, que gane este millón. Me pregunto en qué momento la fregue.
A mí no me falles, joder. No.
Teme la noche.
Yo declaro que todos se vayan a la melda, mis queridos hijos míos, y recuerden, no retiren plata del banco, de ahí sale mi bonito, hijitos míos.
Amigos, alcen las manos, mierda. Vamos a apoyar a Ame
Me dijeron por interno que Chuy regala cofres a los que se queden hasta el final.
This can be poetic either way. Let's just leave it at that.
They are trying to cause mental damage right now on Falcons. They want to play a game 5.
Chubaca tenía tanto miedo que no se podía mover.
Outworld staff, doesn't matter if team gets Outworld staff as the neutrals because it's good anyway. Can be good anyway.
Tengo miedo.
This is honestly just an absolute crazy. Like, Ame has had years to think about what he wants to slap Magnus with. He comes up with a jug. It has a good matchup into the Medusa. You can buy Manta, you can go Diffusal, you can play fast. You have your spin against the Disruptor, against the Naga Siren as well. I think that Dota is going to do all the talking in this game.
Exactly. I mean, he's found a carry that at least in the kind of skirmish.
Luego de elegir Magnus, en ese momento Falcon sintió el verdadero terror.
In the later portions of the game, depending on how it goes, he has swift flash and ways to kind of get around the fight, but a Juggernaut last.
¡Ya basta! ¡Falcón!
Like, if this is a 50-60 minute game, try fighting in.
A ver esas mantadoutes de Ame.
Getting dragged into it as well.
So far, though, every time it has gone later, it meant that the early game was stable. I do need to know how are these lanes going to play out. Are we going to have a stable early game?
It feels stable from both teams, right? Farm on both sides, and it really comes down to individual choices.
Como que su juguer, rasca, huevos, X, DD.
stylistic pivot from everything else.
Yo ocupado dejarme en
This is not
paz.
the style of Dota that they haven't been playing throughout this entire TI, and they just want to out-execute in that late game. Whereas for XG, this looks like their drafts. This looks like their bread and butter. And Ame called
Y
for this
recuerden,
last
hijos
juggernaut,
míos,
and
que
this
la
is a
tiene
great
parada, la
juggernaut.
tiene doblada, o creo que así era.
Qué rico F y cierre.
Esos picks quedarán en la historia así como la huaca durmiente.
Lo que le haría a esas dos causas.
El capítulo de hoy, si Extreme no gana, se judío mi fantasma.
Yeah, Kesu, it sounds like both teams kind of got what they wanted from this draft of Game 5.
I absolutely think so. Like, this is what you wanted to boil down to in Game 5. You have a good draft, you have your comfort, you let the gameplay speak.
Oh, we're gonna let the gameplay speak for sure, but first we're
Lo
gonna
que
let
sí es que ambos están enfocados en el late game y en late el Hoover es mejor que la medusa.
Long time for a grand finals that went all the way. We're going to Game 5, baby.
Primera vez que la ponchan bien a la F y qué rico.
Si Stream no gana, cometer una locura.
A la gringa de perrito y la morena me la levanto en peso.
So there's one question that matters, my friends. Who will be the man? And who?
Y alguien calla ese pelado. Es insoportable. No sé por qué lo siguen llamando causa.
Let's get into a Game 5.
Oh, I am fired up after that intro. I have to say, this
Por ellos.
Barclays Arena, you guys have been amazing. From the front stage all the way up to the top.
El pobre murciélago que los vendía Extreme Gaming.
Filling up this space and making some noise.
Hoy morirá mucha gente. Menos mal don nadie se queda.
To have some fun. And let's make some
Tiene un talento de chupón.
¿Dónde están los otros comentaristas?
Game 5, Falcons versus Extreme. Let's get
Y
it on.
recuerden, hijos míos, yo soy la mejor presidenta del mundo. Si no votan por mí,
Cheque Arcana Free para cuando tío Gabe. Y a Toros, ¿dónde estás?
Uy, ya despertó. Prepárense para la purga.
There is so much history behind TI,
Buena
so much
cabeza
history
de
behind these
grande.
players. So many of them have been working at
Chingaya Wonka Sano.
for years. They've been dreaming about this moment.
¿Dónde está Toby, abusador de Black Hole?
Nothing will be clean. It is going to be a dirty game without a doubt.
Pure magic as the only term for it. Man, if you are a coach of one of these squads, I would not want to be backstage watching this unfold with no ability to control it. The draft is set. The players are just going to play out your picks, and I mean, my God, a last pick juggernaut.
¡Vamos, vieja! ¡Vamos, Juggernaut!
This juggernaut was the only thing that took a game off of Team Spirit in their perfect EWC run.
That's
the
true.
only thing Yatoro could not defeat. Ame will go back to it here and face his demons in a Grand Finals Magnus. This is what he chose. This is what he has to live with and what he has to make work here.
I won't lie, I felt a pit in my stomach when I saw the Magnus come up for Falcons. I saw Ame facing a Magnus in a TI Grand Finals Game 5.
Not again, not again.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's break it down draft-wise, because the games have been
¿Qué
incredible.
pasa, Bastian 69 ahorita? Esterilizo a tu viejita.
We had TI3, right? Goes to a Game 5, but those were some one-sided games to lead up to it. Drafting, there was a lot of back and forth all the way back then. There is now today in this series. Who do you think, in your opinion, who do you think walked away with the draft win?
Pensé que Deretin llegaría a la final.
I cannot call it one way or the other. I give a very slight edge to Falcons because They got Naga Siren, and this hero has been a teamfight terror. But XG got some decent answers to it. They got the Shaker in response. It's a great matchup. You have long range.
Por favor, intenten avisar al amigo Chubby. Quienes tengan su contacto, ya se acaba el Team X.
They didn't want anything else.
Una alabanza antes de que pierda Extreme Gaming.
Ganen al International Chinos y quitaré aranceles al Perú, lo juro por Putin.
Yeah, gets another enchant totem. And with Xinkyu getting so many hits off,
Contesta el celular.
Don't forget about that innate, the menace that he's able to apply. Skeeter loses a lot of mana for that and may lead to something in the future. But for now, no kills just yet. But the CS score is looking mighty fine for Extreme right now.
And honestly, that has been part of the story of this series. It feels like who pulls ahead in the early game is who pulls ahead more in the mid game and who closes it out.
Do you think that this is supposed to happen? When it comes to the look, I mean, we've got the Shadow Fiend versus the Pango. I feel like that is just a write-up. Pango's gonna, or excuse me, Shadow Fiend's gonna walk away with
buscando X videos gaming.
Free farm no matter what. You can't stop him with a disruptor force. This looks like a lane.
Cachado con la prima de Franco se la preste un toque.
And this is also not the fastest lineup we've seen.
They
went for Magnus. This is not a classic Skeeter hero for a reason. It doesn't make early rotations. It doesn't join the fight super early. It does give you more scale. Will that scale come back to haunt you though if it gets
Ni modo, toca llevar serenazgo a su casa.
You can turn this Dusa back against the team itself. There's a lot of small interactions like that in this game. And of course you have Naga Disruptor. I mean, this is a combo. I don't know how many times I've heard AUI talk about his love for this combination. I played on a team where he played carry Naga to set this all up. He loves this little combo. I've been waiting to see it in this event with how popular the heroes have been. It will finally get busted out in this game 5. Absolutely deadly in the late game. The sleep into the lockdown static storm. You have a disruption.
Mi prima la trans
you out of that situation. But there's a lot of team fights.
En el directo, en la parte de arriba, aparece una ventana y dice Bracer triple X.
Pero nadie cuál es la lista de las voces para tenerlo en cuenta.
It's a gamble of a spell. I mean, you go in there, there's Lotus Orbs, there's Outworld Stabs. So much can go wrong, and yet so much can go right here. If you land the perfect ultimate, it can break that late game fight open.
Disruption setup, Fisher block off, bit of damage. Snake King though, Naga Siren a very tanky support, and once again, Crit's gonna make the early TP rotation for the punish on Extreme Gaming. That should lock it down. XXS has nowhere to run to, and First Blood is claimed by Crit.
He makes the same rotation top he did in that other game. Turn that lane around for Skeeter, secure this safe lane farm. Do not let XXS get aggressive or have a free farm time up on this off lane for XG. He has been their biggest playmaker.
Hagan el stream cuando se acabe el tino más viejitos. Chewie dormirá para siempre, guiño guiño XD.
Which, by the way, he is winning the lanes, yes, but this Pango has been farming jungle incredibly efficiently. Maureen is getting through this matchup.
XXS, he knew there was going to be some sort of glimpse shenanigans here, and now with the Fisher, he's trying to save his support, pull back in once again.
Chuy está apareciendo, cargando Pachina Free por triple X Movis. ¿Qué es lo que estás haciendo?
Just a straight tri-lane now from Falcons, and guaranteed kills with the net plus the glimpse.
You can't really punish the solo offlaner here. It's a double Bracer Magnus, and you've got Pugna Juggernaut. You're just not
Así le saque la primera sangre a tu prima.
Ay, mi extrema es algo Chuy. Me los están comiendo al estilo murciélago.
He's trying to get off the Requiem, unable to do so. Maybe he can threaten it now. Oh, man, it's get a big heal off the Magic One stack. He's the one to die instead. The race to finish him off.
Se despertara para entregar a
comes in twofold as Xinkyu managed to get a disruption on top of that for a second kill. XM taunting Maureen. He was already walking away with the lane win, but now he's got a massive lead. 57 CS. A kill to be a part of.
Despierta. Allá acaba el día.
Ooh, it was close, but not quite good enough. A raindrop is what separates Snake King from life and death.
Uy, siempre confié en mis chinitos.
Salvaging it in the jungle, dodging the rough parts. Went for the all-in play, but XM, he had Fairy Fire. He had one turn. Back up, turn that play around. And the support's there at the right time.
Vamos,
That's a huge
vamos,
play for XG.
Team
When you pick
Palomita.
XM, these lane dominators, you cannot let him fall. His sniper
Amigo
and shadow
Chewy,
teams
ya
have been
es la
go-tos
final.
for Extreme
Vuelve
for a
por
while,
favor.
for a reason.
XD.
They build the lead, they take the map over, they take that tier 1 mid incredibly fast. If you gank that hero once or twice and he falls, a lot of the momentum goes out the window. So keeping him alive is pivotal here for Extreme Gaming. Also building up a lot of stacks for the Shaker. This is something Falcons are eyeing. They would love to get in there and either contest the experience or steal it away with this Pangolier.
But we talked about all tournament long how it
Decirle never al Shadow Fines de cojudo.
You're getting echo slammed, you're too far away.
Chuy, hasta que me sale en tu directo una ventana pequeña de página prohibida. No quiero pensar mal, pero tú miras purno ña 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 ña.
Thanks to the healing ward, he will stay alive. And Amar battling out with Ame, but I don't think he's expecting an extra hero here. Shinkyu can't get there in time for a disruption.
This will be Maureen gets away with some highway robbery on these stacks. Again, no ult on XXS because this lane was so rough. He got tri-lane. Can't go here and threaten that Echo. 8-minute power rune, spawns top, invis will go to the Pangolier here. No luck for XM on that one.
Que rico farmea ese Chuy Plan con el directo prendido.
El Chuycito se viaja.
XM along still has a decent net worth lead. He's already kind of rolling.
XG, they missed the D-ward with this sentry in the river, so Mari knows what's going on here. They're just baiting this SF out. I mean, they do not want to let XM fall in this early game.
Precious bounty. May I cut in?
Me estoy yendo al cielo, papu. Me estoy yendo al cielo con el fantasy. Qué feliz, qué feliz. Bienvenidos al stream. Ah, su madre, espérate. ¿Qué es esto? ¡Oh, su madre! ¿Qué fue, mano? Qué chico, qué chico. Toxina mínimo, ¿no? Vamos, stream, carajo, tenemos que ganar. ¿Qué estamos acá viendo? Minuto 9 con 50, 3-2 el marcador. Estamos viendo al Jaggernaut de Ame. Uy, ¿por qué Jaggernaut? XM con Shadowfin, XXS Shake, Shinkyu, X-Nova con Pugna, ya. ¿Qué me dice Debbie? ¿Qué fue? Juegan con mis sentimientos. Uy, Debbie está también con 127.000. ¿Qué cuánto tengo yo? 139.000. Ah, todavía no se actualiza. Uy, todavía no se actualiza esa tabla. Terrible, terrible lo que va a pasar. Gracias por seguir el canal, muchas gracias, muchas gracias. ¿Cuánto vamos de transmisión? 10 horas. Prendí a las 3, vi el primer juego y me fui a jatear. Despierto, ganó stream. De ahí veo si hay anuncio, ni pincho. ¿Ya anunciaron algo por si acaso? ¿Anunció algo, Valve? Nada, ¿verdad? Si no me hubieran puesto Chewbacca, en la parte de abajo inicia Mara, Juggernaut, no sé, no tiene ultimate. Viene acá el stack y problemas. Uy, mira acá, la ayuda. Cuérate, cuérate, Mango, cuérate, loco, bien. No, no pudo. Bien jugado por parte del equipo de Falcons. GQ cae también. Lo intentó Shadow Demon. El equipo de Stream Gaming no vino como Power Ranger, simplemente dejó que pase. A ver, Falcons por su parte tenemos Naga Siren de Snakey, Skitter con su Medusa, Malrin con Pangolier, Amar con Magnus y Chris con su... ¿What? ¿Estás haciendo? What the fuck? Bueno, voy a tomar algo, pero... Estoy viendo un Disruptor con Naga Siren. Disruptor Naga Siren. Un combo así grosero. Ya, o sea, la última del último. ¿Qué está pasando? Ex Nova con Pugna. 13-4 el marcador. Minuto 12. 1:30 de la tarde. Bueno, es algo de tomar. Es hora de tomar algo. Una vida caliente.
Wow!
New treasures.
The Radiant scan, eager to know Dire's whereabouts. Radiant's top tower is under attack. The Dire scan, on the hunt for Radiant forces. Dire should look to their bottom tower. There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Middle tower is under attack.
No sé, carajo. Bueno. Cayó crit. ¿Qué pasó ahora? ¿Qué pasó, David? ¿Qué fue? ¿Sabes qué? No se te escucha ahora. No, es que me fui a preparar mi agua. No les dije, me fui a preparar algo. Chamar. He sido muy específico. Me fui a preparar algo. Yo con mi ropa a dormir, oye. Qué bestia. A ver. 5-5 el encuentro, gente. Qué raro, no les dije, señores, me fui a tomar algo. Bueno, ya traje mi bebida. También en mi casa están medio extrañados. Oye, todos los días estás ahí despierto 1 hora, durmiendo otra hora. Y hoy acaba. ¡Ah, qué bueno! Sí. Qué bien. Ya estamos aburridos de verte así. Runa escudo que va a agarrar XM. No, la runa lo rompió Snaking, malvado. ¿Qué hice de la nada de Snaking? Que va a hacer el combo con ese disruptor. Va a jatear y luego va a poner el disruptor Kinetic Field con última y con centro de gunning. Y ahí va a matar a 3 y campeón Falcons. Ya está, eso va a ser, está fácil. No tengo que mirar el futuro para lo que va a ser, es obvio. El Jagger no va a meter ulti por 20 minutos y ahí quedó. Tengo que cargar mi auricular. Tengo que poner el audio. No, el audio no, el chat de YouTube. Madre gente, ¿son cuántos? 1:35 de la tarde, wey. No sé si va a haber un anuncio o algo. La firma que. Lo único que dije yo es. La única manera que esta final sea súper buena. ¡Oh, el Equanan! ¡Rapidísimo! ¿Quién es ese? Evita que Amar utilice el reverse polarity. Aparece todo el equipo de Stream Gaming. Se va con teleport. ¿O no? Se va. Adiós. What the fuck. Eso fue instantáneo. No le dejó activar el reverse. ¡Qué loco! Uy, qué despierto está ese causa. Uy, y Amar, ¿a mí qué va a hacer? ¿Farmear más? Claro, farmea que farmea. Casi se llevan al Magnus. ¡Hala, tanto! ¿Viste? Bro, Snova lo inicia. Va a caer Snova. Está muy fácil. Le hace totem por si acaso. Te lo voy a... ¡Uy! ¡No! ¡Ah! ¡Maldito! ¡Déjame! ¡Ah, su madre! ¡Mira! ¡Lo atropellaron! ¡No! ¡No! ¡Ah! ¡Uy! ¡Shopping llegó! ¿Dónde está mi Juggernaut? ¡Ahí está mi Juggernaut! Maldito para caer. Blade Fury. Blade Fury, es obvio. ¿No tienes Blade Fury? No, está ni... ¿Pauseó Snakey? ¡Uy, qué burlón! ¡Oh, su mano! ¡Oh, su madre! Así es, Snakey. ¿Tú, campeón de TI? ¿Sí has estado jugando en estos videos 5, gente? Yo solamente vi el primer juego, no he estado así. Ese Jagger es compra cuentas. No. El problema no es ese, es que no llegan los demás. Solamente vino XM. Snake farmeando en paz. Uy, mira, Snake va a sacar ese Butterfly. Por fin voy a tomar algo. No, es que mira, Ame no metió la primera porque está en nivel 1. No se lo iba a llevar al Pango. Bueno, Go dice. Oh. Bueno, se va. Mantiene la agresividad del equipo de Falcons. Estamos en el quinto juego de este veo. Bueno, esta gran final. Ya llegamos a la partida definitiva para definir el campeón de este TI. Yo me fui a jatear en el juego 3, creo. Yo dije, pucha, ¿anunciarán algo entre partidas? Nada, ¿qué fue? Pues ya, si lo hace, lo hace. Y parece que no. Bota el cana para Disruptor. De inmediato usa el portal gemelo, también pugna. Chris supongo que estará rushando el cetro, ¿no? No, va a ir por Pavés. Ah, tiene tambores el Disruptor. Qué gozo. Estos primeros los... Uy, atrapan a KCM. Amar que tiene... No hay euro. Todo el combo que le trata de hacer no es suficiente. Segunda vez que Amar se va. Lo consigue Amar. Va a sacar CBKB Magnus. Tormentor que ya aparece en la parte de arriba de stream. Y ahí está la visión. La detección. Va a caer rápido. Crit va a caer crit. Se cura. Ok. Y el equipo de Stream Gaming no lo pelea, lamentablemente. No. Fragmento de Gani para Snaking. Ahora su ultimate Naga Siren va a poder curar. Tiene regeneración de vida y maná máximo durante el ultimate para sus aliados, obviamente. A ver, inicia el equipo de Stream. No, el de... ¿What? Ultimate de Jagger no será bueno. Blade Fury. Hay Echo Slam todavía. Hay Requiem Souls. Se escapa el equipo de Falcons. Evita que se lleve el santuario de experiencia acá. Stream Gaming. Bueno. Ya no hay Canto de la Sirena. No hay Rolling Thunder, ni Stonegaze, ni Ulti de Disruptor. A ver. Me voy a poner el chat de YouTube para leerlos en YouTube. ¿Qué estarán diciendo YouTube? Disculpen por estar ocupado, pero escucha, estaba viendo unos temas acá. Perdón por estar AF con toque. Si no coordino esto, la voy a fregar. Bueno, ni modo. Fisura Enchantoten, ok. 5-7 el marcador, señores. Pugna problemas. Uy, lo desapareció a tiempo, vamos a ver. Sí, así es. Bien jugado por Shinkyu. Salva la vida de este Pugna. Nada, Siren, vamos a ver acá. Los ítems mientras tanto, da Solar Crest. Tiene fragmento de Gunning, no se olviden. Shadow Skitter tiene Butterfly, Manta. Lo desaparecen acá. Fisura. Manta está el activa Skitter, se queda sin mana poco a poco. Cae la torre, tiene ejida todavía Skitter. Rompe la torre. Pangolier tiene cetro de Gunning Diffusal, va a sacarse Blind Dagger, también tiene fragmento de guardea mar, fisura, Enchantoten. Viene todo el combo de una vez. Regio no son, no, el canto a la sirena también. Amar que es forzado su ultimate y su BKB. Escapa Amar a las justas. Menos mal que no estaba Juggernaut y metió ultimate, que va a sacarse Butterfly también. Magnus, como vemos, tiene BKB, Blind Dagger. Va a sacarse cetro ahora. Disruptor va a ir por después de los tambores. Fragmento de Gunning compró. Y ahora va a sacarse Orbe de Loto. No va a ir por cetro de Gunning todavía. Pugna va a sacarse Solar Crest, Botarcana. Shadow Demon tiene Blind Dagger, Botarcana. Inician a Pugna. Porque no Sol lo lanza XM, lo bota Medusa en problemas. Pugna, va a caer Pugna. Amarran XM, desaparecerá Shinkyu. La fisura llega, Chatoten. El mar que se va. ¿Dónde está mi Juggernaut? ¿Tendrá daga por si acaso? No. Tiene Butterfly, no tiene daga. Va a sacarse Monkey King Bar recién en Juggernaut. En problemas Shinkyu. Ay. Cayó Shinkyu. Aprovecha esto el equipo de Falcons. Tiene ahí la gema Medusa. Además la égida pues todavía la tiene Medusa. Ya le falta poco. Ame tiene ya Butterfly. Shadowfin va a sacarse el cetro de Gunning. Earthshaker tiene BKB. No tenía Echo Slam para esa pelea. Va a ir por Yasha y Kaya. XM tiene BKB. Viene Medusa. Teleport. No, corre nada más, ahora sí. Teleport. Fisura. Adiós. Listo. Todavía aguanta el equipo de Stream 5-9 marcador. Blind Dagger ya en Juggernaut, que decía. Blind Dagger necesita. Se acaba la égida. Ya tiene ojo de Sky de Skitter. Va a sacarse también Monkey King Bar. Siempre pechando China, dice Kirtex. Fue Chen con Diffusal contra la Medusa. Asteroide hacía más, dice Fantasy. De piquear Jagger ante Medusa, ¿cómo? Dice. ¿Cómo que GG no pe? Dice la gente. Voten GG nomás. Por favor, Stream, haz la jugada ganadora. Una buena teamfight, Stream, por favor. Van por el Jagger, ¿no? Sin Diffuser contra Medusa, que M, dice Fantasy. Uy, en el borde se escapará. Adiós, no puso el glimpse a tiempo. Se escapa Pugna. Cetro de Gunning para Magnus. Tiene su gema Malring, la de Medusa. Oye, pero el FAR ya poco a poco, Ame está que se acerca en valor neto, ¿eh? Poco a poco. La brecha de Medusa con Naga se va acercando. Se va cerrando. Cetro de Gunning en Shadowfin. Minuto 30, ya llegamos de partida. Nekin ahora va a sacarse Pipa. Va también por Refresher. Va a ir por Ferial Blade. Acá Mar. Supongo que después Jaggernaut tendrá que sacarse Nullifier. Luego de la Monkey. Aunque no tiene tanto espacio ya. ¿Será que saque Monkey, Kimbar, daga de agilidad? Y bueno, Nullifier en vez de la Power Attack. ¿Qué hará? Roshan todavía que sale unos 40 segundos. Medusa con Naga Siren en ese combo. Bueno, es más que todo el combo de Naga Siren con Disruptor. Pensé que habían baneado todos. ¿Cómo han quedado las partidas? ¿Haber sido 1-1, 1-2? O sea, ¿lo estará ganando Stream primero o lo habrá ganado primero Falcon si Stream lo está empatando? Tormentor número 2 va a ser para Falcons. Ya está. Tenemos fragmento de Gunning en Amar. Para Skewer tiene más rango de distancia y puede ocasionar daño cuando atraviesa los árboles o traspasa unos muros. Stream empezó ganando, dicen. Ok. Un turbo antes, perdió Stream. ¡Un turbo! ¿Fue un turbo? ¡Ah, su madre! Ame ha desarmado algo, no. Solamente ha vendido la Redband, va a comprarse ya Monkey King Bat. Modo de engaño de Falcons. Roshan sale en 2 minutos. Runa Arcana para Malring. Un humero de Falcons. Monkey King Bar para Medusa. Van por el Pugna. Encuentran el Pugna. ¡No! ¡La desaparecida! Ok. Exnova. Sin problemas. Viene acá. ¡El Ultimate! ¡Malring sigue vivo! ¡No! ¡Por fin cayó por Shinkyu! ¡Cayó Shinkyu Malring! La fisura falla. Skitter esquiva la fisura. XXS se persigue. ¿What? Ayuda acá. ¿Se va a escapar? Ah, mira cómo lo salva. Ese clic neutral. Qué fastidio. Ya tiene Monkey King Bar Juggernaut. Que, a ver, tiene dos opciones. Ame. Comprar el cetro mejorado. Comprar Monolifier. O comprar daga de agilidad. ¿Qué hará? La mejor opción sería que compre el cetro nomás, ¿no? Para tener los dos ultis, pero vamos a ver qué pasa. Vanguard mejorada, pregunta si puede sacar. No veo que vayan a armar eso. Refresher va a ir Naga Siren. Medusa ya tiene Monkey King Bar. Roshan ya va a revivir. Que se acerca para deguardiar. Espérense. Voy a cerrar acá. Minimizo todo. ¿Qué es esto? Oye. Espérate. ¿Qué es eso? Te voy a revisar. De ahí voy a revisar. Luego voy a tener que limpiar mi lista de amigos de Steam porque he visto a alguien que está haciendo unas cosas raras. Espérate. Inician acá de inmediato el Pango líder. Buena jugada. Atrapan allá al Shadow Demon. Desaparece. Ultimate contra Mar. Aguanta Shadow Demon. Se pone Decrepify. Aguanta. Ah, se va a curar. No tiene fragmento de Gunning. Cae. Fisura. No lo lanza. Y tal. ¿Qué es esa la fisura? Salud server Sentry del equipo de String. Ame. ¿Por ahí está Don Nadie por si acaso? Justicia. ¿Qué está pasando? Quiero... Acabando la serie, de voy a hablar con ustedes. ¿Qué ha pasado? Es tonto entrar así sin diablo Loto. Sí, calaverita. De ahí te muestro, tú me dices nomás. De ahí te muestro y ya tú me explicas qué ha pasado. Pero que acabe primero, que acabe. Amar presionando con su gente acá. En la parte de arriba vemos que llega Falcons con humo de engaño. Roshan ya salió, el segundo Roshan de guardea todo el equipo de Falcons, todo guardea por completo. Revisa si hay un guarcito por ahí. Roshan ya cambia de base. Hitter va a sacarse el cetro de Gani. Y mira, ahí está, ya saben que es obvio. Aquí está Mar. Pone el sentry de inmediato Xnova. Saben que viene la pelea en Roshan. Ya se lo lleva. Viene ahora Falcons, tiene ventaja. El problema es Xnova. Xnova que tiene la gema. Va a caer lamentablemente. No, Shinkyu desaparece. Mar se prepara. Y Xnova va a perder la gema. Pierde la gema Xnova. Ahí está el observer de Falcons. Cetro de Aghanim para Medusa. Pero espérate, ¿qué viene? El cetro de Aghanim consumido, supongo. Ajá, la bendición. Va a tener ahora split shot con modificadores de ataques. Está su madre, dice la gente. Después de stream, dice Don Nadie. Double damage para Skitter. 7-11 el marcador. Shadowfin con refresher. Shadowfin con refresher. Magnus tiene refresher, no. Disruptor. Basta que aborre nada más. Yo creo que caen dos mods, dice Debbie. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué pasa? Nada de agilidad compró Juggernaut y ahora va a ir por Black Timber. Earthshaker va a armarse refresher también. Se viene una pelea inminente. Inminente pelea. Lente etérea para Magnus. Estaban locas sin su casteo, dice John Valencia. Ya fue Jagger 2K. Y Jagger no debería sacar cetro. También. Cetro se centra acá planta crit. Amar, que no se manda todavía. ¿Se va a mandar a Amar? Ok, atrapa acá la fisura y no impacta a nadie. Desaparece una que cayó Xnova rapidito. Desapareció Skitter. La copia, le sacó la mugre, las copias rápido. No hay pugna por unos 40 segundos. Fortificación. Aún hay fortificación. Desaparece Shinkyu acá. Eco Slam. Requino Souls. Segundo Requino Souls probablemente. Y ahí está. Buen combo de parte del Earthshaker con Shadowfin. Ya usó Stone Gage. Ya usó Ultimate también a Siren. Ahora va Ame. Desde aquí lo mandó lejos. No sé. Skitter. Ame trata de hacer lo posible, pero Ame va a morir. Cayó Ame. No metió Ultimate y aguantó. Y aprovecha esto Maldrin. XM que no se manda para con el Requiem Sol número 2. No hay Juggernaut. Esto puede ser todo. Y partida para Falcons. Puede ser que sí. Se puede acabar la partida. A punto de terminar este quinto juego. Desaparece otra vez Shinkyu. No hay Eco Slam otra vez. Fisura. Enchant Totem. Ultime contra Skitter. Marca le barra Camilleón. Una aguanta de la base. 60 segundos y Juggernaut. Fortificación. No hay Magnus por 20 segundos. Fisura. Enchant Totem otra vez. Otra vez aparece Shinkyu acá. La medusa. Va que le va a recaer rango también. Queda un minuto esa égida. Un minuto para la égida de Skitter. ¿Va a presionar arriba ahora? Sí, se va a mandar. Un buen engaño de Falcons. Ya llegó Magnus. No, se prepara. Vuelve a desaparecer acá Skitter. Se prepara Mar, va a subir. Y ya llegó el día justo. Hay visión de día. Fortificación número 2. Quiere entrar a Mar. Y entra. Y se lleva a Xnova otra vez. Xnova no tiene buyback. Desaparecen de vuelta a la medusa. Fisura. Enchantoten otra vez. Va a caer la torre tier 3 arriba y va a hacer otro Super Kriegs. 10 segundos le queda ese gira. Se quita, retrocede. Y ya revivió Jagger, no de Ame. Se acaba el Aegis. Humo de engaño de parte de String. Amar todavía tiene Reverse Polarity. Nada, Siren está cerca de ese Refresher Orb. Medusa va a comprar Disperser. Shinkyu desaparecerá. Skitter no se arriesga. Manda las copias para romper las barracas de arriba. Abajo también están las copias de Naga Siren haciendo trabajo. Ese Ame nunca ganará al final, dice acá. No, mis terrenos, la gente. Y la del Sven vieron que Pugna no pasa nada y sacan Pugna. Era Nix, Mid y Shao Fin tenían que darle Hardcar. Por la pura saca Jagger. Es que está también el cuarto tormento, el tercer tormento, el fragmento para. Bueno, ya todos tienen fragmento de Gunning, así que se reparte la plata entre todos los jugadores. Con respecto al Juggernaut, es un carry, no voy a decir Monza o Tela, solamente que lo anticipan casi todo el tiempo por el Lotus. O sea, Cetro de Agani ya tiene Disruptor. Oh, meu Deus. Van a esperar el último, bueno, el tercer Rosh en el equipo de Falcons. Y con esto van a acabar la partida ya. BKB va a comprar Ame, ok. Vendió la bota de poder. Ya sabe que es todo o nada. Viene Falcons, no le importa Roshan. Quieren seguir presionando. Saben que tienen la ventaja. Pueden acabar esto de una vez. Con ilusiones nada más. Se manda el equipo de Falcons. Y así. Así nada más. Pueden acabar esto. Medusa ya tiene Disperser. Sin buyback. Y pobre Chincuello, él merecía su TI. No pasa nada como carry, si hizo nada. Con su chancho con Battle Fury desde allá abajo bajo todo. ¿Qué? ¿Briste va con Battle Fury? No. ¿Cómo que Briste va con Battle Fury? Qué asco. No, Bosler. Al contrario. ¿Cómo va a ser un falso campeón si está ganando el torneo más importante? Sería... ¿Cómo vas a desmerecer algo que estás mirando? Está ganando el torneo y punto. Si te gusta o no como su actitud, pues está bien. Pero él va a ser el campeón y punto. No hay de otra. No es un falso campeón. No merecían ganar. Pues si estás viendo que están ganando, no sé cómo no merece. ¿Qué te refieres a String no merece ganar como está drafteando? Claro que no, pues claro que no merece. Falcon estará haciendo un draft mejor y están ejecutando mejor sus estrategias con esos héroes. Como siempre los chinos perdiendo la final, dice acá Ursus. Refresher ya para Earthshaker. Chuy, no te vayas, dicen que anunciaron el Unban de los lobitos. No, que acabe todo el stream, quiero ver si anuncian alguna cosa más, aunque no creo la verdad. Y más rato tengo que salir. A ver, a mí no me malogres el día, Rey de Chaparrero. Ya está a punto de perder. 22.000 de valor neto. ¿Cómo podría remontar esto el equipo de Stream Gaming? ¿Cómo? Espera el Blade de Namar, no hay Nullifier ahora, no. Ese Jagger está más contrarrestado en esta partida. No hay el Lotus, pero está muy contrarrestado Jagger. Blindagger en Disruptor. Y pues Roshan ya revivió y es el tercero de la partida. Y posiblemente por fin Falcons se vaya a acabar el juego. ¿Cómo van las hits? Sí. Bueno, vamos a poner el buyback ya. Un minuto ya merecemos ver buyback. Otra vez es Nova. Ay, 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 ay. Mierda. Se compró el Nova, pero Roshan ya yo no sé. Me parece un buyback muy como que desesperado. Muy tarde reacciona el equipo de Stream Gaming. Muy tarde. Va con Égida Medusa ahora. Amar va a sacarse refresh en breve. Y este parece el final de una historia que ya estaba spoileada. Su campeón desde mucho antes. Probablemente Ame se retire sin ganar el TI. ¡Ja! Te manda XXS el Ecoslan. Refresher, segundo Ecoslan. Viene acá el doble refresh acá también del Shadowfin. No, tiene todavía refresh Shadowfin. XXS. Todavía tiene BKB. Ame que ya metió ultimate. Pero no, desapareció Skitter y está. Listo, sacamos su ultimate. Qué asquerosidad ese ítem. Ame que está en problemas. No, se compró Magnus. Esto puede ser todo, gente. Esto puede ser todo. Solamente uso este ítem neutral. Y bacán tu Juggernaut, bacán tu mi Slash. ¿Dónde está mi cetro? No hay cetro. Es que ¿para qué? Meudeus. ¿Para qué sacas ese héroe? Que es totalmente contrarrestado. El problema de Juggernaut es ese, que lo contrarrestan todos. Lotus, Ghost Sector, ese ítem neutral que te desaparece en medio segundo. Todo prácticamente. Si sacas Eul también te contrarresta el Eul. Bueno. ¿Saben qué es lo peor? Que lo eligió el equipo de Stream Gaming. Eligió el Juggernaut. Ellos decidieron confiar en un Juggernaut. ¿Quién se compró en esta pelea? Pugna hace un rato, Magnus también. No hay Ecoslan. Está en recarga. Bueno, ya va a cargar. Vuelve el equipo de Falcons a la parte inferior. No hay Omni Slash. Solo hay un Requinosol. Pero acá el Magnus tiene todo. El Magnus tiene todo todito. Tiene Eondis para colmo. Va a acabar esto, Falcons. Va a acabar esta partida. Ame se lleva el estandarte de Roshan. Fisura, Chantoten. Se rebota Malring. Salta recién Malring. Va a acabar la barraca Mili. No hay fortificación. Y falta solamente la de rango. Y esto va a ser partida para Falcons, gente. Va a ser campeón 2 veces. Snaking y Skitter. No he visto el draft a la firme, pero no sé por qué eligieron el Juggernaut. No lo sé. Si tuvo las Big String, ellos mismos se metieron KB. Malísimo draft de Xiao Choi. A ver. Va por la barraca de rango. Va a acabar la partida de Skitter. Queda la de Mili. Que va a caer rapidito. Se manda otra vez Ame. No tiene Abyssal. Ya está Reverse Polarity. Que no solo cantó la sirena. Skitter canta la sirena de Naga. Ok, el problema es que dice XS. Refresher, pero no activó. Es que no puede. La BKB, déjame activar mi BKB. Ay, va a caer la barca Mili. Ya está. Megacrix para Falcons. Hizo su chamba. Llegó XXS. Todavía tiene un minuto. XXS va por ese Disruptor. Kirit se come el queso. Y ahora queda solo. Hay Refresher otra vez XXS. Fisura, enchantado, Requinosol. Se manda ya Ecoslan contra Disruptor. Va a caer Crit. Se manda, cae. Otro canto de la sirena. No hay ultimate de Juggernaut, pero igual. ¿Quién acaba de la desaparecida? Se va a escapar con tele por el equipo de Falcons. Y ahora en problemas. Malrin se va. Y listo, se acabó. Adiós. Ya compró cetro mejorado a mí, pero... Mano. Mano, 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 mano. Mano, 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 mano. BKB Nagasire. Mega Crix en contra. Nivel 25 todavía no. Nullifier va a comprar el Shaker. Shadowfin va a ir por Vice. Escucha, si esto remonta a Stream Gaming, mano. Si esto remonta, terrible, ¿eh? Terrible. Si esto remonta a Stream Gaming, se va a volver un dios Ame. Pero tienes Mega Crix en contra. Una mala pelea y acaba el juego. Una mala pelea de stream y acaba el juego. Vice en Shaker. Disruptor va a sacarse ahora Lotus. Magnus todavía no estaba en problemas para activar el año Andis. Pangolier. Va a sacarse a Visa Blade. O daga de agilidad. Medusa ya tiene todos los ítems. Ya no puede sacar más. ¿Qué más va a sacar? Una Divine Rapier en vez de la manta. Ya no puede sacar más ítems. Vice para Shadowfin también. No molestes, Tui. La misma cosa es, me fui a dormir, igual el stream estaba perdiendo. La misma vaina. ¿Esquirle que se come esa medusa? A ver, déjame revisar. No, todavía no tiene oro suficiente para el Moonshard. No, falta. Claro, pues, Stream empezó ganando. Yo miré la partida donde estaba ganando Stream Gaming. Y de ahí me fue a jatear. Y ahora están 2-2. Ahora estoy aquí mirando y lo mismo es. No tengo nada que ver yo. Chuga, que di que Falcons ya ganó, por favor, dice. Ja. Ya ganó Falcons, ya, gente. Ya ganó Falcons, ya. Tormentor número 4. Sí, cuarto Tormentor que se lleva Falcons. Están esperando el quinto Roshan de la partida. No. Me equivoco, el cuarto Roshan. ¿A qué hora juega Tundra? Ya está eliminado, por favor. O Kirtex, creo que me ha dicho qué pasa si te enfriamos. ¿Y qué pasa si yo te enfrío más bien? A ver, déjame ver, una minimizada por acá. Otra por aquí. Y te tengo que encontrar. Te encuentro ahorita, maldito. ¿Dónde estás? Déjame un toque acá estás. Ahí está. ¿Qué pasa si yo te enfrío? ¿Te parece un día? ¿Un día bien frío? Ya estás a dormir, caracho, ya. ¿Qué piquera ideal en vez de Jaggernaut? Es una buena pregunta. Quería decir Draw Ranger, pero... complicado. No he visto el draft al final. Draw es buen... Buena... No, me botó el juego. Mira, ahora me enfrió a mí. Ahí está, las consecuencias. Las consecuencias de enfriar a la gente mientras mira el stream. ¿Ves? El karma, el karma. Lo enfrias tú, me enfrían a mí. Es una enfriada en cadena. Meu Deus. Todos perdemos al final. Chewbacca pierde el stream. Me ha dedoseado, dices. Ya, madre, tengo que ver la transmisión oficial ahora. Mientras se vuelve campeón Falcons. Mira cómo demora. Apúrate. Uy, no quiere cargar. Está huevón, me voy a poner a ver la transmisión oficial. A ver, acá estamos, gente. Ya.
Ya acabó X, eso votaron.
Están presionados el equipo de String. String Gaming a punto de perder, gente. Tercera vez que voy a ver a Ame perder un TI.
Ya duerme, quizás gane.
A ver. Ah, otra vez voy a verlos perder. No. Roshan sale todavía en 5 segundos. Se llevan otra vez Nova. Desaparece al Magnus. Pero Nova va a caer. No, el que se aparezca es el Pugna. Cayó también Shadowfin. No. Cuarto Roshan disponible. Medusa con Dédalo. ¿Espera, ha comprado Dédalo? ¿Qué va a sacarse la manta? ¿Ya cayó la torre tier 4? Sí. Uy, falta poquito. Van por el cuarto Roshan de la partida Falcons. Se compró Pugna. ¿Va a pelear esto? ¿Roshan? ¿Será posible? Arruga Skitter. Me sale. Ahí está la visión. La base, la base. La base. Defiende a alguien que defienda. Mala idea de String. Ya no tienen base ya. Ya perdieron ya. Vamos Falcons, acaba este juego ya. Acaba con esta pesadilla de Ame. Nunca va a ganar un TI este paso. China lo va a sufrir otra vez. Dieback de Pugna. Los fanáticos de Amar lo celebran. Los fanáticos de Malring lo celebran. ¿Qué hace Juggernaut? ¡No! ¿Qué haces? Swiss Slash utilizado. Y ahora va XM. ¡No! ¡Aturdido por el pangolín! ¡Ah! Poco a poco veo el sueño despedazarse. El sueño quiere bajarse ya. Ah, Hex. Eco Slam. Está el de... Uy, Ultimate. Ame. Ah, Leonis. No, lanzó el Leonis Slash. No el Swift. No. No. Esto es todo, gente. Swiss Slash. Requenosol. Va a caer el Shaker. Tiene que comprarse. Mira, Skitter. Skitter va a caer. ¡No! ¡La Medusa otra vez! Se cura todo. Mira. Esto va a ser todo. Esto va a ser todo. Ya lo celebra. Lo está viendo Amar. Se va a volver campeón de TI. Y lo hace. GG. Creed por fin es campeón de TI, gente. Después de 10 años buscando ese trofeo, Creed consigue el TI. En medio. ¿Contra quién? Contra Ame otra vez. Tercera vez que Ame pierde. Ah, qué detestable momento, pero así es el Dota, gente, así es el Dota. Así es este juego. Por más que quieras que campeone uno, puede ser que campeone otro. Y Falcons, por fin también después de 2 años, creo, donde está primero, logra el trofeo más importante. Malrinia y ATF lo consiguieron, gente. Campeones de la International, por fin. Shinkyu otra vez. Ame 3 veces ya es derrotado en la final. 3 veces en un quinto juego. No puede cerrarlo el equipo de China. Estamos en 2025. Ya han pasado 10 años que no gana The International China. No, espérate. El año que viene serían los 10 años con wins. El año que viene serían 10 años. ATF lo levanta. ¡Ah, la mela! Impresionante, impresionante lo que pasa. Creed, por fin, mano. Yo creo que el que merecía levantar el trofeo primero debió ser Creed. Pero ya. Skitter y Snake King viene ahí con el segundo trofeo. Los más chibolos son ATF y Malring. Y Aoi 2000 consigue su segundo trofeo como coach. Aoi 2000 tiene en total 3 trofeos en este momento. Bueno, 3 veces ha ganado el TI sería como jugador y 2 veces como coach. Cuando fue jugador en Navy Genuses, entrenador en Tundra y ahora entrenador en Falcons. Y la región Bamba, la región de mentira, consigue su primer trofeo, mientras que Sudamérica y Sudeste Asiático, no, nada. Chompix. Pero N estaba muerto, dices. Snakey lo levanta. Snakey lo lleva en sus hombros. La región de N. El mejor jugador eres. Amar, les presento a Amar. El campeón de The International, Amar. A ver, ¿algunas palabras? No tiene palabras, está... Ahí está. Gracias. Gracias a mi familia, a mis amigos, a mi equipo. Gracias a todos los que nos han apoyado. Es solo el comienzo. Lo anunció, quiere más. Quiere más. Amar piensa que este no va a ser el primero ni el último. Después de todo esto, Skitter, has carreado a tu equipo en Singapur y ahora de nuevo aquí en Alemania, en Hamburgo. Estoy muy feliz de ayudar a mi equipo. Estoy muy feliz por ellos, que han buscado por Creed, creo que ha dicho, que lo busca el TI por tanto tiempo, por Amar, que es un joven y ha conseguido este TI. Estoy feliz por todos. Ok. Los árabes felices. Mi amigo, mi hermano norteamericano, otra vez consiguiste TI, tú. Tú siempre confiaste en este equipo. Y ahora has conseguido un segundo Aegis con tus hermanos. ¿Algunas palabras para ellos? Es asombroso. No tengo muchas palabras para ellos. Voy a hacer... vamos a buscar otro TI juntos, dice, con Skitter y los demás. Y Aoi 2000, pues. Por ellos empezó y van a continuar. Estoy feliz por Creed. Estoy muy contento por Creed. ¿Cómo gana el TI alguien de la región que solo Chompix castea? Dice, ¿no? Malring, ahora tú vas a entrar en la historia del Dota. Vas a poner tu nombre aquí. Bueno, generalmente vas a sentir mucho, Malring. ¿Algunas palabras o nada? ¿Va a llorar? Pensé que no había TI de ganar TI. Puede ser, estoy siendo realista. No pensé ganar el TI, dice. Es una realidad, Malring. Ahí está Malring levantando la égida. Parece que él sí era su sueño, ¿eh? Él sí, a pesar de todo el flameo, sí le ha conmovido ganar este torneo. Está muy feliz, está muy feliz. Hay 2000 ahora, el entrenador. A ver, Aoi 2000, tú eres el primer que consigue 3 equipos que gane el Levante Legis. Tú has roto el reto, eres ahorita el coach más grande de Dota 2 hasta ahorita. Ha ganado 2 torneos TI. Y un jugador, bueno, y como jugador, ¿no? O sea, ha ganado como jugador y como entrenador. Pero 2 veces como entrenador. Gracias por carrear este TI. Gracias a todos por hacer esto realidad. Toda mi vida dedicado a Dota. Y no sé. Bueno, gracias por mirar. Gracias por apoyarnos.
And thank you for such an incredible performance. Thank you.
Están felices, están felices. Se han vuelto amigos para siempre ellos, ¿no? Parece la escena de Bob Esponja con Patricio.
And last, but certainly not at all the least.
¿Cómo lo vives? Es lo máximo. A la de Better Call Saúl con la plata. Pero ya no hay tanta plata esta vez, lo malo. Por eso como que no mencioné eso. Hay muy poca plata. No importa cuántos rosters, no importa cuántas veces estabas atrás, no importa la región. Tú nunca te rendiste. Ahora, el día ha llegado, Creed. Tú eres el campeón de TI. Ganador del TI. Por fin, Creed, por fin. Lo logró. Sí. Él sí merece sus palmas porque lo ha luchado hasta el final, mano. Campeón de varias majors y está aquí, levantando el trofeo más grande. No es que es cosa que no sé qué decir. Hace mucho tiempo. Gracias a todos por apoyarnos. Sobre todo a mi familia. Creed. ¿Esta vez? No, que lo merece. Ha buscado mucho tiempo. Mucho tiempo ha buscado este trofeo. Gracias, esto significa mucho. Eso significa todo, dicen. Significa todo esto de acá. Disfruta el momento, amigo. Si alguien se lo merecía, eras tú. Todos, por favor, celebren en este momento. Y una última ronda de aplausos para el campeón de TI. Team Falcons. Quería haber visto a Ame, pero bueno. Otra vez, Ame, me decepcionas. Otra vez, equipo de China, me decepcionas. Ni modo. Así es el Dota, lo vuelvo a decir.
A crowning achievement on anyone's career, and Team Falcons, they get it for themselves.
Aquí está Team Falcons.
That spans beyond the 5 players and their coach to get to this moment, to get to this main stage.
Por fin, Chris, por fin.
Here in Barclays Arena in Hamburg, and they have done it. They have finally done it, Kazu.
What an absolute treat to watch this entire TI and them winning this TI. And you can just, like, it's one thing to win TI and it's another thing to win it with the people closest to you. Like Amar and Malrine, they've played together for years. You can just see it. It's honestly, like, it's so touching and beautiful to, like, see this game unfold and to see a team win. It's taking me, like, everywhere.
I mean, in 2024, they were the favorites, right? They came into the Copenhagen TI with Crit on the roster, you know, hometown hero. They weren't able to do it. They kept the same roster. They didn't.
Bueno, se acaba, gente, se acaba.
They didn't even win a single LAN.
Se acaba el TI.
You know, they were also still weren't considered the favorites.
Se acaba otro TI, gente. Otro sueño concretado.
And everyone around them, they were able to craft some of the best, you know, strategies.
Otro sueño arruinado.
I mean, they struck gold with
Otro evento donde me deja claro que mis ídolos a veces no lo van a lograr por más que lo intenten. 3 veces seguidas pierde Ame. Bueno, 3 finales, no seguidas, pero 3 finales pierde Ame. Lo he apoyado desde hasta contra UG. Contra Spirit no tanto porque, pucha, Collapse se lució con su Magnus, pero... Acá que yo quería que gane, sobre todo Ame contra Falcons. A Falcons yo no quería que gane, yo quería que gane Styrian y punto. Acá yo quería que gane Ame. Y no pasa, no sucede. Así que, ni modo. Voy a mostrar el fantasy, así es, pero que acabe el torneo, gente, que acabe. Quiero ver si hay algún anuncio, pero la verdad no creo. Pero yo siento que... Mano, yo siento que Ame ya iba a quedar su carrera. No creo que vuelva a intentar otro TI. Ya el fanático chino debe estar asado. Chavo 8 es culpable. Puede ser, puede ser. Ya, yo ahí nomás dejaría. Con Ame ya no puedo. Es como Keiko Ame, ¿no? Confío, dicen acá, Keiko lo sigue y llega a las finales, pierde. Hasta con Castillo pierde. Llega a la final un lapicero, pierde cuando el lapicero. Pero en este caso en Dota, pues, Falcons está más fuerte, String casi lo logra y gana. Gana el equipo de Falcons. Pierde otra vez String. Bueno, pierde otra vez Ame, ¿no? En este caso. String, su primera final de String Gaming.
People laugh at them, people call them toxic because they're just enjoying themselves. They're tipping, they're in it together. You saw how they just plopped on the ground, just relieved at the win.
Su último día va a ser en Shanghái. Yo no sé, papu, yo no sé. Ya va a ser el partido de la U contra Melgar, ¿no? Ojalá que gane la U.
Have you seen them be that emotional, lay on the floor? You know, that's how much this tournament has a grasp on our players. Like, this is why this tournament is the most
Otro final, otro día de miércoles, quería que gane Ame.
You can see how much it means to them.
Yeah, it has been a fantastic for 2 years in the making, I think, this grand finals for Team Falcons. And to make it in a game 5 as well, I do want to say, I mean, they did eliminate Extreme Gaming with the Magnus. I'm going to forgive them for that.
Ame won't, but
he will never forget. Like, he already has so many days he can't forget. Like this one on top for XG. It's honestly so sad and like so trauma-inducing, but you gotta give it to Falcons. They go back for the Snaking Naga.
Pero,
he's won TI
bueno.
before. Crit on Disruptor, not something we've
Así
seen
son
too
las
often, but
cosas.
this guy, he's played for so long. He's been in so many lands, in so many games. He can play whatever you need him to play.
Por eso a mí me alegra mucho de que haya ganado por el combo del Disruptor con una Sire, que es muy fuerte.
Being the scaling heroes into the late game. In this game 5, they put full faith in Skeeter. They made him the win condition. They expected him to carry them.
O Skeeter carrió como nunca esta partida. Felicidades a Skeeter también. Ya no, esta vez no fue mochila como Chewbacca.
I mean, I remember, like, this guy has absolutely way too many people that were, like, hating on him. And also, too, we heard Tsunami say the Rave Pack TI. People were saying, yeah, they only won because of Rave Pack here, there. No, look at them at this TI. They make the meta. They play their heroes. They play them.
Ellos jugaron el meta, jugaron sus héroes, y esto es lo que ha pasado, ¿no? Ganaron el torneo.
I
mean, it's the fact that it's a team where all 5 players at different points had to shine to win a game, right? It's not a TI where we're looking at one player who's been able to, you know carry the team or whatever.
Un toque también, gente. No, el stream no va a durar tanto, lamentablemente.
Harmony of strategy and friendship.
Yeah, let's take a look at the road that Team Falcons has taken to get to this very point and taking the championship in the finals. It was a relatively smooth sailing.
3-2 la final. Meu Deus.
The games were not easy. There was only one of those series.
A ver, la única forma de que me alegre Dota 2 este día de miércoles es que anuncie algo al final, pero no sé, pues mano, no sé. Si no hay anuncio de héroe nuevo, menos mal que no fui a este TI. Mira, yo quiero ir siempre a los TIs, pero no hay héroe nuevo, no hay anuncio de evento, y para colmo, hubiera ido a ver a Ame perder. Menos mal no fui yo. O sea, sé que Alemania fue el lugar donde todo empezó, pero lo último, ver a que Ame pierda, eso ya, no, ya, me hace querer borrar el juego. ¿Te duermes si quieres anuncio? No, gracias, dice. ¿O qué? ¿O cubitos? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Tú eres mi modo o no? ¿Qué pasa, amigo? La traición otra vez contigo. Para Shido sí es su mejor TI. Pero para mí no, pero yo también miro una nota. Mi evento. Ni pincho hace. Ya, con esto, si no hace. Mira, si no me anuncian nada, declaro que el juego no va a ser ni pincho ya. Adelanto el final del canal. Ya no va a ser 2 años, 1 año. En enero lo termino. Estoy molesto.
Thanks to all of you for watching, because honestly, this was my first time here. It's incredible.
What was your best moment, would you say?
My best moment?
Yeah.
Probably just stepping on like the TI stage and like just talking and like getting into it, because you're really nervous before, but you go into it a few minutes and then you feel like the emotion of the games and of the fans, and you're just like, you're immersed. It's real.
The TI vibes that people often, you hear them talking about it, but they are real. You feel it in Falcons as well. That's why they have the reaction as much as they do. Effie, how do you feel the TI vibes right now? And what was your most TI vibey moment?
Oh my God. Everything has been
Sí,
amazing.
ahorita voy a chequear los puntos, un toque, gente. Esperen.
Witnessing it firsthand, watching a team change their lives, cement their legacy, hearing the roar of the fans as it's happening, just being a part of it is something, a feeling that I cannot explain. And if you're asking me for a highlight, it has to be, okay, it has to be ATF picking Ursa in a game 4 of a grand finals when they're down again, when they could be losing. The balls, the absolute audacity, the fucking confidence for that pick. That was amazing. That was an all-timer.
I definitely believe that, and I echo that sentiment, Tigov. It's been quite a journey to get here. How about you?
I mean, it's simply just the magic in the air, right? The fact that we've had teams like Heroic, you know, with Yuma, with KJ, show up on the main stage and make this incredible run. We've had Arme backs against the wall. He wanted to be crowned. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. Ooh, come on, Arme, it's in China. Keep playing, boss. Don't give up. But it's the fact that we have this, like, every single team. We're going to remember Falcons for winning it, but along the way here, one of the best roads to the international that we've ever had. One of the best group stages that I've ever witnessed myself. And that alone is proof that the TI is, like, it's never going to die. It's just beautiful, and to me, Dota is just an amazing game. No complaints. You are amazing. Which camera am I looking at? You are amazing for playing the game. You are amazing for watching the game, this one, and together, this game is beautiful. It doesn't matter about anything else going on right now. This is why this game is so fantastic. These moments you forget about everything. That is why Dota is irreplaceable. It will never fucking die. This game is amazing.
¡Cállate, mentiroso! Mi juego va a morir si no hay héroe nuevo. No me mientas, no me mientas. No me mientas hoy, mira, hasta que miente. No me mientas, no me mientas. Gracias por volverte miembro del canal, Rixaro. Muchas gracias. Ciegos, grampunas.
I heard
¿Qué?
Shanghai looks pretty nice in August 2026.
¿En agosto?
That's coming up, of course, at the
Viene
end.
el
There's gonna
TI, claro,
continue being
sí.
TI champions. But for now, for this moment, and for this year, it is Team Falcons,
Ya.
your TI
Sí,
champions.
campeón TI.
And I wish you all the best
Falcons.
good night and enjoy the rest of the evening. And
Nada
we'll
más
see you
eso.
all for the next one.
Nada más. Nada más, de verdad. No. Puta madre. Bueno, qué chucha. Qué chucha ya. Hasta el año que viene hago este canal. Ah, la mierda. No va a morir de ese juego. Ah, mentiras. 149.000 puntos. No estoy en el top ni cagando. No, ¿ves? No estoy en top 100. Pero estoy arriba. Estoy en el cielo. Este señor no hizo su cuenta, ¿no? No. Todavía no se actualiza esto por completo, gente. Pucha madre. ¿Cómo hubiera querido tener de support a Xnova? Pues hubiera puesto a Xnova acá y la fregué. Me confío mucho con Shinkyu. Bueno, acá debí poner a Xnova, nada más. Ayer, bueno, al final. En predicciones solamente hice 6. Uy, entraron los puntos. La mayoría ha hecho 8. El promedio de la gente es 8 predicciones correctas, gente. Así que si hicieron más que yo, muy bien, felicidades. Con 14.000 puntos estoy ahorita. Sí está bien sumado todo. Con TI probablemente, es muy probable que llegue al 99% percentil. O sea que llegue al tope. Y ya pues. Vamos a ver un toque. ¿Qué hora es? Sí, hasta las 3 máximo. Déjame revisar acá. No, voy a estar máximo unos 15 minutos más. 15 a 20 minutos y acabo. Campeón Falcons. Te lo dije, Disney, quien dice. Te lo dije, papu, bien, mierda. Campeones somos. Campeones, caralo. Qué mala sensación, ¿no? Champion ahí parece. Ya, nada más. Puta madre. Valve, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué este año no haces algo y no chambeas? No sé, me siento una mala espina. Siento que algo malo se viene. Siento que el juego no va a actualizarse. Y como no me han anunciado nada, no voy a comprar nada de acá. Iba a comprar algo, pero no voy a comprar ni pincho ahora. Ya estoy asado. ¿Qué cosa pasa ahora, amigo? Ahí le dan un toque. Ta madre. No hay héroe nuevo, gente. No hay héroe nuevo. No hay. ¿Por qué me felicidades? ¿Qué? ¿Felicidades por el top 100? ¿Qué top 100, papus? ¿Chubi top 100? ¿Qué hablan? ¡Ah, la miércoles! Voy a sumar y mucha gente que me ha seguido y puta, está feliz de la vida. Ahí voy a mostrar. ¡Ah, la shit! ¡Oh, su madre! ¿Ves? Me faltó cambiar Era poner Exnova, weón. Ahí la cagué. Era poner Exnova de support. Debí confiar más en mí. Debí confiar más en mí, caracho. Carayo. La purga, dice. A ver, vamos a... ¿Ha estado nadie por si acaso? Está David. Están ahí todos. Voy a hacer unas preguntas. Un repaso sobre mientras estaba jateando qué pasaba. Voy a cortar cabezas mientras tanto. Sí, 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 ya. Prepárense, prepárense. Vamos a purgar gente, pero... No hay anuncio de nada, lamentablemente, gente. No hay anuncio de nada. Ahí quedó. No hay nada. Así que pues... A Mr. Robot, quiero ver eso. Yo quiero saber qué cosa pasó. A su audiencia pública, dice. Ganaste tu cofre. Ahorita les explico. Primero vamos a hablar sobre lo del fantasy y las predicciones. Y después ya vamos a hablar sobre lo de la purga. Y de ahí ya se fue el stream, va a acabar. Pero qué diablo. Diablo, el diablo con Falcons. Ganó. Me arruinó la noche, dice la tarde. Oye, ¿llegó Renzo? Ya, no, va a venir antes. Me vas a ayudar de ahí.
Ya no, pero ese le pagas el partido de la U.
Ahí, ahorita pongo. A ver. No hay nada. No hay ni pincho. Ya, voy a poner el partido de la U un toque. Un toque. Ya vengo. En mi casa quieren ver partido de la U.
Además, hoy día no está abierta. No. Yo tengo del lado de mis hermanas los 300. Ya, pero...
¿Tú sabes cuál es para ver el partido? Anthony, ¿qué paga para ver el partido que me ir viendo esto? Yo no sé, yo estoy listo, amigo.
Bueno, yo tengo que acabar acá, pero bueno, una vez vamos a terminar con esto. Ya, ¿qué fue? ¿Hoy sigue? No van a anunciar ni pincho, ya lo sé, ya. Nuevo héroe, nuevo héroe. Nuevo héroe. Bye chat. Vaya todos. Los quiero, dice algunos. Ya. Mientras que no anuncian nada, déjame ver acá. Ya, a ver. A ver, sí, pero no creo que anuncie nada. Ya va como ¿cuántos segundos acá? Minutos, creo que van como 3 minutos. No cierran la transmisión, se olvidaron. A ver, explicación rápida. Ya acabó, ahora sí, por fin terminó esto de acá, lo que es el fantasy y lo que son las predicciones. Finalmente terminó, culminó. Ya lo que va a pasar es la suma de estos puntos que conseguiste aquí con la suma de estos puntos que conseguiste aquí, más la suma de la primera parte de Road to the International, más la suma de International en sí. Esos puntajes, los 4 puntajes se suman y ese va a ser tu puntaje total. No hay nada acá. Ese puntaje total va a enfrentarse al puntaje global, o sea, el puntaje de todo el resto del mundo. Por ejemplo, ahorita no está actualizado. Sale acá 14.000 puntos en primer lugar, cosa que está raro, dirías, porque mira, acá hay otro que es de mi lista de amigos que está con 17.000. Entonces, él debería estar en el primer lugar, ¿cierto? Pero no es así porque hay gente con más puntos ahí de todas maneras. Ahora lo que va a pasar es que Dota 2 va a estar recolectando información, recopilando. Y el 18 de septiembre, que viene a ser este día jueves, si no me equivoco. Así es, el jueves 18 de septiembre va a determinar el top 1500 para ver quiénes se llevan su égida gratis a casa. Y también el top 95 percentil. De ahí sigue el top 90 percentil y el top 85 para su mes de Dota Plus, ¿no? Son como, al menos hay 2 millones de cuentas activas. Al menos. El 95% percentil creo que son unas... ¿Cuánto sería? 50.000 cuentas. No, de ahí me fijo. Pero la cosa es que... Ah, perdón, no. Espera, si son 2 millones, el 10% son 200.000. El 5%, entonces sería 100.000. 100.000 cuentas al menos van a llegar acá. Al menos aquí. Entonces, por ahora lo que yo estoy fijándome es que como el top 8 ha llegado al menos la gente en las predicciones, bueno, top 8 correctas serían 5.000, bueno, sí, 4.000 a 5.000 puntos, más el fantasy, si lo hacen bien, fuerte, que sería el 99 percentil al menos, unos 10.000 puntos más. Calculo que... ¿Qué pasó? Ah, ya sé por qué. Que lo cierre el Renzo, Oscar. Voy. Otra vez me llamo. Voy para allá. Un toque. Yo lo hago. Volví. Ya. Para llegar al top 95 percentil, calculo que va a ser unos 32.000 puntos. No, perdón, esa era para el top 100. Está calculando al menos unos 25.000 puntos en total. La recompensa del Fantasy nos van a dar, o sea, este de acá del International, del top 99, todo el puntaje de acá, nos van a entregar mañana, lo más seguro. Mañana o hoy día por la noche. Si todavía tienes acá en tu fantasy jugadores con negativo el puntaje de aturdimientos, escribe a Steam Support que, oye, por favor, que recalculen bien ese jugador porque me está dando negativo stuns o no sé. Así que revisa eso. Bueno, por último, gente, por mi lado, gracias y por suscribirte al canal. Por mi lado, no hay más anuncios de parte de Dota. ¿Sigue acá en VG? Oye, sigue con esto. ¿Por qué? ¿Cuánto vaya? ¿What? ¿Por qué no la corta? Juego muerto, no, juego muerto. Tío Chuy, mi es cachino, héroe. No hay nada, papu, no hay nada. Todo ha sido una broma, una cruel broma, ¿ves? ¿Lo dije o no lo dije? Que acá lo que tienes que llegar tú, si hay gente acá con 120.000 puntos, están bien. Para el 99% percentil. Si estás con 100.000 puntos, estás bien. Para al menos el 95% percentil. Hay mucha gente que está con mi lista de amigos en 100.000 puntos. Así que va a estar pasándola normal. Así que normal por ese lado. Yo por mi parte estoy mirando que mi lista no está actualizada por completo. Hay jugadores de mi lista de amigos que voy a mostrar ahora. Por ejemplo, este acá. Ahí David, por si acaso, mándame tu captura de tu cuenta, ¿cómo vas? Acá, por ejemplo, mira esta cuenta de... Mira. Caracho. Esto un poco me lo muevo. Caracho. ¿Cómo muevo esto de acá? ¿Para allá sería? No. Acá. Y un anuncio nuevo héroe, ¿no? Nada. Por ejemplo, esta es la cuenta de Juanito. Mira, 155.000 puntos va. Él está superándome ahorita. Él me está superando. Pero en mi lista no sale él, sale el señor Pool. O sea que ahorita mismo Dota 2 no ha actualizado. Si tú, por ejemplo, ahorita miras tu lista de amigos, esa es una... por momento, o sea, momentáneo, ¿no? Es una lista momentánea. No te fíes todavía por eso. O sea, el top 100 quizás también se modifique y se vaya actualizando poco a poco. Aunque ni tanto, ¿eh? No creo. Ah, entonces Juanito debe aparecer por acá, ¿no? Supongo. ¿Cuánto puntaje sacó Juanito? 155.000. A ver. 155.000. Por acá debería estar. Mira. No aparece. ¿Ves? No se ha actualizado por completo todavía la lista. ¡Acabó! Se acabó. No hubo ni mela de anuncio. Caracho. Carayo. En fin. Bueno, como les decía, eso pues. Eso de gente. Ahorita falta que se actualice el Fantasy. Top 100 dice Juanito, pues todavía no, porque falta que se actualice. ¿Así pusiste a Xnova tú, Debbie? Te dio un puntaje. Ah, no está tan fuerte porque no está tan bufeado tu jugador. Bueno. Ah, no, sí te dio buen puntaje. Yo lo hubiera puesto mejor en mi Fantasy, hubiera dado más puntaje. ¡Pi! Mira, qué sad. Hubiera puesto a Xnova y hubiera reventado más en el Fantasy. No confié en Xnova. Mi culpa. Ya, entonces, eso es todo, gente. Ya saben. Esto todavía falta que se actualice. Estará actualizándose por la noche, supongo. Los puntos puede ser que lo entreguen hoy o mañana. Así que atentos a eso. Yo creo que con este puntaje de 150.000 casi, debería estar en el 99% percentil. Creo yo. Debería. Vieron, 11.000 puntos acá, 9.100.